Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Holy Mary, Mother of Crapola. This is it on a steak, ladies and gentlemen. Whew, dear Jesus. Telling you, it is just a thing. It is a thing this morning. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. It is a thing this morning. Captain Critter is getting his pants on. That's right. I am telling you, it is just a thing. Ladies and gentlemen, boom. It is early morning and it is a thing. This is your morning daily dose of critter. Hello. Nice to see you this morning. I know that there is probably not going to be anybody watching, and that is perfectly fine. Everything is okay. Everything is beautiful. I am here to wake your butts up. Good morning. It is currently 7:52 in Critterland, and that is perfectly fine. Everything is great. Everything is beautiful. I would like to personally give a few shouts out to those who are subscribing and watching, and everybody is just wonderful and beautiful. I am totally excited about the world that is going on right now, and it is abso-freaking-lutely fantastic. So, I hope everybody's having a good morning so far. It's going to be a good one. And we are going to, just give a couple of people a little bit of shout out here, real quick. First of all, I would like to give a happy hello to some folks who are paying attention and who are just wonderful people. And I hope that they don't mind me giving them a couple of shout outs here, real quick. First of all, I would like to give a little bit of a nod to Dorius Lives and or Dorius Lives, however you want to think about it. That's Dave. He's an amazing guy. Also, Hensley Paranormal TV. Hensley, you're amazing, and I love you to pieces and parts. Past Life Explorers, I want to say thank you for everything that you've done. Also, Duncan's Diaries. And Kristen, you're just amazing and fantastic, and I love you to pieces and parts. I'd also just like to say good morning. Good morning, everybody. It is a absolutely freaking beautiful Wednesday morning, and as we know, I am going to probably start doing these morning live streams just to kind of wake everybody up and say hello and howdy. Hello, howdy, how are you? I love you. Good morning. And I hope that you are just the happiest and heartiest person in the whole wide world right now. Get some coffee or a caffeinated beverage of choice. And like me, long live Pepsi. Not sponsored. Hello. Uh, but pretty much this is it. This is my way of just kind of saying hello on a daily basis and waking everybody up. Or whenever you decide that you want to be watching this throughout the day, you can stop by, say hello, and just hang out for a little bit. And, no pressure. You don't have to say anything, don't have to do anything, but you just have some sort of ambient noise in the background while you're blow drying your hair or doing whatever you do to get ready in the morning. It is Critter Chat. Hello. Cheers. So, pardon me. Good morning. Good morning. Currently in Critterland, it is 7:55 a.m. in the beautiful city of Dallas, Texas. And we are just kind of hanging out. We're hanging out, we're talking about things. Yesterday, I went on a couple of explores. Nothing too terribly exciting. Dropped, Jesus, I think three yesterday. The first one of which was my crazy ass neighbors. And if you saw that, fantastic. Second was just a kind of cool little cemetery explore that I did during the afternoon and just walked around, kind of hung out. Nothing exciting. Second, good morning, sweetheart. Hello. Thank you for coming in and saying hi before you decided to get your day going and everything. I appreciate it. I know that you are what? Oh, dear Jesus, you are several hours ahead of me. So thank you for being here on Earthly. I really appreciate it. So thankful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And it is, like I said, it is currently 7, oh God, what was I saying? Oh, 7:57 a.m. here in the beautiful, hot, muggy, disgusting state of Texas. And it is just, it's 11 p.m. there. Okay, so it's 8 o'clock in the morning here. It's 11 p.m. there. So we are on polar opposite. Hey, Grinch. Hi, sweetheart. Did I sleep? No. Do I sleep? Rarely. I have chronic insomnia. So it's very rare that I sleep. If I do, it is for very brief periods of time. Um, so uh, rarely do I sleep. It's one of those things. Fair enough. Yeah. Woo, woohoo, woo. Yeah. So basically, I'm like this all the time. You can imagine what Captain Critter has to go through with living with me because I am like this 24 hours a day. It's scary. Hang on a second. I gotta adjust myself here, sitting in Critter Corner. Um, but so hi, how is everybody? Everybody okay? I know, Julie, that you have been going through it this morning already, or this afternoon, or where now, because there's quite some time between us and you. She is in the beautiful and fabulous continent of Australia. And if anybody has not subscribed to Unearthly Wanderings, you need to. Period. End of sentence. Because she has got some stuff going down and she's pretty awesome. So please do. Unearthly Wanderings. I don't have the sentient being right now to type it out. Excuse me. I beg your pardon. What? Allergies. I apologize. So, yes, insomnia is difficult and it's a hard thing. It really is. And you totally deserve it, Julie. You do because you're amazing. And the session that you had earlier, blindfolded and everything, was absolutely brilliant. And it was really cool. It was fun to see how much we were interacting with you without you being able to hear anything, just virtually. And knowing that the responses that we were getting, pardon me, I'm adjusting my ring light here real quick, my donut light, as I call it, because it reflects off my glasses. Um, how much you were reacting to what we were saying without you even realizing it. And it was actually really quite brilliant. It was. It was fascinating sitting there listening and seeing everything that was going on. It really was quite cool. Um, but all of us started getting, I don't know who saw it or felt it or whatever first, but all of us felt it at about the same time. And we were like, oh, get her out, get her out, get her out. Everybody start pinging, ping, 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 ping. We're like, whoever has her number, please let her know. It was just like, it was really cool. It was very awesome to be able to sit there and witness that. It was very awesome. Yeah, it. Yeah, go back and take a look at it. Go look at the replay because it was very cool. All of us were all on the same level. We were all on the same bandwidth. And as soon as one of us said something, everybody almost immediately, it was like, yes, get her out. Yes, she's doing this. Oh, it's saying this. It's doing that. It was very awesome. It was so cool. I was really, really excited to be a part of that. So thank you for letting me be a part of that. I do appreciate it. Um, and oh crap, my phone just went off. I'm getting a tweet. I'm getting a tweet. What the hell? And basically, this is how I am normally. And you'll have to pardon me. I'm a little bit scatterbrained first thing in the morning. So that's just kind of how I am. Oh my, oh dear Jesus, I have like 10,000 thingamadoodles notifications on Twitter. That's kind of funny actually. But anywho, so hi, good morning or good evening, depending on where you are. My name is Critter. If you're not used to me, if you don't know who I am yet, I am a paranormal slash urban explorer. I go out and I just kind of take a look at stuff and see what happens. I am an ordained minister since 1997. I have a lot of degrees in both religious and paranormal sciences. And I just kind of figure stuff out on a daily basis. And it's not necessarily intentional, but things just kind of happen. And you just kind of let it go, you know? You let things happen as they do naturally. Don't try to force it. Don't try to provoke it. Just let it happen. And that's the best evidence that you can possibly get if you're looking for the paranormal in life, is just let it happen. Don't, okay, I'm gonna give my little 2 cents here real quick, so you can take it for whatever you want. It's just sort of, take it with a grain of salt, if you will. If you walk into a place and say, do this or do that, make something move or make a noise, they're not going to do it. Really? Seriously? If somebody else walked into some place and looked at you and said, make that cat move, or move that door frame, would you be willing to do that? Ask questions, ask them. If you don't mind, would you be willing to? If it's okay with you, can you please? Or, I know you're used to people walking up in here and asking you to do stuff like a trick pony. And it's like, wait a second. People are going to walk up on you if you're a spirit and say, do this, do that, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I live here. You don't. You don't just walk up in my house and tell me how to do something. Does that make sense? It probably doesn't, but you know what I'm trying to say. Be respectful. Ask. Don't demand. It makes things a whole hell of a lot easier in life. And so that's just the way that I look at it. And give me 2 shakes. I totally forgot to do this, and I am so, so, so terribly sorry. Let me drop this real quick. Boom. If anybody wants to come up and say hi, you're more than welcome to. I am happy to have everybody up here and making comments and talking and just having a great time, especially since uh, here in Texas it is so perfectly, amazingly early in the morning, and I am talking myself to pieces. But that's my thing is be respectful. Be respectful to wherever you're going or whoever you're talking to, whether they be sentient or not. It's just ask them. Say, hey, I understand I'm walking up in your business. I'm in your house. Thank you so much for letting me be here. And if you don't mind, I would like to ask you if you would be willing to give us some sort of evidence that you're really here. We know that it's very difficult for you to communicate with, the human world. We know that you haven't been able to communicate with the human world for quite some time. And if you're willing to, if you're able to, please, here's what I have. They might not understand what this little black box in your hand is. They don't understand what an EMF meter is. Don't use jargon at them. Please talk into my K2 meter, or please talk into my EMF meter. Please talk into my necrophonic app. No, they don't know what the hell that is. You know, it's dumb it down for as much as you can. Dumb it down for them. Do you see this little black box in my right hand? This this black box has the ability to let you speak through it. You know, hey, in my left hand, I'm showing you a piece of equipment that has a green light on it. And if you get close to it, it'll light up. It'll show you different colors. If you get close enough to it, the colors will light up and it'll go from green to yellow to orange to red. And we're happy to have you. Dumb it down for them. That's what I'm saying. Because a lot of these spirits don't know what's doing. Technology has come so far in the very good morning, Aussie. Good morning, Mel. Good morning, everybody. It's morning here. I know it's nighttime there, but it's really early here. It's 8 o'clock in the morning in Texas. So good morning. Hi. How are you? I love you. Thank you for being here. We're talking about communication right now and dumbing it down for the spirits. And I don't mean to demean their intelligence because they could be very intelligent creatures, but you never know who you're talking to. So they could have passed in the 1800s, 1900s, whenever. Dumb it down for them. Say, hey, this is what I'm holding a black box in my hand that has some green lights on it. If you get really close to it, it'll light up different colors. And I would love to see the different colors just to say that you're here. Let us know you're here. Hey, I have this box in my left hand that if you talk into it, do you see that little red light? That little red light gives you a sign as to it's ready to hear you talk. Just talk to them like they're people. Talk to them like they're perfectly sentient beings, but they're not used to the technology that we have right now. Because if they passed away 100 years ago, 50 years ago, even 20 years ago, they're not going to know the technology that we have these days. They're going to be like, what the hell is that? I don't know if I'm making sense or if I'm just sitting here talking to myself ad nauseum. I really don't, it's, excuse me. But it's, you know, talk to them, explain it to them. Don't just say, hey, talking to my K2 meter. Who the hell knows what a K2 meter is 30 years ago? It's, nobody knows what a freaking K2 meter is. Nobody knows what a spirit box is. If you're talking to somebody who passed away 50 years ago, they're not going to know what the hell a spirit box is. Say, explain it, describe it. Do you see this little, gray box? Do you see this little black box? Do you see this little white box in my hand? Describe it to them. make sure that they know what's doing. Yeah. And Mel, I totally and completely love it and appreciate that you came in just to say hi, and thank you so much for coming in and saying hello. I appreciate you coming in and saying hi. And, if you want to check out some videos of mine or other people's, I would totally suggest Grinch 1984. He's fantastic. Past Life Explorer. He's amazing. Through the Veil. Nicole is phenomenal. Paranormal Underworld. He's amazing. Hensley Paranormal. Boots Explorer. I, I'm trying to think as many people as I possibly can while I've got you captive. Um, it's it's amazing. Grinch, you're amazing. I love you, sweetheart. You know I do. And Grinch also, Grinch 1984, you'll see him there in the chat. He also has some seriously hilarious parody musical videos that he does. And just, he's awesome. He really is, guys. You need to go take a look at him. If you're just looking for a break in your day, just to have something amusing to watch, you just want to have a good giggle. If you just want to make your coworkers look at you like, what the hell are they looking at? Why are they laughing so hard? You really need to take a look at Grinch because he's got some seriously funny stuff. He really does. Pardon me. I'm trying to think of as many people as I can to shout out right now, but I really can't because I'm kind of on the spot. I will send you a list over Instagram. Mel, also please find me on Twitter if you have it. I am at Rev Critter. On Instagram, I am at I'm Rev Critter. I'm very, very easy to find. Please hit up Grinch though. He's hilarious. Chris is he's really one of the sweetest, most beautifully genuine men that I have met. And his wife is beautiful and they are amazing and his son is adorable and I love him dearly. All pieces and parts, and I'm not just saying that just to be trite. I'm genuinely speaking. He's an amazing man. He really is. So please go check him out. Ooh, excuse me. I have the hiccups. I apologize. I'm drinking Pepsi and the effervescence is getting to me. So who we got? Oh, Giggles and absolutely. Giggles Giggles plus Paranormal Activity. Can't get any better than that. I'm telling you, it's fantastic stuff. I'm trying really, really hard not to curse right now. I really am because I do have a bit of a potty mouth and I do have to apologize. A couple of channels that you watch, Aussie, are in Idaho. Who? Tell me, and I will totally shout them out. The Spaces Between and Paranormal Portal. Okay, so everybody go check those out. The Spaces Between and Paranormal Portal. God, why? Chris, have I not made you a mod yet? Hello? The hell? There you go. Okay, so now, can you guys hear the sirens? Okay, so we live directly, quite literally directly across the street from a fire station. So yeah, it is 24 hours that we get the sirens and the woo and everything, and it's awesome. It's absolutely fabulous. And here comes Captain Critter from the back porch. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to say good morning to the absolute, total, and complete love of my life, Captain Critter. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. And that's my husband. That's Captain Critter. Grinch says, good morning, Captain.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. And so yes, that is my man. So you'll see him periodically. I'm trying to get him because he's a complete skeptic and he lives with like total like paranormal girl right here. And he is a complete skeptic, totally 100%. So I'm trying to get him to make a channel so he can record his experiences being a skeptic versus living with this right here. Because trust me, this is so Mel, I do too. Girl, shit. I got, uh, I have the vocabulary of a very well educated sailor. I just try to tone it down for YouTube because I don't want to get, even though I'm not monetized yet because I don't have like 10 billion followers yet and like 40,000 bazillion views. But it doesn't matter because I look at that stuff and here we are and we're talking and it's beautiful and it's an amazing thing. And I'm going to drop the link one more time just in case somebody wants to come up and say howdy. And I don't mind being up here by myself. Believe me, I can listen to myself talk for hours. And you'll see exactly how goofy I am. By the way, if you see a mist behind me, wait, where is it? Oh, there. Wait. There we go. There we go. If you see a mist behind me, that's my humidifier. You'll see it changing colors. It is a humidifier. So if you see a wee mist going on behind me, that's what's doing. Occasionally, you will see one of the three cats of doom jumping up and walking behind me and whatnot. My cats are named Ringo, Edie, and Molly, otherwise known as Fluffy Butt, Spastic Cat, and Kitten Chow. So those are the three cats, just to let you know. Yeah, this is scaredy cat. Oh, Mel, a scaredy cat, really? Oh, I'm sorry. See, at least Captain Critter's willing to, if he doesn't sleep forever. At least he's not scared of it. But, and I do have to apologize for the light fluctuations and whatnot. I did just get a new phone, so I am still learning it, and it's learning me. It's a symbiotic relationship. The Legion of Furry Doom. That's right. Grinch, you need to list all of the names of your cats because his cats have absolutely epic names. Um, he does. He totally does. Yes, absolutely, Julie. I agree with you. He is bald and he's got the goatee and everything. But um, I okay. If you guys ever meet me, you'll notice that on this shoulder on the back here, I actually have a tattoo of Aaron Goodwin. It's his Big Steppin' brand iconography. Wait a second. Let me see if I can figure this shit out. Oh, sorry, stuff out. I apologize for being crass. You can kind of see it. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, because I've known these guys for about 10 million years. And so when Aaron started his brand, yeah, I decided that I was going to be um, a really big supporter of it. And so I decided to get a tattoo of the Big Steppin' brand for Aaron. And I did. But yes, Captain Critter is very much bald, very much has the goatee and everything, but he is significantly shorter than Aaron. Aaron is about 6'2". Jefferson, my husband, aka Captain Critter, is 5'6", and I am about 5'6", 6'7". So if you look at pictures, if you look at my Instagram and stuff like that, or my Twitter, you'll see that cute. And oh, your cat's Pandora. Oh, and Cleopatra. Oh, what was the name of the one? Prince Nibbles McGillicuddy. Or earlier, somebody has a cat named Prince Nibbles McGillicuddy. I died. I absolutely died. It was the funniest thing I'd ever heard. So cute. I have to apologize. I'm trying to keep up with the chat, but I'm sitting here listening to myself talk so much that I can't. So one moment, please. I'm giving you hold music. Two of my cats, Ozzy, just to let you know, two out of the three of my cats are solid black. They're brother and sister. They're 2 years old, or excuse me, 10 years old. It's Ringo and Edie. Ringo is Fluffy Butt and Edie is Spastic Cat. So, yeah, we adopted them in February of this year. And they're finally used to us. It's amazing. It's only taken how many months? But, you know, it's awesome. Yeah, Grinch names his cats after his favorite, like, artist, musical artist, which I think is so. It's and I gotta say that Zeppelin is so cute. Zeppelin is the one that keeps coming up on camera, and just super cute. Spaz Cat Fluffy Butt. Yeah. Ooh, we should get all of our cats together and make like a cat. Wouldn't that be awesome? I think it would be hilarious. I hope I'm, entertaining you guys while you're either A, getting ready for work or getting ready to go to bed. And because this is pretty much, you have goats? Oh, you have goats. I love goats. And yes, I do think that it would be a total catastrophe. What? What? Yeah. You guys that don't know me really well or are very new to my channel will realize that I am not necessarily a serious person on camera. When it comes to paranormal investigations and everything, believe me, this shuts down and I go into investigator mode. But on camera and everything, you will see me either, pardon my language, talking shit about people or drinking heavily and making a complete and total ass of myself. And that is proven. So, yeah, it's pretty funny, actually. So it's you can ask Grinch because believe me, he's seen it many times. Oh, hi Sarah. FM perspective, everybody. Please, 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 to the 10th power, please go subscribe to FM perspective. Please. She's awesome. She's amazing. And I'm not just saying that because she's my internet wife, even though she's beautiful, because I have a thing for redheads. That notwithstanding. But she's got some amazing content. She really does. And plus, she's got the absolutely cutest daughter, other than mine, on the face of the planet, Miss Sophia, who I love dearly. So, what do we got? What's going on? Who's really neighbors this early? Okay, so if you haven't checked out my channel yet, you need to check out the stream plural called My Crazy Ass Neighbors. The most recent one was about 4:30 in the morning yesterday. Just We have some seriously crazy ass neighbors, and thank Jesus that we're moving soon because these people are crazy. Oh, good night. Love you, sweetheart. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much, Julie, for everything. Thank you so much for your hospitality and your amazing live stream. Thank you so much. And I look forward to seeing you soon. Have a wonderful sleep. Take care. And say goodnight to your tiny people for me. Okay? Forward you the list. You need the list. You need the list of what? You need, there are many lists. I don't know if you guys can hear the knocking, the banging. I swear. It is 8:26 in the morning here in Critterland, and the rhythmic banging has already started, and I love it. Thank God we're both awake. Otherwise, I would be calling the effing police. Good morning and welcome to ASMR Chat. Let's go. Start doing some actual work. Oh no, Grinch, don't leave me. Don't leave me. I'm gonna start Beaker. I'm gonna have a Beaker moment. No, don't leave me. Is this me being pitiful? Is it working? No, not working. Good night, Ozzy. Take care, sweetheart. Have a wonderful evening. Sleep sweet. Have a great night. Thank you for being here. It is a beautiful morning. It really is. I have oh, the names, the recommended names. You know what? Honestly, just go to my Twitter page, at same name at Reb Critter, and it should have a list of the people that I follow. If not, I'll start posting them because everybody that I follow is quite honestly amazing. Good morning, Jose. Sweetheart, I haven't seen you in a couple of days. How are you? Darling. Oh, how are you doing? Thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate it. It is a good morning now that Sorta Rican is here. Oh, ding ding. My Twitter just my phone just alerted me to something exciting. I don't exactly know what it is, but we're gonna find out pretty soon. Oh, it is CJ Faison commenting on a something or other that he did somewhere other than here. So, Twitter. Um, honestly, if you don't follow CJ, he's great. He really is. He's getting into this whole paranormal thing, and he's doing a pretty damn good job. I do enjoy his videos, and I also enjoy Sunny Deeds because he's just freaking hilarious. And so they're big guys. They're big people. They're not the little guys like we are, but or like I am. I guess I should say. Sorry, I don't mean to call anybody out, but they're not little people like I am. They're big people, but they're funny, and I do enjoy watching their content. I think it's hilarious. Um, what's going on, President? Oh, I heard that. I do think, Jose, I do hope that she's doing well and have been keeping her, in my prayers and everything. So I hope that everything is going okay. I really do. I do. It's it'll get better, sweetheart. I hope so, Sarah. because, you know, moms inherently just, oh, baby. We just start going towards small people and we're like, oh, mine. Meow. And so you're on your way home now. Where were you, for the love of Jesus? Good God. Ding, ding, ding. Like all of a sudden it decided, oh, hey, you're awake. We're going to start sending all the notifications. And okay. Gotcha. I understand completely. And Jose, I'm praying for her, baby. I really am. I seriously am. So know that. And she's got the power of Jesus behind her, baby. Absolutely. Oh, good night, Mel, sweetheart, darling. Go to bed. I know you're way across the universe. Go to sleep. Have a wonderful evening, and thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Um, Find us again soon. Okay. Take care. So, everybody, good morning. Um, Not to try to sound good morning, darling. Take care. Kisses. Um, Everybody on the where are we? The left hemisphere, if you will. Good morning and welcome to Early Morning Critter Chat. I'm your host, Love Critter. Today we'll be discussing nothing. I'm just here talking to myself, and we're just kind of hanging out. So if anybody wants to join me in the chat, there's the link. Have fun. And I know that many people are getting ready for work right now because they do not have the opportunity to be a useless shred of humanity like myself, who does not work. And I am thankful that my beautiful, amazing husband, Captain Critter, um, can have the job that he does and is able to support his slacker wife, because I am not able to work because of my disabilities and whatnot. So, but anyway, good morning and welcome. Welcome to Critter Chat. Um, oh, oh, dear Jesus. I'm getting all sorts of notifications that people that I follow are dropping videos. First one I'd like to shout out is Brandon Ferris. If nobody watches him, you need to. He's hilarious. It's I'm Brandon Ferris, Farris. I'm Brandon Ferris. Please go watch him because it's hilarious. The second one is Maria Gloria, Mariagloria, Maria Gloria. Two A's on both names. They're awesome. The third one is Elton Brown. Elton Brown does not even need any sort of um, introduction or anything. He's awesome. Go watch him. Uh, um, so those are my people that I watch on a daily basis. And every once in a while, YouTube decides to send weird links to me. They decide to send weird stuff to me because apparently YouTube thinks that I like to watch ingrown toenail removal videos and things along those lines. Not exactly sure why, but hey, okay. Yay! I love my tiny girl Sophie. I can't wait to meet her. Oh, Sarah, I was going to tell you, I'm thinking about actually doing an explore at oh God, what do they call it? I can't remember the real name, but I call it Rancho Apocalypse. Um, what's the what's the name of it? Mount. Doodlebug, Mount Carmel Center, the Branch Davidians in Waco. I'm seriously considering it, and I know that it's not too terribly far from you. So that's something that I'm considering doing. If you're interested in that, let me know. So I know you've got short people, little bitty people, little bitty people, and so taking them to school right after. That's fine. You know what? It's the beginning of the school year, and if you ask my personal opinion, those babies don't need to be in a public school right now. Those babies need to be home. Period. End of sentence. Um, he does. I don't know if you can hear Captain Critter behind me or not, but he works at Dallas ISD, and those babies need to be at home because with all the BS and the cooties and whatnot, I'm not going to name anything specifically because I don't want to be demonetized, even though I'm not even monetized right now. Um, those babies need to be at home. They do not need to be around other kiddos. But that is my personal opinion. The opinions and products spoken of in this chat are the sole opinion of the host, Rev Critter, and do not reflect the opinions of the broadcaster, which happens to be either StreamYard or YouTube. So, viewer discretion is advised. This is an adult channel and not recommended for children under the age of 18 years old. Parents are solely responsible for taking care of the visual representations that their children happen to watch. And if the parents can't control their kids, then that ain't my problem. Thank you so much and have a nice day. This is your public appearance. Thank you. All right, this is your Captain Critter PSA. But yeah, you know, I don't even know. So Captain Critter is getting ready to go to work right now. He's in stealth mode. He's got his mask on and his sunglasses. Holy Mary, mother of blazing saddle. Hi, I'm kissing a mask. Um, that doesn't even seem like I was kissing anything. It's like, yeah. Oh, hi. Okay, that counted. Yay. Uh, but so anywho, I just kind of wanted to say hello this morning and I don't know, kind of just hang out, see what's doing. Okay, Jose, I love you too, baby. Have a good day at work. Okay, can you lock the door behind you? Phone, wallet, keys. Yeah, got all the shit. Got all your stuff, tools, backpack, mask, sunglasses. Beautiful. I love you. Kitty hairbrush, don't need that. Okay, love you. Have a good day, baby. See you soon. Sorry. I had to say goodbye to Captain Critter because he's going to work. And now I'm home all alone and I'm a little paranoid. Okay, Jose, I will keep an eye out for you. Uh, but anywho, I just wanted to, say good morning to everybody or good night or wherever you are. This is not a time zone limited stream. And yes, spectacles, testicles, Walton Wash. You heard him, didn't you? I hate that when he says it because I just think it's totally disrespectful, but that's just my religious training. Anyway, hi. Oh, I can hear the smart car of doom starting up, so I actually know that he's leaving this time. It's not one of those he leaves and comes back, leaves and comes back, and like 6 times in a row because he keeps forgetting things. Right? I'm not shutting. I love you, Sarah. I don't know what you're doing. Anyway, did you hear me about Sarah? Did you hear me about Rancho Apocalypse or Mount Davidian or whatever? I would totally. I really do want to go. I will drive the 2 hours to get down to Waco to go just to walk around and whatnot because I know that it's open to a point, but not totally open because it's still it's an open church. They have security there that is they don't want too many people wandering around. But I figure if I throw the minister card at them, maybe they'll let me in. I hate to play that card, but maybe. Anything for my viewers. If I can get a good look at Mount Carmel and the Branch Davidian complex and everything or what's left of it, I would really like to because ever since that happened, I think that it would be extremely cool to investigate and just kind of see what I can find because I remember watching that and it was quite fascinating. So, hey, there's Jose. Everybody, I want you to welcome Puerto Rican. Hello, good morning, Jose.
Buenos dias. Good morning.
Good morning, my love. How are you doing?
Pushing myself. I'm tired. Had a lot on my mind with everything I just told you.
Right.
It's basically people are wondering. Well, that's your son's mom. I'm going to sum it up. We're still good friends. We just can't be a couple.
As well, you should be.
A lot of back and forth struggles over the years. She's finally kind of coming into her own recently. Went through stuff, but unfortunately, her little one, as she was taking care of her other son, who's fully autistic and changing his diaper, her daughter, the 3-year-old, decided to go in the kitchen. Wanted to. She's in that 3-year-old phase of playing with buttons. Played with the stove.
Right.
She had a crock pot with an oven mitt on the lid because she had just checked it, and then her son needed a diaper change.
Right.
Well, with the burner on, it caught the wiring. Everything fire started a stove and kitchen fire into part of the wall, the cabinets and stuff. The fire department kept it contained, but they tried with a extinguisher. The first officer on the scene. It was way too big for that to happen. So basically the apartment's uninhabitable from water damage, but it was contained to the dining room. Part of the living room was damaged from the stuff, but she had renter's insurance, this and that. So, and thank God the kids are out. The thing is, all that she was on housing assistance for the time being and stuff. So a lot of it's going to be covered, but it's going to be time for the paperwork, everything, from all these agencies. Yeah. Right. But yesterday she came by here, to stop in, after something like this, she wanted to see our son, and stuff like that. She was going to run to the store and stuff, but her bag, she's been, for a while now, she's had a tube in her kidney to drain. A little over a month ago, she was pretty much, septic. Her system, everything was shut down. So the tube. Well, the tube started leaking. She went to the ER so they could just replace the tube. Good morning.
Good morning, baby.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Bien, y tú? Long story short, she went there for one thing. They replaced the bag, but the doctor somehow, the ER doctor, didn't really know much. And go figure, there's no one in an ER or in a hospital for urology at any point, even for emergency, whatever.
Of course not, because they're specialists.
Yeah, but this ER doctor didn't know what he was doing. Somehow made it worse. Her kidney and bag wasn't draining. Long story short, now she has to go back for a surgery this morning on top of everything that happened. to put in a whole new drainage thing.
You find shit like that happening more and more.
Hmm.
Like they are just there
And
to do a job.
and now they're
They don't
saying, well,
care
it
anymore.
looks like she may be going that quickly into sepsis because it's not draining her kidney. But they're the ones
Well,
that botched it. So, they're going to do what they can, try to hope she don't. But it's like one
Well.
thing, she's at a point, which I understand, like what next?
right,
And then,
exactly.
and then there's a whole other issue that from the timing and stuff, Child Protective showed up at her boyfriend's house
No.
Damn.
because in so many wordings,
Motherfuckers.
she couldn't remember the wording at the time when she was telling me, but that basically like being an what do you call some about not an unfit parent or anything or neglect, but like improper supervision of a 3-year-old. Even though she's
You're
changing,
kidding.
she's a single mom tending to her other child who has soiled himself, an autistic child. So now they're coming up with questions, this, that, and it's like everything hitting a fan.
You don't have to let CPS in your house
The
unless they
thing
No,
have
is,
some
it,
kind of warrant.
but it was the boyfriend's house, but because a police agency, they didn't say it, but there was no one else to call except a proper thing. And here in Jersey, it's a lot different. They're sneakier and stuff, but she's staying up for her rights. But on initial, you have to be cooperative to a
Oh,
certain extent. Now,
yeah.
she couldn't say they couldn't come into the boyfriend's home because technically it's even his parents' home, his older
right,
parent. So
right.
there's that they have to obtain permission, but from there they could see she's been in the past. She was involved with them because of those kids' father. It was a domestic issue stemming from him, which involved DPS. So now they're trying to throw up all that old caseload stuff.
God.
And way back, her and I had to call an issue, and that's why I'm a single dad, and her and I not separate, not together as well, because she was getting out him, but thank God nothing. But it got blown out again here, Jersey, and lots of those agencies like to blow it up way beyond. But the last time something happened involving those kids and that father, they decide to pay a visit to my house and stuff. Well, it's a wellness check. I said, first of all, that has nothing to do with me.
Right.
That incident was with another father. So why are you checking the welfare of my son? Well, she's been in that incident that you are investigating happened there and then. So I'm now stressed that because they showed up like 2 days after the last time, I'm waiting for that knock at my door. And I warned him
Right.
last time, you show up at my door, it's now harassment and then some. Because what? If I live in another state and she does something, you're going to track me down through another state and check
Right.
on the welfare of my. This is a fire. This is another issue. You don't have to. So my mind's
Exactly.
been all around trying to still be
Sorry
friends,
you're going through all that.
and it's overall, I'm glad that nothing happened. I'm trying to
Yeah.
be there for her, but it's the little side things. I feel bad. I'm a human being, and that's my son's mom. I try
Exactly.
to every relationship I've been in, I tried to look. Okay, it doesn't work. Let's hold something. That's not always going to happen. Sometimes people just really don't get along or whatever. But I try. But it is a messed up situation on top of a situation like what more? So I feel bad.
Definitely.
I'm trying to help, but
Right.
I get heated when it comes to agencies like that. That
Me too.
the reason being is there's so much far worse. And Jersey,
They're corrupted it like bad.
let's put it this way: the last agency, the last office that came by because of her incident,
Yeah.
is the same office months prior that a worker took their life in that office.
Whoa.
No, sir.
Hmm. On top of other issues with multiple complaints against caseworkers.
Thank you.
And this worker that came to see me came from my
Thank
closest office. I said, oh, no, no,
I
no.
don't need this
You
part.
guys really have more issues amongst yourselves, and you're going to come here over something that's none of them.
What's better than
So
losing it?
I'm stressed because every time there's a knock
you.
at my door or, you know, the main hallway to the neighbors, I hear the door. I'm like, is that going to be the knock where I'm going to have
Right.
to get heated and tell them this has nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
Exactly. And Jose, I can tell you right now
Mhm.
that I have had the exact same experience with my son and
Mhm.
his father,
Mhm.
and his father's current wife.
Mhm.
They have had 9
Mhm.
CPS cases
Mhm.
filed against them,
Mhm.
and so far in the last 2 years.
Mhm.
And I keep coming up with it because I'm, of course, the mom.
Mhm.
My son lives with his father.
Mhm.
And so every time a case comes up or whatnot, they come to me and they're like, hey, do you know anything about, or do you have anything to do with? So believe me, I get you. I got
And
you.
in some
I
ways,
understand.
I know it's frustrating, but I understand the fact that he lives with his father. But
Right.
in a situation like this, my son does not physically reside
Right.
there. Just like the last time they came, I said, what
Right.
you're looking at has no bearing to this household. And then they want to fish. Oh, well, we're going to check his school for what? So
Yeah.
after
Exactly.
I started doing research, and I warned
Yeah.
them. Now this time, if they show
Yeah.
up, I'm going to tell them I'm not answering anything. If you want to see if my son's doing well, one, technically he's overweight, according to the doctors and all that. Okay. So I want to hear from you then. If you want to physically check him, tell him to strip down right here in front of the courtyard. So there are no
Right. Right. Right.
problems and stuff. But then I will I'll have to type up some formally certified mail telling them to cease and desist.
Hmm.
So they can't claim they didn't
Yeah.
get it, no workers, no BS, because that has to be signed for. And I
Yes.
will tell them, I
Exactly.
will at that point, since I have to put this in writing, am going to follow up with a lawyer because there's no
Yeah.
need. That
Yeah.
means no matter if I've thought about if I move out of state, what if something, God forbid, happens? It's not her fault, but they get involved. I'm going to get a knock in a different state because
Right.
it doesn't make sense.
Hmm.
Whether I'm the next town over,
Right.
halfway across the state, or halfway across the country,
Yeah.
there is no involvement of myself or my son. To
But
me, it does
because
not justify
you're the other parent, you're the other legal parent,
checking.
you're automatically, because trust me, I get you. I get you. If
Mhm.
something happens because you are the other legal parent, they're automatically going to come to you and say, "Hey, what's doing?" I fucking don't know. He doesn't live
Well,
with
that's
me.
the thing. That's the
Hey,
thing. But
JBD.
well, last time,
Hey,
well,
JBD.
my issue was like, okay, first of all, from prior, they screwed up the records and all. Somehow they listed the 2 other kids with their father's last name, who they also have in their records, his last name, and obviously his children. Somehow,
Mm-hmm.
one of the other kids is shared with me and her. This is how thorough this agency is. And it's not the first mistake. Like,
What?
okay, you just came from there. You see the last name. There are no adoption records. In your file, it shows he's the biological father. How do you have it that I have now a second child of his with the mother biologically? How? And you're
Yeah.
coming at me with information, looking for information. I said you are
Right.
untrustworthy. I'm not
Yeah.
divulging. You have information from the past. Look it up yourself, but you're not coming here to check on the welfare of my child. That has nothing to do with a domestic situation between her and those kids' father. I
Right.
was a
See,
matter of
and I
her.
thought, God, I thought Texas was screwed up. Jesus.
Mm-mm. You know, and they that worker got the point, quickly closed the case because I said I don't need anything from you. We're good. If there was an issue, you would have known. There's no issue with the schools because they had to report it. No one
Right.
made the call. So that's the other thing too. Say, are you here because you got a call specifically for me in my household? No, you're here because of that. All I know is I'll tell you what I'm going to tell you is this.
Mm-hmm.
She's a good mom. She's a single parent. trying the best she can with two toddlers, one being fully autistic and under medical issues. Oh, uh-oh. I hope I didn't drive her away.
No. She's mobile, so we might have lost her. So it's okay.
Come back. Hey, Dustin.
Come back, Sarah.
So, needless to say, my sleep hasn't been good because every time, I hear noise, whatever, my mind, as you can tell, gets going.
Right.
I'm concerned, not
I
just
get
for
it.
her, and, even with them being involved, like, she went through a fire. Now she's in the hospital. Her blood pressure was dangerous when she went in. She didn't realize, and they said they had, EKG, like, make sure she wasn't having a stroke and not knowing it. But it's like, but I know that's part of the stress of it all. And then here's this agency, like, the first thing too, when they saw the bag in her house, and all was like, well, what's going on medical? And she's like, first of all, if this is not an official investigation, full blown, you don't need to know. Two, before you even go down that route, I had the surgery and I've been taking care of these two kids since the surgery of this. So there is no neglect there. I can take care of the children. If anything, I need help lifting some things like grocery shopping.
Yeah.
So that does not constitute, anything of like neglect or.
Right.
So
no, you're
anyway,
fine.
So anyway, right now it's just been like every time I hear the neighbors go in and out, it's like I'm waiting for that knock. So it's that anxiety and stress.
Yeah, I get it.
And they can show up whenever. My neighbor, my one part of the couple upstairs, one works at like 5 a.m. So when I heard them, going out to, I guess, warm up to climb that, I'm like, is this them at 5 a.m? So I've been up since 5 going like.
Ringo.
But that's getting
Ringo, the paranormal cat, just got behind me. So if you see anything weird, that's Ringo, cat.
So that's it. I got that off my chest, getting people caught up. It's a long day, still waiting to see what she's going on. But I am still relatively happy, revved up because I made my coffee probably a little too strong. So that's not helping some of the anxiety. It's giving me energy, but it's probably like,
Good.
At this point, if I would have known that, I would have just put the grinds in my mouth and poured water through.
Indeed, I got you, and believe me, I understand completely. If I decided to go into the whole drama that is my son and his father,
there's a lot more, but
everything there is so much. But I just want you to understand that I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I understand
part of their perspective with you because the son's with his father. But if your son was living with you, and let's say that, but yet there's an incident with, the father's other half and whatever, and any other kids involved, they should not be coming to you to check on your son, even if it's joint custody and stuff. If they, what I'm saying, not present in the home or at the time of the happening and stuff. What if they didn't see each other for a year? Oh, well, we need to check on why. Nothing's happened this year. You're looking into someone else. Like, and that's what they really do overstep their rights and bounds without informing purposely. There's a lot of caseworkers that have quit protective services and spilt the beans on these agencies and horribly how they do things. Purposely too.
And I am not going to say anything in a disgruntled manner towards the particular county that has to do with my son's case.
Now, I'm not.
However, I will say, I will say that why the hell they let him stay with the household that he remains to be in
after
eludes me.
Yeah, so many times. If it's been so much of concern,
it eludes me as to,
and that's where I have the issues of the system of it and stuff like that. Like,
yes,
but yet there are cases that are pretty much point blank horrific cases, and then you don't do. But then there are point blank cases that there's nothing really going on, nothing justified. But yet, like, it's that versus that I get upset for. That goes for any matter. I'm not going to get into politics, but current politics,
I got you.
it's the hypocrisy, BS kind of system stuff. But like I said, why come to me? Why?
Right. Trust me,
and also, they stated that the fire marshal, the inspector and stuff for the fire, deemed it an accident, and yet they're coming to her. They said, "Well, the fire marshal deemed it an accident." Okay, that's not official enough for you. That's what you go by all the time. All these
right. If the arson inspector is calling it an accident, then just hello. What else do you need?
No, it becomes a fishing expedition. But yet I've known in the past, even from friends when I was growing up, that were in horrific situations, and they just say, "Oh, everything's fine," until worst case scenarios have happened.
Right, and it makes you think. What else is doing? What else is going on that they think that there might be something doing? And it's then you get that whole suspicion thing going on in your mind, and it just starts this whole other level.
It begins like almost for me, because of past with them and stuff, almost a paranoia or a paranoid.
Hey, PTSD,
Dave. Hey. So I become it sets off triggers of anxiety and stress, but then like PTSD because of everything I've gone through that is now done. Just forgiveness. I may not forget it, but by actions, how from her and I to currently now, how she's grown up and changed for her kids, I will advocate for her that there are no more shenanigans. She was in a situation that she didn't think clearly and was scared and thought, she knew better until it became a domestic issue. But since then, she has finally gave in, doing the right things, found someone that loves those kids, that not their kid, and now on top of a fight, and now her you're gonna come harass me, and then inquire about me and the other no.
I got you. I got you on this. I do.
But anyway,
because it's so
you get where I'm coming from. That every time I know probably from you that every time the door knocks, it's somewhere in your mind, especially if you
it's like, who's knocking on my freaking door,
Mm-hmm. Especially if you hear drama, kind of, you're like, drama's coming. Does this mean more is coming? But anyway, aside from that,
and especially if you've seen the videos with my crazy ass neighbors, and every time I hear a knock on the door, I don't know if it's my door or if it's theirs. I don't know if it's Carrollton PD coming to see them or me.
Well,
and it's just
I live in an apartment complex, and they're either someone's here for in trouble or to go to court because of non-payment rent. So you in these doors, when someone bangs on the next part of the apartment complex, you don't know, is it their door, my door,
exactly.
But anyway,
okay, so I need to go get a beverage. So you two chat. You guys just discuss. You got the link in the chat. If anybody wants to come up, please do. You're welcome to. And I'll be right back.
We can only let you in. We can't let you in, but
but you can sit there in the basement until I get back. I just need one more glass of Pepsi.
I hate the term basement. I like calling it like the green room. At least
that's right, the green room.
But don't be a diva like, well, I only want like yellow M&Ms and stuff. Don't do that.
Okay, I'll be right back. I promise. I'll be right back.
How are you, sir? How are you? It is like 7 a.m. for you, isn't it? Or 8 a.m.?
Yeah, it's 9 right now, and I'm good. I'm just having technical difficulties. My phone keeps dying.
First, I want to say, as you heard, things are crazy, so I haven't gotten back to you with all the other stuff. But everyone, my word, it doesn't mean a lot, but I don't just go out and endorse and stuff. I endorse FM wholeheartedly for the short amount of time. He's accomplishing a lot and sharing others and being super supportive and positive. And I know people, we all go through our things and stuff, but she's a great mom. She does what she does. She stays busy and positive. And
I appreciate that.
That's why I said I wanted to do something. My channel's always been trying to help and stuff. Hey, Coach, welcome back. And I'm horrible at editing. Sometimes my patience with editing with a 10-year-old in the background is like,
oh my gosh.
I do the live, so it's just easier that way. I can mute if he comes in and out and stuff. But to sit there and find the program and something that's user friendly for me, I'm not that technical, but oh, okay. Oh, still lurking, working. I'll wait till she comes back. But morning, Dorius. Morning, Mr. Grinch, Dustin. Thank you for stopping in with the farting rooster. Hope everyone's doing well. Dustin, hope work was well. I know you work long nights and stuff. But at night is the best time you'll catch stuff when everyone's quiet and stuff. So, I'm waiting for that, waiting for you to one day pop up. Holy sheep shite, I caught something really awesome. But how's everyone still doing? How's everyone's morning going? It is, what, Wednesday? Dang it, I don't even know what time. I think it's Wednesday. Sorry, she hit the wrong button. So I'll be up. She accidentally hit the home button, so she might be in the back. It's morning.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's all right. But I just want to say, what? For the short amount of time, that you've been on Facebook, you're doing YouTube and stuff. You're doing well, but your positivity.
Thank you.
And I like how you carry that positivity even into the paranormal part too. You give this essence of rather than going out as many people that it's evil, it's a poltergeist, you treat it as the human perspective. That it's a and to me that's very refreshing that you do it across the board, because you see people that do variety channel, they're one way and it's all like big characters that they're doing, and it's no.
What irritates me, honestly, what irritates me is when people say it's a demon. They automatically assume it's a fucking demon. It's not a goddamn demon. Good morning, Dave, or afternoon where you are, sweetheart. Hello, darling.
Hey, Dave.
Good morning, Dave.
It's afternoon.
No, I agree.
Hello, my love.
Hello, it's afternoon here, actually, Rev.
Yeah, it's afternoon there.
Dave, if you don't mind me asking, where are you coming from? I'm
in Manchester, UK.
He's in Manchester.
Wow.
Manchester, UK, yeah.
Manchester, UK.
Paranormal and stuff. I would have to live there, win the lottery, and live there 6 months just to hit from the unknown local spots to place, because there's so much paranormal history based on history.
Yeah, it's heavy here, man.
You don't even have to be in a building. Just the land itself has gone through so much that you can sit in the middle of a field or probably just on any road and catch something. To me, it's that, and also fantastic and beautiful compared to what's in the U.S. Maybe I'm biased in that statement because I live near New York City, and there's only so much you can fall in love with New York City of tall buildings and stuff. But no, I wish I could be over there.
You can stand in the middle of the street and have something happen over here. Yeah, it's pretty rife for it. Weirdly, a lot of people in the UK would love to get over to the US to do some investigations.
There's a lot of people that first they want to come see New York City, and then from there, they want to trek to all these, the usual like Waverly all the way to California to you know, the Queen Mary and other places, you know, so it
You
is
eat
odd.
that cheese stick, girl.
I'm
Look how
getting
she
me some cheese sticks. Shut up.
I always wanted to go to the underground, the like London Underground and stuff like
Oh,
that,
yeah.
because that from the World War II and stuff is supposed to be really infamously haunted,
Right.
and the shutdown stations. I would love to hit there first.
It is.
One day we
I've-
will.
I've been there many years ago, but I've been there and it was an amazing experience and I cannot wait to go back.
There are a lot of underground tunnels in this country underneath cities. A lot of catacombs that were made to hide the monks from the reformations of King Henry VIII. So that there are a lot of old buildings with hidden passages and walkways built into the walls and stuff.
And
Yeah,
there's a lot
lot going
that goes back to what? Even the Roman eras, right? When the Romans were in there, there's a lot of stuff from back then, right? Old stuff on the ground,
I live close to the site of what was known as Melandra Fort. A Roman fort is 2 miles away from where I live.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
But we don't have Gettysburg, we don't have Gettysburg, so I'd rather go over there.
Woo! There'd be apparitions floating around over Gettysburg. I just know it.
Gettysburg is insane.
Yeah, a friend of the family, when I was younger, used to be a reenactor, and she had, before YouTube and stuff like that, and before cell phones, you had the old VHS camcorders, and they recorded during the day. People think night, no, during the day for a place like that. That they're setting up before the, early morning before they do the reenactments, before they let guests in. They would hear cannon fire and regiments. You hear like, the feet of soldiers sometimes on the asphalt and ground next to you. And a lot of them would stay overnight. They're doing a weekend thing, so they tent out there. They have their RV. And through the night, they'd have to have people go check, make sure none of the newbies are screwing around with the guns and stuff. And no. So Gettysburg.
Rev.
Yeah.
Rev, I was going to tell you, like, this is how our minds are just so alike, okay? Like, I watched that show about the Mount Carmel on Netflix. And 2 months ago, I told my husband, I said, look, not only is it a hit show on Netflix and would kind of interest people, I said, can you only imagine the activity that is just going on over there, because it was so traumatic, especially all those kids that passed away. I felt like 2 months ago that I wanted to go out there and investigate. I just didn't have anybody to do it with, because I feel like I would like to communicate with these people and just see if there's anybody out there that has anything to say. And
if at all possible. Yeah.
Yes. And I never claim to be able to help somebody move on, and I don't think anybody can, because nobody knows how it works.
Right.
But I believe, just like you can counsel people in life, you can kind of give people advice, even if they're not here anymore. And
are you going to see the Branch Davidians then, are you, Rev? Are you going to Waco?
We both live between FM and I. We both live about 2 hours away, in opposite directions. And
because
I'm in Dallas, she's in Cameron, so about 2 hours away in either direction. Waco is right in the middle.
Oh, you know what's happening then. You both got to hit that place together,
Yeah,
yes,
exactly. So that's what we're trying to plan, is to go to Rancho Apocalypse and see what's doing, because that is one place that I would very, very much like to go to. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it before we go to Lake Shawnee or after I get back from Lake Shawnee, but in either direction, I'm going.
Yeah. Yeah. Count me in. But I talked to a friend that lives in Waco about it a month ago, and he said that you just got to be careful. We might.
Well, I know that I lost your audio, sweetheart. I know that we've got to be careful because there are no trespassing signs, but if the gate is open, that if the gate is open, you're pretty much free to go in and out. It's one of those things that it's kind of a judgment call, and I don't know if I need to play the Reverend card.
Mhm.
I hate to
Mm.
say, you know.
Well, you know what? You could always go prepared that, look, you know, whatever, depending when you go, that if you play the Reverend card and that you're there just to pray over the site kind of thing, you know, like
Exactly.
a memorial, a
Exactly.
quiet prayer, bring something, flowers, whatever, and
Oh
just
shit!
do
I
it,
lost
you know.
Sarah.
Yeah, I'd say go prepared in case, you know, like
Right.
you know, like fake but beautiful flowers to say, I'm just here to, you know, give peace and stuff to
Well,
whatever.
if anything,
Yeah,
all I've got to do is just take, some business cards and say, hey, listen, look me up,
yeah.
and it's just like, it's not like I haven't been a registered ordained minister with the Unitarian Church of Texas since 1997. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm
And
on record, it's look
and
me
that
up.
you're
I'm
there,
cool.
you're there with for good intentions by that. You know,
Yeah,
that's where most of these places worry is the control and knows of bad intentions. Like
exactly.
if
People
you
just
can,
wanting to go there for the, for the spectacularism, if you will, and pardon the cat behind me. But the whole just wanting to make a spectacle of it all. Oh, this is where the British Davidians were, and ooh,
Mm.
No, that's not what I'm there for. I'm there more for the urbex of
Mhm.
it,
Mhm.
just to kind of get an idea of what's
Yeah,
doing. And if I happen to catch something paranormal,
yeah.
then yay, bonus.
See, that's the
But
part I enjoy, whether it's paranormal or urbix, when you bring the human and historical story behind where you
mhm,
are and reason more so. A lot
right,
of places, in my opinion, that although popular, just for a list sense, I would say I've been there. However, there's a strong part of me nowadays that would say, like for Waverly, Eastern State, and a lot of really popular places,
right.
for investigating, I don't think I would enjoy for varied reasons. One, it's popular.
It's very
And
popular.
we had the discussion the last time about energies being put forth. So to me, it's now a tainted site.
Hmm.
The,
And
the, the
you
story
don't,
of the spirits that really needed the help or want a message or trying to communicate are probably long buried on top of what people wanted, the sensationalism, that energy
mhm,
put forward to whatever they conjured up to. And that's why when a lot of, and I hate to say this, a lot of tubers that I know and enjoy, when they say they're going to Waverly, it doesn't interest me to watch. You
right.
know,
And
pop,
exactly
like
how many people have you seen that have been to Mount Carmel?
that's the thing I enjoy. The
You know,
unknown, the
how many people
story.
have been there? Not very many people have done investigations. And pardon my crappy ass tripod here, real quick. I'm trying to fix it. Not very many people have been to Mount Carmel, and that is why I want to go.
Mhm.
And because not only is it just it's a very historical site, even though it's very recently historical,
Mhm.
but in the last 20 years. But it's a very historical, it's a very poignant site, and it's someplace that I really think that I need to go.
Mhm.
You
And
know?
also, it's paranormal wise, it's a very charged. You couldn't get
Oh
more
my,
charged than what
oh
happened.
my,
So yeah,
yes, oh my, yes.
like
I
that's
mean,
why
it is.
for me, the UK is a big deal because there are places that are not, the bucket list areas, but pretty much anywhere you
Right,
could go there and find something, as opposed to
right,
here, it's a little more, you know,
right.
specific, but
Exactly. But this is a place that not very many people have been, and I apologize for hitting the wrong button there, but I'm trying to work out the tripod from hell. So I
so
apologize
what's your
for giving you
opinion, Dave?
nostril cam right now.
What's your take, opinion, or like for you? as far as that.
Which one of us, me or
No,
Dave?
Dave.
On what? Sorry, sir.
On Rancho Apocalypse, Mount Carmel, the Branch Davidians.
Well, I mean, obviously, due to the events that happened, there's not a lot there apart from the earth it stood on. I know that on the road opposite, or across the road opposite, is I think it was a green and white building where there was a sniper position that the SWAT team set up. I think that building's still standing.
It is.
And I think you can get access to that. Over here in the UK, there hasn't been anybody prosecuted for trespass for over 100 years. It just doesn't stand up in court over here. That's it. You've got right to roam. You know, I don't know about if you're breaking into somebody's property, obviously, then you're breaking into somebody's property. But if there's an entryway in and you can get in there, then you're good to go. I mean, I think
if I'm not mistaken, even in Scotland, I don't know if it is in the UK, but in Scotland at least, I know that there is not a trespass law that you can basically go anywhere. Is that correct?
You even if you have private land, you're allowed to have access to it.
Okay.
And if there have been people crossing that land for a period of time, it's like they call it ancient rights of way. So you're allowed to go across that land no matter what. It's very difficult to be prosecuted or taken to court or held accountable for walking anywhere in the UK now, England, Scotland, Wales, or Northern Ireland. And the same in the Republic of Ireland as well.
Okay.
I mean, I think with what went down, I mean, we've got varied accounts of what actually happened, haven't we, at Mount Carmel? But you would think if they were in a religious state of understanding where they were at. I mean, I have heard some recordings that were taken on the day that aren't really in the public domain, but you can find them, that were taken from inside the building, suggest to me that the Branch Davidians were anything but calm. They were terrified for their lives.
Correct.
The women and children were held in the bunker area where the kitchen is. They were being asphyxiated by the smoke from the fire and from the gases that had been put in by from the FBI. So I would consider it to be a massively charged place with energy in some way, shape, or form.
I agree with you completely. And the only reason that I have not been down there since the incident, if you will, is because, frankly, I haven't had the time. And I hate to say that, but I've had other things in my life that have taken precedence. But now that I have the time to go down there and say, okay, I'm going to focus on this. I want to see it. I want to live it. I want to breathe it. I want to see what's doing, because enough time has passed now that I think that it's dissipated enough, not completely, obviously, but it's dissipated enough to the point that I can go there without getting so completely overwhelmed that it's going to have a very traumatic effect on me, if that makes any sense at all.
Can I ask you two a question then, please?
Yes.
Sure.
Do you think that when there's been an event at a location that's been traumatic, or and the atmosphere will be highly charged because of that, and as paranormal investigators, researchers, however people want to label us, do you think that there is a time when it's insensitive or irreverent to go there? Do you think there should be like a cooling off period just out of respect?
I do.
I do too. To me, especially given in a social media sense, that is being disrespectfully opportunistic, and especially there's some that's almost like a cash grab, and that's all. And to me, that's highly disrespectful. That would be like someone's getting buried and you just showing up that day at a funeral.
Right.
Like you let the mourning, time to mourn, not just for the human element, the live people, but for the spirits to kind of deal with whatever trauma is going on to quite an extent. This should be out of respect in general. If we don't do it in life, we don't do it at an event, a traumatic experience like that. Then to me, it would be akin to almost like grave robbing as soon as the person's buried as well. You're not, or someone goes through something, they're getting hit with like, the media just flooding them, like, what happened, blah, blah, blah. Like, I just went through this. We just went through this. Spirits are going to be confused. Spirits are going to be, no, you should not go, in my opinion, immediately after. There should be, a cool down period. Now, as to when and how long, that I can't answer. But I would say, depending on the extent and stuff, definitely like something like that, Branch Davidian, that would be like, let's say 9/11, you give it quite a bit of time and stuff,
An individual, I would say give it 3 months, at least, before you go and try to invade their privacy, if you will. But something as absolutely freaking traumatic. I mean, there were over 75 people that lost their lives there, and I give it a good 3 months per person, if you will,
Pardon me.
because no, you're good. If you give it 3 months per person, because everybody has their adjustment period, whether they're corporeal or not. There's a good 3 month adjustment period between, if you have a traumatic experience happen to you, say, if I were to go through something ridiculously traumatic, and I have in my life, trust me, there's a good adjustment period of at least 3 months that you have to just kind of chill, and I assume the same for those who are no longer corporeal, and that they have that adjustment period that they need to kind of get used to, what's doing in their lives or non-lives, if you will, however you want to look at it. So I've always been one of those ones that, because I've been clinically dead 3 times, I have my own residual energy on a road in North Texas, and we won't get into that right now. But there is an apparition of me that shows up on a road because that's where I died the first time. It's really weird. I want to go and see it, but I'm kind of creeped out about that.
Yeah.
But I've given it so much time now that I think that things have settled down enough that the spirits are cool with it, that they are okay with where they are, hopefully. And that they know that that's where they are. And if they want to go anywhere else, that's their choice. I'm sure that there have been multitudes of explorers and paranormal people and religious people out there saying, hey, go to the light or whatever, but maybe they weren't ready to go yet. But I think that now it's been enough time that if somebody else were to come out and say, hey, I just want to talk, I want to see what's doing, are you okay? If not, what do you want to talk about?
Yeah.
Are you cool? And, just talk to them like they did when they were still living.
Yeah, exactly.
That I do think that there is an adjustment period, and it's just a respectful thing, because if somebody dies and you go out there 4 days later, they're still going to be like, wait, what? Huh? What? No, I'm not ready. No. And they're going to be really aggressive about it. But if you give them enough time to adjust to the change, they're more apt to be susceptible to listening.
Yeah, to interaction and positive interaction.
Exactly. And I don't know how I'm coming. I hope I'm coming across.
Yeah, I'm totally getting what you're saying. 100%. Yeah. I look at it like this. It's the same as counselling in real life. Obviously, I know you do, and this is what I do. I'm a therapist and counsellor. And sometimes people aren't ready.
You and I both. Yeah.
there needs to be an adjustment period from the
Yeah.
event up until when people are ready to open up, which leads me to another question. And I know this isn't my channel or my stream. I'm just interested.
No, get
Is,
you some.
there are channels out there. There are investigators. I'm not going to name them because it doesn't serve a purpose. That are famous for
Fair
doing
enough.
spirit box sessions and things like that, calling out
Mhm.
famous people on the day that they die. So, you know, like Michael Jackson being one of the bigger ones and putting it up on YouTube to get many views because of that. What are your thoughts on that? Just out of interest.
No. Because at that particular moment in time, the only I want to say Jesus knows, but I don't even know if he does, because, you know, quite frankly, I don't know. I'm just a person. I'm not a deity, but God, who knows if that particular person even knows at that moment in time what's going on.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like you've got to give them some sort of adjustment period, because, I mean, even if you start a new job, for crying out loud, you're going to need some sort of adjustment period to get comfortable. I mean, just imagine you start a new job, you've got to get used to new people, new places, new things, new ways of doing things, new protocol, blah, blah, blah. But just think about when you immediately go, I mean, just wham, from alive to dead. What? I mean, there's got to be this time frame that you're just like, holy shit, pardon my language, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got to be like, what the hell just happened?
Yeah.
What? Wait, whoa, I can't, wait, what? You know,
Yeah.
I can only imagine how confusing it would be for somebody to be just lambasted into from immediate life to just death. Boom.
Yeah.
Just
That's the thing.
solid.
I know you
How
do, Red-Headed
confusing.
Stepchild. I'm sure you totally know who I'm referring to, but if you'd not say it, that'd be cool.
You're right. I got you, Red. I got you, Red. Absolutely, baby. But you know, how confusing is it to just stop motion immediately? You know, how hard would that be for you? I can't even imagine. I don't even want to imagine. But it's got to be one of the most absolutely confusing and heartbreaking and just upsetting, and just that would piss me off. You know?
I think the human element as well, the fact that the relatives that are left behind becoming aware
Right.
that somebody's trying to do it too is a little bit disrespectful in a massive way.
Exactly. And I agree with you completely. And it's just like, you know, give us a minute to adjust. You know, give us a minute to adjust to this person no longer being in our lives. Don't come at me right away saying, how do you feel? What do you think? What do you blah, 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 blah. I don't even know right now. I can't even discern night or day. I don't even know whether or not it's breakfast or dinner. You know, how do you expect me to say how the rest of my life is going to be without this person when I don't even remember, you know, if I woke up this morning? You know, it just give it a minute, people. Just give it a minute.
What you're
Give it
dealing
some
with
time.
well, yeah, and a good amount. You're dealing with a situation where so many people are more. I mean, I'm not talking about anybody on this channel or anybody who drops in on this channel, but you are dealing with people that are just after subs without any real particular content or moral fiber. That just want
Right.
people to watch the videos. They want to be famous for the sake of being famous in the paranormal field. They then start to make things. They so-called design and build these things themselves that cost them about $50 to do it, but they charge $1,000 on eBay for these devices, you know, because they want to
Right.
be famous.
Right. And, you know, the price of fame is really very, just, it's so subjective. And would you rather be famous and hated, or would you rather take a step back and be respectful and loved? You
I've
know,
helped so many people out doing this, Rev. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
no, please.
I primarily concentrate on private residential investigations. of
Yes.
which I put very little material up on the internet because it's nothing to do with anybody else. If I'm
Right.
wandering around in a local cemetery and I'll take a video of that, I'll put that up on the internet and people can see that. But I primarily concentrate on families that are scared so bad they won't even stay in their own home. And they're the
Right.
people that I deal with. And I've been doing it for years and years and years. And you know what I've got
Right.
from it? Nothing but the satisfaction of knowing that I'm trying to help people. And that's all that's
Exactly.
fueled it for me. That is the only thing I've ever asked of it. I don't want to be famous. I'm not interested in fame or recognition because it doesn't mean anything.
No. And that's what I've been dealing with. I mean, honestly, for the majority of my ministerial career is
Mm.
I'm trying to, because people understand that I can see, I can hear, I can feel. And they come to me knowing this, and it's like, hey, I think there might be something, or hey, can you please help me? There's something wonky going on. Do you mind coming in and taking a look at it? I don't want any recognition from that. I never charge them for anything. I don't film it. I don't do anything. I'm there to help them because they're uncomfortable. And it's just, it bugs me to pieces and parts when certain groups and or individuals take advantage
Yeah.
of the recently departed and
Mhm.
their families. And they almost prey on them. And I equate them to ambulance chaser lawyers.
Yeah, I do. I know
You
exactly
know?
what you're saying. Yeah.
And it's just, these people are having a very, very traumatic, very difficult time. If they want to seek help, then let them seek it, but don't actively pursue it. Oh, hey, well, you might be having a paranormal blah, 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 blah. What? No, shit. Back off.
Well, you've used
No.
the correct word there, haven't you? Seek.
Yes.
If they seek it.
Yes. If they want the help, they will come and get it. Believe me. If they don't, they're not gonna. Because if they don't think that there's anything doing, then, everything's good. Leave it alone.
Well, weirdly, I mean, now obviously because of the prevalence of paranormal teams, the sheer amount of people that are doing investigations now,
It is amazing, isn't it?
Mixed with social media, mixed with the mainstream media portraying paranormal in the light that it does portray it, which can give mixed reactions and mixed impressions to a varied audience.
Well, it's sexy right now.
Yeah, it's fashionable as well. Yeah, people are more likely to want to try and get an investigative team into the house. When I started in the late 1980s, you were looked at being insane if you even thought there was something going on in your house. You had one route, one call. You could either go to the police and say that this weird thing's going on in your house, in which case you'd be pushed away, or you would pray and hope that you would be able to get the local diocese to send somebody out to take a look at your house. If you were Catholic,
they would look at you like you had seen, that you were just the craziest thing on two legs walking. I get it. I started this whole thing in 1990.
A lot of the church back then too were quick to write off, because also back then, like in the 80s and 90s and stuff, some of the movies almost, Hollywood sensationalized. So it was like, the first thought too, other than being crazy, was like, are you in this for money? Are you looking for a movie deal? And it's almost accepted that's kind of the goal for a TV show and stuff.
Right. Nobody took you as being genuine because they just thought you just wanted to sensationalize something.
Yeah. And there's a lot of people too, as the quote unquote victims, that are just as guilty.
Yeah.
My time these days, sorry, Jose, my time these days is mainly taken up by people that have watched TV, seen a paranormal show, like the idea of it, like the romanticism of it, and call you in. So you're wandering around with all your beeping devices so that it looks cool and entertains them for the night. And there is nothing going on. They have betrayed you, thinking that you're not going to know within minutes of being in the environment that there's nothing going on.
Well, and you can tell within 5 seconds of talking to the people if they're true or not. I mean, you know, Dave, and you know, Jose, if you talk to somebody for 5 seconds, you can tell whether or not they're legit just
Hmm.
by the way that they speak to you. Then the answers to the questions, and their response times, and how they respond, and their tone of voice, and everything. It's so evident, you know.
And
It's either,
that's
you
where
know,
it gets, I understand you got to start somewhere and all, but there's so much of people looking to, again, sensationalize or prove wholeheartedly it's absolute that exists, and that's the wrong way. I mean, a lot of times now, that's a little more open that I like is really good teams and stuff are well balanced, you know, with parapsychologists to skeptics to believers, but they all want to get, you know, enough of the right evidence, and they all agree. Let's debunk. Let's make sure psychologically it's not an issue of psychology or mental illness in any way or addictions. It's get that all
right.
aside, and that it's they themselves are on the up and up, which has to be done. But there's a lot of people that go in, oh, we don't care about that. We just want to show this and get evidence and then make money on it.
Yeah.
I like the one show that in person, kind of group that I liked out of all the TV shows was Jason Hawes from TAPS, Ghost Hunters. On that show, he would come out and they caught one place that allegedly was faking, a famous place, I think, out in California. They found mechanisms, voices in the back, and they had a question and said, no. And he got pissed. And he would go in saying, look, do I believe this paranormal activity? Perhaps or yet. But to say officially haunted, no. And one time on the show, he said, no, there's nothing going on. They go into debunk.
Do you not think?
Left sci-fi because they wanted to push evidence.
They want to push the sensationalism of it because paranormal right now is sexy. Yeah. It is. Everybody wants to see it. Everybody wants to get that buzz. And it's like, ooh, I've got ghost stuff. Ooh, I've got paranormal activity. And everybody wants that sex appeal of it. Shannon, because they want those ratings.
Real stuff that happened is not sexy. It causes stress and PTSDs and triggers. From growing up, I still have some.
Do you know what it's about? It's about bums on seats. If nothing happens on the show gets axed. And all you need to do is look at any show. And they start off with the best of intentions. If you watch the first 2, 3 series, and you will see them even change team members deliberately to suit the narrative of what the TV show is pushing. You will see it, and they sell out. They start off with the best of intentions, and all that moral fiber disappears when the money starts rolling in. It's a harsh fact.
Exactly. That's why they axed Nick Groff on Ghost Adventures, because he wanted to call everything out on what they were doing. So they nixed him. They axed him, and he had a non-disclosure agreement that he couldn't say anything about it.
Yeah.
I treat that show as entertainment. That's all it is. And it's not to say they haven't gotten good evidence, but to me, a lot of it is questionable and pushed and editing and stuff because a lot of things don't jive. But to go in as that show as an example, that if you go early seasons now, everything is demonic. Like you were saying.
Exactly. Thank you. I am so sick and tired of people blaming shit on demons.
There are angry spirits from in life. There are poltergeists that are not demonic because even if they're not angry, they are trying to get their message or whatever across. And hey, like a child or even as an adult, eventually you throw some, you bang your hand on the table to get your point across. Like, hey, I'm here. So, but
and
that
not
does not
everything
make it demonic.
No, not everything is a God bless America demon. I'm sorry. Demons are very specialized. Demons know what they're doing. They are not stupid.
It's not commonplace as everyone, and even on here, on social media, that it's so common. Demonic, they don't go around for a show like that everywhere.
No, they are very, very
diabolical, and and then this is why this is the one thing with TV, but YouTube that gets my goat. Spirits are everywhere. Yes, does not mean it's active all the time. It does not mean every location has a spirit. You could say, "Oh, right equipment," so that's BS. Okay. The issue I have is if all these people at every location is
Mhm.
a technically according to them, haunted or demonic, you
No.
by Guinness Book of World Standard reckon should all be in it, as though, because I've never heard of that. I've never heard
Yeah.
that every location. And I'm telling you, I grew up in Santeria, both the light and dark side. I have seen some messed up
Yeah, I got
possessions,
you, babe. I got
exorcism,
you.
and all that
I got
still
you.
mess with me to this day. That still puts not even the
Yeah.
fear of God, just fear,
Yeah.
even beyond God. Because
Trust me, in my whole religious career, I have studied Santeria. I got you. I got you.
But yet, not every damn time I was in my grandmother's apartment, not every moment of the day was there activity and harm. So the part that got me was the calm. It was like it was orchestrated and purposely by a demon for you to gain confidence, and it hits you when you least expect it out of nowhere. It could go 3
Yes.
weeks without something, and all of a sudden it goes off. But not every
Yes.
time you walk in. A demon does not come out on command. Even at times when the name of God has been called, they will not just put on a show. Oh no, they're more craftier than that. But to say it's always haunted every time you go, this and that, that's BS. Okay? The real investigation is dull and boring by all means because you're sitting there through the night.
Can I comment
talking
on
to
that?
the air. You're talking to a wall. You're talking
it's
inanimate objects.
It's gonna come and go. They're not there all the time. And if they are there all the time, they're not going to tell you that. They're going to come out when they want to. They're not, they're not trick ponies.
Mm-hmm.
Can I make a comment
You
on
know?
this?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
In my experience, for what it's worth, I've seen paranormal investigation to be more like warfare. 95% waiting around with nothing happening, and 5% absolute pandemonium.
Yeah.
And as far as demons go, without wanting to sound melodramatic, I've seen darkness. I've seen darkness many times. And people who talk about knowing demons and seeing demons don't know what they're talking about. And people that have confronted dark energies that you might label as demons don't really want to talk about their experience. Too many people throw that word about too easily, too often, in my opinion, in the paranormal, and without any kind of background.
It's taken me
I agree
in the last
completely.
5 years to really start going more into details of some of the memories, but I can't even explain the feeling. Like right now, me just with this entity and some of the things, just the exorcism and stuff, I want to well up because I seen it at 5 years old, 7 years old, and the feeling is just you cannot put into words. There's no way, and it wasn't even about being crazy. It was about a long time that if I even said anything, is that going to make it then instantly on me? I was more fucking afraid of that than anything. And yes, it's not so, oh, well, I was possessed by a demon and blah, blah, blah. No, it is a horrific experience. There are things on top of things on top of things. All the telltale signs are nothing that can be described in words accurately, and then some. It changes you, and I know. It changed me when I hit my depression. Something latched, and I went towards it stupidly. But that was my youth, not knowing. But I went, and it changed the things I would see and experience in my mind. The psychological, not even physical, the psychological.
Right.
Can I ask you both a question again, then, please?
Yes.
Sure.
And to you first, Shania, is do you think people use the terminology demon to make their story or what they're doing more dramatic and to validate it more as being something bigger than it actually is?
Yes, I do. Because people don't understand a lot of okay, I'm probably gonna catch a shitload of hell on this. And I'm sorry if I offend anybody, but honestly, right now, I don't really give a shit. This is my channel. I can say whatever the fuck I want. So
Exactly.
Damn right.
there you go. There are spirits, and they are low level, and they're benign, and they are very, they're just there. Okay? They're there. There are slightly higher level spirits that might be a little more aggressive. They want to be known, they want to be seen, they want to be heard from. And then there are spirits that have evil intentions, bad intentions. They're like, you know what? I'm pissed off and I want everybody to know about it. But those are all just spirits. They are people that have passed, and they're evil. They're either, they're okay with it or they're not. And then you start progressing a little bit further than that. Now, when you start getting into, if you call something a demon,
Mhm.
I want you to understand what you are calling out. A demon is something, somebody, a spirit, a being, and pardon my hand motions, but I talk with my hands. A demon is a being that has been specifically sent by an evil presence. Now, be it if you call it Satan, if you call it Lucifer, if you call it Beelzebub, whatever you call it, but a demon is a messenger. It is an intentional being that is sent, boom, and it is intentionally sent to do harm. There is a big ass MFN difference between a malevolent spirit and a demon. A demon is somebody who has the intention of grabbing a hold of you and sending you straight to hell just because they feel like it. A bad spirit, an evil intending spirit, is just somebody who just is pissed off and wants to poke you in the head. There's a big, huge, massive difference. And I think that the word demon has been generalized so much by
it's a blanket,
humanity,
like a blanket.
because it's been so generalized by humanity as an evil spirit that people just want to tag the word demon on something, and they don't realize what they're invoking.
Yeah.
Because there's a huge ass difference between an evil spirit and a demon. A demon is on a completely different level. And I'm not going to go into the whole religious aspect of everything. I am not going to go into the whole everything. I'm not going to do that right now because I hate getting into religious discussions. I really do. Even though I'm a reverend, I'm not going to do it. A, because this is YouTube and I'll probably get demonetized. B, because frankly, I've been drinking and you probably won't understand what I've been saying. C, I just really don't feel like it. But there is a huge difference between a malevolent spirit and a demon. Okay?
Yeah,
Demons are next level. You do not want to have any. Do not invoke
you went
a
from
demon.
the mid-level building all pretty much to the penthouse difference.
Freaking worst thing you can do if you are on an obelisk, if you are on a necrophonic, if you are on any kind of spirit box, the worst thing you can do is ask, are you a demon? Because the first thing that's going to come through, because your energy, the fear that you have when you invoke the word demon, that's going to come through and they are going to attach to that energy. And that is the first thing that they're going to do, is attach to it and come on through. And you don't want that. You don't say that word. Say evil spirit, say malevolent spirit, say bad person. Do not say the word demon, because you're asking for trouble on that one. People use the word demon, like they use the word crackers. they use the word biscuits or the word Kleenex or whatever. You know, they just
That's a blanket
automatically
term.
assume
Determine
that
later.
every bad spirit or every malevolent spirit is a demon. They're not. Do not use the word demon. People, come on. I'm
No,
sorry.
I agree with you, and it is a blanket term now to identify anything. No, if these are were once human, they're bad people in life. So in that they haven't given up. So they're bad people. They're bad spirits now. There's that. There's some that maybe have gone ignored and are so frustrated they become angry, just like humans.
But
You
demons were never human. Demons are demons regardless. Demons were created by the devil. You know,
but you
it's like,
know the
come
difference. To me,
on.
I've encountered bad spirits and I've encountered demonic. The best way, and people may not like the way it is, and I hope no trouble, but the bad people to me, for me, the best way I can equate with bullies. A demon was a true form of an abuser. I mean, like home, mental, emotional, hardcore 24/7 type of situation where my mind was so messed up. There's a difference. Here's the other thing. If all these people on here are encountering demons as often as they claim, they would not be able to progress all these years. There's no simple cleansing of a demon. You know how long an exorcism can take and how many times? And an
Trust me,
environment
I do. I've performed them.
Yeah, it's not one take. This is a long stem after
Days,
effect and
weeks.
and up to. So these people that claim demon, if you're encountering that much, then it's not the location, sweetheart. It is you that has a serious attachment issue. But these people do not show the telltale signs of being around it. It's not a simple cleansing talisman itself. No matter how good your belief is, a true demonic activity takes, like Dave said, it's a warfare. It takes pretty much a team of people to really go. Plus, there's the after effect. Afterwards, this still forms of attack. This energy lingers. This still long-term damages psychological and stuff. It's done because we said it's done. No, and like calling out, the best way I can say is I say this in general, which gets me. You have a loved one, let's say. I'm going to use it in a nicer form. In a loved one,
Yes.
You miss them. I get it. People miss that, but you don't call them by name. Here's why. You don't call anything by name.
No, never by name.
Whether it's a human person you loved at one point, that wasn't like to, especially a demon. For a person, when you're asleep and someone keeps calling you on your phone, or let's say as a parent, a kid, you're finally resting, kid wakes up early, mommy, daddy, you get tipped off because you were finally resting. Imagine you're doing that to your family member you love. They might be at rest. If they didn't come to you, made themselves known, and you're calling them, you might be pulling them out of a restful state. You are then, what if you get them stuck? What if now they become the angry spirit because of that? They will let you know. Spirits let you know on their time. Okay, so calling out, no. Now, a demon, I might as well just go to a mob boss, kick in the door and say, hey, John Gotti, I'm talking
Excellent.
to you.
Excellent.
If I kick in John Gotti's door at one point and to demand we talk.
Excellent comparison. Excellent.
I may be dead. You don't do it that way. You don't go
excellent comparison.
Go into the head of FBI and say, I'm talking to you. You don't demand shit. Because it will put you in your place.
Huge difference between an evil spirit that just wants to, mess with you and a demon that is nothing but pure, solid.
Over time to decipher and find out the intent, what the essence of the spirit and the situation, because there are layers.
Exactly.
Is it a puppet master of sorts controlling of the spirit? Is it one entity that maybe, it's doing these harmful things, but maybe it's pissed off or it's been trying to get the message? That's part of the investigation of it to find the answer. But to just jump right in and convince even a victim, which is horrific, that
The
it's
worst
an
thing, the
attachment.
worst
It's
thing
this
that you
and
can
that.
do is assume something is a demon.
Mhm.
That's the worst thing you can do, because if you assume something is a demon rather than just a spirit that happens to just be pissed off at the fact that they're dead, that's just a
Well,
pissed off spirit.
that's why
A
we're trying to
demon is
do it
nothing but
location,
pure and
manifestation,
inherent
to manifest it
evil.
with the energy. That
Right.
these like Waverly Hills, you miss the original haunt because people go there looking for demons. They'll either draw a demon or almost create one because there's so much intent on the haunting, wanting it to happen. And that's why I also personally and spiritually, I don't like those places. A bucket list, yes, but to investigate, I have many
No,
apprehensions from experience
no,
because of that.
exactly.
Let
Because
go.
so many people have gone in there, just so many people have gone in there and actively said, demon, and so what are they doing? The exact time that they say the word demon, they're invoking it. There
I've
might not be one there at all, but they're
Yeah.
invoking it the second that they say the word.
I've heard many people that do house cleansings and exorcisms, and I've heard it many times over the years. And
Mhm.
I'm pretty well versed in the litany of the saints through to the prayer against Malefice, the Animus
Yeah,
Christi. I've done all this, and for me, if you walk into an environment which is heavily charged, it's like throwing a turd at a tank. Most people don't know what they're doing. It's that
right,
simple. They like to
right.
think they do, but they don't. People don't know what they're doing. And they can walk in there and make things a whole lot worse with the best of
Uh-huh.
intentions or trying to look good. But most people, and if this is going to upset people, tough, I've been through it. I've seen this. I've seen this over the years. They don't know what they're doing. People do not know what they're doing. They don't know what
Right.
they're messing with. And they like, it's like somebody who isn't well trained, you pass them a gun and they'll grab hold of it and the fingers are on the trigger. And that's what a lot of
Right.
paranormal investigators are like. They're walking into an
Yes.
environment with a finger on the trigger.
Right.
Mhm.
Exactly. It's trigger control. You are exactly correct on that, Dave, because believe me, in my whole training experience from the time that I was 19 years old when I went into college, from when I finally graduated 650 million years after I finally went into, went into school, I have been trained by a you know, an Orthodox Catholic priest on how to perform an actual exorcism. I have been trained on how to do an exorcism. If the Catholic diocese would recognize female priests, then I would be in like Flynn, but they won't because I'm a girl. I have boobs. I'm not allowed.
Wait, you have
Um,
boobs?
I know, right? But I could go into some place and people
Thought you had a rooster.
don't understand. People do not understand that they are creating their own evil.
Yeah.
They are creating their own evil and bad situations because they are invoking the name of
You running us.
demons. They are invoking the name of bad things that they do not need to be invoking because they are misinformed. They are
But at the
ill-informed.
same time,
They
that's
don't.
why I call BS on a lot of these things that claiming
Right.
demon after demon, because just for those people that keep encountering these demons allegedly in every location, they are not showing
Allegedly.
signs for themselves. You can pray and stuff. A demon's more
Hey,
powerful than a
Haley.
human. That they can go out literally do a week straight of filming and not have it affect their lives as someone that is really affected by a demon. It's BS. Okay, the
Exactly.
first part of investigating is to assess. You don't just go in and do that. So there isn't damage. You have to assess the location,
Debunk it first.
people
Go
involved,
in, assess,
and
debunk.
a lot
First
of it
thing you
is
do.
psychological, not just for yourself, but for if there's victims involved, the families. You have to
Right.
assess. You can't just go in,
Right.
we're investigating, and this is automatic. No, because how do you know that someone, in so many ways, have a mental illness or
Mm.
addiction, hallucinating? That in itself can trump the activity in many
Yes.
ways. That's not to say that there isn't a spirit, a mouse spirit, or a demon that won't feed on that and attach itself. but you have to get through it first. So there's no way possible that so many people can have all these alleged paranormal experiences, this and that. But then you have the people that really looking to help, want the true answers, that are
Right.
looked at as, well, it's all hokey and stuff. No, I'm going to tell you, folks, the entertainment you see on TV is over hours edited for your entertainment and stuff like that. But real
it's crap.
investigation, and you could go to the Warrens, you can go to Hans Holzer, the old timer. They'll tell you how many places they deemed unhaunted. It was just the well-known cases got overshadowed, but they went in to disprove dozens, if not hundreds to thousands of cases that were just bunk, or it came to psychological issues. But they'll tell you investigations weren't one night over and done, or going back
No.
just for evidence. They can go there. They have gone to places, and these are real professionals. before
Months,
social media,
years.
months, sometimes years, just to catch a couple hours of stuff in total.
Yes.
In total. And at that point, it's like, well, okay, we have to start looking. Maybe the house isn't haunted, it's the people. There's so many things. But someone that's under demonic tech or encountered demons so much, it would most definitely affect them. And a lot of these supers are not affected the way they should be for being in the time. You could pray this and that. Simple prayer itself, it helps in your faith and strength. But a real demonic attack,
It won't
not
touch.
for one. No, you
Yeah.
need some deep help spiritually with a team of people. This takes sometimes weeks. A family member, I was there. I smelt horrific things, seen horrific things, heard horrific things. And
Mhm.
I still occasionally have nightmares on. Okay, that I mean, sweat, tearful nightmares, and just from the one exorcism, there was still many weeks of smaller exorcism, and the psychological that person changed. It was just something different. It with them hard, but yet
The
all
longest
no.
the longest investigation, quote unquote, that I ever had, that I got called in on, the longest one that I ever got called in was 2 months and, 2 years and 3 months. 2 years and 3 months. It was, there was something in the house. They didn't know what it was. They had tried to get rid of themselves. They had called in paranormal investigators. They had called in blah, 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 blah. But it was huge because everybody was trying to get rid of, or calling in, or invoking, or whatever, all of this shit. And they were just compounding and compounding and compounding and compounding. They didn't realize the level of what they were dealing with. It took us 2 years and 3 months to get rid of what was in that house because they were uninformed. And everybody was coming in and they thought they knew what they were doing, but they didn't know what they were dealing with.
Now,
And it's just, I cannot express enough. If you don't know what you got, if you've got something going on, don't just call in a paranormal group. Call in somebody who knows what they're dealing with. And I know it's hard to find, and I know that we are far and few between. I know we are, and it's really, really hard sometimes, but take the time, do your research. Because if you've got something that's doing in your house or your place of business or your wherever, I don't care if it's your left pinky finger that's haunted. It's do your research and don't fuck around and dabble. Don't dabble, because you're gonna make it worse.
Yeah, if you really feel you're under that much of an attack, it's
You're
not
gonna
time
make
to
it worse.
question and ask who's here. You're already under attack. You don't stop and say, "Wait, don't hit me. Tell me about you." No, it doesn't work like that.
You're
Now,
gonna make it
a
worse.
real team and looking to help you will never charge you. The church won't charge you. all these professionals will not. You know what their payoff is, other than helping people, if they get activity that goes towards their research. That's
Exactly.
It's knowledge.
Exactly.
That's payoff.
Any
If a team
any
is paid
reputable
for their gas and lodging and staying, then why are they in it?
exactly
What-
any reputable group, any reputable church, anybody who has any sort of any credence whatsoever will not charge you a dime.
No.
That's why I do not charge people one
Medium,
dime.
same thing. They will not charge.
Exactly. I do not charge people one dime to come into their house and
I
take
do.
a look at
I do. I charge.
I don't.
I do. I want a
do
cup.
not.
I want a cup of tea.
No.
A cup of tea is great. You
A
know,
cup of
give
tea
me a
will do
glass of
nicely.
water.
Yeah.
Give me a glass of water, a cup of coffee,
Yeah.
something. You
I
know,
don't care if I've got to travel to the other end. If I've got to travel to the other end of the country, I don't care. Just give me a cup of tea
Yeah.
and tell me what's going on, and we'll take it from there.
Right.
Yeah.
Hospitality is my payment. There you go. That's it. All you got to do is just, you know, give me a cup of coffee and sit down, talk to me, have a wonderful conversation, and I am happy to help. I don't care if I have to fly overseas, even though, believe me, to get me on a plane, it would take a whole lot of medication because I hate to fly.
I ain't getting on
But-
no plane.
Yeah.
Unless I can drive there, I am not a happy critter.
Yeah, you're
But
like B.A. Baracus. We'll have to give you a glass of milk.
Yeah.
Right? Yes. I will never charge anybody anything to come and take care of their house or
go.
investigate or make sure that everything is okay. I will never charge anybody anything. Never. I mean, your happiness and well-being is my payment. You know? That's it. That's all I need. Know you're happy. Know you're good. You're spiritually and happy. You know what? Boom.
They don't have your actual best interest. They don't if they're looking for money and for you to pay. Oh, we'll only help you because you pay. No, the net is not looking to help you if you are truly looking for help.
No.
That's a scam.
Not at all.
Charge you. That would be like, okay, you call the police because you're in danger, and then they'll say, well, we'll only come out even though someone's threatening you if you pay this first.
Yeah, that'll be $75.50, please.
Yeah.
You know, what's your
Well, yeah.
debit card number?
And then for us to talk to you, you know, it's $10 a minute thereafter.
No.
Like, no, that's not how
It's
it works.
a public service as far as I'm concerned. If you're being attacked spiritually or physically, I'm going to come out and help you no matter what. And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to charge you for anything. If you want to give me a cup of coffee or a glass of water or whatever, that's great. Wonderful. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm going to help you no matter what.
Yeah.
You know, I don't even charge people to marry them. You know, if you want to get married, if you want to do that, great. Fantastic. Mazel tov. I'm happy for you. I'll come out and do
I
it.
have an ostrich I can marry. No.
You know, I mean, it's just one of those things. If you have people's best interest in mind, it's not about me. I am not the I don't mean shit. I'm just the conduit. It's the other people that, you know, it's who I'm working for that are the ones that matter. And I don't know, maybe I'm just weird. That's just
No.
how I am.
That's concerning actual live people. Now, when you go into abandoned places and things and places like that, where there's no human element involved as far as victims and
Right.
stuff, I still feel the rule of thumb is you don't call anything by name. You can ask
Right.
general, is there someone here? Is there some here? Don't use the term demon. Don't call, even if this historical. Oh, you know, Abe Lincoln, are you here? No, because
Never use the word demon. Ever.
There's still bad elements that will mimic in disguise to gain your trust, especially a demon will do that. But you ask, and if it wants to make contact, it will.
Exactly.
It's as simple as that. And
Exactly.
do I believe that? Yeah, like we were talking about, things can be charged. There can be heavy activity because it's charged. Yes, but you still then have to decipher: is it intelligent or is it?
Right.
What's the other one? I forgot.
Residual.
Residual. Thank you. Wow, coffee didn't kick in enough. I had 2 big cups. Wow, I think
I got you, baby.
Cups.
I got you.
But yeah, you gotta go for residual. And also, even residual, you can go and you just happen to be lucky to catch it at the time of playing too,
Right.
or the right conditions.
Exactly.
So you have to see, is it intelligent or residual? This different
Right.
thing. And is it noisy? Is it noisy only during that residual? Because maybe it was the event. Maybe it's everyone's track. If someone got home every day, and the house used to have wooden floors and they worked in boots, yes, it's a noisy damn spirit, because that spirit's repeating its thing with a noisy damn boots. And sometimes, do I think you could tune yourself to that frequency? Yes, intentionally or unintentionally, because sometimes some people pick it up in the same room and others don't. But you don't go invoking something specific.
No, never.
Even by human standards, because if they are at peace or at rest, you're causing a more traumatic experience. What if it's a spirit that's stuck and doesn't know, and you're telling it you're dead, and it's already confused? You just now freaked the hell out of a human spirit, and it's going to freak out and may get mad. If someone came by and told me, hey, by the way, you're dead, and pretty much showed me I was dead,
Mhm.
I'm going to flip shit every which way, from hysterical to I'm going to murder you, the messenger.
Right. Exactly.
If you're in there, then it could be a human element.
Mhm.
Do that. Now,
I love
do
this.
I-
Okay, I got to go get a cup of coffee. You two
Okay.
discuss. I'll be right back.
I think that, you have to treat it with respect. It's not a game. It's not sensational. You're there for evidence. Debunk first. Get everything logically out. It's what's left over is the meat of it for you as an investigator, if that's your intention. My biggest gripe is, if you're there for a show, label it as show. Label it as based on something. But don't discredit the ones that are really putting in the hard time, the work, to the victim. Because a lot of people that got into it were victims of something, or experienced something enough to make them pursue it and go, I need answers. Maybe it's a family loss, something. That's just the way I look at it.
I think when you go to a location, if you go into somebody's property, you go off the evidence that you garner. You go off the evidence that you get. The need to provoke anything to intensify atmosphere then means you're gathering, for the most part, false information, because the atmosphere might not be charged to that level when you're not there. You are then creating a deeper atmosphere, a darker atmosphere, a more charged atmosphere than what is necessary. If certain events are being reported, if certain happenstances are being told to you, there's banging, there's knocking, people are hearing voices, but there's no physical manifestations, if you like, whether it's interspatial, transdimensional, ethereal, corporeal, whichever way you want to put it. But you're going into an environment and charging it to such an extent that them events then start to transpire. You've actually aggravated the situation to then have to go through all the work of undoing all that, just by very definition of your own actions, by the way that you charge the atmosphere as an investigator when you go in. It's like adding more yeast into the fermenting bin to get a stronger alcohol,
I was just going to say, like you're coming into the kitchen, you cook, but you didn't clean up, because now that environment, or people, especially again, if it's a home thing, you left a mess for them.
Mm-hmm. And that's a danger a lot of people don't see, though. They'll go in there and start doing all this. And I've seen this going on firsthand myself. They'll go into an investigation and start doing all this shouting and, start banging on the wall, start tapping, start doing this. And that never happened before you came along, actually. The only thing we ever experienced was it sounded like our names were being called and we thought we saw a dark shape on the stairs. But now there's banging going on and doors are knocking and all sorts of things. And you've actually intensified the atmosphere by your actions, by trying to provoke something.
You gave new permissions for it to go crazy.
If that isn't what's been reported to you as being a problem at that particular location, don't go in being a dick.
Exactly. Don't go in looking for it. You're going there if you're called, especially again the human element. You're called for a specific reason. Address those issues. You look at it from the psychological. Also, something they're telling you or trying to tell you may be leading you a specific way to very much get the best evidence. Well, what happens? Does this happen only at certain times? What are some of the triggers? Like, what were you thinking? What were you feeling? What was going on outside? The weather, every little detail may give you a clue. So you want that evidence that they are experiencing. Talk with them. Listen how they're
Debunk.
speaking. And so
Debunk first,
everything.
then
Yes.
prove.
Yeah,
On top
Debunk
of
first,
which-
then prove.
On top of
What?
which, as a paranormal investigator or a paranormal team, we set our own benchmarks as to what we consider to be validating evidence, because
Yes.
scientifically there isn't any. That's
No,
that's the
there's not.
situation. We set our own yardstick by which we go by, and that
Thank you,
changes
Dave.
as people's belief systems change and as the fashion of the paranormal changes.
Thank you, Dave.
The best approach I go is you could be personally a believer, but don't go in believing.
I think you
go
should
in
leave
believing.
that. I think you should leave that at the door. Personally, I mean, you need to
Yeah.
remain as impartial as you can.
Yeah,
I'm a
you-
believer. Believe
yeah.
me, I am a believer. First and foremost, I believe. But the first thing that I am going to try to do if something happens is debunk.
Mhm.
Make sure that there's not anything else
You know
happening,
how many
that there's
videos-
not anything else going on. Debunk it first, and if you can't, then prove it.
You know how many videos that people say they swear this sound, that sound, and all, and I've listened. I'm like, I've heard those sounds. Maybe you haven't heard that sound, but I have heard that sound as being a mechanical or outside force. That's another thing you have to take into account when you review some of this evidence as EVP and sounds
Mm-hmm.
compared to special effects, recorded sounds. You know, if you're going on video saying, well, I'm not sure if that's mechanical or not. The fact that you are asking and saying you're not sure that it's mechanical, try to find similar mechanical sound to see is it
Mhm.
questionable. And okay, that's the questionable. It's neither yay or nay.
Mm-hmm.
That's part
It's
of the
like-
department. But whatever
One of
is absolutely not yet, that's then now you can focus. But don't blame
Exactly.
everything. Don't do that. If it's
Yeah.
an abandoned place where no people are involved, you have a little more freedom because you have nothing to go by except legend and stuff. That's where
Exactly.
you can incorporate more stuff and start wide to bring into specific activity. That's different because it's abandoned. You know, if I'm going to
Exactly.
the woods and picking up 50 different things, but also know your environment. If you're in a dilapidated building and you're picking up, you have to research it and think and get familiarized, even off camera on your own time. Well, what do the sounds of structural integrity sound like?
Mm-hmm.
What nature of them
Walk it.
is that sound? Okay,
Walk it first.
Go during the daytime. Well, you know,
Yeah.
high winds. I've known people that have gone back with a leaf blower, and I've seen like 1 or 2 video where people try to prove this, but they've taken high wind, even short gusts of a leaf blower against a building
Mhm.
at different spots, and said, you know what, that kind of sounds like something that just happened to be moving. Even
Exactly.
concrete has vibrations. If you hit concrete is somewhere, but there's something a little unsteady a little bit further in the room, it is sometimes the right scenario of like dominoes, this object's touching this object and that can go and do that. There's so many variables that question. And then you could go into degrees, well, how likely, unlikely.
Right.
If you can't recreate it, then you can start leaning. If it's virtually, you've tried everything possible, even off camera to do it, and no, then now you have some definitive to work on. Environment,
Exactly.
good. If you're going someplace new, you grow up, let's say in Texas, you come to New York, yeah, we might have similar animals, but there might be an animal you're not used to hearing in the night here or in the day. And you take it, oh, that's the scream of a spirit. How do you know? You have to now research animal calls and the sounds of the city. And your city sounds are different than my city sound. You have to take accountability of and into account rather of your environment, what each place you go. Well, what are the usual sounds of where I am?
Right.
You-
Exactly. I mean,
debunking.
if
know?
you guys were to hear what's going on, I don't know if you can hear the knocking and the banging that's going on in the background of my apartment right now. But what it
I
is,
thought that was
it's
just you tapping your foot.
no, in the background
Mhm.
next door, the apartment next door, they just moved out. And so the maintenance guys are doing upgrades. They're tearing out the floors. They are revamping the walls. They are redoing where everything is. But if nobody knew what was doing, they would hear that and say, oh, wait, what's going on? No, the problem is you have to investigate, walk around, investigate, see what's doing first, get your environment, and then investigate. Don't
Even
just
that
go in
contact-
blind.
I live in an apartment complex, okay? You know, it's a building with where each unit, like there's a clone apartment above me, then the mirror next door and stuff like that. 2 doors, 4 apartments. Okay. When there was a fire here a few years ago and they were working 2 sets of apartments down and banging on the walls because the fire, they had to rip the walls and stuff. It came all the way. You're talking about a good 40, 50 feet easily. When they were hammering, it went through all the apartments to mine. I could hear them hammering down there. I didn't think, oh my God, something's thumping, and it's not inside my walls, but I hear thumping.
Right.
Sound is weird. It can travel great distances. What do you think? You know, remember as a kid, or some of you might not know, you can feel a track. And the train you don't see, but you can feel the vibration on the track. Buffalo. Native Americans can tell you greatly about sound. They knew when buffaloes were miles ahead. Why? Because of the way the sound would travel through the earth for a half a mile or so before being seen or heard. So
I mean, all you have to think of is the tsunami in Japan. When the tsunami in Japan happened, they felt it all the way in Brazil.
Yeah.
I mean, shit happens. You got to know your shit before you try to do anything. I mean, it's.
And let's say it is what it is. That's the part people don't understand. That's not the glamorous Hollywood TV style of investigating. Real investigating is not one that you can go back again. And this
hell no.
This is part of it that needs to come back in purity, and to set aside the sensationalized part to this is how it really is. It's not to say locations aren't really haunted or you happen to catch, but it's not an everyday, everywhere you go type of thing. There's a lot more behind it. You know, it's putting blanketing on serious things. I get ticked in person because I have seen things. I was a child, which doesn't I know of I've yet, and it's hard with Santeria, as Rev will tell you. They're very secretive. It's the same as the New Orleans voodoo. You don't talk about it. You don't go to your grandma, hey, what's it? They don't tell you. Either you experience it, and if you're brought in, you know. But at 6 years old, I was in a ritual. I was the only kid, and the only kid I know of, because they won't answer, that got to stand in a ritual, like in a room ritual. And I, to this day, don't know why I was the chosen one to stand in with my grandmother involved. Okay, but that's I can't just go asking. But I know it had some significance for me to be there for whatever reason. But what I felt, I remember to this day. I don't remember certain details because it's a weird clouded effect. But there's certain things and the experience, and then thereafter, this, you know, if you're going into really charged rooms, you know, the basic way I could say is this: your parents fight cats and dogs, or someone cats and dogs. You just got home. They could be smiles, like everything's fine, but the air is so charged, you know.
Exactly.
You know. Now, intensify that in the most malicious set of impending doom circumstances in a demonic situation. Whether you walk in or somebody hits, that's it. It does affect and change you. There are people that perform the exorcisms to the victims that it can take days, weeks, even months to get off of you the feeling to where you can at least kind of deal and function. There's lots of exorcisms where the priests or whoever, the shaman, whatever, have to spend weeks, sometimes psychologically 2 months, to get over it, and they don't want attacked outright. It has an effect. You see troopers that go, oh, I was attacked by a demon, and then they're hunky dory, but their life isn't affected. You don't notice that change because it's BS.
Yeah. No, that 2-year exorcism that I was telling you about, the 2-year long exorcism that it took me months.
I could be wrong. Dave, have you seen that where it's severe cases enough that, you know, I mean, am I wrong in that sense? Maybe you haven't, but where you've seen where the effect, the after effect, the effect from such?
In many cases, I think that the after effect can be more traumatic to the individuals concerned than the actual event itself, coming to terms with what's gone on. Going through the excuse me, going through the ritual of spiritual displacement or house cleansing, whichever terminology you want to use, can be a big, massive change, not just in the environment, but the psychological mindset of the people that are involved.
Right.
because you're creating a mixing pot of emotions. It's a sort of lifestyle's the wrong terminology, but I think you both understand where I'm trying to come from. People, although they're not happy there, they don't like the atmosphere, they almost become accustomed to it. When things go quiet, they then start to I wouldn't call it Stockholm syndrome, but the house becomes that quiet, or the house becomes that quiet, that they start to miss or second guess the way that they're interpreting the way that they are. There's a period of adjustment needed for the people that are concerned, the people that are living in the house. A lot of the time you get rebound activity as well. I don't know if you're aware of that. I assume I think you both
instigated.
yeah, I think you
That's
both
why I use the term like an abuser. You have lots of cases of similar where they're so used to that treatment that think it's hard for them to leave, or they repeat, they go back into abusive relationships and stuff. That's why I
Well, the thing
equate
is-
demonic activity. And I'm saying in the level that now he's speaking that it's intense. It's not just the way it seems, but there are rebounds. There's the psychological, once you're away from the relationship, there's a lot of damage from abusive relationships.
You throw a stone into a pond. If you throw a stone into a lake, the stone is gone, but the ripples are still there.
Right. You also have to think about being on the side of the person who is actually doing the cleansing and the exorcism and whatnot. You know, being on the adverse side of everything. You also have to think about the effects on the person doing the cleansing. You know, because we of the spiritual cleansing realm, whatever you want to call it, we absorb so much of the energy and the negativity and everything that comes from the place and or person that we are cleansing or exercising. You know, we absorb so much of that, and it takes us so long to spiritually and emotionally recover from that. I mean, it can take a long ass time. I mean, there are some cleansings and exorcisms that I have done over the years that I am still not completely recovered from. And I am more than happy to admit that because I'm secure with that. But it's you take in that energy because you have no choice but to, because that's your job.
Yeah.
You know?
Of the
And
new focus, picking that role up.
Exactly. You take in that energy and it's so overpowering sometimes that sometimes you just can't get over it. And that's why a lot of priests and a lot of spiritual advisors and whatnot retire after they do a lot of these cleansings and exorcisms and whatnot, because they just can't break whatever energy that they have gotten. And I can attest to that. It's very difficult. It's very, very difficult. There's one in particular that I can tell you about, but I'm not going to go into it right now because, you know, it's early and I haven't had enough coffee. But there's one in particular that was very emotionally difficult for me, and I'm not completely over it yet. And it's been about 10 years. I mean, I'm just going to be.
That's the other thing emotionally too,
You know.
too that we didn't get into that. The people so-called labeling everything doing this, and you're there to help and stuff.
Mhm.
The way it's going to go, it's going to hit you, even the person that's helping. It's going to attack you and go for your deepest, darkest thoughts and stuff. It changes you. There's no way the next night everything is funky, hunky-dory with a
Everything's
prayer.
not fine. It's
No.
not okay.
And being that exposed, as she's saying, as Rev's saying, over time, it will change you. It does affect you. Why do you think a lot of people, even if they're not priests, they're married, whatever, just like a soldier, okay, marriage is dissolved because it's post-traumatic. There's that aura, things change. It causes issues, family. And you're always open and susceptible. You know, you can come off a case, do that, but then something out and you're that much weakened.
Yeah.
And then going back to Dave, you're going As he said, you're going in, you're stirring the pot, you're poking the hornets and stuff, or cooking in someone's house, promoting this and that. That has nothing to do, and you're not addressing the issue. Then you leave these people behind.
Mm-hmm.
When like they say, oh, I'm just hearing voices, this and that. Can you kind of help explain it? What is it? And now you left them in a mess. What? So you could come back and do it again, or whatever. How's that one help your reputation when they say you just screwed us?
Mm-hmm.
And you want to go based on your work and stuff, and then you wonder why things don't work and your channel doesn't do that because you're not doing it. You have no concern for people. Now,
I don't think people realize a lot of times how much the exorcist or the spiritual cleanser or the sister or the brother or the priest or the nun or whomever, I don't think people understand a lot of times how much we go through with everything. They just think, oh, okay, well, you're just performing it. You don't get any backlash. Oh, shit, no.
You become the target and you put yourself in the front line for other people. Yeah.
All the backlash.
Yeah.
I mean,
and then
if
also,
anything
if it
is...
knows, if a spirit or whatever, especially what we've been saying, knows that you're that in tune, oh, heck, you're a bigger prize than who they were going after sometimes.
Yeah.
You step
tough.
in the middle of a fight. What, you think it's going to go, oh, wait, I'm going to keep ignoring you? Heck, if someone stepped in my face to intervene, I'm determined to go after someone, but you're stepping in, well, now you just broke the bear. Yeah. So what makes people that it's not as glamorous as you think. Can you get some sensational stuff? But don't be fooled by all this. Treat it as entertainment, but no, the real way. You want to find out how it is. If you really have interest, there's a lot more to it. It's not something you could just jump in. You can't just jump in the pool for something like this because you don't know what you're encountering. Some people are so scared they downplay. I know people that have downplayed activity because they don't want to come off as crazy or it's because stuff is happening.
Yeah.
Or they don't want to fully believe, so they say, yeah, some things have happened, downplay. And then you go in and find out, no, they're dabbling in something. They're doing something, doing more harm. So there's no cookie cutter steady thing, but the real deal, you don't have the control as it seems and put out there.
No. It's tough. It really is. I mean, speaking from both sides of the spectrum, I have been attacked and I have been the attackee, and the attackee is the easy part because somebody else can take the brunt of that for you. And on the front of being the attacker, the one going in and saying, hey, you got to leave. Hey, you got to do this. Hey, being the exorcist, if you will, it's harder for us than it is on the people that actually are being affected because we are the ones that the spirits and the demons or whatever you want to call the evil spirits and whatnot, we're the ones that they come after because we're the ones that are talking to them. We're the ones that are making the action. We're the ones that are calling for the action. And it is hard for us. So if you ever have any sort of spiritual attack and you call in help, respect, because we're the ones that are getting the shit after it. You have nothing to deal with anymore after we cleanse your house or your whatever. We're the ones that are taking it home. And that's tough.
A lot because you made yourself the focal. Like I said, you're kicking on Gotti's door. You're a marked man. But even if you make it out, they remember.
That the way that I look at it is, that's my job. I took that oath. I made that commitment. I took that oath, and that's my job.
Yeah, that responsibility that comes with
it. And if I can make other people's lives easier, if I can make other people's lives easier by giving them the safety and the happiness of not having anything to deal with in their home and or their environment, then I'm cool. That's my job as a minister. Hey, Red, what's doing?
Yo, what's going on, people?
Nothing. Just drinking coffee, talking about spirits. What you up to?
Not too much. Just got back in the house and shit.
Right on.
Your stream was still on, so I figured I'd hop on, see what you guys were talking about and stuff.
we're talking about exorcisms and demons and whatnot, and the spiritual effects that it has on not only the people that are being affected in their homes, but the people like me that are actually doing the exorcisms, the effects that it has on us versus the people in the actual houses and whatnot. So that's kind of what's doing right now.
Kind of like my life then, huh?
Indeed, absolutely.
Except for the exorcist part, but I do have a lot of supernatural shit going on with me.
Right on. We're more than happy to hear it. I mean, that's what we're doing this morning. It is early morning paranormal chat with Critter.
All right, so how do you guys feel about quotation marks like controlling a ghost in a way where you ask it to move something and it does? Because I have that experience like quite a few good times here.
It's whether or not they want to do it. If they want to, great. If they don't, they're not going to do it.
Yeah. Because it doesn't happen like all the time, of course, but let's like
No.
when I do say it and it moves, it's like, whoa, it's just like, listen to me, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's just like if I tell my husband, hey, go move that piece of paper. If he doesn't want to, he's not going to do it, and he's a perfectly, corporeal, able to, he's a perfectly sentient being.
Right.
And that's the way that I feel about spirits, is they are perfectly sentient beings. And if they want to do something, they will. If they don't, they're not gonna. They're gonna ignore you.
It's what's your intention with the approach to that if you're requesting it. Like,
Right.
if you're looking to antagonize and provoke for whatever, but you're going to piss it off in doing so, it may be that, but then you're going to get, a little extra that you may not want.
Right.
That's why I think the approach in asking, but there's some that demand when it's not unnecessary. It's not like they're being attacked and it's like, well, move it now, blah, blah, and like, okay, nothing's happened aggressively towards you, so why are you, going after it aggressively? Especially if you believe it's, you're in a situation that a person's haunted, but it's nothing negative, and now you bring negative energy yourself, you're gonna rile things up in a bad way. But I don't think in any sense it hurts to ask just to verify. But my issue is don't make promises either. You know how many, well, if you want us to leave, make something move, and then you don't leave.
Right.
You don't leave the room. Now you're a liar, and that I have problems. Don't make the promise at all.
Mm-hmm.
Just say, that I have issue with. Like, don't do that. You get a reaction, then continue with some understanding, but don't say, well, if you don't want us here, or you want us to leave you alone, do this, and then I'll leave, and you're there for another 3 hours with it,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now you're charging that spirit negatively. You're making it angry or pissed off. If you're there because someone says it might be a family member, why would you demand that so-called family member, well, you have to do this?
Right.
How does that help the person you're trying to help?
Right.
Not at all.
Right.
I'm not going into someone else's house and say, hey, I'm running the show now. If I'm going in with, let's see, my girlfriend to meet her family the first time, and I'm going in there, cocky, arrogant and stuff, that doesn't bode well, not just for me, but especially for her, because it's her family. I just feel more than that. That's the mentality. It's that. There's nothing wrong with asking. There's nothing wrong with, trying to get interaction. It's just you gotta be careful how you're doing it. And even then, but if you think it's something really malicious trying to do, you gotta watch, because like a bully or something, it's waiting for you to do it back. Give it reason to really harm you. It's provoking you to provoke it justifiably.
Right. So I was going to say, I actually have like a negative ghost or whatever. Something's negative around me. It's been around me my whole life. It seems to follow me from like the house to house I move. And it's kind of weird because as I move house to house, it's still there, but it's not as aggressive as my very first house. My very first house, it was, you could have made a fucking TV show out of that shit, But as I went to a different house each time, it just seemed like it led up, but it's still there. But I don't know if it's the same one or if it's a different one.
just
You know what I mean?
mimicking what worked or something, kind of, or is it the same type of activity almost consistently throughout, or?
No, it changed. It changed. I used to be real aggressive,
Mhm.
to the point where of calling my name out, and not only my name but my whole family.
Mhm.
And like you were saying, I don't know who was talking. I just caught the end trail of it, but like my dad, it fucks with my dad, but he doesn't acknowledge it or no nothing like that. You know what I mean? And so it doesn't. I don't know if I don't know if it fucks with him or not still, but the rest of my family is still affected by it till this day.
It made enough of an impact, yeah.
Yeah,
And that's the part, like I was trying to say, that as opposed to sensationalized activity with tubers and stuff, there is an effect, even for the people, that should go, that do go and investigate. It does. There's always some after effect on it. Now, the reason I was asking, like, is it just less forms of the same type of activity? You
yeah,
know, so
yeah.
like, is it like these three things, just not as intense as you moved, or?
Right, exactly. You
So
got it.
that's why I'm wondering if it may be the same, kind of attachment, and just
Yeah,
weaken, like you're
it's still the
just not
same.
getting like charged, or.
Yeah, it's still the same, but it's just not as aggressive. Like I still, I still hear my name being called to this day. It's not as frequently, but it's once out of a blue moon here and there. You know what I mean? And
Now, when it was most intense, when it first happened, were you living in the home with your entire family? I'm trying to wonder if it was gathering mass energy and it dissipated as people moved apart. This is the side I want to
well,
know to
my
understand, maybe.
my first house, my first house was the ground zero basically, and like I said, it affected my whole family. It was really bad. You know, night terrors. You know, shit moving, shit talking. I'm seeing shadow figures crawling against the wall. Whole bunch. I'm telling you, man, you could have made a TV show out of this shit, and this shit was 100% real. Um, so from there, we moved on to another house. All the family members were still together, and like it was still occurring, but not as frequently as it should, as it was before. And then years later on, we moved into another house. Basically the same thing, but when we were moving out of the second house into the third house, I was watching. I would never forget this. I was watching The Matrix in my room with the lights off and everything. And hold on one second. I gotta shut my cat up.
You're fine. Can you hear me okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Am I too loud?
No, you're good.
Okay, cool.
No, that was my cat. I had to shut up. I'm sorry.
No, I switched over to my Bluetooth headset instead of my regular headset.
Oh. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I can hear you. But when I went to move into my third house, from my second house, I was watching The Matrix in my room, lights off. My bed shook violently, like it was an earthquake. Like my bed even cracked. That's how hard it shook. It cracked my fucking bed. Yeah, because I had like a wooden frame bed at the time. So it was all wood. So one of the pieces of wood cracked. That's how hard it shook. And I jumped out, turned my lights on, looked underneath my bed, and didn't see nothing. And I was like, "Holy shit!" That scared the hell out of me. But it's just small things throughout my life, you know.
That's why, like, part of me, I'll ask 100 questions to try to zero in and
Yeah.
try to see where to go. And that's why I was asking, like, was it the whole family in the first house? And then
Yeah.
did it seem like to lessen as people moved away and moved out? You know what I'm saying? Like, because I'm wondering if it's kind of a failing technique to the original home. And then once it moved, it lost strength because it doesn't have that mass amount feeding ground. It's not as big of a feeding ground, but it may have zeroed in more on you if you don't know if the other family is still being affected by. It just said,
I
okay, well, you might happen to be more in tune with it, so I kind of like I'm gonna stick with this guy. He kind of, he
right.
seems to
Well,
be
what's the weird
more
part
in
is that my dad never paid no attention to it. But at the same time, I think that it's really affecting my dad. It's feeding my dad some kind of fucked up positive or negative way because he was really like aggressive through his life and shit like that. And
Really?
And also sometimes it will, in a sense, if you're looking like maybe this might make sense. If he was considered himself, maybe an upbringing and like that I'm the head of the household,
Mhm.
I have to be the strongest one, this and that.
Mhm.
It could have messed with him more in that sense because to knock down the alpha in a sense, in that
Right.
alpha mentality. And of course, he's not going to share because that's just not him. So it may, under behind the scenes, it's affected him more. But
Mhm.
whether you want to call it pride or just upbringing or whatever, it's there. But it could have been feeding secretly off of him. But again, collectively, it was a feeding ground for everyone's individual reasons. And now that people are dissipating, and as you move further away and stuff, and everyone that it's doesn't have that one place to go. But
Right.
maybe with you may have been a little more sensitive without knowing, and it's just kind of lingering or hanging on you a little more, and still trying to get you a little going at times in hopes to draw more out.
Yeah, that's funny how you say that because my dad, it's weird. My dad switched gears,
Uh,
right? Now he's just like not happy go lucky, but from what I saw from years ago, I would say that. And oh, this is gonna sound weird. I guess we were talking about everything, but I kind of feel like it like attached itself towards me because I noticed me with more anger and stuff like that. Um, I
So
don't.
yeah, it's negatively. That's the feeling point. Now
Yeah.
you don't have to go into it, but was just in a general sense, no details, and you don't have to answer whatever I ask. Never have to answer. I
Mhm.
understand personal life and stuff, but
Right.
at the time it was most intense. Was there a lot of family issues going on?
Hell yeah.
You see where I'm going with this? Where as a possible, again, we can't debunk, we can't say, but this is this is what I like to. I like to get the background and find out. And this is for people that don't know. This is part of real investigating. You have to
Yeah.
have the dynamics of everything.
Yeah.
You
I
know,
mean, there's
yeah.
about 30 years worth of history that I could fucking sit there and talk about.
So for me, I believe
Wow.
then, it was a ground zero feeding ground.
Mhm.
But as times are going, and now you're saying your dad's changed, and if other family members aren't going through as much, but you are feeling, it's still trying to do.
Yeah.
We don't know as of now if it was the house. Did someone inadvertently bring it on? We don't know. But now, with those clues in place, is where and I'm pretty sure Red would kind of agree. Once we start getting clues and stuff like this, we start knowing, okay, what may be feeding it, what's doing, how can we go to correct and change that. This is what investigators should be doing, and always if they're looking to help people, find
Right.
out what's at the core. Like when you said with the Matrix, and you were watching and that, like what was going on in your life at that time? What was your mindset like? For it
Right.
to, are there any patterns you notice? Like it's always been when it was kind of a certain rough day, or that creates the patterns that you may not realize that go, oh, wait a minute, it's coming about at these times. I now have new strength and new ideas and knowledge to combat it and to detach, in a sense, yourself from this,
Right.
and to empower yourself.
Right. And that's funny how you say that again because I actually been doing that and I've been trying to, fight this shit off as much as I can, and it's actually been getting better from 5 years ago.
Mhm.
I was in a very, 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 very dark fucking place. I'm not gonna get into it, but I was just in a dark place, and
Right.
it was rough. And I think that's what's contributed to what was going on at that point in time. I honestly think that.
Well,
Well,
one,
sure,
one-
because they feed off of that energy, and that the negative energy and everything is what gives them the the catalyst to come and squirrel themselves on you.
Yeah, and there was a lot of negative energy within the past 10 years. It was very fucking heavy. I'll tell you that.
Right, I got you. But you're past it, and that's the good part.
Yeah.
That's what I was just going to say that, you know what, I'm glad to hear that you're passing, you're getting, through that. That's
Yeah. I mean, I'm still having issues. I mean,
Oh yeah, well,
but
it's how you approach now the issues as well, and this will affect that too. So now is the time for you to make sure your well-being, because obviously that feeds off how your well-being is.
right.
So in its own way, it's a fighting tool not only against that, but in general for your own well-being and your own health, physical, mental, emotional.
hmm
Because now,
Oh, yeah.
you're cutting off the food line as you do that. It's like no,
Yeah.
no, you can't feed here. So,
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to stop them from feeding. Exactly.
because as they feed, think of it too, like you're playing host, so it's gonna inject its things into to get you back, to previous times.
Yeah.
You know,
I even had it. I don't know if anybody had any experience with this, but even fucks with my animals.
oh yeah, whatever
know.
it will
Absolutely.
do, whatever and whenever, any source, and if they know you love your animals, and it's going to get
Yeah.
you scared and revved up, or overly aggressive to protect, yeah.
And and at the time, I kind of sound crazy, in my house and stuff. But I tell them, I was like, leave my dog alone. It's off limits. Leave my cat alone. It's off limits. Don't fuck with him. And then
Here's something a lot of people make a mistake of, and don't say, and it's human nature to do.
yeah,
You got to be careful. Is never invited to come and focus on you either. That's a big mistake people don't realize. Like, don't F with my dog. We would do it as parents. Well, you want to F with someone,
Yeah.
F with me. Because now you inadvertently, and it got you to say, oh,
Yeah.
I gave you permission to come full at me. No, you don't want that. You demand don't mess with him, but that's where it's at. Don't invite it in any way. Even keep in mind, out of anger and protection, to not do that.
yeah. Well, I can't.
I've
inadvertently
done that, and it's invited more.
Yeah, I can't lie. I've done it myself. I said this. I said that.
But I'm not blaming you or saying wrong. I'm just like,
Yeah.
because it's human nature too.
Right,
That's
exactly.
When you care, that's
Exactly.
the first thing you want to see you rather than the person or animal or whatever you care about. But always try to
'cause
keep in mind, like, don't even give that to it.
Dog can't defend itself against something like that. I mean, we can't either,
you
but we
can.
understand.
But in lots of ways you can, because as you change and recharge the environment and positivity and love, and even when the dog's scared, you're showing love rather than going on the offensive like that and focus on the dog. It's creating this barrier it can't feed through. In
Yeah.
that moment, rather than fear and anger going against it, you stand firm, but with the feeling of love. Whether you want to envision
Right.
God or a light or whatever helps you to comfort your dog. Focus on that love. Why you're saying what you're saying and doing what you're doing against it in love. Because then it's like, well, dang it, now you have a force field.
Right.
And as you change your life, you project that energy as you go through the house and stuff like that. It's slowly filling the space that it's getting pushed out of.
Yeah.
That's part of it too. That's why, in general, our well-being is good. But when it comes into this sense, and spiritual battles and stuff like that, we have to make sure we're well, because things that have bad intent will attack us any which way, which is from physical. I know people that okay, they can't get psychologically and mentally, but they'll find a way around it by attacking the physical well-being, from injuries to things, and that's the way they get it.
Yep. And I've been through that as well.
They will attack you in a weakened state. It's
Yep.
Imagine, okay, I'm a Leo, I'm a lion, so we're going to use the lion analogy. They don't always go after the alpha and strongest thing. No,
Mhm.
they're going to go for the smallest, the weakest, the injured. And they'll do everything they can. Even if they got to fight off some of the big ones, they're going
Right.
to zero in. Or
Right.
they go under a pack mentality, which is very possible too. So this entity can control others to wear you down for it. But if you start, changing the mindset and energy output you have and that you place in yourself, it will help quite a bit. It's never a guarantee 100%, but
Right.
it does empower you more and take away the strength of it.
Yeah, it will give yourself more power against it.
And having knowledge and wisdom behind it, like what may trigger this and what in my
Yeah.
life happens and stuff, gives you the one up. You're finding it out. There's a lot of people, even religious aspects, that say, oh, and we had this discussion too, and a friend of mine, Jenny, when I was on the other night, that, considering some churches and things like, oh, you can't even combat it, this and that. No. The belief I say, and even strategically, if you want to go warfare of any kind, you have to know your enemy, you have to study them, you have to know their weakness and so you're better prepared. You can better fight the enemy. So that's what you're doing when you're looking and reflecting on yourself. The things, well, this was happening at this point, or it seems like to only happen at this. You're gathering enough intel to defend
Right.
and to prevent.
I hear you, man. I feel you.
But the fact that I'm actually ecstatic that from what you're saying that it's getting better is awesome.
Yeah.
That you're already with the knowledge and realizing that.
Right.
Things
I mean, it took a long friggin' time, but
oh yeah. But as you see that before, we were saying it's not an overnight thing you see on YouTube that one investigation is done and everything on the door.
no.
It's a progress. It's a progress.
Yep.
And people that keep going back to these places, oh, it's just activity that continues. No, if you're going back over a year to the same place, the person that's seeking it is going to get worn the hell out if it's real.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If it's stuff like that. So
Yeah, I got it's not negative, but there's like spirits around me all the time. I use my brother's Xbox 360 camera and did the SLS thing.
SLS, yeah.
Yeah. And I scanned my room and I have an ornament on the side of my room, and no joke, something was just sitting there.
Well, here's my belief on that too is if you're sensitive or you get into contact like you were something that you become charged yourself with whatever, and you become so to say like a lighthouse, a flame.
Oh yeah.
You're going to attract all kinds of animals.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, your spot's been given up. You're known. So
Yeah.
you're going to have positive, you're going to have what I believe spirits passing through that just go, oh, hey, there's a light on. Let's check it out. And stuff. So you're
Right
going to get mixtures of that. Not every time a spirit and one thing happens that everything is now downhill for every contact.
Right.
That's not it either. But again, what energy and what you perceive, and with that energy, loving light, but protection and things like that, will kind of set the boundaries for a lot of them. And you can say, hey, you're here. I can't stop you per se, but you don't have the permission to be here either. But you got to believe it. You have to empower yourself enough of that.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, there's spirits. It could be family checking in on you. It could be family watching out for you. It could be a lot of things. Sometimes too, like how we are as people, human kindness, maybe there's spiritual kindness. People just like, hey, I don't want this happening to you. I'm part of the neighborhood watch here and I see there's a commotion going on, so you can't
Right on.
go, sometimes people panic too that one bad experience, it's all bad.
Oh no. Well, yeah. But in my case, no, I had many different experiences. I mean, at first, hell yeah, it scared the shit out of me. But, throughout all my lifetime, I definitely got used to it. And, I actually look forward to it, actually. Well, the good ones anyways.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Right.
Yeah.
Only good ones, please.
Right. Those are the only ones that you really want to acknowledge.
Yeah. I think that's usually a good consensus across any time and space and situation. Like, Yeah, I want to have more of the better experience than I do the really last ones today or tomorrow and every day. But it comes with that. But if you take that mentality and like how, trying to joke with that, like there's going to be the good and bad. That starts setting the tone in our lives too, personally. That starts that, the best way I could tell people is this. Look, I'm finding out, I'm journeying, most of us at some point, some more than others, and really, over time, we've convinced ourselves or been convinced or a little bit of both that everything is, shite. We live in a world of shite. People throw shite. Start taking this train of thought. Why would a farmer or a pig farmer be happy with shite? Why? Why is it they can work in it, hold it, almost roll around in it? Why? It's not shite to them. What can they do? They change the process of a basic function, part of life. Shite's going to happen. You have to. It's going to be there.
Yeah.
But what does a farmer use from shite? What can they make out of it? Fertilizer, or in some cases, fuel. You're extracting the best out of that situation into something positive to grow your harvest, to fuel you. And that's what I taught myself after 45 years of this whole thing and mentality. Once I started changing that thought, things are getting easy. It's not saying that there aren't rough days. We're human. It's going to happen. But all of a sudden, you start seeing changes around you that just happen. Doors that needed to be closed finally do close. Doors that need to be open do open. And it does. So even even out of this, the bad experience, what knowledge can you take? Now you can take that as a positive too, out of this spiritual thing that you're gaining knowledge against it. But it's also knowledge that helps you in your personal life.
Yeah.
You see, and that's the creation, the manifestations we can go through with it. So, once we start doing that in our own lives, it's going to affect our energy and our aura, whatever you want to put out there. And, and it lessens the chance. You empower. I can go into an investigation if I wanted to and have faith that this half-peeled banana is going to protect me, and it will. If I have enough positive energy and faith in a half-peeled banana everywhere I go, there's a good chance it's going to work.
Right on.
It's the focal point. It's the energy. It's how I manifest it in that sense. And you're already doing that, and that is awesome. And you keep going with that, and then the other spirits may come along with curiosity. You have a light on. Okay, hey, I'm not a motel, but you want to stop in and say hello. Okay, just remember I got stuff to do. Just don't mess with me and the dogs.
Yeah.
And you'd be surprised. Maybe something out of that. Maybe you will help someone. Maybe there is another message for you. It's all in your mindset. Or if you want it to end, you can have that too. Pretty much. Just I don't want to know anyone. I'm just let me go about my biz.
Yeah.
But I'm glad, brother. I'm glad.
Yeah, man. Thanks.
I mean, when's the last time you had any sort of substantial activity?
Just activity in general. Let me try to think. Probably 2 months ago.
Oh, okay. That's not too bad.
Yeah. And that's when
Not bad at all, actually.
That's when I asked it to move a water bottle that was just laying on my floor, because I was sitting here playing PlayStation, and I looked the corner of my eye and I see this water bottle T-bone moving back and forth, and I have a skylight in my room, so I'm thinking it's from the skylight, and I'm into my game, and it's going back and it's getting aggressive. I'm like, wait a minute, that don't make sense. So I paused the game, and I closed the skylight, came back to my game, and started playing my game, and it moved again. So I got up, and I have it on film too. I got up and busted my camera out and pointed at it, and I was like, go ahead, move it again. Took about 38 seconds it took. I asked it twice. 38 seconds later, it moved.
But you see what you did? You closed the window. Those are things. It's those little things that people don't realize. We already debunked.
Yeah.
Lots of time. That's what you go for. Well, is there some sort of central air fan, a window in another room for a cross breeze? That can make it. Is it me moving and it's just, like a dip in the floor? So the other end, on the opposite end of the dip that's making contact, making it move.
Right.
It's
Right.
those things you got to look for, and then, okay, now all that's aside, and I asked it to move. Now it moved. That's the positive
And that's not the
evidence that you're trying to, that's when it's like, okay, that lends more credence
right.
towards the question more of like, this could be something.
And that's not the first time I asked it to move. The same water bottle. I cleaned up my whole room. On my weekly cleaning and shit, and I left that bottle there, just to see, and I left it there, and a random day, pulled up my phone again, start recording. Exact same thing happened. I asked it to move, nothing happened. Waiting. Asked it to move, waiting. Then it moves. I'm like, okay.
Now, I don't know how Rev would feel, and this is just me always being overly cautious at times and stuff like that, too, that you got to be careful with interacting that way, because there are a lot of spirits that will lie, that you do make sure there are, and even that you feel with them yourself, boundaries of these, even what seems to be positive interactions. As well, that, that it's there, like, hey, that's great, we're communicating, but you have enough to make sure that it's not now coming around under a guise of, hey, I'm a friendly little Casper, and then that's the attachment form of it too,
Yeah, trick itself. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about that, Rev or Dave? I don't know if Dave's still on. Even what seems to be positive, like your opinion on even positive, like interactions like that.
Who, me?
No, I meant Rev or Dave.
I'm sorry, what? I was paying attention to the cat. What?
No, that he's getting what, seems like harmless interaction with the spirit, with moving bottles and stuff. And I said, me being overly cautious and always making sure that even keep track of the positive interactions, just to make sure that it's nothing being sneaky or in disguise too.
Mm-hmm.
Setting, limits and boundaries of that, and even that we don't inadvertently like create a connection or a bond. What is your opinion about that, even under normal interactions that seem to be repeatable?
I think that just under the guise of, as long as it is a benign interaction, that the bottle is just moving and not being, launched at you, I think that it's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Now, if something were to change in that matter, if you say, hey, would you mind moving that bottle? Are you okay with moving that bottle? And they kick it and it comes 20 miles an hour at your face, then that's a completely different thing.
Yeah.
But as it is right now, I think that as long as it stays relatively benign, I think you're cool.
Yeah.
That's just
Also,
my opinion.
I wanted to add, I forgot that I had a best friend and a family member that died within the past 5 years as well. So I don't know if that the most recent activity is from a recent family death. No, it's not from. I'm sorry, but it could be from that family member, maybe. Because I've noticed that too as well. I was real close to my best friend, and I have his I don't know what the heck you call it, the things you get from the funeral. It has
the mass cards.
Yeah, the cards things, yeah. And I have it up by my old school TV at the time, and it used to just flick right off all the time. Not move, but like flick, as in like if you take a piece of paper and you flick it with your finger, that sound, like that force going to the card, then the card going, wherever which way, and that was happening. And I was like, oh, okay. And I never really got into, thinking it was him or anything like that, but, or even trying to trying to call him out, nothing like that. I just noticed things like that after a death. And even with a recent death of a family member I had, a year or two ago, there was activity, just playful activity, just
Right.
just like that,
I got
just
you.
like that water bottle and shit like that. It could have been him. It's 50-50. Who the hell knows about anything? But
This whole time I didn't notice, even though I seen you do it, but I didn't notice. Sorry to change it for a second. But that Rev, you were vaping and all. Like I seen you put something in your mouth, but I didn't pay no mind. But when I first saw you pull it up now, and with the color, I'm like, is she just swigging back on like something? And then I seen it lit up. I'm like, oh, okay.
No,
I wasn't conscious
yeah.
of it, but it looked like a red bottle of that flask. And I was
No.
like, wait a minute, wow, okay. She's like,
Yeah,
I'm getting into
that's
it.
my pacifier.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're binky, where's binky? No, that's all right. I got to quit smoking.
I try to be pretty
Not
stealthy
easy.
about it, but most of the time I can't pull it off.
I know, but yeah, you know what? I believe sometimes people will come to visit. They'll say, "Hey, it's not to knock every experience and stuff. But this is part of what we do. This is part of the learning, trying to figure out why, who, what. But go by your instinct. Obviously, you've experienced, so you know what the feelings of what are by now.
yeah,
So, if it doesn't seem harmful, if it seems loving, I always err on the side of caution that in mind. Always keep your guard up. Like today, you live in a great neighborhood, this and that, but there's always that little chance. So you're always, like driving a car, being aware of your surroundings enough. You don't live in fear. You don't fear, but just you always know, hey, what the other driver is doing too. In that sense, when you encounter any spirit, you do that. Never call out, even though that's happening. Let's say from your friend's master. I personally have a thing that you never call by name anyone or anything like that in general. So, but you can say, who's here, what's here, kind of like that. But addressing, you never know. That's just now. If it comes to you, that's just me personally, in that sense. But if it's coming to you, yeah, that's different. If it's giving you the info, But sometimes now, you can say, "Hey, mom, is that you?" But to then out of cold start really pursue by name,
I don't say names because I don't want anything trying to trick me.
Yeah, that's part of the reason too. For me.
Exactly, because you never know. I mean, you could be assuming that it's one person and then it's somebody completely different, and
it gets your trust and it bonds to you or something like that. Then you can't get it off of you. Yeah, I'm good on that.
and we're still,
I'm just
on the fence to how much knowledge and how much of ourselves any spirit can get into. We still don't know. From the highest level to the lowest, how much can they read into us? Yeah, so that's the other part of the tricking too, where I err on caution as far as that I would love maybe in my heart to believe it's a family member, but I don't. It's got to prove to me more of what it is, and even with that, I take it, somewhere like, okay, it could be, it's showing, but I give it just enough room, but never full access. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But if it is someone, that's great, because then that gives you comfort and stuff.
Yeah.
But it just if it comes to you, that's one thing. If you're chasing it, that's that's a whole other, and you got to make sure you're not overly chasing and stuff. But it's different, like I said, when it comes to, I think, urbex and open spaces like that, abandoned. I think then some of the approaches change, and it can be a whole different, pursuit and experience. When it's not so personal, when you're just going to, let's say, an abandoned building you have no clue about and activities happening,
Yeah.
Right.
then some of the rules have to change in that sense. I'm pretty sure you've had to do that, right, Rev? When it's just an unknown location under exploration,
Right.
you know.
Yeah.
To me, that's a whole other approach and way to investigate than a personal case.
Yeah.
Because I've gone places
Excuse me.
randomly, just to check out like an abandoned mental asylum, and just sometimes not had anything happen, and other times I've been bombarded. And it's like, nope, I gotta go. This is way too much at this time, and not at 3 a.m. Whatever. It's been broad daylight. I'm like, no, there's too many of y'all trying to target me at once, and y'all like hugging up on me or whatever. Like, no, crowded, no, gotta get out of the subway, no,
Yeah,
But
I'm the same way. I try the best that I can, even if I feel like that gangs of people are coming at me.
Yeah.
I try the best that I can to hold my ground, just obviously because if you show any sort of fear or emotion or anything like that, then they'll try to latch onto it and use it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I get you. It's like, no, okay, I'm out.
Well, how about this? I've talked to Jax and Val about this before, and I don't know, I just wanted to get your opinion about it as well. And Rev, I never talked to you about it, I don't think either. But I'll be in a John Eagle, I'll be in a Walmart, something like that, walking
Excuse me
through.
for one moment. Sorry to interrupt. I'm going to step away for like 10 minutes. My son is up
Okay.
early, and I just got to
Go
make
for it,
him
man.
like his brunch type of thing. So,
Oh, go
Yeah,
for
yeah,
it.
go.
okay, I'm just going to mute. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, so you're walking through some public place.
Yeah, so I'm walking through like a Walmart or like whatever, Giant Eagle, whatever.
Mhm.
And as I'm walking, I just randomly just look at items. You know how you're just looking through a store, you're just walking and blah 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 blah. And
Yeah.
I looked at a box of something, and as I'm walking by it, it pushed itself and it fell. And that happened there. I was at the AT&T store. No shit. I was at the AT&T store, and one of the demo phones on display threw itself across the floor. And I was
I
like,
actually had that happen yesterday when I was getting a new phone yesterday at the phone store, and one of them started. Yeah, so I get you.
so so it was only me and like the one AT&T guy there. It was a smaller store, and I looked at him. He looked at me, and he's like, "Oh, well, that happens all the time because people don't know how to put them back on the display." I was like, "I understand what you're saying, but that's not what that is." And he just ignored me at that, and he was just continue talking about the phone plans and whatnot. And there was a couple of times like that shit has happened, and so it's not really like attached to the house per se, like something like literally like attached to me, like. And it's
not so much attached to you, but they can be pretty much anywhere. I mean, that's the way I look at it. Is it doesn't necessarily have to be attached to you or a particular person. It's just it can be attached to the land. Maybe it was there before the building was built, and now it's pissed off that they've got a Samsung A21 sitting there. Who knows? It's just one of those things. It's gonna happen. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. You never know.
Yeah. I mean, is it weird that I look at the item and that item that I look at falls though? It's not just like random items that just fall. It's like stuff that I look at and it falls.
I don't think that it's random. I think that if that happens more often than not, then something within you is triggering, saying something's doing, and you look at what's going to happen. I don't want to say that it's necessarily precognitive, but you know how it's just sometimes you just get those wonky feelings, and you're like, oh, the phone's about to ring, and you reach for your phone because you think it's going to ring, and then 5 seconds later it happens.
Yeah, I do that a lot too.
Yeah, but it's things like that. it's just little, just silly, wonky things can happen to you throughout, wherever. And it's just, sometimes you're just a little bit more attuned to it than others. That's the way that I look at it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. That's just my personal opinion. You can take it with a grain of salt.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool.
But,
I'm just telling the story just to get feedback, just to see what people say. That's all.
yeah, Dave, do you have any thoughts on it? I don't even know if you're still paying attention.
Yeah, I sort of lost sight about quite a bit back. I've got to be honest with you, Rev. Everybody talking over the top of one another. It's a bit difficult to keep on track of things, I'll be honest. Especially with
No, you're
headphones
good.
on. It just made my brain melt and ooze out of my nose, so I'm trying to keep a track on things. But in response to that one, there's a direct correlation between people that are having a lot of activity and seem to be spiritually aware, and telekinesis, as well as paradoxical autokinesis. So there is a correlation between it. Whether it's precognitive or not, or rather autosuggestive, again, is open to conjecture. But it's definitely not uncommon.
Right.
There's nothing to say you're not moving it, Red,
Yeah.
even if it's subconsciously.
I kind of thought that too, but I was on the fence of that, is I just had so much spiritual spirits throughout my life.
How many type of precognitive events would you say you have, if you would put it down to precognition? How many times do you guess things or get things right? How often do you do it? Does it happen a lot in your life?
Sort of. It's. I could probably count it with two hands at least. So
Okay.
Okay, fair enough.
it's it's weird how you say that, because I've been thinking about that, but at the same time, it's hard to believe anything like this. I mean, anything from spirits to telekinesis to anything like that. It's just so out of the human I don't know how to talk, but human field. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The thing is,
But if it happens,
It's so surreal. It's so surreal, should I say?
if it happens often enough, don't you think that you would be more apt to believe it?
Yeah, and I am, but at the same time, I don't want to I don't know.
Yeah, I got you.
It seems crazy at the same time. You know what I mean? It's weird. It's weird.
Of course it does, because that's
but
what you've been taught to think. It's crazy.
Right. Exactly.
the thing is, in parapsychological fields, even if you start to become aware of it, you get what's known as the decline effect, which is, you can almost conduct experiments in ESP, even if it's just in yourself. That gradually, the perceptive element of it becomes less significant, almost to the extent of what's known as the psi missing effect, which is that the results, in fact, start to go the other way, that it becomes completely improbable. So it almost shifts from the sublime to the ridiculous. You might have an indication that there might be some kind of ESP or telekinesis or precognitive element there. Put it to the test yourself so much that it becomes that insignificant that it goes the other way, that you start to disbelieve it, if that makes any sense. And that's in a parapsychological sense as well as a psychological sense.
Yeah, I totally understand what you just said. Yeah, dude. Exactly.
Yeah, things like that happen to me all the time, and it's I'll say, it's just oh, the phone's about to ring, and 5 seconds later, and I'll verbalize it, and 5 seconds later, my phone rings, and Jeff looks at me, Captain Critter, he looks at me, and he's like, "How the hell did you know that?" And didn't. It's just a lucky guess. I don't know. It's just one of those things. Hey, Star. Hi, honey. And, it's just little things like that happen. It's just oh, well, they're about to make an announcement over the loudspeaker. And then it happens. And it's just hey, that apple's going to fall. And boom, there it goes. It's just little shit.
Now that I think about, so this has happened 2 months ago, so it's still kind of fresh with that bottle moving. I was concentrating on it moving. You know what I mean? And so I wanted to move, but at the same time I was speaking, but at the same time I was like thinking as well.
Is this
Right.
in bed?
I'm sorry.
Is this when you're in bed? Are you referring to here?
No, it was just
Just generally.
yeah.
Okay.
Just
Gotcha.
generally relaxing.
At the time, yeah. And then like I was like relaxed mode. And then I was in the back of my mind, I just wanted this water bottle to move again. It was on my mind a lot. So I went up and I went to go record it. And then when I was recording it, like I said, I was like really concentrating on it. I wanted it to move, and I was also speaking out loud for asking something for it to move. And it eventually moved, you know.
Well,
And
a great deal of telekinesis and telepathy tends to occur in hypnopompic or hypnagogic states, you know, pre-sleep and after sleep, when you're in certain brainwave patterns, usually theta delta brainwave patterns.
I'm so glad that you're here, Dave, because somebody else is speaking my language. Thank you so much. Sorry.
So it makes a lot of sense to me, is what I'm saying, Red, really, you know.
okay, yeah.
Why did my StreamYard just freeze up? What's doing?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sitting here just thinking about everything, just what you said and everything else.
I'm just wondering why my phone froze up. Sorry.
You see, the thing is I you know, I've been investigating many years, but I still cannot remove myself from the scientific as well as psychological element of it, because it's a massive part of the paranormal, and probably the biggest part of the paranormal, which people might not wish to admit, and which the paranormal community for a big part does not allude to, because it in a way it almost debunks all of the paranormal. But they should embrace it, because in actuality it doesn't debunk the paranormal, it validates it. When you actually look into the psychological element of people's experiences, it validates the very thing that they're trying to put across to people that might otherwise doubt them, if that makes any sense.
What if
Perfect.
the spirits are interacting with the people who can do like telekinesis or something like that? What if that's the connection or something? Do you think that's?
I don't think that a telekinesis and spiritual activity are mutually exclusive. I think both of them can walk side by side, and both of them can occur. And I think it's differentiating between the two, or even being aware that there is an actual mutual interaction at any one particular time.
In
So
my
I think
opinion,
it can happen. Sorry, second. Go on. Go on, second. Yeah.
In my opinion, the reason why like the paranormal and all this stuff is looked over is because of skeptics and stuff like that. Like, I forgot what the doctor's name was, but he's been trying to find real proof of like psychic activity, ghosts, paranormal stuff like that since like the 70s, and he has a deal. If anybody can prove it, he'll pay them $1 million out of his own pocket. And since
Really?
like 19, yeah,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
since
And about James Randi.
1974,
yeah, that's who I was thinking
James
about, right?
Randi.
Yeah,
James
Yes,
Randi's the
him.
guy. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean he's open-minded. He wants to find the truth, but there's so many
fakers. Yep.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
people have just overlooked the paranormal, and anybody with any kind of psychic or, you know, any kind of connection to the other realm, you know, that
Mhm.
it's just thrown out by science because of him.
Right. My dad
And
doesn't even call it paranormal. My dad calls it hypernormal, because he doesn't he won't recognize it as, you know, paranormal. He just says that it's more than normal. It's hypernormal, you know?
Yeah.
Does that make sense? And I'm like,
Well-
okay, well, I guess that's sort of a good way to think of it. If you're a bit of a skeptic, that's cool. But yeah, I just thought that it was weird that he calls it that he doesn't recognize it as not normal, just more than normal,
A big
Yeah.
chunk,
weird to
a
me.
big chunk of, unfortunately, a big chunk of mediumship and clairvoyancy can be described away by science as being hot or cold reading. Now, I didn't say all. I did not say
Right.
all.
Oh
I
yeah.
said a large amount of it can be explained by science. It can be explained by hot and cold reading. I've conducted experiments myself in this using auto-suggestion and leading a client via questioning to find out particular answers, then giving them some information later on in the conversation. They were convinced I was a medium. So I've conducted these experiments and I know that it does occur. So the thing is there's a lot of messianic pricks in the paranormal. There's a lot of supercilious, narcissistic dicks. There's lots of them. They want to be special. They want to be famous. They want to be recognized. And there's a lot of mercenary. There's a lot of frauds, especially when it comes to
There are.
mediumship, unfortunately.
Yep, you're
Right.
1000% right. Bro.
Exactly. And they're making the rest of us who actually do have,
Yeah.
extra sensory issues, as I like to put it. They're giving us a bad name because, they're trying so hard to be something that they're not, and they're making us all look bad because they're fucking it up,
Yeah, even without extra sensory issues, just the people that are out to investigate, to get real answers and question and stuff like that, it makes that, in a sense, that whole community look bad by the sensationalism and the used car salesman type, gimmicky,
Right.
whatever, because we're looking, whether it's to answer the world or our own experiences, we want to know. And it is something that is difficult to explain, but it drives us enough by whatever experiences we had, or maybe someone we know had, that, hey, it's not that far-fetched from whether you take it from religion, finding out, hey, does God really exist? My relation to, even if you're someone into just life or not, you seek answers at some point, something you want to know. Now, with that, just because we're asking, it's not 100% proven. Well, look at it this way: a lot of science is still theory, correct? A lot of science is
Right.
still theoretical sciences and stuff. It's still not proven, but science is a gospel for the ones that are naysayers. Well, no, it can't be that way either. We're seeking answers. Scientists, before they got to a point of proving, had to do what we had to do. You had to debunk and prove your point and find the evidence behind it.
The thing is though, with
Thank
science,
you.
with science, they have a controlled study group.
Mhm.
And whether it's in physicality, whether it's physiological, biological, or in other means, as pseudoscientists in a way in the paranormal, we don't have a controlled study group because everything is so outside the remit of what you would consider normal by the very definition of the term paranormal.
It's because we
However,
can't touch it, we can't probe it, we can't cut it open and dissect it.
However, I think with the right amount of people and the ones now, given sensationalism and stuff, can start coming up with a basic formula or protocol, in a sense of, kind of like the basics to help control it better, so it helps the ones that are really seeking answers. It helps prove the case and basis behind it. Maybe take it more seriously if it's a little more controlled, whether it's from debunking to proving, aspects, trying to start looking towards making it a controlled environment and way to investigate. Yes, it's a little more open, but it's, again, science too. They had to get to a point to make it controlled too. It was up in the air.
Do you know where
Right.
where it falls down though, Jose? Right, is where it falls down is people use equipment and they don't understand how it works. Everybody will buy a
Thank
K2 meter. Everybody buys a K2 meter, which picks up AC, electromagnetic radiation fields, right? And
It picks up
electromagnetic
your
fields
freaking microwave.
travel at
come
90
on.
degrees to one another, and it uses AC. It picks up AC electrical waves, right, and magnetic waves, which are man-made. They are man-made. They're not naturally occurring. and they will go off these. They will use these as absolutes when they get interaction with K2 meters. Now, living things, living energy is a DC electromagnetic field, not AC. It doesn't resonate at that particular frequency. They'll use 1 meter to dictate the terms and course of the investigation. I've got 32 EMF meters that cover a massive range of electromagnetic fields for that very reason. And the only thing I use them for is to debunk and to find it, spurious radio emissions, electromagnetic fields within the home, because they don't do anything other than that. And when people can't get their head around that because they've been sold the idea by the media and the TV, that's when we lose out as being taken seriously, because we chase around flashing lights.
Well,
Yep.
and
And
that's a good point too, as far as that. Sorry, that there's not enough investigators, and this isn't to knock you guys or whatever, but really putting videos out there explaining the proper use and the theories and everything behind the equipment they're using. Yes, you explain this is what this is and this is it's made for, but you're not explaining enough behind it. You know, to why that piece of equipment works. To me, that makes more sense. Great, you tell me this is what it should be kind of doing and what you're looking for with it, but the science then, and that I think would allow the science, you know, behind it too, that community go, oh, okay, they're explaining in better detail the sciences of what they're doing. So maybe you know, bring a little more acceptability, in my opinion, that way. So
okay,
like,
so asking a question of a question that's stated in the things there then, by Paranormal Underworld, what are they? You've said there that we've got. Let me go back in the chat. Where is it? We do have what?
Where? What? What I do?
I'm looking. It says, "Oh yes, we do have controls and variables. Thus, a control group." No, we don't. Because we don't have control over the situation. We go into a situation with devices doing what we think is correct to try and get what we consider evidential stuff that we can put forward. But by the very definition, we cannot put it forward as evidence. Otherwise, it would be a science, and it isn't. So if you put in the chat what the controls and the variables are, I'd be interested to hear what they are.
Like the psychological point when you're investigating individuals and stuff, okay, can be backed at least by psychology if you go through certain protocols of questioning and things like that. But yeah, once you get into the investigating that, it is hard. So I think one of the major fights and things to get working on as real investigators and people that really want the answers is coming up with at least a very good general consensus of what's controllable. And that goes with the skeptical, more science-based investigators out there too, to have that input of what would be more acceptable as a controlled way of doing things and environment. Yes, we have all these instruments and stuff like you said, but we need to make sure that everyone knows this is what it does, this is what it functions, this is what you're going to get out of it. And then that also lends to, well, then the inventors that are looking to go, it's missing this, this, and this. So let's do this, because then even if it knocks out and debunks, that one instrument can debunk 10 things at once, but something's still going on against that, like you're saying, you know, you have all these machines, then you're left with, okay, now science, what do you do? You can't deny.
Absolutely.
Now science is backing up quite a bit by not showing.
Yeah, which is my point. I mean, if Paranormal Underworld, I respect everybody's point of view in the paranormal. I do, because there is no experts. If any one person claims to be an expert in the paranormal, they're a supercilious prick, quite frankly. But all they are experts in is theories and case studies. That is it, because there are no absolutes. The only absolute side of it is the scientific side, which can debunk every single thing we put forward as paranormal investigators. Now, with what Paranormal Underworld said there, I respect his opinion. That's Jack's, I believe. And I'm interested in what Jack's has got to say, obviously, because what he's got to say is just as important as what I'm saying, as what you're saying, as what anybody else is saying. You know, we're all at the same level. We're all paranormal investigators with theories, with beliefs, and we try our best in the field to do what we possibly can. But if he's saying that there is certain parameters that we can use as a controlled study group, I'm interested in hearing them, not to be argumentative and not to be a dick, just because I'm genuinely interested in what he's got to say.
Yeah, because if there are parameters that can be used, that helps the community in so much, in so many ways.
Sorry
She
it took
also
me so
helps.
long, guys. I'm having StreamYard issues. I apologize. Hey, babe.
That was fucking
Well-
bullshit. Like, Rev.
I'm sorry. I'm having some issues with my fucking StreamYard, dude. Sorry.
I
Christ
was in the
Jesus.
green room for like 10 minutes. Like,
I'm sorry. I'm trying. Do you
I'm
see
just
me though
playing.
sitting here jacking with my phone?
She
I saw
sampled
you,
on
I
the
saw you.
food. She drank everything.
What's up, FM?
She was going through your
What's
personal
up?
belongings in the green room.
Jax, come back into the basement, Jax. Please, 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 please. I'm sorry. I was trying, but I couldn't do it.
she don't mean it,
My-
Jax. Like,
My StreamYard is totally jacking up right
You ain't
now.
good
I
enough
don't know
for
what's doing. I think my phone is just freaking out because I've been online for almost 4 hours.
I feel it.
Yeah,
I
what would
struggle
make
as
it-
well.
Yeah. That's
Okay,
what
see, there's
Hey.
Redhead's channel. Okay, awesome. Yay, I've got everybody. Woo! Jalapeno.
But
Okay.
Dave, there was a
Yes.
my father was a Baptist
Cringe.
preacher and everything, and one of his
Thank you, Nicole.
friends
Rev.
is another Baptist preacher, but he's
Yeah.
more open-minded about spirits and stuff like that. He said his theory on ghosts is the soul isn't like a physical thing. It's the electromagnetic force of your brain. And
Yeah.
whenever you die, that's why when you go to certain haunted locations or anything, you'll see some spirits repeating what happened, like
Yeah.
the last moments of their death or something like that. And
Oh. Wait, Sarah's got her hand up.
what's up?
I don't want to
Like
interrupt.
sixth
I'm sorry.
grade.
I'm really doing
Huh?
this because I don't want to be rude.
Yeah, what's up?
I was just gonna say, like, I believe that I believe in different dimensions, parallel universes. I believe that it's all so convoluted. We will never wrap our minds around exactly how it works, and we think we have something figured out, and then there's something else that makes us wonder, like, do we really have it figured out?
We will never have 100% because even in science, there's always something new. We discover new animals on land. Yet
Yes.
people
Right,
discovered,
right.
we're still discovering, and we haven't even hit the ocean.
Could we just say? Could I just say something, just for a sec? Is because do
Go for
you want to
it.
come in? Do you want to come in, Paranormal Underworld? Because you did make a comment in the statement in the side chat, and I assume that's why you've come up to chat.
Yes.
Hey, Jax.
Hey, how are you?
Fire-
Hey, Jax.
Good.
Hey.
Good morning, sweetheart.
Yeah. Well,
All right, I'm still going to be in chat. I'm driving out of Austin back to San Antonio, but
Okay.
I'll still be
Okay,
in chat.
sweetheart.
Well, I mean, I'll still talk on here. So
Be careful, boy.
Okay. Be careful, sweetheart.
I was on the road.
All right. You. All right, y'all have fun.
All
Right.
right.
Always.
Go, Jax.
Making coffee. Sorry, guys.
Well,
I'm away, but you are in my ears, but I'm away from my actual computer. So
You're the voice in her
Still
head
hearing
now. Oh, good. Be the voice in her head.
okay, Jack. So what's your opinion on everything?
well, I did not come up with this whole scenario, but I know the person that did, and the credit goes out to Clarissa Vasquez of Colorado Coalition of Paranormal Investigators. She came out with this because she was trying to find out a way that paranormal investigating can be done in a controlled environment. Because a bigwig told her that paranormal investigating was no scientific than boiling an egg. Well, she went out and proved him wrong.
That's bullshit. Yeah.
She came out with a system where you can have all kinds of controls and variables because our lab is out in the field. You go out on the 3 hottest months of the year, and in the United States, it's July, August, and September. June, July, and September. June, July, and August. June, July, and August. Thank you.
Mhm.
You go out at midnight. You go out on a full moon. You go to places where there's at least one fatality.
Mhm.
You know,
Hi.
like on the road.
Right.
You ask 5 questions. The same 5 questions on in the same order. I mean, all the stuff that's, you know, and you take that all that data. You know, it can be done in a scientific manner. It
Yeah,
can.
it can be.
Who decides on the 5 questions and why they're relevant? Why on a full moon? What evidence is there to suggest that a full moon is in any way reactive with what's going on other than our superstition and things to suit our narrative? So even off them 2 things alone, they can be debunked as being a controlled study group.
But if you're going out on that day, you can say, okay, well, I am going out on a full moon, or I am going out on this other thing.
But
Let's
even in-
test
Okay,
it.
so it's just a matter
Let's
of
test it, Dave.
consistency. You
Yes.
know,
Yeah, but
Is
even in the argument of science, for science, the advocacy of that, in that controlled environment, in one situation, you have to also compare the notes to a non-full moon, non-midnight. You know, that's where some of that control is, but take very detailed
I'm gonna do
notations
it.
and evidence. So that
I'm gonna
she's done a good story. Don't get me wrong, but that's still very open. You have to control it in such. So if she's saying out in the field, then you look out to the field scientists. What do they do for controlled environment? The animal biologists, the things, and that is the blueprint in so many ways of what notes, the note taking of those to be considered as science. That
Well-
we
And-
start adapting.
And more importantly, what
you guys-
equipment are they using,
Yeah.
and how can they validate that the equipment they're using is scientifically proven to pick up anything other than things that are prosaic and ordinary? Because that's the thing, isn't it? If any one person here can provide evidence that any one piece of equipment actually empirically picks up paranormal activity, then you shouldn't be on this stream. You should be writing a paper what gets you in Science Weekly.
And we're
I
not
think
doing
it's
it-
just a matter of consistency, honestly. It's just if you're doing the same thing every time, the same, you know, moon phase, the same equipment, the same everything. It's just a matter of consistency. So you can, you know, there's no deviation from anything. So you can say, okay, I was doing the exact same thing every time, and these are the results that I got. That's what I'm getting from it.
I wanted to say something. I think Jax, no matter the validity of what they're doing or whatever, I'm glad you said that, because that makes me want to go out and do some tests of my own, like on a full moon, different moon phases, take all that under consideration, and just that's what scientists do. They do different little things to see what works best, and they
that's
try to.
what's bad. They control the results of each and see what consistencies, inconsistency, and they go into that and compare the notes. So that's why I said just going on a full moon is great for the consistency of that part. But
Do
right away,
different things.
science is going to say, well, what negative results? Because if the negative inconsistencies outweigh, they're going to throw it out.
That's
You
why
see,
we need to do
so-
different stuff to see
This
what
is the
works.
thing too, when investigation to get to that is start looking at and I do agree that's an open world. You know, the environment is the lab. So start looking at how those type of scientific researchers and investigators for whatever science they're in go about gathering that data and using it as the blueprint for investigations. How do you control? It's hard to control nature in itself. There are ways to work enough to get the data, because you could go full moon each time, but what's the wind like? You could nitpick and pick it apart. Well, the wind wasn't the same. The temperature wasn't exactly the same. Now, one day you have fog a little more on a full moon as opposed to last time. Where were you in relation to the full moon? As far as, were you in the woods? Were you in the city? You see,
I think
so
it also
it's apart, but you gotta do
I
enough
think
of both sides. And every side-
people miss the point about the fact is understanding the equipment. Because if I was to ask most paranormal investigators, okay, what is the harmonic third frequency of the inductance coil that makes the tuned circuit of an audio recorder, they wouldn't be able to answer me. And that is the truth of it. That's the harsh
Indeed.
truth. That is the harsh truth. Everybody uses equipment, but they don't understand how it works or why it works. And that is the point I'm making. I've been doing this for
What
years.
is
and
it? What's the answer?
It depends upon the audio recorder, because it depends upon
Yeah.
the capacitance opposite it. That's what makes a tuned circuit: capacitance and inductance.
I don't know shit about any of that shit. So
Exactly. And the thing is, many people don't. And I've been doing this for years, as you guys have. And I'm not a debunker. It's not like I don't believe. It's not like I'm trying to put people down, because I'm not. I wouldn't be here doing this if I were, because I'm truly, truly not. All I'm trying to do is find, if somebody does have some kind of way where we are all singing off the same hymn sheet, we are all doing the same thing, then we're doing exactly as Jax is suggesting. We've got a controlled study group.
the kind of evidence that somebody like Dave would gather, I believe he wants to get, if I'm understanding correctly, he wants to gather evidence that's absolutely undisputable, right?
as pure as possible. Yeah.
I've seen just as much as anybody here. Believe me, right? I have nothing to prove to anybody. I don't have to prove anything to anybody at all. Nothing. We're all in the same boat. We're all doing exactly, Jax. Exactly. None of us do. This is it. I mean, I don't think my opinion or what I've gathered as evidence is any better than anybody else's here. I know Jax goes out and does his thing.
That's right, Bill.
I know you probably do. Is it Sarah? I think your name's Sarah, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah,
And I know
FM Sarah. Yeah.
And I know you do, Jose. You know, we're all in the same boat out there trying to get it, and it's all opinions, you know.
Yeah,
but I
you're
want
right.
to help convince someone, even of science and stuff, to make them think for a moment that it's possible. You know, I can tell them I'm blue in the face, but if I don't, for someone like that, have some sort of data, it's just stories, it's just legend, it's folklore, this and that, until it hits them blue in the face to change that. But I try to argue both sides because I want, for the ones that are really out there. Now, my investigation was back in old school, just going out, messing around, and doing my own personal research. I don't have equipment. I don't go out. I'm a single dad. I don't have time. But I do question even technology as I do it. Something that works off of radio signals, I don't inherently trust because it's signals, clips, thing. You're using an already made signal. So I at times question when people say, oh, did you hear that as an answer, this and that? But yet I'll hear what sounds like music in that clip. And it's not spiritual music. I've caught where someone swore some was evidence. I'm like, they're in the Spanish area. That's a salsa song. That's a little clip I know from my childhood. That right there throws it out for me. It's not to doubt that there isn't anything there. But again, you know, technology isn't where it is. And he's right. You got to know the technology, what it does. And that's part of the study. But it creates then a more pure form. It forces us that want the answers to really drive hard. Okay, I want it to be true too, if you believe it, to back up what I experienced. But we got to get
of course,
the whole rest of it too.
Right. And now Vale brings up a good point in the chat, whereas we all know that she is a very talented person in her abilities and whatnot, and seeing and hearing things most people cannot. And she brings up a good point that even with her gifts, if a spirit sits there and tells her, you know, what's doing and exactly everything that's going down and how everything is, who's to say that anybody is going to believe her, even though that she has the proof, because she can hear it and she can see it? How is she going to convince anybody else if they're not even willing to comprehend what's doing? You know, how does she convince it? How do we convince people that aren't even willing to comprehend what's doing, to listen, that it's really real.
Well,
you
you've
know,
got the
it's all a
situation where
matter of perception.
sorry, Rev, you can have 100 people witness an automobile accident, and most of them can give a totally different interpretation of what they see. And it's like this, isn't it? It's like, you know, for those who believe no evidence is necessary, and those who don't believe no evidence is possible. And if you have proof because you feel it, then that's an experience. And in the eyes of the world, in the eyes of people who don't believe, in the eyes of the scientific community, it's not considered proof. It's just considered a personal experience. Even if we believe it, even if all 6 of us on the panel here were to turn around through the veil and say, yeah, we believe you because we've experienced enough, because I'm sure we have, all of us, we've experienced enough to know what you're talking about. Watching her eating the banana. You know what I mean? So we can all turn.
She's eating a banana like you eat a Snickers on a commercial with the label out, all perfect. Like, oh,
bananas. Organic and
Snickers.
fresh
Yeah.
and good for your soul.
Like she's eating it like it's product placement. You know, show the label, banana. You know?
Say it again, Jax.
Yes.
I thought you said something, sir.
Nope.
Okay.
But no,
The Mandela effect. Exactly. Okay. Yes. Yes. The Mandela effect. That's exactly what. Yes.
But
That's
that's
the
also
Mandela
science too. There are people that believe in this spiritual experience and know science, you know, so it goes both sides. But to make it a happy kind of medium, and I still believe that there is a lot of science is based in theory and past beliefs and things like that people want a more answer from. So it's no different than belief. It still comes from a lot of theory and stuff, and man put, you know, science to it and stuff. I think to validate some of it, we do have to apply sciences to this field as well, a little more than it has been or ever has. There has to be enough. And I think it can be done if we spend enough time into the science and to back up what we say. Because that's what scientists do. They say, okay, here's my theory, but I'm going to work hard to try to find the proof and back it through trial and error and the equipment and everything.
And to change it.
But a lot of investigators are so stuck on the belief form and then get killed. Well, who's to say both aren't meant to be with each other? Because in so many ways, they're both the same in the sense it's a belief.
Well,
somehow.
you go into courtroom as a lawyer. It doesn't matter what you believe. You have to put forward the case. You have to put forward any evidence that's there, and you have to do your job and present it to people that will judge you. And that's sort of the position we're at almost as a paranormal community. Yeah. The burden of responsibility is going to be left like people like Rev, like you, Jose, like Sarah, like Red, like Jax, and the people in the chat. It's going to be left to people like us to do the best that we can to present whatever we can using the means that we have at our disposal. That's just the way it is. But the governments around the world have looked into this. They have looked into it through different projects throughout history. They have been there. They have done it. They have conducted experiments into a lot more than the layman would even begin to imagine. You know, I covered this the other day on some of the streams I've done there. You know, Project Moonbeam, the Montauk Project. You know, you're talking about transdimensional beings. If you believe the stories that you're being told about what the government have messed around with, using remote viewers to spy on secrets in the US from a place in New York, you know, by using remote viewing. So there's a lot more going on than we're being led to believe. The government and science already know. They already know, but it's about not wanting us to know, if that makes any sense.
There was a lady, I can't remember her name.
They made a movie about it.
They were studying telekinesis, and this woman, she could stop somebody's heart. And this was back, I think, in World War II, around that time, and they were trying to learn how to use that in order for a weapon, as a weapon. So there's got to be something to all of this stuff if they're looking into it. It must not be bullshit.
Yeah, of course. I mean, and look at what Through the Veil just put. That's exactly my point there. It's not about being doubted, because I don't think anybody on the panel is doubting what you're saying. I'm not doubting what anybody ever says. But what I'm saying is it's proving it to the people who don't believe, and it's proving it to the establishment. It's not about proving it to one another, because I don't think we have to.
Rev says it's all a matter of perspective. If someone is not willing to have an open mind about anything, then there is no way that we could ever convince them. And that's true. There's always going to be people, it doesn't matter what evidence you have, they are not going to fucking believe you.
And that's for both sides. That's for science and for us. You know, you're going to have people that are investigators because of experience that will go against everything science says and vice versa. So that leaves us like you know, the burden of proof issue. The prosecuting side for us is going to come up with a ton of physical evidence where we're trying to sell our story and experience, and we have to convince. But and for me, we should be looking at getting just as much, for our sake, physical evidence in some way, the data, this stuff, to back up what we say, because then it helps our argument. It helps sway us.
Our case, yeah.
Yeah. If this was a murder trial, well, we have your DNA. Well, I wasn't there. That's going to be shot because there's scientific there. But what if I had science to dispute that too, saying, but that DNA you're using is really just that, you know, is off by this, and choose, and you know, and everything else. You know, so we got to kind of almost fight fire with fire, but it helps us out because we want the purest, we want the real answers, just like a scientist wants the real answer. It's not overnight. They go out of their way to prove their theories. I mean, the theory of relativity, and now, you know, in more recent decades, they're saying, well, maybe Einstein was true, but it was still kind of held belief. Now they're starting to try to get towards and finding ways to proving his theories. His theory. So it's a belief that, hey, we're doing the same. We can then get the equipment, which puts us on our game for purity and seeking our answers, getting the equipment that does it all, or you know, lessening that instead of whatever, making sure it's good quality equipment, and recording the data. I love what Jack said about the control thing. But you got to document, not just film. You got to make notations of the environment, the air, especially those are the first things that are going to get shot. Great, you went every time to the same place and the same moon phase, but there's so many other things. What was traffic? What was this? You got to think like the skeptic.
Well, I've got a question for everybody in the panel. Then I've got a question for everybody, and if you'd be so good as to answer it, okay? Now, I take it everybody's, you know, we've all been involved in doing investigations and been exposed to probably some pretty crazy things, yeah, admittedly. Now,
right.
How difficult has it been, and how many times have you been frustrated by trying to tell somebody what you've experienced? And no matter what you say, they just won't believe you, no matter what you say.
I ain't got enough fingers to count them on.
Yeah.
I mean, you can slap them in the face with it. You can look at them, and you can show them absolute photographic evidence, and you got notes, you got photographs, you got video evidence, you've got a God Bless America congressional, you know, stamp on it, and they're going to be like, no, it ain't true.
Now, this is why I hope you understand where I'm all coming from. There's a certain, you know, evidence. It's got to be totally irrefutable, because of the amount of times you just get batted down by people, naysayers, and they just don't want to know. Come on, how many times have you told somebody something's happened? Like Beyond the Veil, Through the Veil saying in the chat, you know, try to tell somebody about a personal experience, and they just don't want to take it on board. They're not interested. They think you're talking out your ass.
Even if it is irrefutable, they don't give a damn sometimes. Like, it doesn't matter. It sucks.
But if you gather enough that you're not going to please everyone, you know, we're not going to be convinced of everyone. That's nature. That's how it is. But it can at least give a little more weight, you know, to it than the way it's been done and the way it has gone. It can lend more weight. I mean, you will find at least some of the scientists that will start having improvement, and it will at least maybe open them up. Will question. And that's at least enough as a start. I mean, you have, if we're going to go paranormal discussion, you have people like Jeff, what's his name? Meldrum. Okay, Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Of a skeptic as he is a believer. In fact, he says first he's a skeptic, but there's so much out there that he's gathered that he just can't debunk, that has to be left on the table. But
The thing
he
is
thinks-
we can go into space. We can go into space and look at the Earth from space. Yet there are still people who believe in a flat Earth. Yeah.
yeah.
Now
So
that's
you're not gonna
science. This is
convince-
science as well. People will still believe there is a flat Earth. You know, towards the end of his life, even Einstein didn't believe in his own unified field theory
Mhm.
because it could be debunked when
Exactly.
he met Hubble. Hubble had to expand upon it on his behalf.
Why
know,
can't
and
it be
Einstein-
a triangle?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Shit.
But who's to say too? Why can't it be a little bit of both as well? You know what I'm saying? That we're so isolated sometimes in groups. There could be somewhat of a middle ground at times too. You know,
Yeah,
we're so
you're right.
busy arguing. Well, it's my side, my side, my side. There's a middle ground, but we have to get there from both sides at almost the same type of method and approach to get to finding stuff as well. Flat Earth. I look at it this way. Okay, it's a flat Earth. How do I not see with something as powerful that
found
can see
aliens.
into the universe, clear across the land, to see the Eiffel Tower by looking through a telescope? You know, if it's a flat Earth, there are things like that. That's my argument against the flat Earth. If so, then how can I not see straight through the horizon?
I just want to say one thing to Jax as well. Are you listening, Jax?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to say that it might have come across that I was flippantly just casting aside what you were saying as a controlled study group, and that wasn't my intention at all. I was just merely trying to understand where you were coming from, and because
He's
I think it will be
passionate about
a great idea for people to be able to use something as a controlled study, which is very difficult because everybody would have to be used exactly the same parameters. And seeing as how the environment can't be controlled, that's what makes it like an uncontrolled study group. But the fact of the matter is, science poo-poos itself, let alone pseudoscience, which is what we're trying. And it's not about backpedaling, Sarah. It's about being a gentleman and not being a dick. If that gets me out of shit.
Got you.
No, and no, it's a good idea. It's a great idea to control and start taking at least the start should be there. The approach of notations and stuff, but start looking at it. If it's going to be that approach, start taking books out of science, use its own methods, because then it's hard for them to argue, well, blah, 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 but I did what you do.
Right.
If
Yeah,
you're
of
going to
course, yeah.
debunk my methods that are the same exact methods as you just proved then that you're just as much bupkis as what you're claiming I am. You see how that helps us in that argument too, because then it puts them in a place, well, you know, they're going to start doing maybe the boo-boo, well, you're a poopy head. And like, okay, now you made me win by calling me a poopy head at that point, because I'm doing what you're saying I should have been doing.
Well,
So
yeah.
it doesn't hurt
Dave, I got a
anyway.
question when it
to do
comes
it. Now, controlled indoors is a lot more. You know, when you're out in a field, open field, things to the element, it's hard because you can't control elements. However, there are field researchers, animal behavioralists, biologists.
Well, when somebody can sit down and explain to me how I can see a physical object disappear into a wall and appear in another room, and they can recreate that in a controlled study environment, then I'll be interested in taking on board their theory of a controlled study. That is the problem. That is the situation, though, isn't it? That's the problem. We don't know if it's trans-dimensional. We don't know if we're dealing with lateral time or cyclical time events.
Time isn't linear, I don't believe.
We don't know what exactly.
Also, remember,
You know-
the concept of time, physical time, is a man-made thing.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
to validate food and
A day and a season back in ancient times is not the concept of the modern calendar and time frame.
Hey, Dave.
Lots of cultures measured by seasons, and so many seasons by years and stuff. So their form of time is not as modern time. That's always been a man-made measurement. So right there, that blows apart almost a ton of things. You know, even in a science sense, you go back to history, the science of archaeology and history, the calendars were much different, thousands and hundreds of thousands of years ago.
Yeah.
So
for what it's worth,
time is time.
Red, if you want a little bit more information on stuff like that, I don't know if you're aware of it, the Black Vault.
Yes.
Yeah, well, do a little bit of research on the Black Vault as far as that's concerned. There's a lot of FBI material on there, CIA, Department of Defense stuff regarding UFOs, EBE, crash retrievals, all that kind of stuff. The disclosure is coming. They're letting out bits and bats of more information as time goes by. Not just the US government, the Russian government, the UK government. Information is coming out. So if you dig deep enough, you're going to find it.
Hey, Dave.
Yes.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. You go ahead, Red, real quick. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. I was going to tell you, I didn't say you were backpedaling. I said you were passionate about what you were talking about.
Sorry,
That's
I misunderstood what you said. Apologies.
But I wanted to ask.
It's her damn American accent that throws everything off.
I'm so sorry. But like I was going to say, in a minute, when you have time, if you can explain, because you seem like an expert on it, like any good equipment that we could maybe get to go on investigations with, that would be a little bit more accurate than what we're using right now. But go ahead, Red.
Okay. What was your opinion on this UFO stuff? I mean, I actually videotaped some real shit that I've seen. I don't know if it's alien or not, but I know there's some type of UFOs out there. You know, everybody's been recording it throughout years and stuff like that. Now, do you think that since they are letting they held on this information for so long, for so tight, and all of a sudden they're just going to release it? Now, do you think that they're going to release it because of some kind of like Project Bluebeam type shit, like holograms, and just to put fear in us, and you know, that type of stuff?
I haven't got any definitive answer because I'm not in the government. But from my understanding of where I think I'm at with it, or where my mindset's out with it, is they're going to release the information because they haven't got a choice. Because more and more people are seeing things. More and more people have got access to having a camera. Most people have got a mobile phone which has got a camera. More and more evidence is coming out. More and more people are asking questions. And quite frankly, I think they've got bigger fish to fry. There are other things going on at the moment. And also, I don't think they've got any control over it like they used to in the 1940s when you got the events like Roswell and Kenneth Arnold and so on and so forth. I think they're losing control over it. It's not a massive secret. You know, Area 51 was busted open, Wright Field, everybody knows about all these kind of things. So I think that's a big part of it at the moment.
And I agree. And I think part of it too.
That makes a lot of sense.
To me, in giving out information, partly, I maybe the conspiracy part of me in some ways, is what's the best way to keep a secret? To tell it. It covers that. You tell enough. It snowballs, it does its own thing, but there's still more hidden in the vaccine that not letting out. But if we give this enough to run, and it's in truth, but it's not full detailed of all, you know,
right.
And that there may be more to it that we're not seeing. And okay, people are believing, people are seeing, we can't deny it. But before they go too far and too deep, let's acknowledge this.
Or do you think they're trying to soften the blow as well? Because a UFO can just land, you know what I mean? Anything can just happen. So maybe they're trying to soften the blow because maybe they know something, of course, that we don't.
I think they've been trying to do that for years. I think the media have been trying to do that. Hollywood's been trying to do that too.
Oh, yeah, Hollywood, yeah.
Like for me, if they're going, let's say the aspect they've been studying this for, you know, reversing technology and you've seen that, we can divert those projects by saying they do exist. There's a chance. There's something to it. Maybe not full out saying it's an outer space, but hey, something is going on, blah, blah, blah. You're so worried on them acknowledging that, but we've been doing this still behind. You know, like a little bit of that type of thing for me, that maybe there's still more, but they're giving this enough to
yeah, they're just giving us the crumbs right now, basically.
Crumbs with, or maybe appetizer to still feel like, oh, I got something. I'm right. You know, I'm right all along. But they're still doing their end behind the scenes. You know, that even technology wise, you know, to say it doesn't exist is not watch now. Saying it exists, fine, but now you're all happy, blah blah blah. Kind of pacified, we could still do as we've been without you, really getting in. I think part of it too, seeing what the outcry, it was kind of a fiasco, but the sentiment and the power behind the things like, raid Area 51 was enough in a message of itself that people really are the attention's getting there.
Yeah,
if they wanted to, now putting this out here, people will be like, oh, okay, let's move on to the next. I feel that's kind of the hopes, so they could go back to these secret projects and things they're doing.
And to go back on your technology thing, I think that, I honestly believe that they got, technology from these spacecrafts. And, I think that, I honestly believe that they got, technology from these spacecrafts. I think that. There you go. Thanks.
Well, I mean, they were known in the from the 1950s onwards. We're using SAGE radar panels, Air Defense Command, to transmit 400 megahertz frequencies for mind control, and that it affects human DNA, using equipment that were developed by Tesla, which was like allegedly this is from alien technology, Tesla technology, to combine a third to use this equipment. And John von Neumann was leading this research, which was like coupling radio technology with the computers to interface people's minds to machines, to enable people's thoughts to be picked up by what they call esoteric crystallized radio equipment and stored into computers to create mind reading machines.
Yep.
To understand people's thoughts in the 1950s. This is what the government were up to. So they're fully aware of technology and technological advances that we don't even know about.
Well, if you still go by the theories and what people allege too, like we've made some substantial technological jumps all of a sudden too. Like if you go into the 80s, 90s and stuff, when
that's what I'm saying.
Like CDs, when CDs came out, that was quite a leap from reel-to-reel methods of like cassette. Computers suddenly made big leaps from these big bulk machines to the home machines. And it's like, where did this technology really kind of come from? And stuff that they had a lot of the theories and stuff that people are
computers and stuff like that too.
They had this for a while. They've been messing with it. So when they release it to the public for benefit of us and money and that, they're already ahead of the game behind the scenes. They've already
the technology I'm referring to is not for the benefit of us. The technology I'm referring to is for the benefit of them. This technology benefits them alone to create vortices and to create wormholes, to set 2 points in time where it's quantum physics or unified field theory suggests that it's possible to do so, which then does away with the need for light travel as a means of propulsion to go from one point in the universe to the next. Now that they know this, so people of the world have to ask themselves, are we being lied to? Well, the answer to that is yes. Are they releasing information because it's obvious that we're being lied to? Then yes. What did you say, Jax? I thought you said something. Sorry.
Oh, I did. I'm sorry. I was talking to somebody else. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Jax.
Yeah, I mean, what's that? I'm horrible with names and stuff, but the location where they were trying to, what was that testing facility here in the U.S. where they, they were messing with what was splitting an atom and stuff underground for a long time. That was secretive, and then they finally did it.
Montauk.
It's a big circular tube with everything, and they're trying to,
Oh, CERN?
Yeah, CERN.
Yeah.
Particle accelerators.
Particles. Like they've been doing it for a long time, obviously. Yeah. And I think they'll release certain bits to still then, cover up quite a bit more that they've been doing behind the scenes. And that's why I was using the analogy for like these sun leaps and things, that there's more behind that they're already ahead of, but they're giving us now with UFO and certain tidbits just to kind of keep us off of things like Dave was talking about, what they already have in place. But saying UFOs exist Yeah, yes, partially it's just overwhelming. They have to release something. But my belief, in my opinion, is it's enough to still keep us distant. By
There's a
You
there's a
guys
comment
remember?
in
some where some stuff is no longer deniable. They don't have to divulge everything.
there's a comment there in the chat that might be worth picking up on, just out of respect, I suppose, from Victrix. I have a good point to make about the spirits. If you want to put it in there, I'm sure we can dive in and answer it, or one of us can try.
I didn't see the question. Sorry, my son.
If you guys remember Star Trek, Next Generation, and stuff like that, where they had technology so advanced that it blew our minds, but yet today we're using it.
Exactly. That's like, he was.
Like we're using the exact same technologies as they showed in the show. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, how that kind of, it's funny how that inspired quite a bit and stuff, but it's but that's, I think, with that, when we had, let's say, cases of Roswell and stuff, they were already ahead, and then these technological leaps, they maybe became obsolete, so they released it to the public in some way as CDs and things, and these jump and stuff. But I believe, like the programs Dave's talking about, those type of programs, have been in effect. Eventually, when they're way past that point, you might give us little glimpses.
I think they revealed technology when they're about to use it, and that is it. Until then, they don't. It was the same with the Manhattan Project.
Yeah.
It was the same with stealth technology.
What's
if
the other one? Was that part of the Philadelphia or no? Is that
the Philadelphia experiment?
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, that in itself, like for stealth like that, was just,
You all right, Rev? You doing good, Rev? Shannon?
Sorry. Yes.
Hey.
Hi.
Are you doing okay?
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I'm just trying to get rid of these freaking hiccups.
All right, okay.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Distress for
No,
a
it's
minute.
just no. I'm sorry. They're just really loud, so I don't want to interrupt anybody's conversation. I apologize.
someone
Sorry,
jump scare her.
Thought you were struggling, girl. Sorry.
Oh no, it's a thing. Whenever I eat or drink anything, I get the hiccups, and sometimes it gets worse than others. But yeah. So that's the reason why I'm on mute. Sorry.
Yeah, guys, what do you think about that in the chat then? Victrix says, everyone asks spirits to do something to show they are there. Spirits have different power levels, so I wonder if the more they are talked about, the more powerful they get.
I believe so. You're it's, again, the more you talk, like when we talk, we get passionate. So we're putting out energy, we're focusing. And I think one part where we're inadvertently, we're focusing and concentrating. We put that energy towards them and towards that. Yeah, they're going to get stronger. Or even as we react as humans, you get more excited. You get into it, like how we are. We're getting into the conversation. So,
Right.
Whether it's good, bad, that energy is put out there. So I think, the more you ask the spirit, the more you pay attention, the more you interact, it's gonna get going. Just like equipment, the Ouija boards, whatever you use, it's a focal point of energy. And when you concentrate in any way like that, you're gonna get something to happen. I certainly believe spirits, it's the same kind of thing.
What do you reckon, Jax? Okay, he's busy. So I think the overall opinion to that is then, because I heard Red agreeing with that. So
Yeah.
I mean, true. If someone's like going like, hey, what? Even if we're not paying attention, we hear our name. What's the first instinctual thing? Like, whoop. We turn and look like, what? And then we tune in. So I think it's that basic principle that they're being tuned into, and they're gonna react to it. And
The more energy that you put into them, the more energy you're going to get out of them. It's just a give and take, just like with anything.
I also think that the more energy that you put in, you create a certain atmosphere because of your own psychological conditioning, as well as the people around you, and that also charges the atmosphere, which enables, or at least gives you the impression that you're picking up more. I'm not saying that you don't pick up more, just that it will also give you a perception of being receptive to external stimuli.
I have a question for the panel, because you guys might have done more of the the research in the background than I have in studies and stuff. I've read here and there, but I've always wondered, and I don't know if they've done research, and this involves some sciences and stuff, I guess. Now, from what I viewed and experienced to what I've read, this and that, like, I've always wondered if a study, or I think a study should be done just in a scientific controlled way in this. You have people that are sensitive or medium, different aspects. Paranormal experience. Then you take someone that's, let's say, allegedly mentally ill, that sees things, hear things, that say that, that they hear voices, talk to people, and things are there. Then you take someone that experiences nothing, and then you take someone that's on, let's say, a hallucinogenic. And that, maybe you do a study for these so-called experiences where they think they're seeing or interacting with something, and study the brain. What parts are activated? Is it similar? Is it dissimilar? Because in some ways, I feel that sometimes, whether it's chemical reaction to even the believer part spiritually, that at some point those similar triggers that open us are activated. And I don't know if anyone has ever gone to a study of like measuring brain activity and stuff at those moments, and then comparing the notes from a psychic moment or when the spirit has come into someone that's, let's say, and I know I can attest from voices that, you're under hallucinogenic and you swear there's someone over there, not always bad, but you see other people in the room, to someone that might be mentally ill and swears they're seeing something. Has anyone known of any studies even on those individual to being compared to or whatever? Because I feel in some scientific way they could be linked, but
Now, may I interject on that real quick?
Mhm.
Now, ever since I was a kid, I've been seeing stuff and whatnot, and people always chalked it up to, oh, well, she's got issues. And when I was diagnosed as being bipolar when I was 16, they were like, oh, well, that's why she says she thinks she sees things, is because she's crazy. No, I'm actually seeing things, but people are automatically assuming, because I have, issues above and beyond anything else, that I'm automatically crazy because I keep saying that I'm seeing things, but I really am. And it's just, and I'll be just 100% with you. I've been to a couple of psychiatric hospitals, and they say, one of the first questions that they ask is, are you seeing or hearing anything or seeing anything or hearing anything? And I'm like, do I say yes or do I say no? Because yes, I do see and hear things, but it's because I can. But if I say that, they're going to think that I'm insane. So do I say no to keep them from thinking that I'm even crazier than I already am, or do I be honest? It's like this. It's a thing. It's hard to explain. It really is.
That's why this curiosity is that, do I think sometimes someone can be mentally ill and stuff like that? Yes. Sometimes can it be drug induced? Yes. But also from personal experience, not wanting people to think I'm crazy. But I'm saying, has anyone heard of anyone curious enough to just sit there and compare and see?
I think if you present with certain psychological conditions, then the medical community are going to diagnose you with a certain psychiatric disorder that suits their narrative, and the thing is if you've got dissociative identity disorder, multiple personality disorder, bipolar, any of these conditions, then a lot of the time the same parameters that people have certain experiences in lucid moments, even in dream state, that haven't been diagnosed with a psychological disorder, will still have the same events. They will still experience the same things. So it's about having a group of people together. If the person who hasn't been diagnosed as being with any kind of psychiatric disorder is seen the same as the person who's got multiple personality disorder, is the same as the person who claims to be a medium, and they all report the same things, then you can rule out any kind of psychiatric disorder that the so-called psychiatric patient has got, because too easily people are labeled. Labels are thrown around too easily.
Well, that's why I was saying, like, if anyone knew, I think studies of in comparison of that to kind of define that. Maybe sometimes the person that you're labeling as crazy is really not crazy. It's just an intense thing that no one's believing. Because for a while, when when I finally told family and they're treating me like I'm a nut job, I started flying off the handle and acting like it because it was frustrating. I was like, really? And some of these have been around for odd things, but were quick to just label. And I've seen
Exactly.
I worked with the homeless community, so people under the influence, mental issues, and some of them, by hearing and how they spoke and stuff allegedly, I'm like, I don't know if this made them almost crazy, because some of the things they were saying didn't seem just like imaginative. It seemed a little too real for that.
Well, which one are you more likely to? Which one are you more likely to believe? It's just like, when I tell people this, it's really difficult for me because it's hard for me to tell medical professionals, who have all of these things and who 9 people out of 10 are going to believe over me, even though I am entirely overly educated, but nobody's going to pay attention to me because I don't have, an MD behind my name, even though I am a doctor on several levels. I'm not crazy. I'm psychic. Which one are you going to believe? I'm crazy or I'm psychic?
I think it's worth noting that sociopaths and psychopaths act completely normal by the way they manipulate normality in society. And that gets forgotten about. That gets forgotten about. Now, a lot of people with psychiatric disorders, and I can say this through experience with me, I studied psychology, and I think that's people are getting used to the idea of that, so we should stop batting it about. But it's true. Therapy and counselling. I meet a lot of people that suffer from various disorders. They tend to not lie. They tend to not wish to lie. That thought process is not in their head. They are haunted, if you excuse the terminology, by a particular different kind of demon. A lot of them have health anxieties. They're more worried about the mortality than lying to the establishment.
Exactly. I mean, I have 2 doctorate degrees. I'm a licensed, professional counselor. I'm just, I'm a perfectly normal person on a regular basis, but it just so happens that I also happen to have this, bipolar disorder bullshit, pardon my language, going on. And so people are more apt to look past all of my, regularness, if you will, and they automatically jump to the disorder. And it's just like, oh, well, she's freaking crazy. It's just like, whoa, hold still. It's this thing that people they can't get past.
One of the most uncomfortable questions, Rev, because you'll be able to relate to this now, and I'm sure you will, Jose, and anybody else who might still be awake after listening to me speaking. But one of the most uncomfortable conversations to have with somebody, especially when you conduct a preliminary investigation at somebody's home, if you are going there, is asking them questions about substance abuse and alcoholism and whether they're on any medication for psychiatric disorders. Because that when you do, they're going to be thinking, this person's judging me. They already think I'm crazy. And that isn't the case, but you have to rule out these elements, because otherwise, it does play a part in it, as much as we wouldn't want to admit it. If I had a condition where I heard voices as part of that condition, and I heard voices because I was spiritually aware, and I try to explain this to somebody, that person opposite me with the doctorate, that person opposite me in the doctor's office is going to think, yeah, you need to be on medication, mate. And that's it. They're not going to listen to any other side of it. They're not going to take on board what I say.
No, people automatically assume that you're nuts rather than even thinking about considering the fact that there is this extra dimensional aspect of everything, if you will. They just think you're crazy. They just think you're insane. And they're not even willing to listen to any other option.
When I've spoken to people and stuff, even people that were being, mentally ill, and even sometimes on drugs and stuff like that, from growing up in the environment of addiction and, in all kinds of things, but yet the spiritual side, and then, working. It was how, like he was saying, the truth, how they told the story, what, their mannerisms, their thing, how convinced and stuff and logical that what at any time, it's not like, okay, I'm seeing a purple elephant kind of,
Hmm.
situation. It's like, no, when they start talking about seeing someone or something, their demeanor changes to as if, they're really going into it. But yet everyone's saying, well, he's crazy, she's crazy. And it's like, but you're not looking at everything. Like there's something just very truthful in what that is. Because I know people that, pathological liars. There are some people that, are just, really off. But there's some instances that I think, unfortunately, that label's put on, and then they're being told either brainwashed or so pissed off and reacting that they almost convince themselves or just lose their shit as a result of no one approaching or talking to them as if, hey, you are having that experience. So they essentially went mad of the frustration. I think that happens a lot too. And that's why I was asking, like, the different studies, like, a medium and stuff. Yeah, I'm curious, how much, is that, can that be measured in science? Has anyone ever attempted that to say,
yes,
that part of the brain that causes hallucinations, if that's not activated or from an injury or from a psychological, then how are they coming about medium type of information?
Well, because they know that certain areas of the brain can have what's known as an electrical storm in the vernix area and Broca's region of the brain, fed by the temporal lobe. Temporal lobe seizures, high amounts of electrical activity in the temporal lobe can result in spikes in activity in vernix area in the Broca's region, and that's the area responsible for speech and cognitive understanding.
I love it when you talk about temporal lobes, Dave.
Yeah, sorry, but when people have demonic possessions, like the case of Emily Rose, which is a famous one everybody's heard of, where people are speaking in tongues or reciting Latin.
Right.
I mean, somebody who's from a Catholic background, from a background which is heavily steeped in religion, they're going to know some Catholic words. But, reports of people speaking in Aramaic, speaking in tongues, speaking Hebrew, and that's down, a lot of the time, that's down to suit a particular narrative. Now, Harry Price in the 1930s, now this guy was subject himself to being debunked, but famous for exposing spiritual mediums. And one of the most haunted locations in the world, apparently, Barley Rectory. But the Laboratory of Psychical Research and the American Society for Psychical Research have done studies into psychological effects upon mediumship and spiritual activity. And they haven't come up with any definitive proof either way. So there has been studies done on it, yeah.
Okay, have they used where they go measuring the biochemical to the brain activity? Let's say someone in a medium having a psychic moment, where, they figure that. But now if you compare it to someone mentally ill and they're not the same, to either say or rule out, you get maybe.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're saying there.
To find,
they haven't found.
Someone that's having a psychic moment is not having the same activity as someone having a seizure. So that
they haven't found any kind of physiological difference, Jose. There hasn't been any difference in brainwave activity between the two. However, energy readings outside the body, external energy protruding from the body, measurements in heat, especially thermal energy, has been detected as being higher in people that claim to be mediums when experienced in an event, as well as heat around the brain. So the electrical patterns regarding beta, gamma, theta, and delta brainwave, even alpha brainwave patterns, which are in various states of consciousness and at various frequencies, don't seem to be inhibited or enhanced psychoactively any more than anybody else. But heat energy and awareness, I think actually awareness, the amygdala might be slightly more aggravated, but nothing that stands out, strangely.
Okay, so they have noticed similar patterns of things in activity in the brain and some of the biochemical wavelength, if someone was saying a mental episode to as opposed to a psychic moment.
This is the thing in which sort of like goes, sort of says, unfortunately, there's nothing to prove mediumship in a physiological way outside of anybody else having any kind of experience. I mean, whether that suited their narrative to debunk mediumship or not, I can't answer.
That's why I've just been curious if that deep of a study has been done, and then comparing notes to, the notes of, let's say, someone having that having that psychic moment to someone, let's say, they'll say someone on a drug hallucinogenic seeing something to someone that may be mentally ill seeing something, and then comparing the notes if there were similarities or differences, and so I don't know if it's been done. That's why I was asking if anyone knew if it was done, and has it ever been compared in the results, even if they were individual. Then whenever hey, let's compare notes or not. But you're saying though that the energy has shown differences, correct? Is that
okay? Neurologically, there doesn't seem to be any kind of difference neurologically, but just in behavior patterns psychologically. So rather than physiological, it's psychological that the differences tend to be noticed.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Which perhaps isn't so good for the mediums out there, I suppose.
It's not. It's not, and
for me, it's just you know what, you can say crazy and so I've met people that just unfortunately I believe were mentally ill, but I don't think it's all cases. I think sometimes people go so put down and stuff that they just finally give up, even mentally. If everyone's ragging on you and telling you blah blah blah, you just get so frustrated that you actually kind of either seem convinced or just lose it. I've had moments where I'm trying to tell people, not even paranormal, just no, this is what happened, and I almost act the way they want me to, out of just frustration.
I think the cognitive
sometimes that does break a person into then a mentally ill thing, even though they're having an actual experience.
Well, the cognitive part of it is stimulated, which we can tell just by behaviour, which is because they get a feeling of benefit from it, which is via a part of the brain of the ventral striatum, and it's part of the dorsomedial prefrontal cortex. So it sort of gives a feeling of reward for activity, and that does seem to be stimulated by people that indulge in mediumship.
Right.
But it's the psychological behavior that they put it's a psychological behavior that they portray that tends to be the yardstick for the difference between them and anybody else exhibiting any kind of behavior regarding the paranormal or seeing what they consider to be spirits or anything else. And like I said, it doesn't at first glance bode well for people that consider themselves to be medium, because there isn't any physiological or biological evidence to suggest that they have anything different than anybody else. And I suppose we can only explain, very distracting, Rev, can only explain that away as being spiritual. I mean, I don't know, but in a scientific and in scientifically, it can't be explained. It can be debunked as well as Sorry, guys.
You brought up some with heat and stuff that I don't know, Dave, and for anyone here, how avid of a watcher, if at any time were you guys the original Ghost Hunters with Jason Hawes, Grant Wilson, and stuff?
Yeah,
There was an episode that they visited an old man, a known psychic. I don't know if you remember an episode, and Jason was kind of more skeptical about mediums. He's not a fan of it.
Right.
But on Thermal, when they had him on Thermal, and he was reading into Jason, and at one point, the heat.
Yeah, there you go.
Had surrounded this guy, and as he touched Jason, it was and at the moment he was reading into and telling Jason things he said, was transferring on Thermal. And then when he was done with the conversation or something and put his hand down, the whole thing went cold. I don't know if anyone saw that evidence.
I did.
Yeah, as well as a change in cardiopulmonary as well.
Yeah,
the heart.
That's what I thought of. That showed proof of something unusual that Jason was I as a skeptic, I just can't. You
Go
know,
on, Jax. What was you going to say?
Go ahead.
No, I was telling him that I saw the episode.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that was very revealing seeing that alone, because if you read into that the person who's going through it, then is that a psychological vent? Is it you know, are they hyperventilating? Is the heart rate going up? Are they overheating because they're feeling stimulated because of it, or is that actual energy emanating from their body because of what they are doing, because they're making a connection?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, and think about, you know, between then and now. I mean, just the technological differences between that episode and what it is now. Because if they would have had an SLS, you know, back then perhaps they would have been able to catch the, you know, the little stick figure guys, you know, actually around him. But then it was compelling because of the difference in the, you know, the temperature changes and everything along those lines. But it's so different nowadays, you know. And what could we have caught had we had that technology then?
Oh yeah.
You know.
Who uses it? Who uses it here, by the way? Does anybody use an SLS?
Yes.
Yes.
What do you think of it, Jax?
There are times where I'm still trying to get my head around it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not totally 100% sold on it, because it could be picking up something like a bag in the corner of the room, but at the same time, how is it moving?
So do you think it gives too many false negatives, would you say? Sorry, false positives, I beg your pardon.
I think it's
More false than positive.
I would say it's more like, I would say 50-50.
And have you seen any of the stick figures appear on an SLS in conjunction with using a spirit box, say, for instance, or an EVP session?
Well, no, but I have, how do I put this? I don't know how to say this. I have, and this is, and I'm dead serious when I say this, I have picked up something and recorded from one of my investigators from my team that I no longer have. The team has continued, but I happen to resign. They ended up, one of my female investigators was using the SLS camera, and I was sitting down in a chair, and what popped up, what apparently was something trying to give me a lap dance.
Wow. Because you're still fairly active regarding investigations, are you not?
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I figured, because I've watched a few of your videos. So regarding spirit box sessions, your opinion on them? How much store do you put in them?
Well, my most recent video, I was skeptical. I'm always skeptical of phone apps. Let's get this out there.
Okay.
Yes.
Phone does not have the technology to, you know, do the stuff that these apps says that it does. It just doesn't have it built in. So when I used a certain app, I'm going to name nameless. If you want to see what happened, go back and look at my latest video.
Yeah.
My daughter came through.
Okay.
Which
It was compelling.
Now you know, don't you, that you're going to know the type of things that are going to come through that would substantiate the fact that it's your daughter too, innit? You're going to know that.
Correct. And even when she just said "Dad," I that was her. That was her.
Mm-hmm.
And I broke down in tears.
Yeah, I bet. Did that make you want to conduct more because of that, if you don't mind me asking? Did you like to try and speak to her again?
Yes.
Without being too insensitive, you know, I know you might not want to talk about that.
I do want to talk, because she is here she wants to make sure that I'm okay, and whatever way that I'm supposed to be okay, because I can deal with it.
Right.
I'll never forget her. I'll always love her.
Yeah.
You know, but it's she wants to just make sure that I'm okay, and if that's the only way that I can talk to her, then that's the way that I'm gonna continue to do it. Yes.
Thoughts on spirit boxes, Jose?
I'm still a little bit on the fence at times about all of it to some of it. For certain things, I kind of agree. I have an issue with the phone because there's not enough technology in a phone to kind of filter out enough for my liking, and even things that, again, as I said before, radio waves. Now, the reason why is I used to be kind of a CBer back in the day. If you mess with the frequencies, you could come over radios, home phones, speakers at a drive-through, because we used to prank drive-throughs, and being delinquents at the time would mess up people's orders, because sometimes it wouldn't come out with the speaker for the car, but over the headsets, and we give different orders as cars pull up, and we hear, "Hi, welcome to such and such a place. How can I help you?" And we start keying up on the microphone, and we didn't have to be next to the building. We could be across a parking lot, depending how powerful. Truckers do that all the time, and they splash over. So that makes me wonder sometimes, depending on some of the devices, that how susceptible is it to those type of frequencies that can get in on it or overpower. When you get instances where it's very specific answers, then I think, okay, it's possible. But I don't always think that any old answer, whatever, doesn't convince me yet on, necrophonics and spirit apps and stuff. If it's too general of an answer, if you're asking a specific question and you just get blah blah blah, like, "Oh, can you tell me your name?" and you get something like door, car, that's not convincing to me enough.
If you're a fair distance away from a transmitter, sorry, Jose, I just want to pick up on a point, because Jack's mentioned something which I also have experienced, and despite how scientific I try to be, or scientifical in my approach, I do see a lot of credence in spirit box communication. I've had some very good things come through. The CB being on 27 megahertz, if you're a fair distance from that, you're not right next to that. Most spirit boxes are scanning between 88 meg and 108 megahertz, and even on the third harmonic radiated radio frequency, it's 81 megahertz or 82 megahertz, which is outside of the band of the radio scanning frequency. But I know what you're saying. You can get crossovers and spurious harmonics and stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing completely, but to me, there's a lot of factors depending. Like, if some people will go to abandoned place, but you're still next to a highway. In the background, you can see, and next to a lot of. If you're out there far enough where it shouldn't affect, and you're getting, that's different. But there's, again, a lot that at times that I'm looking and going, no, I'm just not. Or you get the spirit boxes that do scan actual radio channels that you hear a song come through briefly, whether it's a couple seconds note and stuff. When it starts going to that, I don't like those type of devices where it's scanning actual, like, stations, those type of boxes. I think it's too left over to chance rather than actual legit responses. That's just
I totally understand what you're saying. Sorry, Rev, go on.
No, I was just saying that Vale brings up a good point in the chat, that if you go AM forward and FM backward at the 50 setting with no antenna whatsoever, if you get a voice, it's real. You can put it on certain settings that the settings that you put it on makes a massive difference. And
Well, the science of it is an FM radio signal is 3 kilohertz wide, an AM radio signal is 6 kilohertz wide. If you're using a scan where you're doing 100 millisecond scan, a 100 millisecond sweep, it's off that radio station in a tenth of a second, say. It's gone. Now, if you're getting something that comes out and it's a couple of words, unless you've got radio stations that are right next to one another on the band and every single one of them is saying exactly the same thing or reading off a script, the chance of you getting that kind of word coming through is very, very remote.
Right,
Correct.
Exactly. And also, she just posted the link to that video of that Jack was referring to with his session with the plecroplonic thing.
From my understanding, I take it that you're using a PSB 11 through the Vale, given that you're doing dual band sweeping. Or am I getting it wrong? Am I reading it wrong?
No, you're reading it right.
Okay.
I had to go back and put
on the Grinch on the 11, you can do dual channel.
Yes.
So you can do AM and FM at the same time on the 11, or you can also, if you have the Deadwave app, not sponsored, like and subscribe. If you have the Deadwave app, you can also do dual channel on that as well.
But you see, but part of that, I'm going to give this to Day too, what he said before. It's also with me, like I haven't used any of the modern equipment. I went old school, just senses. So I don't understand the technology. But now that you're explaining it, okay, that does swing me a little more. But I've seen some people with kind of homemade method and some things that are just the way they explain it and stuff, or lack of true detailed explanation, it was making me go, well, there's too many variables for my mind to say that it's always that type of evidence coming through.
Yeah, of course. You've got ham. It's big in the States, though, isn't it? You've got a lot of ham radio operators there. Now, I'm the equivalent of the highest license you can get in the UK. Is it an extra class ham radio operator in the US? Well, that's my equivalent. 15 words a minute Morse code. I'm a ham radio operator. So I've got an idea about how radio waves work. And I cannot, as much as I try, and I'm going to be saying this for everybody to see, it's on the internet, I find it difficult to explain spirit box sessions. I truly do. I find it difficult to debunk them.
And you see right there, my opinion for you right there to help the community would be showing that as an example. Ask who it is. Oh, it's Stu. I'll be right back. But, showing that as a ham radio operator holding the highest license with the device showing that it does not affect, in my opinion, showing stuff like that helps us, but we don't see enough of that. But I would be more into like, yes, finally, there's something kind of showing in our favor,
Yeah, I understand what
you're saying. And now, see, to that respect, Captain Critter, my husband, is also a hamster. And he has a hard time debunking what?
And just the terminology.
It's a hamster. He's a hamster. And he has a hard time debunking the spirit box sessions because he can't, he has a hard time with it because the frequencies just, it's hard because he's so analytically minded that it's difficult because he knows how the frequencies work. He knows how, everything relates to one another. And it's led him to be a little less skeptical of it because he's a skeptic, 100%.
Yeah.
And God bless him, he lives with me. But it's hard for him to be able to sit there and say, no, that ain't real. When he knows that physically, for lack of a better term, it's impossible for it not to be real.
Well, I will say this. Without having to, people who watch this stream or who see this in later times can doubt what I say if they wish. But my call sign is Mike 0 Sierra Alpha Delta. You will find me on the internet. I am on QRZ.com. My credentials are there. Mike 0 Sierra Alpha Delta. I'm a tutor for the radio ham licenses in the UK. I'm not making this up or just trying to do any kind of gainsaying. I'm a radio ham. And spirit boxes are so they excite me so much because they are difficult to debunk even for me and people like me. They just are.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would love to see. That's part of the thing that like on YouTube and stuff that investigators need to show. One, a little more transparency. Two, behind one, it's not super glamorous. So if you're not up to really doing it and you think it's just like trendy whatever and the end thing and the romance of it, it's hard work if you're really looking for it. But if that's what you really want, that's what you do. But showing like your skill sets and what and showing that it's hard to debunk also helps us in that way. And I think more of that needs to be done. The professionals, the ones that have knowledge, as well, because the science is going to knock us down. But here it is. This is my specialty. How are you going to know that?
I totally understand what you're saying, but I think I can transmit on a radio. I can pick up a radio. I can tap out Morse code. Not that anybody's going to be listening unless I'm stuck inside a capsized ship in the Poseidon Adventure, because them days have gone now. But I can do it should I need to. I don't know why I need that skill set. But it doesn't mean that I will receive any more than anybody else that conducts a lot of spirit box sessions. Like a lot of the guys that come in this chat, a lot of the people that are in the paranormal community are banging using spirit box sessions, whether it's PSB 7s, PSB 11s. I forget what Jax uses, but he does a lot of spirit box activity through the veil. And we're all providing evidence with the little bits that we do by doing these spirit box sessions, by getting what we consider results and putting them forward. And at the end of the day, you know what people are going to say? It's just radio, because we're using radios to do it with, if you understand where I'm coming from.
That's why I say it's great for someone like you, in my opinion, to do a video. Doesn't belong but showing. You're saying it's just radio, but here is radio. And why your argument of radio, it's just radio, doesn't work. Here I am with short of a satellite freaking technology, like next to this equipment, and it's not doing what you're saying. So that takes some of that argumentative steam away in our favor, And I'm just throwing it out there. I would love to see you do a video on it.
I think everybody who does a spirit box session and gets results should be listened to by the paranormal community, and people should pay attention to the techniques that they're using, because we're all fighting the same battle, as it were,
Mm-hmm. And I think you doing a video like that would help validate
of course.
And that's what's needed.
Exactly. And Nicole, I totally agree with you. They're not going to act on command. And I also, in my personal opinion, I think they actually might get a little bit upset with you, because if somebody walks into a room and says, you need to do this, or, move that box, or make that door move, or make a sound, it's just like, okay, dude, I'm not a trick pony. They're going to get a little, you shut up. They might get a little upset with you, and that'll turn them off from being agreeable at all.
Yeah, you would, Jax. Yeah, I bet you would as well.
I will dance like a Russian bear in a tutu at a circus. So,
hush.
So I'll be a trick phone.
Well, like I was saying earlier, I've asked stuff to move, and it moved.
As long as you're respectful, though, I think they'll respond. If you just say, "Hey, let me know you're here. Please move this,"
Well, just ask them a question. Just say, would you mind? If you're okay with it, could you please? Just phrase it correctly. Just say, hey, I want you to move that box. No.
And I think that's where I think too the mislabeling of demonic and stuff comes in, because people come in demanding, and it's going to react. You got your reaction, but you did it in a very demeaning way. So now you piss it off, and you're going to get slapped, hit, punched, scratched, because you came in trying to take command and telling it what to do. Okay,
here's a question then.
Here's your freaking answer.
It is a question. It is a question then. The correct way to open a spirit box session. What do you guys think? Because like you say, the way that you've just described it there, Jose, and you, Shan, right, is that you come in and you're being a dick. You're going in and being a dick, confrontational right from the start, because a lot of people do that. Right. We see that on social media. We see that on media on TV. What are your guys' thoughts on the correct way of opening a spirit box session? And is there a particular way that needs to be done?
What I normally do is I'll introduce myself. I'll say, hey, my name is Shannon, and I am very thankful for you speaking with me today, if you choose to. If you don't mind, I would love it if you would, engage in a conversation with me. If you have anything you want to say, just speak to them like you would any corporeal being, any living person that's standing in front of you. Just have a conversation with them just like you would any normal person. Because that's, you never know. They might not know that they're non-corporeal. They might think that they're a regular person just like everybody else.
Hey, Red, go get me a beer right now.
It's exactly like she said, and through the veil that you say hello, introduce yourself, but also your intentions. What you go in and state your intention, so it's clear right off the bat as well. And you treat them. You're gonna have like Vale said, you know, you're going to have a-holes. Okay, you gauge it, you by the conversation like you would any person. But you start.
Well, it's just like that spirit box session, or the session that I had the other day in the cemetery that I did a few days ago. It was like I had the Plecroplonic on, and sorry, not sponsored, and you know, the guy, a man came through and very clearly, you can watch the video. He says, "Turn that damn thing off." And it's like, oh, okay.
Say it again, Jack.
Yeah, he said, turn the damn thing off. And I was like, no. But, you know, but it was
just there.
Some of them just come through automatically antagonistic, and there's nothing you can do about that. No matter how polite you are, some people are just poopy.
And like Reverend Vale said, and never say they are dead. Some don't know. Yeah, it's like that Nicole Kidman movie. I forgot the name. Where
the others.
Yeah, the others.
I still believe in lots of cases that is it. They don't know. To them, we're maybe the spirit. So they're going through what we're trying to investigate on their side. Also, sometimes I have an issue where I think if you're talking specifically to a spirit you believe that's 100 years old, you have to explain the technology to that spirit in some way so they're not scared. Because if they're in their own time, seeing something like a cell phone is going to be, if they were religious in life and let's say still in spirit, this is some demonic object you are holding in your hands. This is the work of the, you know, in that mindset coming from a different, it's a shock. So I think if you would sometimes have to introduce why and how you're using whatever to sometimes the technology, explaining.
Yeah, explain your technology.
Because if they came from,
they don't know what it is. If you say talk into my SB11, what the hell? They're not going to know what the F that is.
Yeah.
You know,
if you
be specific with them. Say, hey, in my right hand I have a black box. It's got some lights on it. If you wouldn't mind, this is a way that you can communicate with me. You know, be specific with them. Don't just don't. It's just like with any job. Don't spew jargon at the customer because they're not going to know what the hell you're talking about.
Jargon.
You know?
Yeah, jargon. This jargon.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not sponsored by jargon.
Another one then, another one. That being the case, and that using a spirit box session is trying to invoke, I'll use invoke rather than provoke, invoke a response or to try at least garner a response from the energy that you believe is in the atmosphere. Do any of the people that are in the panel now or indeed in the chat see that any different than being any other kind of medium that you use to try to get some kind of a response, whether that be an audio recorder for an EVP, whether that be an EMF meter to see if the lights flash, a Ouija board, go and cast my name to Satan for saying it, nudge, nudge. No. But anything like that, is it any different or is it just a medium?
No. You're still focusing.
Everything is a conduit.
Yeah. It's still the energy and connection. It's maybe focus using the device where you're figuring out a different form of focus without sometimes the device as a medium, but it's still focal point, whether you're envisioning, you know, your third eye or focusing on your actual body senses and energy. It's still, it's a conduit. It's a focal point. If you go by most magic and religion in Santeria, the tools are to help you focus and harness that energy in a ritual and things like that. By all of them, especially what's considered older religions or whatever, will say it's the caster, it's the intent, it's the person putting forth. The tools are there to help, but it comes down to the person.
So what about the other three in chat? What do you think?
You could be on an investigation and you could say, here, speak through this banana. You know, it doesn't matter. If they're gonna do it, they're gonna do it. It doesn't matter what you got in your hand.
Guys in the bottom, what do you reckon? Let's see if we get 100% on this.
Well, for me, there's a lot of people out there that think that using a board and using a spirit box and a digital recorder, it's basically the same thing. I am not one of those people.
Okay.
I tend to stay far away from a board as far as possible. They're not even allowed in my house.
Is that because of an experience, if you don't mind me asking?
Valid.
No,
Totally
it's not.
valid.
No, it's not.
It's down to you believe that evil spirits, or rather evil or malevolent energies, are more likely to come through on a board than any other device.
Yes,
Without
and
putting words in your mouth.
yes, and I'd rather not take the chance.
Okay.
There you
Okay.
go. Exactly. And that is completely valid. And I respect
Yeah.
the shit out of that. Pardon my
What,
language.
what about electronic devices though? Like as far as
I mean, just like the board,
Mhm.
you know, you close down your session. You
Mhm.
always
Yep.
close down your session. You never leave it open.
Yeah.
Grinch?
Yes, sir.
I can
What do you
agree with
reckon?
that. I haven't. I'm more of an enthusiast. I haven't done any on my own. I'm still in the learning stage, but I will be in the future. But what I'm hearing, I pretty much agree with all that. I like, from what I've seen, I would be very afraid if I left a session open.
Yeah.
We had discussions of making sure you tell. I think actually Vale had said this: make sure you tell when you're out there exploring. Tell the entity or the spirit, please do not come home with me. You don't have permission to follow me home. That sort of thing. So do your cleanup, I guess. Yeah.
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 Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry.
Roger.
What was the question again?
Using any kind of tool, is it just a conduit? Do you see any difference between a spirit box, a Ouija board, whether you're getting an EMF meter to light up, whether you're using an audio recorder for EVP, you're trying to get a response from the energies in location? Do you see it being any different?
No, I don't. I think the tools are. I haven't really used tools really. I'm more of a like a hands-on, like literally like hands-on. Like it just, I haven't. Everything comes to me. I haven't really been exploring. Everything that comes to me, and I just use what I have and stuff. But yeah, my answer would be no.
Okay.
In my opinion, honestly, if I may interject, I apologize. It all has to do with the comfort level of the user as well, because if you're comfortable with something, you're more confident. So your confidence is going to kind of belay any, not any, but a lot of negative energy.
Yeah.
Because if you're confident, you're less susceptible to invasion. If you're afraid of it, if you're not sure of it, if you're just like, I'm not, if you're dodgy about it, you're going to leave yourself a lot more open to invasion, and you're just going to be more susceptible to bad crap coming at you. In my
I've got
opinion.
another question. I'm sorry about this, but obviously you guys are in the States and I'm over in the UK, so it's interesting for
Right.
this limey bastard to hear what different types of views we have across the world. You know,
Hey, babe, guess who's home, guys?
Captain Critter.
Captain Critter's home.
I'm just wondering what people's thoughts are on the crossover of divination and clairvoyancy into paranormal investigation, like using runes, tarot cards, or dowsing rods, that kind of thing.
It's the comfort level that you have with it. You know, you have to be comfortable with it. If you're not, don't do it. If you're comfortable with it, and if you're secure within yourself enough to, you know, be okay with it and secure with yourself in the fact that you know how to use it correctly, and then you have the confidence within yourself to use it. I think that, you know, I can't say that you can guarantee your safety, but you can more securely use those tools if you choose to.
Hey, Victrix, real quick. That's just my work computer, and sometimes it will flash on and off. So.
He brought me a bottle of wine.
Yay!
It's
What about you?
Rooster Chat.
What about you, Jax? Red, what are your thoughts on like divination crossover into paranormal investigation using clairvoyancy tools, if you like?
Well, it's like Rev said, if you know how to do it, do it.
So putting trust in the tools, like laying out cards and taking responses through the cards, say, for instance, or through the runes, putting them across to the rest of the group of a means of communication.
Yeah. I mean, I
Yeah.
personally, I don't use them.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how to use them. If I knew what I was doing, certainly I would use them. But I've had readings before, and
Right.
I've had like the same thing come at me 9 different times out of 10 different decks,
Wow.
and all the cards laid down exactly the same way. So
Yeah, there's something in that then.
would I use it? Even the dowsing rods, would I use them if I was experienced enough? Yes, I would.
Right. So tools for the job then, basically.
I still go back to where no matter what it is, well, like Rev said, the confidence and knowledge, but I think it still starts with us as the person, the energy coming out that way, whether it's focused through the objects to make that connection or us ourselves are connecting. Some people, it might be easier to use, divination tools through an SP, but the energy in that connection still comes from us, whether to, if you want to say opening ourselves up or being open, tuning in, however you want to put it. I think it still comes down to the user, all in all. Sessions, have to be closed, our part. But I do think every time we use the tool too, in some ways, and this is a belief in some of, religions too, there is a cleansing of the instrument as well, because it does leave imprints. That's a big.
They're coming for you.
A lot of people are afraid, and the stigma that was given with Ouija boards that leaves that imprint on it. And I still believe that, if you would close and cleanse, a Ouija board user, you should do that with your instruments too, so it doesn't attach, because you as a user are making the physical contact, imprinting your energy, and that still leaves, in my eyes, some sort of opening or possibility. So, but it comes down to us, the user. Again, like Rev said, and I said, I could have faith in a banana that's going to protect me, and it will, because that's coming from me, my energy, my faith.
The banana is just the conduit.
Yeah. And so, divination tools, the same thing. Whether it's, crystals, pendulums, and stuff like that, it's us. It comes from the user.
Okay, cool.
And that means too for negative charged objects. That if someone was using the same tools with bad intent, they're leaving that imprint or inviting and attaching that imprint of things onto it that you then have, quote unquote, cursed objects and stuff. So it can go either way. It's the user and how they use the tool.
So to continue the mode of being the investigative question asking little turd, if there's do you have a criteria which you would judge as being of importance if you was offered several investigations? So say you were given a list of a couple of places that you could go to, historical, residential, so on and so forth. Do you have any kind of mindset or sort of plan in place as how you would approach it and which one would take priority?
Residential would take priority for me.
Residential.
Because residential means that there are people that are being affected in their day-to-day life in the place where they live, where they should be feeling safe.
Yep.
And that would take priority for me, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. To me, it would be residential. Second, maybe where there's higher number of people affected, like a hotel, restaurant, more public like that, but where it's really getting overwhelming now at job, stuff like that. So it's residential, school, places like that are still active with the physical world, where people are around. The homes,
especially if there's children involved. If there's kids involved, I'm there in a heartbeat.
Yeah, that's take. Now, now ideally for more controlled and stuff like that in lots of ways, I would love a little bit more isolated back that can kind of be watched and controlled environment, preferably a closed building, not completely open to the elements and stuff, to investigate as far as a little more freedoms and stuff like that, and tuning in. Hopefully that hasn't been well investigated and stuff. To me, it's more pure. It's not tampered with and trampled on by stuff. So for me, the novelty and the bucket list of someplace popular like Waverly or all these places, yeah, I would love to say I've been there, checked it out. But and a pure as pure feelings and investigator, I would want something that's never really been touched or looked at. You know, because then it's like, okay, nothing's really contaminated.
It's all
even by
fresh.
people. Yeah, it's fresh. You get, in my opinion, you get more of the purest, if any, evidence in that type of environment, especially if, let's say, it was a school that just closed down. Yes, you have everything charged still because people close down, but windows aren't broken. You know, the elements aren't really as affecting and stuff. You know, the AC's not running. Nothing is going. It's just shut down. You know, and it's stuff like that. Okay, no one has access. It's not like, you know, in a high dense New York City area. If it's out there where there's enough to say, you know, that it's not so much environmental factors involved, I would enjoy that more to investigate than anything. As far as other than people, I'm just for pure evidence and trying to see if there is some to catch.
Yeah. And in that respect, can you just imagine these spirits? Because you know that they have a, you know, if they can respond, you know that they're sentient beings, for lack of a better term. Can you imagine how bored they are with paranormal groups coming through there and people just wandering through? I mean, they're just like, oh crap, it's another group again. What are we going to do this time? You know, it's just like, how bored do they have to be with all of these people tromping through all the time? They're not going to want to respond. But if somebody hasn't seen somebody in years, they're going to be more. I think that they would be more apt to respond and be more apt to interact than they would with these poor spirits that are in these public places that are, you know, bombarded with people on a daily basis. Does that make sense?
Yeah. They're going to be like, oh my God, someone I could talk to. Yeah. Ask me anything. Yeah. But, you know, you'll get that, even with the bad, that they're going to be like, haha, finally. But you'll get the most pure evidence. You're right. And that's why I was kind of going for that. It's pure. It's not no others' energies. Nothing has been conjured. You know, you find the place that has no well-known story like that. Maybe murmurs, but no one's really dug around. No one's really checked out. Those are the environments I really want. There's a place, even here in Jersey, that I've told a couple people, but you know, everyone's far away, that there's a couple stories in writing, and maybe very old, a handful that I found of people more on YouTube, but that have never on their channels, old stories, investigated, that I think is still untouched. And it has, you know, a couple since, I think, the Revolutionary War stories. But it's not a popular place, and I would love to go there myself. It's the place is used for banquets and meetings, but there's still stories coming out, but it's untouched in the way YouTube is in popularity. That I would love to go there because anything that comes forward hasn't been trampled on already. Anything that does want to be known, and I go in hopefully in peace and say, hey, you know, you haven't spoken in a while. Maybe someone hasn't come to talk to you, but I'm here. Do you want to talk? Do you want to take, you know, all the proper approaches and see? I think that you would get, better and more eager responses, and it would be more fantastical than the usual place.
Yeah, the usual haunts, for lack of a better term.
I like a lot of you guys on here, but when I see everyone's starting to hit up Waverly, this and that, I'm like, I can't watch another Waverly. I'm human. So I can't imagine the spirit that every freaking weekend, if not, you know, when the weather's okay, every freaking day having a tour group going in like, oh my God. You know, like, I wish I was alive again because at least I can get away. You know, I'm not stuck there. I would be doing that. I'd be like, please, if reincarnation happens, let it be now, because I am tired of these people coming through, bugging the hell out of me, or what they bring around, their luggage, so to say. Like, I would go mad in that. To me, that would be more damnation and purgatory than anything. Like, oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, I can just imagine these spirits, you know, standing around in a circle, you know, all right, I'll Rochambeau you for who's gonna flick him in the air, you know.
Yeah, they're all hiding it in this one room or the room they know what you're like. Yeah, Jim, it's your turn. No, I did it last week, bro. Okay, yeah, rock paper scissors, go.
Right.
Almost I feel bad, but to make it, at least in my mind, almost like Beetlejuice when they're trying to scare them and it's out with the sheet and stuff. Like they're almost at that point, like, oh, here we go.
Like, what
Yeah.
are we gonna do this time?
Like,
I agree with you, Critter. When you know, up to a certain extent, I think that they want to, like, after a while, yeah, they do tend to shut down because I think there's a lot of people that go into these places that provoke, and once they see that there's a team that's not provoking, I think they'll tend to come around a little bit more.
Agreed.
And then as far as like what Jose was saying, talking about Waverly Hills, you know, these big famous places where there's a huge fee and everything. I tend to believe that, and I have been to some of these places. I've been to Alcatraz. I've been to Winchester Mystery House. I've been to the old Washoe Club. I mean, these places have some activity. It's not as hyped up as Hollywood makes them out to be. I get more activity at private residences than I do at these big time places.
Yeah, there we go. So I would ask this then, because it's obviously active people in it. Is it on investigations? Have you been to a location where you've had to undo what previous investigative teams have done? If that makes any sense, have you affected a situation because of the actions of another group? Does that make any sense? You know what I'm trying to say?
It does. Yeah. Like, say for instance, like if they wanted to try to send. Okay, you go into a location and you find out through either what you found or what the client has told you that a previous group tried to send whatever was there into the light. Instead, they brought something worse in.
Right. Never. I'm sorry, but don't try to get somebody to cross over. They're not gonna. If they haven't done it by now, they ain't gonna do it.
Right.
Because how many people have tried to get them to cross over to begin with?
Yeah.
And how many people have done it wrong?
Exactly.
Also, what if the spirit is there intent on a message and trying to do something or understand, and you're trying to essentially evict it when it feels like, whoa, I'm not doing anything wrong. Yeah, you make the situation worse. What for me, that's where the cordial asking is like, are you stuck? Are you seeking? You ask it. Right. Is that what you want? Okay, we're gonna get you help. I don't have the knowledge, so I can't say, look, I can't do it for you. I personally can't. But if that's what you really want, if you're stuck, here.
Right. Never assume.
Are you here for a message? Because again, it's a person in life. They may be noisy and amping up themselves to communicate and throwing stuff around because no one is hearing. And now all these people are now evicting them. They're like, I'm just trying to tell this person something, and now you're kicking me out. We see people go off on YouTube as humans, and it's like, I just want to be heard. That's it. And then
exactly. Never assume that somebody wants to cross over. Don't try to send somebody over the Rainbow Bridge, if you will. If they don't want to go, don't assume that they want to, because you just don't know.
Yeah, like Vale is doing. Yes, I calm spirits down and then no longer toss things around out of anger.
Right, exactly. Just, you know, if you got to placate them, but don't try to send them someplace that they don't want to go. They might be happy where they are.
Here's another one. I've got another one because I love doing this kind of thing, stirring the pot. But it keeps conversations going, I suppose. Do many of you guys see the validity in when you have a team, or if you have a team, is in team members specializing in certain attributes, or having certain attributes rather, like being good at EVP, being good at this, being good at that, or that each investigator or every person there should be good at everything, like a jack of all trades. What are your thoughts on that?
I think
that everybody should have basic knowledge on things.
Yeah. You know, one if a team member,
everybody should be able to do everything. Yeah.
But can they
Because-
specialize more in one area? Sure, that happens, and I think that's good too. That's your expertise, but don't make it your sole thing, because then that's almost the same as what we're fighting against, being closed-minded and say, well, my method only works,
Right.
so this is the only evidence. Because then you'll run into that too. Teams have run into that where it's equal to, well, I'm the only knowledgeable, blah, 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 and no.
No,
Everyone
everybody should be
too-
cross-trained.
Yeah, and it's practical. Like you don't do that in a job, hire one person for that one job, and then when they're sick, now you're really in trouble. No, you have a team. A school is not going to run, a high school, a large high school is not going to run a one janitor. You're going to
Right.
wear
Everybody
it out.
should be cross-trained in everything, because you never know what situation you're going to be in.
Yeah, you don't want to burn that investigator out too. That if you're getting hit with case after case, they may need a break energetically, mentally, physically. You have people cross-trained with enough. When they specialize, yes, IT specialization works, because then you have that person that knows, and that's their field, that's their talent. That's important too. But you also have to mix up the team enough, I think, to cover a good amount of bases of cross knowledge as well. Someone specializes in technology. That's great. You have your tech, but you have other people that get on board to, comfortably and handle themselves if needed. But then that other person is into the demonology part, and the other one's a medium. Then you have the skeptic into the sciences. It's a well-diverse team covers at least that you're prepared for almost anything and anything that comes about.
Right. It all goes back to knowledge of your tools. You have to be knowledgeable of your tools to be able to use them correctly and without bringing harm to yourself or other people.
Yep.
Do you think that if you have a residential investigation, okay, person is having multiple groups in at different times, you go there one weekend, say for instance, and then the following weekend another group's there, do you think that can be beneficial or detrimental to the investigation, especially if the other group is using completely different techniques than you and might be invoking or provoking? What are your thoughts on that?
It depends on the group.
I think it depends on the group. I think it varies. Well, if you're talking about just a location. Now, when it comes to family and personal cases, I'm not too sure each week brings someone new and whatever. That opens up for the trouble we've been talking about and stuff. Also, I think if you find one group it's not helping stuff, eventually, yes. Or if they're being harmful, yeah, you got to obviously. You don't stick with, like a shady doctor, obviously, you're going to shop for the new one. But shopping just so you can be validated, till it hits, no. I think if you have a group and they're making progress and stuff, you stick with that, because also, like humans, building that relationship with the spirit, especially if it comes under trust. The spirit trusts you. I know your intentions are good, and you're good with the spirit, then it should be just you as that group. If you're not sure technology and stuff, you privately go outside. You don't have to bring in, but you get knowledgeable in other ways and stuff. You're always learning. You always got to try to learn and expand so you can help that client. When it comes to a client like that that's in need, you got to look at all avenues. If it's beyond what you think you're capable of doing, then you approach the client and say, hey, this might be a little bit out of our league. Is it okay to bring in someone else? But also,
I'm always up for a second opinion. It doesn't matter what it is. And if I think that something is out of my range, then I'm going to say, you know what, this is a little out of my league. Do you mind if I call in somebody else? Or you might want to find somebody who specializes in X.
Exactly.
You've got to be professional about it. It's, don't make up shit just because you want the gig.
Yeah. And don't invite your buddies. Hey, we just got done with this case, but there's still stuff going on. Hey, this is good for TV and stuff, because I have that situation. A lot of what goes around YouTube and stuff is a lot of that as well, sharing people and stuff to make it into a popularity thing. Hey, blah 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 blah. Like, no, when it comes to actual clients and people's homes, that's for me a big no-no. If you were hired to do that job, that's it. Then you ask, look, can we bring in 1, 2 people? If they're comfortable with a whole other team, then say, look, you've gone by my word, but you have a right to ask them their credentials, their questions. And so, but you got to bring in based on your word too and reputation. So how you conduct. If I'm acting like an ass and I'm
Right.
fucking up your house,
I mean,
recommending
I've
someone else
had
and
people.
just as horrible of an idea.
Yeah, I mean, I've had people call me and, I mean, on the spot say, you know, hey, we need you to come in here because we need a minister now. You know, and I've had to call other people in because they're more experienced in other areas than I am. And you have to be comfortable with your level of expertise. It's just, you know, I'm the biggest component for don't bullshit your customer. Just do your thing, be truthful, be honest, be 100% with everybody, and do your best. And that's, you know, it's about the customer. It's not about you. Put pride aside. It's about your client. It's about the customer. It's about that resident. It's about that business owner. It's not about you. You know, they called you in.
Well, if I saw Star with the hat and the bandana around the neck, I would have to just have him there just for that, though. Like,
the hat is everything.
Like Star,
the hat is everything.
You don't have to even say anything you don't want to. You just got to be there.
Thank you.
I'm just calling you in that awesome hat there.
I am here at one of the local cemeteries out here. So y'all want to test y'all's theories on live?
Hey, test the theory, baby. Go on. Get you some. I'm
Okay.
up for a live investigation. I mean, we can chat, we can have conversations, and you can just wander. Go get you some
I
wander.
mean, it's not an old one or anything, but it's
Doesn't have to be.
Doesn't have to.
Yeah. I mean, most of
Haunted is
these.
haunted, new or old, doesn't matter.
Yeah. Most of these people, like, well, here's one from 44 to 46. Like, they died in 44 and 46. So.
Oh, I thought you meant they were alive 44 and died 46. I'm like, I don't
Yeah,
know how much they'll get from a 2-year-old and how well that'll come through. But okay, I wasn't sure what you meant at first. I was like,
Yeah. Well, this one's weird. It just says the person's name, then April 6, 1944. Like, it doesn't give a birth date or death date.
Well, if the birth date is there, but the death date is not, that means they're not dead yet.
Why do they have the headstone?
I used to work at a cemetery.
Then why do they have the headstone already?
Reserved plot.
Well, because it's a reserved plot.
Yeah, reserved or family or something.
Sorry, I'm a
Right.
I'm a cryptid hunter.
No, it's true. It's if they have a reserved plot, they will have the names on there with the birth dates. But if the death dates are not on there yet, that means that they have not expired as of yet.
Well, then I guess that's why nobody comes to the cemetery. Because I've seen a lot of that.
I tell you what, then, that being the case, Second Star, that would be a perfect location to test our theories, wouldn't it? Where there isn't any dead bodies.
Oh yeah,
right.
It's an empty cemetery with nothing but stone.
Hey, when they choose somewhere that nobody goes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, to get away from all you psychotic paranormal hunters.
Hey, there's never a
like
truer word
nightclub.
said in jest.
Well, it's just like, Bigfoot hiding from us, crazy cryptid hunters, He's like, I'm tired of y'all coming out in my woods.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go in your city. I'm hanging out by you.
Right.
I'm gonna be in plain.
Oh, I'm
Like-
so glad to hear this. I'm so glad
Like,
to hear
still
it.
to
Outlaw
this-
finally figured it out.
Well,
Yeah.
still to this day, my wife believes when we went up to Boulder, Colorado to go hunt for Bigfoot and everything. And it was at Boulder State National Park, right? And she was out with her sister out in the middle of nowhere gemstone hunting, right? And she saw this hairy guy, like covered in hair and like down to his back and just hairy, walking around with like a ripped up shirt and ripped up shorts. And she swears that it was a Bigfoot wearing like human clothes to try to like walking around.
It sounds like a lycanthrope to me.
Yeah, I know, right?
All right.
But
Now,
I wasn't there, so
the guy comes up. Look, I'm tired of y'all calling me Bigfoot. I'm a werewolf. Stop.
right.
Stop.
I've got to
And
say
we
this
got
second star, right?
one.
And I'll
I
say
see.
this.
What's Okay, Dave, what's up?
The terminology that second star used to describe paranormal investigators as psychotic, I almost wear that as a badge of honor, I think.
Right? Because I mean, seriously, what we do, we have to be psychotic to go to some places, you know? Like,
I agree. I think it takes a
I'm
certain
psychotic.
mindset.
And to
Yeah.
randomly talk to the air and hold try to
Yeah.
hold a conversation to the air. Yeah, you gotta be a little off if you.
well,
to
not
do-
just that. I mean, places where you know something could be picked up and thrown at you, and you don't even know where it's coming from. You know, like
Or you
Okay,
yourself. You know,
I'm going to show you guys one of my favorite T-shirts. This is one of my favorite T-shirts that I own. Okay.
see, there we go.
Yay, there you go. There you
All right.
go.
So I'm at
Yeah.
I'm at a gravestone. They were born in 1932 and died in 2009. So this is the only one I'm really seeing that has a birth date and death date. So you want to try it?
What is it we're
and see if
trying?
anything- See if they want to talk. Like,
Let's do it.
Wow. So,
am I allowed to say their name on YouTube?
Yes.
I think
Okay.
if nobody knows the plot, then the likelihood of it, anybody could be called that name, I suppose.
Yeah, you
As long as
Right.
we don't know the
No,
location.
Just as long as they are dead.
Yeah.
I hate to say that, but just as long as they are deceased, there's no
Well,
copyright
Yeah.
infringement or intellectual property or anything like that.
yeah, the wife's still alive, so I won't say her name. So
Yeah, okay,
Okay.
yeah, don't.
Just-
Hi, Michael.
Yeah, as long as you don't say the cemetery, I think out of respect too for
Yeah,
family.
just don't tell us where you are and you're cool.
yeah, I don't even know the name of this cemetery. Like, it doesn't have a name. It just has a sign saying cemetery.
Just use the first name then.
Nice.
Just use their first name. Refer to them by the first name
Yeah,
rather than
first.
full name.
Yeah.
Okay.
What? Whoa, hang on. Did I miss Hensley coming in? Holy crap. I'm so sorry. Hi, sweetheart. Hi, Michael.
Hey, Mike.
On my big
Mr. Edward, would you like to speak to people online? But you died in 2009, so you know the internet. So, do you wish to say anything to people on the internet that are live and watching? If you do, will you please say something? You don't have to if you don't want to. We're just trying to
Respectful.
be respectful and do a theory to see if you passed over or if you're here alone.
What in the
Hey, second.
Yeah.
Do you hear like a little whisper? It's almost like a breeze, but it's like a whisper in your ear. Because I thought
No.
I heard like a little tiny whisper. It was like right there by your ear. It sounded like.
Yeah, I have the AC going, so I won't be able to hear anything well in my end. Either way.
Right. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna.
All I
myself while
hear
he's
is
there.
cars passing by because
That
it's a
may have been
busy
what it was.
road.
That may have been what it was. Then.
I think the only way we're going to hear anything with absolute, and totally be able to use discrepancy is if all of us mute our mics while Second Star does the shout out and we listen for a response, because any one of our microphones could pick up something.
Yeah.
Do you think spirits will go to another gravestone?
Yeah, because that's like Sloss Furnace, the spirit that's been even on a Ghost Adventure. I've seen that same spirit, but the original place where that spirit came from was called Alice Furnace, and the guy actually lost his foot. That's how he died. He fell over in the furnace, but he lost his foot.
Hey, Star.
Yeah.
Vale is in the chat right now, and if you pan around, she can tell you if anybody is there.
Okay. I mean, these all look like new gravestones. There's flowers and stuff at some of these, but
Hey, second, go back to your left.
Okay, go back to the right.
Go over
hold on. I got a feeling I see this gravestone called Wretch, and
Okay, somebody's echoing really badly right now.
I don't know.
You got your corn dog?
Stop.
Oh, that's your finger. My bad.
I'm muted.
Okay, turn your camera around. So she can. Who the hell is echoing? Jesus.
I don't
Can spirits mess with my thing?
Let me turn my air conditioner off, see if that's it. Because it ain't noisy, it's just with the fan.
The tree. She says tree. The big tree or the little tree, Nicole?
I got 3 in front of me.
I saw something glowing.
Move close to the first tree. The tree closest to you, baby.
This one?
Yeah.
I saw something.
Where at? Left or right?
Hold still. There. Right there. Right there.
Yeah.
Right there. Stop.
It's on that grave. Cause
right there.
It was like
I'm facing a gravestone called Forney, Forney, and a John died.
He's right next to the tree. Back up.
Okay. Farther or?
A little bit more.
Okay.
His name is Robert.
Robert? There's a Robert Weeks right here in front of me.
Okay, yeah, she got Robert. So, yeah, stop where you are. Robert's right there with you.
Hello, Robert.
Cross.
Okay, he died. He was born in 47 and died in 08. So he should know internet too.
Right.
So,
she says that he's right there with you.
Okay. Robert, if you would like to talk to anybody on this little box in my hand, this little cell phone, please would you do that if you don't mind? Just anything. It doesn't matter what you do. We're trying to see what is out there. If there's anything that you can do, just talk into this cell phone. They can hear you.
You can see something blip right near that gravestone right in front of you.
Right.
The black one?
No, the one behind it.
Okay, yeah,
the
this
big
is
one
the
with
one
the
with
red.
Robert.
Yeah, with the red flowers to the right-hand side.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the one with Robert.
Boom.
And then there's also a Robert Johnson. That's the one that's farther back behind this one in front of me.
I
No,
second.
it's the one
So
with the
there's
red
two
flowers.
Roberts. Okay. Yeah. What's
You know,
up?
you pointing at that tree second.
This one?
Yeah. Like you was looking forward from this first tree. There was some glowing on that gravestone. If you look straight from that tree, it looked like something there, like it was trying to go in and out.
I'm not.
He's trying to come
seeing
through.
anything.
Jax, is Nicole still with you? Nicole is still with you, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Nicole, come on up, baby. She says that he's trying to come through. So give him just a second. Give him just a second.
Okay.
Make conversation. Hi. How are you?
Okay.
I'm here.
What are you wearing? No,
When you say he's trying to
Sexy
come,
beast,
he's trying to come through. Is he trying to vocalize? Is that what you're picking up, Nicole?
Yeah, he's trying to say something because I'm getting like a really bad headache. I'm not really quite sure what he's saying. He's interested in who you are. He's kind of confused of what you're there for.
Right.
So maybe you need to tell him that you're just trying to speak to him. Maybe he'll give you some information.
Robert,
There you go, Star.
I am here because I am friends with a lot of, we call y'all paranormal now. I know you're a spirit, but there's a whole entire following to see if there's an afterlife, or do you like staying here, or do you know how to pass on, or
Yeah, well, he's looking at you really confused.
I'm sorry. I hunt I hunt creatures. I'm not a ghost hunter. I don't know how to talk unless somebody talks back to me. But we want to see if you can speak without having a physical form anymore. And I'm here to show my respect to y'all because nobody comes here.
let him know that you have a friend that can hear him.
I have a really good friend on here named Nicole, and she can hear y'all, unlike me. And if there's anything that you want to say to Nicole, and she can tell me what you say. I mean, if you're lonely, or if you need to get something off your chest, or let somebody know something, she can hear you.
Who the heck is Betsy?
Betsy?
Elizabeth, or a Betsy, or a Betty, or somebody. I'm sorry. Never mind. Shut up. I'm shutting up.
I don't know. I see a Kelsey. Like, I don't know if y'all get this feeling, but I get a feeling to go to that 3 heart-shaped gravestone because there's a child's grave for some reason. I don't know why.
Well, if you feel like you go that way.
Like, do y'all get that feeling often? Like, something pulling me over there.
Tim, you have
If you're
to
being
trust your
pulled, go.
go? Okay.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, that's how we work sometimes too. We go by our feelings, what feels like. You know, sometimes they
Okay, that's
need,
weird.
of course,
This
stuff. Okay.
this thing started moving and the wind just now started blowing.
Nicole, are you picking up anything from there?
Not where he's at. No, I was getting ready to say that Robert is one of the ones that does not know that he has passed. So that's why he was
Okay.
looking really confused.
Oh, did I do something bad?
Yeah, because when you was talking about him being a spirit or talking to spirits,
Yeah.
he was like, "What?"
Am I not supposed to do that?
No, just talk to him like you would
I'm
talk
so
to your neighbor.
I am sorry, Robert. I'm really sorry, sir.
Babe, you're new at this. It's cool. No worries.
Yeah,
Just
I mean, I've been to plenty of haunted places and stuff, but like this is where I don't know. It's got a picture on it, but I'll show. Hold on.
Little boy.
Can I flip my camera around?
Would it be too cheeky to sort of ask Nicole to sort of direct what you do over the next couple of minutes to see what transpires?
Yeah, I'll do whatever y'all need me to do. Like I wanna understand this more. Like I'm used to hunting Sasquatch and Dogman and mythological creatures, like things that I can see and track, not things I can't see or hear.
Well, you got to come to
Like
Jersey,
this is
to the Pine Barrens.
like I have a feeling of being here for some reason. I don't know why. I really don't.
if you're feeling it, then you need to be there.
Can you reach down just about waist level and tell me if you feel anything?
Here,
Yeah, right in front of you.
I feel cold over here by my leg.
Yeah, waist. Okay, reach out just a little bit.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
feel
it's
it?
cold. It's cold right here on my hand.
That's where he's
And it's
standing.
110 degrees out here in Texas.
Are you seeing him there, Nicole? Yeah, is that where he is?
Yeah.
Raisin, Raysen, Raisin, I think. Raisin.
Raisin?
Hi. Raisin? Yeah. Hi. How are you? My name's Matthew.
He's
And-
fascinated with you.
Is he?
Yeah.
Here. I will set this right there for you to play with.
Yeah, too bad you didn't have like one of those glowing balls. They love those things.
Oh, wait. I got something in my hand. Well, I was wondering because there's tennis balls over here and cards. Like, see?
Mm-hmm.
Like, hold on. I found something earlier today. I found it on the ground. It's this little figure guy. So, is he still here?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's right there in front of you.
I'm gonna give you that toy. You can have that. And when I leave, it'll be yours, okay? Like, the wind just started picking up really, like, heavy, but it's like I have a feeling of happiness.
You just made him happy then.
Did I?
You just gave him a toy. That's awesome.
Yeah.
You know, who wouldn't be happy with toys?
Yeah.
This is part of it, Star. This is part of going with your instinct, realizing what you're feeling around you, your environment, the energy, the wind. There's a lot of signs they'll give you and help you know what's, what makes it feel good, too sad, too agitated, too whatever. And that's part of the investigation. That's where your energy. Kind of like, doing cryptid hunting, you're going by where to track, where to follow. As far as you're looking for a physical thing, it's not that far different. You're still going by your gut instincts of things and what you feel when they say Bigfoot's around or Sasquatch.
Yeah.
The environment changes. You feel the energy.
Get some validation.
See, I'm used to those feelings. I'm used to like that pheromone feeling. But like this is different. This is like it's not like an all over feeling. It's like I don't know, it's like I took a drug or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Welcome to the paranormal,
like
Matthew.
when you encounter Sasquatch and stuff, it's all over your body, It's like a fight or flight kind of feeling.
This one is definitely more spiritual. You feel it, for some people, like for me, when something's being encountered, and sometimes I feel it in my spine and tingling up and down my spine sometimes, and it's like those good shivers, not like it's like ooh, it kind of tickles, that, makes your hair stand up, not scared, but like ooh, okay, like that's why some people describe like a static charge, where it's that tickling feeling. It's a whole thing. But like even Sasquatch, sometimes people get that when enter the area of Bigfoot is without the pheromones. All of a sudden, it's just like you feel he's near, And
yeah, I just heard a laugh.
There you go.
Welcome to the family, Matthew.
Yeah, like I don't know where it came from. It sounded like it was behind me and like
Talk to
behind
him.
me and beside me at the same time.
Talk
Just
to it like
engage.
engage.
Talk to him.
Like, hey, thank you for laughing, or if you're like, hey, whether it's the little boy, if it's a little boy, imagine that you are essentially talking to a real child. So you kneel down, you get to his level and get, hey buddy, blah blah. If it's a different type of laugh, say, are you making fun of me because I'm happy now? You treat it like it's your best friend or a family member, and that's how they'll communicate back. You'll start feeling even the
I'm gonna
response.
put that little guy right there for you, Raisin.
Yeah, but to say something,
you
I'll
want
be
to-
interested. I'll be interested to hear this back because I thought I heard something come through on the audio. If I'm honest, I don't know if it's coincidental.
If you want to, sit down and play with him. Just kind of hang out.
Hey, the little girl.
Well, I can't because of my knee. I can't. There's a
that's
there's a
right.
bench
I
over
forgot.
there.
Oh, so ask, say, hey, I got to sit down, and you're welcome to come sit by the bench next to me or come chat, like you would any child. Like, children will understand too. They're adults, they're people. So like, hey, I can't sit on the ground with you, but, come and talk to me. Let's chill.
Raisin, you want to hold my hand and go over to this bench with me so I can play with you?
I'm smiling so big right now. I'm sorry.
That sounds familiar from the last few nights, huh?
Grinch, you're one of us.
My hand's open. If you want to grab my hand, my hand's open. We're gonna go over to this bench, okay? That black bench over there, okay?
I almost want to start, but knowing that his knee's bad, to like, come on, let's skip over to the bench, like that kind of feel. Come on, let's skip. But yeah, if you know songs, things, think of a kid. Like, how old does that? And Nicole, is there any way to gauge age too, or someone, because then he could, accommodate to, the age range and stuff, and interact, songs, whatever, stories, things like that.
Nicole said he's about 4.
Okay.
So think of a 4-year-old. What would a
Right.
interest 4-year-old? Even songs. If you know songs that 4-year-olds would do, say have you heard this? If so, let me know. If not, you can
Oh,
whatever.
this seat's a gravestone.
Completely different.
Scratch my head.
That's not good. I don't want to sit on somebody's grave.
Don't have to sign. He left.
I don't. Thank you, Raisin, for coming out. Does anybody else want to talk? I'm free to talk to anybody. I have nothing to do. I'm here to help. I don't know, some I smell cigarette smoke and I'm not smoking. Do you hear that? Do you smell that often?
Cigarette smoke, the smell of
Yeah, like
baking,
actual, like not cigarette, more like
pipe smoke, pipe tobacco almost.
yeah. No, like rolled, like rolled, like hand rolled cigarette.
Yeah, there's certain smells you get a lot in the paranormal, and a lot of that might be the smell of tobacco, the smell of freshly baked goods, sulfur, which is there's certain smells, so it's not uncommon to pick up on that kind of smell.
Okay. There is not that many like actual. There, like a lot of these headstones just have like a date of birth. But I feel like something's here around me.
May I suggest rolling a cigarette and leaving it there?
I can do that. I don't know where.
Nicole, are you picking up on anything at the moment?
Where you're smelling it, leave it.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. I'm smelling in a different direction now. It's like that old, like what my grandfather used to smoke, that old cherry tobacco.
And
yeah, shag. Yeah, like a rough cut shag tobacco.
Yeah.
Nicole, are you getting anything?
Look back to your right.
Okay.
Oh, you went back the other way.
Slowly.
Slowly.
I have a gravestone where they were born in 1921.
Move to your left, real slow.
Okay.
Okay, keep going left.
Okay.
Your other left.
My other left?
There you go.
Okay.
Okay, so I thought right there. Stop.
Yeah, they were born in 1925 and 1921.
Well, no, I was actually going to have you walk forward.
Okay.
To your probably your right. It's my left. So.
Okay. Keep going right or?
Walk the other way.
Okay. Somebody's flag fell over. I'll pick that back up soon.
I got a question. question for you a second. Do you feel like somebody's right there with you right at that point right there? Because I started feeling like somebody was right there with you at that moment.
I'm
No, I don't.
You're going the wrong
don't.
way.
Am I?
Yeah. I keep forgetting. I'm
Sorry.
looking at my computer, so I'm lagged behind from you.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. I'm sorry.
Am I? Yeah. I keep forgetting. I'm looking at my computer, so.
Yeah, there's about a 3-second delay between what we see on the live stream and what she's seeing on her computer.
Okay,
Oh,
go back.
I'm sorry.
Go back to where
Okay.
he's looking at like that Parthenon looking thing.
Right here?
Okay, yeah. Move forward.
Okay.
Now just over to see the stones in front of you, not the ones directly, but behind it.
Yeah.
Okay. There is a
These
lady
over here?
Yeah, there is a lady standing to your right of those ones in front of you.
Okay. The silver, the gray one, or the red one?
The darker one.
Okay. I will go to that one.
This one here.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
Oh wait, other way.
What?
All right, see
Other
the
way?
gray right there.
Okay. Hi. My friend Nicole says you're showing yourself, or you're here for some reason.
You just passed her. Did you see it?
Oh, no. I felt a cold spot. That's why I was coming. That's why I was going farther.
She's standing.
Geneva. Her name is Geneva.
Yes.
Right here.
Yep. She's standing right there in front of you. If you reach
Hi,
out,
Geneva.
reach out just by the tombstone, you'll probably feel a cold spot. Right in there.
Yeah, I feel it here. Why is it like that? Like here, it feels like it's like 30 degrees, but here, like the sun's burning me.
I could put him out. Here we go. Send that cemetery, but go ahead.
Well, spirit don't
Hi,
have
Geneva.
heat as we do. We have the body heat.
Would you like to talk, or do you just want company, or because I can do whatever you need me to do to make you feel better.
The reason why you're getting a cold spot is because the spirit is sucking in the air around it to manifest, and it's making the air colder.
It creates almost
okay.
like a thermic vacuum.
Right. It's kind of like with like Sasquatch, like when you're around its area, like you feel like a pressure around you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good way to equate what I was trying to say before. Like when it comes to spirit, but even Bigfoot, when you're in its territory, you feel the energy of pressure in that area it's been in. You kind of know it's not too dissimilar in that sense that when you're in a sense hunting or looking for spirits, it's your gut instinct. It's that you start learning to use your senses, and this is the other form of your senses. Well, a lot of people say before they encounter Bigfoot, they notice there's a change in the atmosphere, in the air, or it's the same thing, man. You're doing great, and you treat it that these are still people. These are still people that you're encountering. So, ask them, hey, I'm glad to meet you. I'm glad, any cordial and conversation you would have. What general? You said, the whole day. It may sound crazy. What we're saying,
I mean,
but like,
even though I can't, Even though I can't
you,
hear them or anything, I mean, I still
yeah,
want them
you
to
can't.
know that I'm here for respect, like I do with Sasquatch and everything. I let them know. Even people think that they don't understand us or anything, but I still talk as clear and slow as I can and let them know I'm here with respect and not.
Right. And not just that it's the acknowledgement, the general human thing to be acknowledged. So remember, these are still people. Their essence is still a person. So you could just say, "Hey, it sure is hot here today," or and thank them. Always thank them.
Did y'all see that? I saw like mist fly by me.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
You saw that?
absolutely, I did. Yes.
Sometimes that's how they respond. Sometimes that's them trying to form. It could be things, but they'll interact. They feel comfortable.
Wait a second.
They'll do it.
Wait a second. Nicole says she wants you to visit Henry. Is there a Henry near you?
I need direction for Henry. That's a big place.
Hold on. Hold on. Oh crap! I was standing on this grave and I didn't mean to.
It's okay.
Yeah, you just say sorry, pardon. Pardon. I'm learning. You just.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on you.
Go and trust your instinct. Just like squatching, you have to go by what you feel, where you think.
Right.
And even the ones you can't hear or see, they'll let you know. You'll get a thought sometimes or a feeling. They'll be sometimes consistent. One would like to, make
There's
a body tingle or a phrase. You go with all that.
There's a Bill here, and out in the hill country, Henry is a nickname for Bill.
Well, Nicole just said that it's to the left of the trees.
Okay, yeah, that's where Bill is.
You go find him.
Yeah, take a walk. Yeah, you take a walk, and as you're getting the feeling, see if you're pulled somewhere, or sometimes you'll even feel where it feels like someone holding on, guiding you, or mentally, this is part of it too. You start getting in touch with your sensations and everything around you. Oh,
right.
Flower move, or was that his camera jumping, or is that the wind? That might
this is where Bill is.
Because I thought that flower was moving, but maybe it was the wind. Yeah, it's the wind. Okay.
Okay. Oh, the one in front of me? Yeah, that's the wind.
Yeah, okay.
But it has toy cars on it too.
Oh, crap.
Are
What?
you in children's section? Or?
Hold on, there's a fresh grave here. Oh, that's a Rollin. Like, I have a feeling of dread now.
Dread?
Like, yeah, dread or fear.
Then let them know that you're not there for any ill will. You're not there to harm them. You're not anything. You're just there to say hello and to just, that you're good, that they're good. Don't worry.
You're not there with bad intentions. Let it flow from you. But yeah, let them know your intentions there. You're just.
I'm whoever this is. I'm not here to hurt you or do anything. And if you have anything to say, let me know. Like, I can try to help you in any way I can.
Or if you want to be left alone, that's fine too. But you know, you let them know that you're cool, we cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay. I got 5 people that can vouch.
There you go. Talk as you would anyone. Yeah, because that's been
Yeah.
more.
Actually, you have 5 plus 7. What is that? 12.
12. Yeah.
I'm a good person. I'm just here to
Give them a voice.
to let y'all say anything if y'all need to, or if you just want to look at me like I'm retarded, that's fine.
You know,
You're
sometimes also, you know, talk to them about the weather. You know what you're up to. You know, anything you could think of that would hold conversation in life and with people.
There was a guy standing next. There was a guy standing next to the heart grave.
This one?
Yeah, there's several heart graves I've seen.
There's a Kenneth.
That one.
The black one?
He's standing between the two.
Between the two, the one that's like to the left of your screen.
Okay. It's a Kenneth. Hi, Kenneth.
Yeah, introduce yourself. You know.
My name's Matthew, and I'm here to show my respects and give y'all a voice, and just in case, just because I know a lot of people don't like coming to these areas. And I kind of understand sometimes. But I'm here to talk and show respect to everybody. And thank y'all for letting me be here. I got a feeling to go over to the child's graveyard.
Okay.
But I really don't want to, because that's going to be a lot of sorrow for me.
Well, that's a personal call. If you feel like though there is a need, don't go with sorrow. You know.
Yeah, like
go with love. Go with love. How beautiful children are. You know how.
Right.
And that's how you can approach that. That's how you can get past some of the emotional part that is overwhelming. Because sometimes what we do, we hit those situations, but we want to understand why they're through sorrow, and then lend an ear to that.
Right.
And some of it might be our own sorrow because it's a touchy situation or stuff, but you go with that intent of full love and understanding.
Oh, it's just the thought that they didn't have a life, like.
Well, just look at it this way. Look at it this way. They're still there. You just can't see them.
Yeah.
Right.
They would still want you to treat them the same, and still interact and be like, "Hi guys, hello,"
Right.
So it would be. Imagine if it was, I hate. It's not to be morbid, but if you were to visit a child in the hospital, you want to cheer them up. You want to still keep their, you go in with that love and like, hey, are you guys playing? What are you guys playing? Or is everyone getting along here?
Do you think children understand that where they're at, or?
You never know, so treat them just like you would an adult.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't just say, hey, by the way,
Never mention that they might be expired.
Yeah.
Yeah. I learned that today.
Yeah.
Just say, hey guys, if any of you want to come and talk, I'm just saying hello, seeing what you guys are up to. Are you guys playing? Say,
What
you
is
know,
your name? How old are you? You know, what do you like to do? Stuff like that.
yeah.
It's a
Okay.
bit of
Just
a
like any
crash,
kid.
bit of a crash course for you, isn't it? This Matthew.
Yeah, just a little bit. Like I
Well, at least
understand
you got some good
Sasquatch.
teachers.
Like I understand nature and animals because I've been around that all my life, but this is
But you know what?
different.
This is the natural experience. This is the flowing experience. This is just as much nature. It's the natural process of things that, you know, we encounter
Right.
daily. We just don't have it in the same perspective as the animals, but you still got to approach an animal with care and like kindness. If you don't want anything bad to come of it, you know, you see a bear, you're not gonna go, hey, you know, like, hey, we cool. How are you, Mr. Bear? You know, to the
Yeah.
critter. Oh, there's a deer. I don't want to scare the deer. Same thing. You know, it's once you
Gotcha.
start looking, it's the same. But now these are children, and you just say, hey guys, you know,
Yeah.
It's the same world. It's just another part of it that not very many people want to know about.
yeah.
Right.
You know, once you get past and get past what we're taught of, it's the gloom and doom and stuff. It's not. It's not. This is, you know, for a lot of them, the next stage. You know, it's just another part. You know, they're there. They're still doing their thing. So yeah, you greet these kids. You know, say, hey, any of you around? You know, you want to play a new game like almost what's the word? Not Pictionary. What's the other one? Like charades. You know,
Right.
you guys can do this. Maybe I can guess where you are.
Sorry, there's a group of people that just pulled up into the graveyard.
Okay.
You know what's happening now, don't you, Matthew? You're becoming psychotic for the day like the rest of us.
Right. I have.
But you know, like with kids sometimes too, to get responses, you could play a form of hide and seek, kind of like if you give me a time and you kind of talk to me here, I could try to find you in this area. These are the boundaries. This is the area. You could try something.
That's that little girl
Right.
that I have at the cemetery that I go to. She literally.
Wait, whoa,
Wait, stop.
Hang on.
Star.
Wait, lady next to the pole right of the gate.
Yeah, if you turn back to the gate entrance to where they were,
Lady next to the pole right of the gate.
Yeah, by the gate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was talking to Captain Critter and I missed it. I apologize. My fault.
You're fine.
I take my eyes off the screen for 5 seconds and there's ghosts.
So yeah, you could, you know, the same thing, like introduce, hi, how are you? You know, like, you know,
Gotcha.
you know, as if someone's there. You know, are you visiting someone? Are you, you know, without
Well,
letting
let me let this family pay their respects real quick.
Yeah. Don't ever film and don't you that's one moment out of respect the two, and also probably it's not a good time for you to start asking questions aloud. They're gonna
Right.
Yeah,
that's why I was walking this way.
Yeah, but in the meanwhile, you could give us a little mini tour and you know, describe the area and trees and.
I mean, stop right there by the opening.
Where?
Wait.
By the opening of the gate, Nicole. By the opening of the gate, yes.
Yeah, but there's people.
Yeah, there's people paying respects. I can't do anything yet.
Okay. Well. Okay. Gotcha.
But now you know where to go back to if needed. You know, you keep that in mind.
See, this is a part of the stone wall of stone. Like it's crumbled and everything, but
like
supposedly,
Nicole says that she may be waiting too.
Okay.
So keep that in mind. Yeah, she may be waiting to pay her respects too. So.
Gotcha.
I am keeping my eye on the chat and
the reason why I really brought y'all here is because of this stone wall right here. This was built by. Okay, the legend is it was built by Native Americans a long time ago, but the wall doesn't go anywhere. As you can see, it only goes from here to here. But there's no purpose to it. And people say that hold on, let me see if I can get over there a little bit.
No, I see it. There's one end and
Well,
there's the other.
I was going to show you like how the rocks like fit perfectly, and like they said that they built these with like bone and stone chisels, but the rocks fit so perfectly together that.
Well, I think that we've all figured out the exact reason why you needed to be there.
Well, that too, but yeah. Well, now, yeah. I've never had like this much.
It's a boundary? Cole says it's a boundary?
Really?
An ancient boundary.
Huh.
As in before the cemetery was there, a boundary that was existed before the cemetery.
Yeah, because it's been here. It's been here over 1,000 years.
Spiritual boundary, like that. That's why I'm curious if it was a boundary between two, like.
See, I wonder
to set up property in a sense, or like a spiritual boundary for different.
See,
you know.
I was wondering if it was a ley line marker. I'm wondering if it was a ley line marker.
Nicole, what kind of boundary are you picking it up on being?
A wall that's there now.
Just plug in.
A wall against what? That's my question.
See, that's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if it was built for like a ley line against the veil.
Well, that's what I meant by boundary. Spiritual boundary,
okay.
or is it a boundary of like, you know, sometimes tribes they could put markings of their lands and stuff like that. Like this is your land, your area from this camp. This is out, but maybe it is ley line or a boundary wall. Therefore, this is spiritual land. Because sometimes
this used to be a creek, like. All of this used to be just underwater, and now it's dried up. So,
because, you know, sometimes too, unfortunately, our progress as man to erase Native history, we built cemeteries over Native cemeteries, unfortunately. And, you know, that could be where, this was, you know, some type of spiritual ground, and fortunately, you know, it was taken over for that purpose. But I don't know. I'm curious as to what I mean by what she meant by boundary too, you know?
Yeah. Is she still here?
The wall is not all there. The wall is not all there. Think of it as a fence that is half missing, a church ground on the other side.
Yeah. And
that would make sense for cemetery too, because a lot of churches, they would still section off the church to the cemetery, and why cemetery will be there too. In some aspect. But this is the part for you too, start as a researcher, just in Sasquatch or something, knowledge on how to research areas and stuff. For you, for your own answers too, where you start looking into the mapping, the geography, the history, for the town of that wall.
You know,
thanks, Sean, by the way, for
my
dropping the link.
question is, why would they put a wrought iron gate around a child's cemetery?
To still separate sections,
Well, is it also for protection? Because I've heard wrought iron messes with evil spirits.
So sometimes, in construction, I don't know about wrought iron, but there's a lot of practices we don't realize that we still do for that work.
Yeah.
Purposes like that of still, old wives' tales to beliefs and stuff that are still very much in practice,
The
I'm just going by
There is a theory behind
blacksmith
that.
standard. Like,
There is a theory behind that from the UK, if anybody's interested, and it was actually to deter body snatchers.
really?
Allegedly, yeah. They would use wrought iron around specific areas of cemeteries and graveyards to deter body snatchers, and only people with money could afford that. It would deter people from trying to rob the graves. They would take the wrought iron instead and try and sell that rather than dig up the graves of the loved ones.
Huh, that's interesting. Can you ask Nicole? Nicole's still there, right, with you, Jax?
Yes.
Is she still here, Nicole?
Yeah, she's here.
Mm-hmm. And also through the veil's been chiming in here, and you know, she was saying an iron is a protection, same in prisons. You know, so, yeah, right,
I'm
right.
sorry, guys. I just got a massive headache. Oh my Jesus! Oh my Jesus!
Cara Ghost Hunter.
neck?
I'm from Manchester, by the way, Cara.
Oh, you are Nicole.
Is it at the
Sorry.
back of your neck, Nicole? Because I'm getting the same feeling, like dizzy.
No,
it's Rev that's feeling.
It's Rev.
I'm fucking dead. God damn it! Shut up, phone.
I never knew your name, Nicole. Sorry. Through Veil.
Oh my God! Bless
Like
America.
I'm getting a headache from over here.
Sometimes, and it's not always intentional, but sometimes if spirits come through and they try to contact, it zaps you, you'll get headaches, or they drain you. That's why, too, a lot of people that investigate need recovery time, and you can just get zapped and get pains and things, too. You know, that's
Okay.
we were saying before, too, that it takes as much out of, you know, the people, the investigators, you know.
Right.
You know, that's why like I call buckets on, you know, the ones that do it like every day allegedly and not really be affected. No, when you get into that, it's energy, so you're getting zapped. Whether you're making a good connection, bad connection, it still takes energy, and you feel drained. A lot of mediums and stuff will get drained. A lot of investigators, you get drained.
Right.
Even you know, pastors, reverends, when they get into things like that, actually, you get drained because it takes a lot, so you have to regroup. Just like an athlete, I'm pretty sure you in the field and that after a day of just hiking a really Lord, so
well, I've had one encounter with a dog man that made me just the pheromones that I was picking up made me just throw up for 3 hours straight.
Yeah. And that's another thing too. Like there's a whole side, theories for the dog man and stuff.
Did y'all hear that?
I heard a beep.
No. I heard a bell. The beep is from them doing construction.
No, I thought it was like a car alarm beep. I thought your car alarm beep like it was.
Yeah, no, that was a bell.
Oh,
I heard.
So here's the debunking part, just to make sure. You can take a quick walkthrough of where you think it came from, or guess, and see. Does anyone have a chime bell thing on their thing?
Yeah, there's two gravestones that have chimes, but they're farther away.
Okay.
This one, if you see where my cane's pointing, there's it's like halfway to the pavilion, and that's where the two chimes are. But it was just a small ding.
Okay, so here's the thing. This is part of debunking too, and questioning. Now, does it sound like a dinner bell you tap on a counter, or like a bicycle bell,
like an old school bell, like the old pickup and ring bell?
Okay, yeah, you see, and now okay, it's probably gonna look and sound like that. That's where you take a look around. These are part of the things to try to explain away. Well, if it's a bell that someone has on there, if it's floating enough, like a chime would be.
Right.
Could it be the weather? You find one, you lightly, tap it and see if you can replicate,
See,
And
now
that's
I'm
part
hearing
of-
the chimes. You
Okay.
hear them?
I can't hear
Like-
because I have an AC, so.
It sounds like the metal pipe chimes.
Okay, now is that similar when you
No.
think about it? No, so you're pretty sure it's not the same type.
Yeah.
Okay, if it's not picking up to the chimes.
See,
you can-
here's one of the chimes too.
No.
This one's closer because here's
So now for yourself.
it was this.
Uh-huh.
It was this is what I heard.
Now you see, investigating, debunking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now you can either kind of dismiss and go, okay, that was that. That's the end of it. Or if you want to, you can ask, well, hi, is there someone there? Are you looking to get my attention? Blah blah blah.
There is a Sean David here that's died. And now it's still like the wind's not even strong enough to blow this.
And Nicole also said Bell may have been in the child cemetery too, if you were close to that. So now you could go and test and see. Now,
Gotcha. Okay.
you know there's a chime there, so that's a possibility.
Right.
Now, if you wanted to, which you're saying it may have been in a child cemetery, you can always go back and just double check and see. Do you see another bell that maybe someone left on the ground? Even those little ball bells, like at Christmas,
Right.
And see around there, is there another bell? And then you make the noise comparison. Sometimes that's why when you have more than one person, distance and stuff too. So if someone, let's say, was with you, you could go back to the spot you heard it. They can ring.
I got a
chime.
question. Is this normal?
What?
Hold on. There's a gravestone here, but right here is another gravestone. Like it's placed on top of it. And they're two different people.
If they're back to back, it's
like
it is.
facing this way is where the name is of the one behind.
Right.
And
They might be back to
oh, you
back.
think so? Okay.
It's quite possible.
Well, the reason why I'm saying that is because there's a piece of metal here.
Can you look at the one in the ground? I'm trying to see if that's a much older or some.
He died in 2008. It was the U.S. Air Force.
Okay. It is also very possible that it is a smaller grave because it is not an actual coffin. It might be cremains.
Okay, gotcha. See, that stuff I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I used to work at a grave or at a cemetery, so I have a little bit of a different perspective on things.
There's a chime here on this grave, but there's no bell, like the ring part, the chime thing.
It might have fallen off.
But
No,
you can
no,
still
I'm saying, I'm asking,
no,
like, can spiritual
clanger?
sounds happen?
Yeah.
Right. No, the clanger, you mean, that hangs down the middle?
Yeah, it's
it
gone.
might have fallen off.
But however,
Oh, it did. It's gone. But I
But
was wondering, could a spiritual sound come from it?
Yeah, it's always possible. That's why right now you can take your fingers and have them clang to each other real quick. This is part of debunking and testing and stuff to, rule out anything.
Yes, this is it.
You see what I'm saying? So now, and that's why you close your eyes, you think of the sound you heard. Is it that one? You go to the other one, clank it. How far away was it? And you know, this is how you narrow down and think, okay, could have
Yeah,
been
because
this one.
I was
Matthew. Matthew.
yeah.
Nicole says that the lady at the gate is needing your help finding Abby.
Yeah, I do sort of feel myself that there's been a lot of distraction from what was going on. You know,
Right.
sort of
She
just
said she needs
aimlessly
your help
wandering around the graveyard.
Finding Abby, Abby or Abigail, perhaps.
Okay.
Abby a child, I'm assuming, if she's staying
Is
over in
she
that.
is she here with her?
Please hold.
Okay.
Yeah. Nicole, do you know if Abby is a daughter?
Daughter. She's
Any
a daughter.
age?
She's her daughter. The lady
Okay.
at the lady at the gate, Abby, is her daughter.
Okay, I'll go in here, and my friend Nicole told me you need to find Abby or Abigail. So
They've been separated.
okay, y'all been separated. Okay, I will go in here and I'll see for you.
Blasted headache. Sorry, guys.
Any way of narrowing down age or something in case there's more than one Abigail or something? Or I mean, if
Annabelle?
no one's around, no, Abigail. You said
Abigail. Okay.
Abigail.
Yeah, you could walk row by row and then ask the spirit, you know, mention the last name in case there's more than one. And maybe Nicole
Gotcha.
will know. Or like, no, not quite, you know.
Abby. Abby. Abby.
Abby.
So Abby or Abigail, just to first Abby, but if you see an Abigail mentioned, you know.
See, notice how Past Life doesn't even mention, hi, Critter. Nice to be on your stream, Critter. Nice to see you, Rev. Said hello, doesn't even acknowledge my existence. Jerk.
Oh, someone in trouble.
Hey, Rev.
There's
No,
there's a grave here that doesn't have a name.
There's no little plastic
Like-
sign, no reference to
Well, there's a
anything?
plaque sign here, but the paper is gone from it.
She's saying
And
baby
it's-
girl a lot.
I mean, it has angels and everything around it and a rose.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep looking for Abby.
Yeah, keep looking in
Okay.
case, but keep little things like that unknown in mind, you know, just in case. 'Cause then
Gotcha.
She made, yeah. And you can read aloud certain things, placards and names that may seem to.
Some of these, like this one, I can't read. Like they're rusted over.
That's cool. If you get a feeling, stop. You know,
Trust the instinct too.
just do your thing, babe.
You can feel her behind you, or
See, like
even
this.
from
See.
Yes, everybody saw everybody else. Maybe why she can't find her is because she can't read the name.
Maybe because I can't
a
read the
good
names.
point.
So you know what, Michael? I'm just curious because she keeps saying "baby girl." Why don't you try that out for Abby, as for like a favor for the mom? Be like, "Baby girl, Abby, baby girl, your mama's here to look for you." You know, maybe. Hopefully, maybe you can be the bridge.
Abby, baby girl, your mother's here. She's trying to find you, honey.
Exactly. Good. Imagine if it's a child was lost in the store and you're trying to reconnect.
Right.
It's the same thing. Now you're doing it this way. That Abby, your mom, mama's calling for her baby girl. She's right over there. Can you come out? Can you?
Abigail.
You found Abigail?
Yeah, her thing's all bent up.
You found her?
Is there a last
Yeah.
name? Is there a last name or something?
It doesn't have it.
Any other? What else is written on it? Read it because maybe it can create to narrow it down. What else? even if it's numbers.
April 6th, April
Uh-huh.
6th, April 6th, 1865. April
ma'am.
26th, 1896.
So wait, if they're saying that old and this, are they redoing this cemetery or something, or was this an old cemetery without like a potter's
This
field
has
or something?
no other gravestone on it.
Because you tell me those dates are really. if those
Yeah.
are
Well,
dates,
there's an
like,
indention right here that looked like there was a stone or something in it.
So maybe that's what they're doing too. They're looking to fix the cemetery. Oh, I don't know. That's wrong.
I don't
But,
know.
Thanks
know.
to
I mean, they're
thanks
doing
to whoever in the
doing
chat sub
work
to
on
me.
they're doing work on other parts of the graveyard.
So that would make sense if, let's say, that grave is there. It wasn't moved or anything, but that stone wall was there. That could have been an original cemetery at one point, and they're redoing. I just hope
Maybe.
it was a thing, because then, yeah, that, I mean, if it was moved, that could explain being lost too, because everyone's
Yeah.
been up and stuff too. But yeah,
But
ask that Abigail, are you the girl?
Abigail, hello.
You found it.
I
Nicole
fixed
says
your
that she got a flutter in her chest that you found it.
I fixed your grave, and I hope you can go to your mom now.
Yeah, tell Abigail, your mama's here for you. She's going for a baby girl. She's right over there, honey. You can go to her, and talk to the mom.
My friend's on this little box. I know you probably don't know anything about it, but my friends on this little box told me that your mama is at the entrance and she's missing you. And I tried to fix your headstone, but
But you know what? You could tell her, guess what, though? Mama's here and stuff, and you don't have to be here now. You could be with her, celebrate the unionship, them coming together, and, and express how happy, because that
She
helps
said
them.
thank you.
Aww.
Matthew, she
You're
said thank you.
welcome. Abby or the mom? You're welcome. I try to help.
Thank you, Victrix. By the way, you've just took me to 600 subs. I don't know how long I'll stay there due to YouTube, but thank you, Victrix, in the chat. I appreciate that.
Still counts that you made it
Way
there.
to go, Dave.
Nice.
Mom says thank you. Matthew, Mom says thank you.
You're welcome.
And you
You're
see,
welcome.
so you see the hesitancy you had because of the subject, and look what came out of it. You still felt
Right.
drawn there for a reason. So now you can take that go without. It's a
Is
whole
it,
new experience.
I don't. You're welcome. I hope y'all have a good life, and I'll try to come back more and visit y'all.
That is
But
awesome.
like I have, like I don't cry, and my eyes are watering right now.
She's no longer at the gate.
Okay.
I'm just reading what Nicole said.
Is that a normal feeling to feel that?
Yes. Yes. It is.
You will feel, and not always, but sometimes you will feel the emotion of that.
Yeah.
And when you have, and it's also a human moment that you just rejoin. If that child was lost, the mother was lost, and you rejoin them. That's a very
Right.
awesome emotional moment.
Yeah.
Empathy is perfectly normal, babe.
Okay, because like I am fighting back tears, like.
But you know what? It's okay to have it because it's a happy moment, the tears of joy. And you know what? That's part of what we were discussing. You radiate that. And that also puts at ease other spirits that feel them pick up, go, oh my God, this is a wonderful moment. So it reminds us as people, in any which way or form, that wow,
Sorry.
things still happen.
You're fine.
You're fine. Have that. Go with it.
The thing is, Matthew, is never second guess your own humanity. It's a good thing.
Right.
All right.
Exactly. Never second guess your own humanity. I love that, Dave. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Like it. I don't know. That feeling's gone now, but. Whew, like what you were saying, Rican, that chill that went down my spine. That's what happened. Then, like, I had a few tears.
And you know what? At the end of the day, for investigators that are looking to help, that's what we look for when we go, or a counsel or whatever, help someone, even in trying to give an answer, advice, to have those feel-good moments because they're having that feel-good moment.
Welcome to the paranormal.
Yes, you are now one of us crazy psychos. There you go.
Right?
You have now been certified. You have official papers.
Oh my God!
I feel like I
don't
need
know
to
how y'all
give you
can
like a.
handle those emotions. Like,
But you know what?
I feel like I need to give you a badge or something, you know?
But you know what?
Like a merit badge.
It's
Approved paranormal investigator.
It will be
Right?
overwhelming, but it's a feel-good
What is
overwhelming.
in my oven?
Yeah,
Oh,
remember
yeah.
when you said it's like, that rush, that drug, that, that's what it is. It's that natural high. It's that natural good.
Yeah.
And you're going by your instinct that, wait a minute, that I felt, I really felt,
They're
and
done.
I contributed, I gave that, I did something. And that's what you're achieving. And in some way, for some people, unfortunately, it does get almost addictive because you're chasing that high, that feel good. But it's a
Right.
high. You're doing something.
I agree with you, Nicole.
Uh-huh.
Totally, I agree with you. I think that he does have a bit of an ability as well.
Yeah.
I will say this, Matthew. I as a psychologist, I can give you a certification, but it might not be what you want to hear.
Well, when I was sitting here at this tree and everything, this fell out of the tree at me.
What is it? It's hard.
It's a piece of red fabric.
Oh wow!
It's shiny.
And I fell out.
Like it fell out of the tree branches at me.
So what does he do with that fabric? Does he give it back? Tie it off?
Take it with you. That is your badge of honor, baby. Take it with you.
Hey, you think so?
Yeah, I do.
And as long as you keep it in good faith in yourself, that's your badge of honor, that's your good badge. Because it's
okay.
Well, that gift.
Didn't I just say that I wanted to give you some sort of badge, like a merit badge?
And there you go.
And then that fell out of the tree?
Yeah.
That's your merit badge. Take it.
Okay.
And you know what? That's your first ever reminder of that you helped rejoin a family.
Gotcha.
Your first experience, you did something spectacular that most people will never experience on the level you
I'm
had.
so happy.
Right.
I'm just so freaking happy right now. Oh my gosh, I can't stop smiling.
And I guarantee next time you go squatching, you're going to have a whole new sense of senses when you get that too. You're going to find yourself more in tune than you already were.
Right.
It's got to be said, Rev, you've rocked a kick-ass stream over the last few hours, girl.
Huh?
1 second.
No, this stream is totally effing worth it right now. Let me tell you that. Totally worth it. I'm going to keep this stream going for like hours more because of this shit.
So this is on my hatchet holder. So, and I keep this thing with me all the time, and now it's going to be tied on there.
I love it. I love it. I can't wait to see it when I come down there.
And for yourself, like you said, if you want to come by and visit her, you can now. Now that you know Abigail, you know the other boy. You come across
Right.
stories, you come across things. That's part of, as a veteran suit, that good rapport with spirits. Also,
And
that
they
Just think about it. How many new friends
they
did you make
remember.
today? You met Abigail. You met Rayson. You met the gentleman at the very beginning. I can't remember his
Robert.
name. I'm sorry. Robert. Yes. You made 3 new friends today. Boom. There you go.
Right. I don't know. It's like it's peaceful here now. Like
Yeah.
I don't feel that dread anymore. Like that dread
Because
or sorrow.
you just lifted the taught veil that we've all been taught that cemeteries are spooky, this and that, and you got to see and experience the real side. It's still a human side. There's
I think it's also worth mentioning Nicole's part that she played in this as well. But, you know,
Exactly.
Awesome.
Thank you, Nicole.
Thanks,
Thank you so
Nicole.
much, Nicole.
Thanks, sis.
You know,
It was she says that it was the lady that was sad.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. But you found her. You
Yeah.
found who she was looking for. So
And if I can't, if I redo that gravestone, will they get mad at me?
No.
Because it's just a piece of tin.
It's a sign of respect.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're not
'Cause I don't-
proposing, you're not, you know, it would be the same as leaving flowers or gifts. You're not.
Okay.
Indeed.
So if you wanted to make a better placard for any of them or your own little.
Because I'll make a actual metal tombstone for her, a small one. 'Cause,
Yeah.
I mean, I do blacksmithing, so
that
it's
would be
nothing for me.
fantastic. And you see,
I think that would be lovely.
and right there, you know what? Remember what we've been discussing energy? You're putting loving, caring energy into that. What better thing can there be? It's a loving gift. And it's a
Right.
I think that would be great.
You know?
Hey,
Does
Matthew.
Nicole know her name?
I'll
The
be right back.
mother's?
Oh, Nicole, do you know the mother's name? Did she give a name or anything?
Yeah.
Hey, Matthew.
Yeah.
Perhaps you're better at this than you give yourself credit for in the first place.
I mean, I've always had a connection with like cryptids. Like, I've never had problems with cryptids. Like, you know, most people say, "Oh, Bigfoot's attacked them," blah blah blah, and stuff. I've never had that ever happen to me. And
So maybe that's what you've always had some sort of spiritual connection in general, but this just really opened you up to what already you had and didn't recognize fully. You know, your abilities.
Right.
You know, because animals feel our energies as very much so. You know, nature does. So Nicole says, I think she was just happy finding her, but that would show further friendship. She never gave me one. So the mom never gave me one, but it would show further friendship. And that, you put that energy out there and stuff like that, it's almost, you know, your greeting card to the spirits and the cosmos say, hey, you know, this is a good guy. And those deeds go on with you that, you know, if you want to go into more of the paranormal, this and that,
right.
Well, know your demeanor. That goes with you, and it's almost like the spirits can vouch, like, oh no, when he says he's here for good intentions, he's here for good intentions.
Hey, I just noticed, you know, that bell that I heard, the top of the crematory monument has a bell. Like a toll bell, like, you know, like a Liberty Bell kind of thing.
Oh wow.
With that, like, I just noticed it. Like, something told me to look up.
Yeah. Now, sometimes this could be it too. You're gonna find, now this being your experience, you're gonna have kind of awakening. You'll start noticing things and thinking things and feeling things more. So don't get surprised or even scared sometimes, because like Why am I suddenly, surged in with all that? Go with it.
Yeah.
Good cut and stuff. But like we had you debunk, we had you test. Is it this bell? Is it that bell? Because that helps narrow down maybe what they're trying to convey or guide you and stuff. And like you hearing the crematory bell, it could be things you have to interpret. That's part of the learning. But overall, what you did was fantastic.
Thank you. I mean, I feel great. Like I was in pain and everything, and my leg's not even hurting right now.
Yay!
See?
Yeah.
Yay!
Love it.
I'm actually able to bend it. Like,
and you never know.
Like my leg was like stiff when I was walking around.
And you know what? And take that as a gift. However, which way, it's a gift and saying thank you. That's how you take that away.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. And then
I'm happy about that.
imagine all when you do have more experiences in your
You
health,
are, aren't you, Rev?
Right.
You are happy about
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for helping me, y'all. Like,
Thank you, Nicole.
I didn't know it was this simple because everything else I've ever read about like paranormal stuff was
simple. Simple. How dare you, sir? We're very in-depth investigators. Do you mind?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Simplify this too. Yes. But this is
Like-
the argument too. This is what we try to tell people that believe in science. Do this. Become experienced. Don't be a backseat. Don't be armchair warrior. Like you don't believe
Yeah.
it, fine. Come and see our side. You want to see yours. We know the sciences are there. But you know what? Come and experience and then talk to us. Come join us. And sometimes that's what's needed. You have to go out and do it.
Something just whispered in my ear, "You're okay."
You're okay.
Yeah.
You're one of us now, you lunatic.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Welcome to the fucking family, Matthew.
I know, right?
The straight jacket is in the mail.
I want one that's black and has like studs on it.
There you
Right
go.
on.
Look at this. He's already personalizing it. You see?
Right.
You've been part of us all along. You just weren't admitted fully. Now you are. Now
Yeah,
you're,
like I mean, I've had
you're
like
you're impatient.
all
with
my
us.
other like spiritual encounters, like with spirits, was with my dad, and he was a Baptist preacher, so it was always the bad part of things. It was always.
That's the misconception. That's the thing. No.
Yeah,
Rev-
I've never
Rev and
had
I this discussion the other
this
night, and she met my friend
experience.
Jenny about that.
The thing
Yeah.
is for the most part, organized religion will have you believe, will have you being scared of anything other than what they preach to you.
Oh,
And
no,
also
no,
that
my
you'll
dad-
you'll
my
have,
dad would-
you'll
No,
have
my
fire
dad
and
would take
pitchforks
me-
shoved up your ass for all eternity in a pit of sulfur.
Yeah, no, my dad, like when I was like 5 years old, he would work first, second, and third shift, and if he went out to somebody's house or whatever, and he knew it was going to be a long night or anything, he would take me with him so I wouldn't miss school. And I would be in those houses from the age of like 5, and I've seen eyeballs on walls, like blobs,
Okay.
shadow creatures.
Sounds like
This
Manchester.
is my world, and you know that
Yeah.
I am a minister. Welcome
Right.
to my world.
Yeah. And I never had this experience because, like what you said, Dave,
Mhm.
like it's always the bad that they preach about.
Yeah.
And my dad was a fire and brimstone.
Well, the
And
thing
then
is for me,
on the battlefield, you didn't see the other side of it. That it's not all
Yeah.
bad. There's stories behind it. There's normal stuff that goes on too, like this, the moments of reuniting a family. There's other
Right.
The thing is, Matthew, is that
Yeah.
for some reason, a lot of people don't seem to understand that the two can coexist quite happily. You know,
Right.
the belief systems don't have to clash. So it's
Yeah.
perfectly good what you're doing, you know.
And Nicole says it only gets weird from here.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Great.
Oh yeah.
But you have a little reminder, your badge now to tell you. It may
Right.
get weird here, may get scary, but what's gonna top a moment of what you just did?
Yeah.
Think about it. It's the same as when life goes bad, and I'll tell you, even for myself, when I was
Hey,
hitting that rock bottom,
the
you know what I was
the
reminded of? My son. That nothing
the
tops that moment.
the flower metal pinwheel that was rusted is now spinning around with no wind in the child's graveyard beside Abigail's grave.
I love that.
And it's spinning the opposite way now.
We need a cup of.
So you're telling me something that hasn't moved in years by her grave is now moving.
Yeah, it's rusted. Like I checked it, it's rusted.
So maybe it's a sign, it's validation. It's telling you, it's showing you, man, we are happy. You put things about and this is the gift. This is the way they're telling you. They're letting you see again, like that veil being lifted, and so you're now seeing what's happening. And they're telling you, thank you. This is the
Yeah.
way we can do it. We're now showing you. You know, here we are. Thanks. You know, and others will make these things. You know, you'll start seeing more, in a sense, communication, but it's not all scary. It's not all bad. You know.
Y'all want to go see it?
Yeah, heck yeah. I want to see that thing.
If you
move.
want to take us, we'll go, babe.
I'm actually
all you.
walking. I'm actually walking without my cane.
What?
I'm walking without my cane.
Get you some. I love
Very
that. I
nice.
love that.
I mean, I'm a little off, but
Yeah, but still.
I
Go
can bend
for it,
my
brother.
knee.
Brother, go for it. Enjoy it. You know, you this is good. Sometimes this is what. Sometimes that's the gift from them too. They know
Yeah.
that, oh my God, you know what? You've been suffering. Look what you did. The least I can do is this, and this. As thanks.
Right.
You know?
See
How are you
this
doing,
one?
Mike?
Mike's ready.
The one with the
Mike looks
butterfly
sleepy.
on it.
No, my neck's hurting.
Ah.
That's the reason I'm trying to lay on the pillow to get my neck stopped hurt.
Yeah, and a few I
Thought,
got
thought,
going.
thought I'd say
I'm
hello.
having-
You've been on here
having
for about an
glad
hour.
you're happy.
Just thought I'd say hello. You've been here for an hour and I've not spoke to you yet.
So
I'll be back and I'll get you a new. I'm gonna make you a new headstone.
now, as the
'Cause-
rule we said too, Matt, make sure if you're making a promise, you do follow up.
Right.
That's one thing. Like any friend would tell you, you know, like, hey, I promised you that. You make an effort to do it. You know, but that is awesome.
I don't know
that
how
you-
well spirits are. I mean, how well y'all are with time, but at least a month.
But you know what? In between, you can update her. You can bring something for your new friends, all of them.
Okay.
There are things you could do in between that they're not, you know, left completely hanging. But then you bring it like a gift. You know, like, oh, you ready? See, I have some for you. These are still kids.
Right.
They're still humans. People love gifts. They're gonna love gifts, and you're paying
Yeah.
respect. You're acknowledging their existence, whether they know or not know. You're acknowledging. All people want to be acknowledged in some way.
Yeah, I don't want to be alone out here. And
But you know what? Also think she's not alone. You gave her the connection of her mom. You helped
Right.
too. And you know what too? That joy spreads across that area as well. So others will go, oh my God, you know, it takes them.
yeah,
It makes them have faith even in the afterlife. It restores faith for the ones that may be in little trouble. Like, you know. So for all you know, by the time you leave or when you leave tonight, this is going to be a celebration. So don't be surprised you hear news stories of, wow, there's a sudden uptake of things going on. You know what? Maybe they're celebrating,
Yeah.
having a party going on. So, you know,
Okay.
those are the way. That's how you look at it. You did something awesome. You know, you really did. So congrats.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're walking around. You're doing that. So that's all part.
Yeah. My leg doesn't hurt at all.
There you go. Now I'm not saying don't push your leg and go marathon running either.
Oh
Don't-
yeah.
You know, there
Yeah,
are good happy
it's-
moments we feel good, then we do that one thing way too much, and we're like, oh, maybe I should have, you know. But now
Right.
you can take this. I guarantee next time
Say
you
again,
do
Rev.
cryptid hunting, you will see a difference. You will sense.
What did you say,
Okay.
Shannon?
I'm sorry.
I said there are the tiny gifts.
Huh? What?
There are the tiny gifts that they give.
Where? They gave me one?
Yeah, your leg.
Thank you.
Tiny gift.
Yeah, like it came up behind me and said you're okay. Like,
Mhm.
but it did like it was just a voice. Like it didn't have a male or female like tone
No.
to it.
Sometimes it doesn't. It's almost audibly in your head. I've had that moment
Okay.
where it's like you hear it, but it's not hearing.
Yeah,
what
like it was a
you're
whisper. Like
Mhm.
like in my
Listen.
ear.
Listen to the voices.
What's on the ground?
Honestly, I know this is going to sound ridiculous. This is going to sound absolutely mental, but listen to the little voices.
Mm.
They're there
Okay.
for a reason. They're there for a reason.
What's right at the base of that tree there?
I'm just sorry. It's just the skeptic side of me, the debunker. I'm just looking in the tree and see if I see any more of that red.
Well, what's on the
Fabric or
ground
anything.
now? I saw something on the ground a second ago. What's that?
Yeah, it's a tree marker
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I just
because
saw
they're gonna cut it. That's what all these little sticks are. They're tree markers. They're gonna cut these old trees.
Not down, just
Yeah, they're gonna cut them down, and I bet you anything they're gonna make a bigger graveyard out here. And that makes me sad, but because there's so many graves that are between trees and stuff out here. That's what that makes this place beautiful. Is like
is the trees.
I'll tell you what
Yeah.
makes me feel good. That Rev Critter's now entered the ranks of the hardcore streamers. 7.5 hours there, y'all.
oh crap!
Hardcore.
That's right.
Congratulations,
I'm going for a past life title of 15 hours
15
and
hours.
15 minutes. Right.
Oh, congratulations, Kara.
Yeah, that's good news, that, Kara.
Okay, I got another question.
I got an answer. Let's see if they match.
Okay, when we
Oh,
when we hunt for Bigfoots and stuff like that, they have a thing called gifting where they put food and stuff in trees. And I know the Day of the Dead and stuff like that, they give food offerings.
Yes.
Now, is
Culture, yes. A lot of cultures do.
I mean, is that still in like this kind of cemetery? Is that looked down upon, or
No, you gave a gift. Who did you give the gift to? Rayson.
because I got a piece of homemade chocolate cake in my hand,
Nice.
in my car.
How
There's
about
some
gifting it me?
Yeah. Wait, gift it to Dave, and then he'll get back to you on it. And let you...
Yeah.
Well, I was just wondering if I left it at Abigail's grave, or is it because
I think that would be entirely appropriate if you wish to.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that do it in their homes. I've known investigators that'll offer, when they come across children, even adults,
right,
candies to drinks for adults and stuff. Sometimes too, they use them as trigger objects, and stuff too. Like if you're from the old West where it was whiskey drinking, stuff, they'll leave
Yeah.
an alcohol in the alcohol. But in this case, it's not meant to trigger and elicit, a reaction. You're doing it
Chocolate cake.
as an offering. There you go. Yeah, you don't. It's up to you. You want to open it or just leave it there? It's up to you, Lisa.
I think
On her marker, Matthew, on her marker, does it have her birthday?
It says August something.
18 something, right?
Yeah, it was like 1836 or 1886.
Yeah, because I was
Okay, well, you know what month we're in right now.
Yeah,
was it?
that's
a
why I
day?
was. That's why I was asking.
It's her birthday cake.
Okay.
I think don't read too much into it. If you want to put it down, don't
look at
worry
it
too
that
much.
way.
It's
No,
all
no,
good.
but-
Don't read too much into it. Just do it, dude. It's all good.
Right.
No, but he
You
can
feel
also-
compelled to do it? Do it.
Yeah. But
Well,
he can
I
offer
didn't
it as a
know if
birthday,
it's.
as a birthday gift.
Well, I didn't
totally
know if
cool.
it was
You're
against
good.
the cemetery regulations
Some
or something.
cemeteries may argue because
You know what?
but you know what? No one's there
Screw
to see it.
regulations. I
Oh.
seriously doubt if her marker was down for that long. I seriously doubt they're paying attention. So
Well, yeah, it was
I
also
say-
covered in grass and everything.
Yeah, they're not
Exactly. So I say screw regulations. You go with your gut, babe.
Okay. Yeah, because that's what I was thinking, and I was like, I have chocolate cake in that my sister-in-law made for me in the car, and I was like, and it's August.
Yeah, so if anything, wish her a happy birthday on top of it too. It wouldn't hurt. You're
You
making
doing
a
okay,
friend-
Mike?
You,
Hey, Abigail.
He's still with us, brother. He's still with us.
I'm still with
Happy-
y'all. My neck's just giving me trouble right
Happy
now.
birthday, you little one. Happy birthday, baby girl.
Yeah, man.
see, and you just made it personal by baby girl. You know how much more appreciated and how just hearing you say that, I almost wanna that you're calling her by the name her mom.
Yeah.
That means a lot.
I almost want a piece of that cake.
It's oh my goodness, it's
Abby, you
it's
better, enjoy
Cool
that
Whip
cake before
chocolate.
she comes
It's
get it.
Cool Whip chocolate mousse.
That isn't helping, Matthew. It's making me want it more.
And I doubt she's ever had Cool Whip. So
Tell Abigail enjoy that cake because people already have someone that
Hey,
wants that.
y'all want to wish her happy birthday?
Yeah.
Happy
Hold on.
birthday.
Happy birthday,
Happy
Abigail.
birthday.
Happy birthday, Abby.
Everybody
Happy
says happy
birthday.
birthday, baby girl.
Much love, Abby.
You're a good man, you, Matthew.
Thank you.
Yeah, he is.
I try. I just
I cannot wait to get down to San Antonio.
I try. I just
And you
I
know,
don't want.
You do good, babe.
I mean, I didn't have a mother growing up, so and seeing a mother love her child like that.
I think regardless of what people's beliefs are, whoever watches this at a later date, the incentive and the inspiration behind what you're doing and what you've just said with the cake and wishing that young child an happy birthday will still
Yeah.
resound through the years of people watching it. Regardless of your belief and what you think, what you've done is an honourable thing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's still a human gesture. It's still the right gesture. It's what we do. That transcends
See,
everything.
That I just wish all our communities could get along like this.
But
Well,
you know
the
what?
ones
don't
that get
understand
along
why.
are the ones that get along are the ones that matter.
Yeah.
Right.
And you know what? You doing what you're doing is
Yeah.
what's sending the message. This is what it's about. This is what it is. This is what the paranormal isn't about Hollywood. It's not about the show. It's about the connection of ourselves. The flesh.
Oh, I
of
got
our-
a chill around me.
You know that.
Did you?
I got a chill around
Why?
me.
Why's that?
I don't know. Like it felt like the wind just like wrapped around me.
Okay. Well,
Oh, they're saying thank you, I guess.
Describe how do you feel as a daily? What
Like I feel
It feels
cold.
they're
Like
saying
I
thank
don't
you.
have. Like I was sweating, and now I'm not, and
But how do you
it felt
feel?
like an
Good?
embrace.
Sometimes that's how they can do it. They manipulate. They make you feel because they can't verbalize, but they can share. They can, they have that way because that's more on a deeper level to make you understand what they're saying. And it could be Abigail, it could be anyone that's running up to give you a hug and go,
Right.
it's okay. Wow, thank you. You're acknowledging us. You're acknowledging one. You're acknowledging us all. You just enjoy that. That's the feeling. That's the satisfaction you get when it's on personal cases or helping someone and stuff. And
Yeah.
it's showing that this field.
I just think that Abby really liked the cake.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you how I'm feeling right now. I'm feeling like my stomach thinks my throat's been slit because you've been talking about cake.
If I could pause time and send it to you, I would.
Much respect, brother. Thank you.
Oh, that would be awesome. I want cake too. Damn it.
So there you go. Now you know whenever we take a set point or at different points, there's always got to be a bit of a food throwdown too. Someone has to bring dessert. Someone has to bring an appetizer. Someone has to bring.
Shit.
Yeah.
If Dave gets here to the U.S., we know what's going to go. First thing, cake. Cake.
What? Who's
Cake.
bleeding?
I am. All right. No, I'm good. I'm fine. I'm good.
What did you do?
Nothing. I'm fine. Perfectly fine. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that out loud. I love a good knife play. And, no, I'm perfectly fine. There are no
are
worries.
you?
I apologize
how
for saying
deep?
that out loud.
How deep, sis?
How deep is your love?
Not deep at all. I'm perfectly fine. I promise.
Stop playing with knives. They're bad for you.
I promise. I'm fine. I'm fine.
This is not
It's
the first
Yeah,
time.
don't be
This is not
playing
the
with
second
knives.
time.
Don't be playing with knives.
No, I'm perfectly fine. I promise.
I think I'll have a go now to make it an international bollocking. Stop playing with knives.
No, I'm perfectly fine. I promise. I was playing with my karambit and I got a little bit stupid. No, I'm sorry. I'm perfectly fine.
It's so peaceful here.
It's a nice feeling, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, well, you know what? I'm getting so far, if I may say, I just got some news here real quick.
What?
My son's mom is out of the surgery. They had to redo the surgery, and so far, it's all went well. So
good.
Thank God.
Excellent.
Thank God.
So
I have been praying for her.
So,
Jose,
maybe
I have
tonight
been
and maybe
praying.
tomorrow she goes back home to, get the other stuff squared away. But that's one less thing off for her mind, the boyfriend who's been the champ with the kids.
Right.
And, he's never had kids before. He's never been with someone with kids like this. And, not, 2 toddlers, one being fully autistic. And they love him and he loves them. So, it's great all around that, she can be, over that part and go home and get to, when they think she's ready to go home and deal with the other stuff. But this is some else. So now for me, this is twice good because, she's doing well on top of, Matt having his first and really, first experience like this where connection where at this.
I lost my paranormal virginity on live.
Yeah. and you don't have
That's
to feel
amazing.
good,
I'm very, very happy to hear that.
Right.
Very happy to hear that.
Hey, Ram.
Oh, that is awesome.
Thank
Hey,
y'all.
Ram.
Say, go on,
Ralph,
Mike. What?
Uh-huh.
can I go ahead and tell them the big news that's supposed to happen today?
What you tell
That
them,
I
baby. Go
told you.
get you some.
All
Do
right.
it.
Here about 5 o'clock my time, which is Central Time. I'm going live, but I'm gonna show everybody the cemetery that we've been getting all the activity at during the daytime. That
Right.
way you can see exactly what's there.
Nice.
That's right.
To be fair,
And
Oh.
it's Michael's. It is his first time going live on his own.
To be fair, he was
So
a bit of a
I'll be
paranormal. He was a bit of a paranormal super trooper the other night on Rev's channel. I noticed I was there in the background watching you there, Micah, kicking ass, walking up and down the road. Yeah.
Oh, you should have seen last night. Last night I was getting more than the night, 2 nights before that. It's like right in front of me there was something, and I don't know, but the old man that I've run into, he was kind of like there, I guess, to watch me because he was right behind me the whole time, and I could hear him whispering. And then I don't know. It was weird last night. There was a lot of weird things going on. But
Wow.
that
Well, I look
that
forward to seeing
graveyard
what you
has had a
come
lot
up
of
with,
stuff.
babe.
So,
I am
Excellent.
looking forward to seeing what you come up with.
oh, it's gonna be the same old thing, but just during the daytime though.
No, it's not about that.
Well,
It's
yeah,
not about it
but,
being the
you
same
know,
old thing.
Hey, maybe something
It's
will
never the
appear
same
during
old
the
thing.
daytime though. I mean, maybe.
But it's never the same old thing. It's always something new and something different, and
Right.
you know, it's good stuff, is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, plus we'll get to see the graves on the outside of the graveyard, which is kind of odd, but get to see
Matthew,
them
where are you
actually-
going?
Looks like he's
Matthew?
going towards a grave.
Where are you going, babe?
I'm smelling sulfur.
Sulfur.
Yeah. Like rotten egg sulfur. And I know that smell.
That's not a good smell, sweetheart. No, not a good
Nope.
smell.
I had 2
But
whips the
this
other night.
grave that I'm smelling it from is dug into.
Wait, what?
Recently?
Is something
Is that the one that
written?
you're looking at?
Is something
Yeah.
written there? Is that a word or a name written on it? Oh, Te amo. Te amo.
Yeah.
I love you. But, and there's a circle there dug into, I wonder, Te amo means, they're showing love. But,
Yeah, it means I love you, but still.
you know what's making me think right away, Rev? For me and you experiencing, I'm wondering though if it's Te amo.
That's
And
not a good thing.
if for them, they think they're doing good, but by experience, you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do. I know exactly what
But
you're
there's-
talking about. It is not a good
There's a
thing.
heart-shaped rock right here.
You don't see any type of what looks like shells, right? Any what looks like little shells curled in anywhere,
Like
nothing like
seashells or anything like that?
that. Yeah, nothing.
There's 4 gravestones down. There's a giant seashell,
No,
a
no,
giant
the one-
conch shell.
No.
Oh,
Well,
on the grave?
They're
yeah. Can you zoom in a little more on that one that you're at? I'm
Yeah.
just looking for any more visible signs. By you're saying
slow
sulfur.
pan,
with-
slow pan,
Yeah.
slow pan on the Te amo, please.
Okay.
And when you get a chance, even around to the front side without like being on it, but
That is the perfect angle. Slow pan at that perfect angle. Slow pan on the Te amo.
yeah, on Te amo.
Hold on, I see one. I
You
think.
see a shell, a seashell?
Or something that looks like not conch, but a shell curled in, like a macaroni and cheese looking shell, but like curled in the center, or seashells.
Yeah.
Don't touch it. Just zoom in. Because if that's the only place you're really getting sulfur, then
Crap.
and unfortunately
Where'd you
it's a
go?
belief system.
Where'd you go, Matthew? Matthew just froze. Where'd you go, honey?
Yeah, his
Matthew.
camera froze, I think.
You know what worries me if it is? I've had this happen in discussions with people where things go wonky, which usually tells me it's something that doesn't want to be spoken of.
Well, when he walked up on it, I started getting this feeling in my back. It was like a tightening feeling.
Shoot.
Matthew.
Someone put for him in chat, to try to come back.
Matthew.
To the cart, but yeah, get away.
Yeah.
Or if someone has his even cell phone number, tell him.
Oh, we lost him.
If someone has his cell phone, just tell him get towards the cart, step away now, because if it's drawing him near and he's smelling that.
Crappity crap. I'm waiting for him to come back.
Once I saw Tiamo,
waiting for him to come back.
on the ground, and he's saying he may have found the shell. No.
That's not a good thing. That is not a good thing at all.
No.
And I'm
did he
waiting
say he
for
was
him
over
to
near
come back.
Sorry, Rev. Did he say he was over near a car?
He walked away from the car because he started smelling sulfur, and he walked over to that grave that said Te Amo with the hole in the middle of the O and the seashells. And then when he started to look further, he dropped out and we lost him. So that is definitely not a good sign. And now my cohort, my beautiful co-host, my fabulous and wonderful, co-hostess, Jose, will tell you exactly why that is not a good thing.
Well, let me run to the restroom first because I've been holding it, but now it's been
No, go.
What does the show have to do with it? And I'll explain kind of when I get back.
Shit.
You can start off.
Shit.
Well then.
No, thank you. I'm good. No, it's.
I know it's bad. That's like that night that I smelled sulfur twice, and then all of a sudden the old man appeared at that bush across the road.
No, what that means with the Te Amo and with the hole and with the shells and with sulfur smell and everything is that somebody has been trying to basically resurrect.
Yeah, kind of like a witchcraft thing. Yeah.
For lack of a better term.
Yeah. Yeah, those. Yeah.
And if Matthew is in the middle of it right now, Jesus, I wish I had his phone number right now. Crappity crap.
Well, I mean, hopefully he heard Jose say, "Don't touch it. Just pan in on it."
Crap.
Hopefully he didn't touch it.
Okay,
Crappity crap. And things were going so well. And then they realized that he can see and he can hear and he can understand. And then the others tried to get into him and now he's there and he is not guarded.
No, because he's still new and then, okay. Basically, this
not
is
guarded.
The way I can equate the shells so people kind of understand. And however you want to say hoodoo, voodoo, but Santeria, because it is Spanish. Now, I'm saying this because I don't know if it's family that did it. It could have been someone else that's disgruntled that did all this in place. But from experience, I grew up with this and stuff. The shells, in a sense, would be like to a Catholic rosary beads. They become very charged, intentionally at times, and thrown down to either ward or whatever. It depends on the user and things, but they can become supercharged. It is a almost stigma and used the way like rosary beads are in Santeria. It's the representation. That's how they adopted, through Catholicism. But the shells are very strong things that you don't mess with. If you have a shell and you touch it, it's used lots of times to sort of quote unquote curse people and attack, to cause things to attach, because people, it looks harmless. But think of it like a rosary bead. The fact that he's smelling sulfur, this, I have concerns. I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it's the one that put Diano, but the clue for me was that Spanish, there's a hole in the O when there's places for flowers. And if he's finding shells pretty much at the hole, that means someone did something ceremoniously in that. Doesn't mean the family. It could have been someone else that knows about it and doing some against the family. Sometimes people do that. Someone gets buried, they come along, and they try to damn the soul out of revenge. Now, it could be the family doing their ritual, but not realizing you're in the graveyard, not thinking that disturbed. But the fact that if he's smelling sulfur pretty much from that, and the reason I ask for shells, because usually when shells start getting involved, it's a lot more serious. And that the fact that he's the combination of what's normally kind of ritualistic in that sense with sulfur is not a good sign. There's something very bad there. And I can't say it's, regardless if it was intentional or not, is the fact that, no, from experiences, no. He needs to, being unprotected, he needs to just be away, like leave the cemetery entirely. And this isn't the first time. I've been on lives discussing my own experiences where people have gotten sick. Electronics.
The problem is
things
he
have gone
can't
down.
hear us.
That's why I said if someone has a way to, by phone, text him or something and tell him, look, don't go any further. Even if something's calling you, I'm afraid it'll guys at this point, and he needs to.
But none of us have his phone number. That's the
No,
problem
but
right
if
now.
someone on social
So-
media hit him up, if they have his Facebook and Twitter, maybe he'll get those alerts. Message
I
him in
need
about.
somebody. I need some help here. Everybody, please just send out all of the positive energy that you can at Second Star Survival and have him come back now. Okay? Please.
Yeah, if someone
The
could
situation
message
that
him
he was in
behind.
is not a good one.
No, because he's now first time open, and that's what worries me, especially if it's, like I said, having to do with some form of Santeria, because there's parts that it's not called Santeria either, or voodoo, but other Spanish cultures, but it's still the same basic principle. It's still the same.
No, it's basically, he is in South Texas. Santeria is very prevalent.
Mainly in the southern states, all the way from Puerto Rico and Cuba,
Right.
straight across.
He is
into
in
Louisiana.
San Antonio. He is in San Antonio, Texas. He is.
Let's put it this way. This is the one part I do have to say, that if you watch Ghost Adventures and the serial killer series, Richard Ramirez went to a cemetery that was done, and they did a lot of Santeria type of ritual. And they like graveyards because they can steal, they can damage, and that's what worries me, that if he's smelling sulfur at what looks like a fresher grave because it wasn't completely grown over, and sometimes there are people in Santeria that go basically like voodoo to try to control and steal a soul, and they do ritualistic things that, for someone that's open and doesn't know, can be very dangerous to attachments, horribly dangerous. And the fact that he's very open and in good mood now, that they're going to pique his curiosity and stuff. You don't have to believe. You don't have to do that. But it's a concern for myself and for Reb, because we've experienced those sides of it. I'm not saying all Santeria is bad. Trust me. There's not.
No, not all of it is bad. Not all of voodoo is bad. Not all of Catholicism is bad. Not all of Islam is bad. Not all of anything is bad. It's bad if you make it bad.
But the fact that we both had the same thing of like sulfur, At a Spanish grave, the first thing for us to
Right.
pop, and now he's saying he might have seen the shell. We don't know officially yet, but you know,
Right.
with very specific shells. They look like macaroni shells curled in the middle. That is like rosaries. Some even use that like the old ways of throwing chicken bones, how the lands, you know, the shells land and stuff like divination. But you shouldn't have sulfur around a grave that new and being dug into. Spanish would
I
like
want to
that
know.
would not do that. They put on the grave. They would leave some, but that's not. You don't desecrate unless you're up to no good.
I want to know what led him there.
He said he had a feeling. He
Mhm.
or not feeling so much a sudden smell, and he was by that area
want-
before, and it didn't hit him. That's
It didn't bother him.
no. But if it knows he's on the radar, that's what I'm worried about.
He's on the radar. Exactly.
So
What? Shit. I'm looking out for him on this side, guys. I mean, I am. I'm looking out for him on this side to see if he comes back on the panel, et cetera, et cetera.
yeah, if someone knows, you know, how to DM, just tell them, look, hey, no more. No matter what calls, just get out of there. Please put some distance. Even if he has to, it doesn't hurt. Tell him to get to a church parking lot, something he has a little faith in to help better energy around him, whatever. Please, someone tell him don't go straight home either. He has to get himself, because that's the first thing he'll want to do. Like, oh yeah, go home. If it is something trying, no. He needs to get himself, you know, whatever way.
Got it. Kara, gotcha. Yeah. So just everybody start sending out positive vibes, please. This is the universal sign for positive vibes, even though it looks like a squid coming off of my face. To Second Star, please.
Looks like Davy Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean doing that.
Right? Just do it.
We're not doing this to hype it up, but we've had enough experience.
No, I know what all of that stuff is. You know what all that stuff is. Not everybody knows what all that stuff is.
Let's put it this
so
way. It's
I'm
so much
concerned.
so that even by experience, the way I've grown up, there's still a lot of secrets that my own grandmother that had me in ceremonies would tell me what's going on. It is that traditional, long-term, like long-running things. You can't just go even to New Orleans, even though they make money on the voodoo and stuff. You really want to know? You will not get answered. You are privileged to know the secrets of it. It's that
Right.
just like Native American, you can't just be a shaman. You cannot be a medicine man. You really have to go through some intense stuff. It's that deeper level. It's not like, okay, and don't take offense to her, but you know, she'll understand where I'm coming. It's not like you can just go to school and be ordained. No, you're talking about generations of knowledge. Deep.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, trust me, I know. Believe me, I grew up with it.
My
I get it.
My grandmother was practicing when I was young. This is going back generations she's learned from. So there's certain things that just passed on that never gets out. It's not written. It's not. You're strictly taught, and you are taught to uphold those secrets from family, your husband, your children. You know, I always felt like I was going to be inducted into that. That's why I was in that ceremony. I was going to get the next level at a certain age, but she passed before that age came.
Right.
You know, she passed before I turned 13, which I believe, if I'm correct, for her would have been the age of going. Because out of all the family and anyone I know, the Spanish-wise, that Santeria, unless they didn't tell me, but around my age and stuff, have you ever witnessed the actual ritual? Not the after the celebration, but the actual. No one has told me they have. But the stuff I've seen during and after and other things that, again, I don't know. It's serious stuff. That's what led me to ask questions and try to find out my own, because it is secretive enough. You can't just get it. There's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of stuff. But even on the good side, they'll heal people, but they don't tell you how it's done. You just go through it. Those are guarded things. Even on the positive side, it's just that guarded. But the fact that he said he smelled sulfur at something like that.
That's what bothers me is the
I want to
sulfur.
know if
You know,
he found other trinkets and other signs that I'm hoping I'm wrong. I'm praying I'm wrong. It still doesn't change the fact that he's smelling fresh and strong sulfur from a grave that's dug into. But if it's ceremonial disturbance, that I really
that's a problem. That's a problem.
Especially if he had
That's-
verbally, I was trying to catch him, like, do you see it? Don't touch. But he had cut out his froze. Like, don't touch the shell, because that's what they wait for. A lot of these people that go into the graves, they purposely set up stuff as a trick to create that attachment. The minute you open something, imagine like opening a divot box, quote unquote, in that sense. The minute you do it, they wait for it to be like a grenade to go off, and you tripped it. Yeah.
I don't even want to think about divot boxes right now because I'm just freaking shit and worried about fucking Matthew right now. I'm sorry. I'm just paranoid as hell until I hear from him and know that he's okay.
Yeah.
Damn it. Damn. Why didn't I give him my numbers?
Yeah, and then drop. So anyway, but let me so people don't get petrified. I don't want to give a bad name for the good people and stuff. My grandmother was along more white but definitely gray territory. I'll tell you that. That doesn't mean that everyone around her and stuff. You're capable of doing bad. You have that knowledge, but doesn't mean you practice and will do it. Now, they are very earth natural based religion, like Native American. There are in Native American cultures the ones that created into, when dingoes and stuff that did bad. So it's anything. The Celts, earth based. There's a lot of earth based. Wiccan, it's the same thing that it's earth based, but you're getting in touch with deeper things sometimes depending on the person. Santeria, though, it's a little more looser on what's considered even gray. For them, it's just as okay to be white or black if you want to put it into terms. They don't think of it. They'll know and tell you, yeah, that one's a little shady, watch it, but oddly, it's a little more, it's just the whole thing.
Right. Sorry, I just sent him a message on Instagram just to see if he responds.
Okay. Hold on, my son's asking me a question. Let me mute myself for a second.
You're good. So hello. Welcome to Critter Chat. We are 8 hours and 5 minutes in, almost 6 minutes, to what is going to be a very traumatic live stream for me if I don't hear from Second Star soon. Hopefully I do.
Yeah, he seems to have dropped off the face of the planet.
I guess, indeed. And that's what bothers me the most, is that all of a sudden he froze and then he was gone. And so hopefully I hear from him soon.
Okay, I'll be back in a few. I just got to take care of myself.
You're fine, Jose. Go for it. I'm just a little bit worried because of what he walked into. I do? Citrix? I do? I haven't even looked. Haven't even paid attention. I've been paying attention to Matthew and what he was doing, and not really messing around with anything else. So let me check.
Give it 94 by the way I'm looking at it.
Really good distraction. yeah, I'm waiting. 94. So 6 people. We need 6 people for 100. And that will be abso-frackin-lutely amazing because 28 days ago, I was at about 19. So, ladies and gentlemen, if we, that would be amazing. You know, like and subscribe. Hey, this chat brought to you by Critter's Not Paranoid about where the hell Second Star Survival is right now. Yeah, I'm actually quite paranoid about him right now because he is very, very special to me. So yeah, sorry. Wow, my live count seemed to drop dramatically. So I'm sorry if we bored you to death, people. But you know, hello. Trauma! Hi to the 5th person that just decided to join us while I was screaming, trauma! Yeah, so 94. Yay, woo! Go me.
That person is now suffering trauma from being shouted
I
at.
know. I'm telling you, it's a trauma just watching my face, people.
Don't say that.
I'm just being silly, you know me.
Yeah, don't say that.
How I am.
But the streams when I'm streaming, and I mean, 3 hours, maybe 4 hours, depending upon the subject. Hello there. So Super Snoogans, Snoochie Boochies.
Hello. Hello.
And I see the watch count go up and down all the way through it, you know. So it's there's 7 there now. I'm seeing 7 there now. I mean, to hold people for 8 hours, you've done a bloody good job. Is the truth of it?
Well, you guys have been with me for quite some time now, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much for sticking with me. I appreciate it more than you know. And Braden, your mom. And so there you go. And but yeah, I appreciate you guys sticking with me for as long as you have been. It's really very cool that you have been. It's
been cool. It's
thing.
been great. You've done a great stream, Rev. You know, pat yourself on the back for it.
Well, it's not me. It's everybody. It's everybody that has been involved, and you know, we all have these magnificent conversations and these fantastic. You know, we get together, we talk about really good things and you know issues, and it's awesome. And I dropped another link right now, so if anybody wants to come up and say, "Hey, hello, howdy," you're welcome to. I'm happy to have you. So I mean, it's really been an amazing stream because we've covered so many issues, and I think that it's been very compelling and very interesting, and I'm very excited to have everybody, even Braden, because he's a jerk, and it's awesome. So
do you know
I
what?
appreciate.
Do you know what's also okay?
here.
Do you know what's also okay, Shannon? It's okay to take
What?
the praise as well. It's okay to take the praise.
I'm not used to it.
Thank you
No,
for
get used to it.
But
Get used to it.
Kick our stream.
Yes. I've had some good conversations, and these are one of the ones up on top because there was so much diversity, so much knowledge.
Matthew's back.
Knowledge and
Matthew said,
Matthew's
sweet baby
back in the
Jesus,
chat.
thank you, God. Oh,
Sorry,
Matthew,
Jose.
you nearly killed me.
No, I'm glad he's back.
Oh, Matthew, you nearly
jump
killed me.
off?
I was
Let's
gonna
go.
have a moment. I was gonna go sweet brown on you. Oh, Jesus, 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 it's a fire. No. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. I don't have to kill anybody now. That's okay. He's alive. Yay.
You have a good sleep last night, Critter?
No, I haven't slept at all. You have a scratch down your shoulder. What?
What's happened?
Matthew, you come back here now. Right now. right now. I need just.
Don't go home, Matthew. Please don't go home yet.
I need visual confirmation that you're okay, sweetheart.
Mhm. And don't go home yet if possible. Just create distance. I hope
Please.
you're not there. Just
I
don't,
need visual confirmation, please.
because I want to know what he found. Everything that matters a lot too, so we know. Yeah, and that Rev knows what you encounter and help you through it too.
No,
No,
he knows. He knows.
no, but so
He is my brother. Matthew
so
is my
you know
brother,
for him.
and he knows.
Oh, he
Captain
knows all
Critter
right.
is even concerned.
He knows all right. Don't you worry about that.
Oh, this better be you. No, it's not. Son of a mother puss bucket. There he is. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus.
Welcome back online, Matthew. How the devil are you, if you excuse the terminology?
Darling.
God. Okay, my phone was at 50%, and all of a sudden, when I was trying to show you all a petrified shark tooth that was on there, and it just went black, and something from the side of my peripheral vision to my right came at me and scratched down my back, and I don't have marks, but I feel burns, like 4 burns on my shoulder. Like,
are you sure that you don't have marks?
I don't know, like,
because as far as I know, you're the only one there, darling. Yes, you have marks.
I do.
Yeah.
It hurts. It burns bad. And
you've got marks.
Just
like,
don't go home yet. If you have to drive around for.
I came and got me a pizza.
Yes.
Okay, good. Pizza is awesome. I want pizza.
But yeah, like I have this on my shoulder and it burns. Like it heals, like it hurts, but it feels like it's been cauterized. Like, I don't know, on my shoulder.
Well, I think more importantly, given what's going on and everything that you've been through and everything, it's good that you get a drink and something to eat and chill out, get your energy levels back is more important than anything else.
Right.
I don't
exactly.
Like. I've seen black masses and everything when I did security work in Savannah, Georgia's cemetery, but this like those shadows from Ghost.
Right. Yeah, the dark ones that kind of creep up along and come up and meow. Yeah, I got you.
It moved like a giant bug on the ground and hit me.
I'm glad that you are okay because I was worried. As soon as we lost you, I started kind of freaking out. So,
well, my phone, it hit me so hard, like it knocked my phone and my whole entire screen is cracked. Like my screen protector glass that's supposed to withstand like my truck running over it, and it's cracked, like shattered.
What?
That's how hard it hit me.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Like I have a crack going down the screen, a crack going across the screen.
Did it knock that out of your hand?
Yeah.
Okay.
It hit me with that much force.
I have a question. Before you went out, we were discussing, before everything went out and all, we were asking, did you see a show? And that's when it went, the screen was frozen and then we lost you.
I found a shark's tooth in the grave.
Was it in the hole? In that hole? Did you go digging?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that the only odd object in there?
There was a skull bead.
A what?
Like a skull bead, like that you'd put on a necklace or something made out of metal, but it was a Day of the Dead.
Yeah.
The one that's very intricately made.
Right, like a sugar skull.
Yeah, like a sugar skull. Yeah.
Okay.
It was in there beside the tooth.
Okay, and you said you were attracted to it because of the strong smell of sulfur, and it was only around that grade. Did it smell like it was coming from that hole?
It smelled like it came from the hole. Yeah.
Okay. Now, from what it looked like that grade was more fresher.
Yeah.
More recent.
It didn't even have a name. It didn't even have a name marker on it yet.
Okay.
Do you
Jose,
feel?
I'm
How do you
on
feel physically now, Matthew? Do you feel emotionally drained or physically drained, energy-wise? How are you feeling?
I feel emotional drain. Like I have no emotions. I just feel pain and anger. Like
So completely opposite from what you were when we last spoke. Before you went to that particular grave.
Yes, is the
Because
answer
you
to
were
that, I would
happy,
guess.
you were exuberant, you were happy, you were pain-free, you were absolutely you were just the happiest guy on the planet.
Where are you in
then you
relationship to it now? Because Rev's making a good point there. Where are you in relationship to that cemetery?
I think we may have lost him because he's just stuck to me.
He stopped. He froze up.
And this bothers me because whenever I've tried to get in the root of similar, this happens. Because it is secretive. It's something you're not supposed to for a reason. When it comes to around this, it seems to be. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was on cloud effing 9, and there he goes. He was on cloud 9, and then it was just like poof. He went to that grave, and it was just like immediate shutdown. God bless America. Well, at least I know that he's alive, and that's a good thing.
Well, he'll certainly remember today.
Indeed. Indeed.
Not going to forget this in a hurry.
God. And of course, Captain Critter has decided that he's going to fall asleep on the couch. So I have to be quiet.
He's gone to sleep on the couch.
Right. Which is right about 10 feet from me.
Oh, okay.
What I call my space here is Critter Corner.
Yeah.
It's my chair and my ottoman, and the couch is about 10 feet away. So, or maybe, if not even, maybe 8 feet. But
so screaming and screaming and shouting at the screens out of the picture for now. Then.
Well, he can pretty much sleep through damn near anything, but that might be a little distracting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, oh my goodness. Okay. No, it's fine. It's good. It's okay. It's yeah. Sleepy Captain, definitely. He was at work, and it's hot and muggy here in Texas, and he was working all day, so he is a bit sleepy. And plus, he ate a couple of burritos, so he's a sleepy boy.
Mm.
So cute. Oh my goodness, he's the most precious thing I think I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, we do look cute when we're asleep. It's when we're awake and opening our mouths that we tend to change, you know.
Look at that man. Oh my Jesus, he is just dead honest.
Been a long one, Rev. Been a long one.
It has been, but it's okay. You know, it's almost 8.5 hours in, and I'm good. You know, I just want to make sure that Matthew's okay. That's my thing right now. Is I just want to make sure that Matthew's okay.
He needs to eat, drink, and rest. Get his energy levels back up.
He just needs to chill. He really does. But I just need the I just need the verbal confirmation from him in the chat or something.
Yeah,
you know, just say, I'm alive. I'm okay. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah.
Bless him. He is such a wonderful friend, and I just.
When I've, excuse me, when I've seen him in the chat before or in the side chat, I've just assumed he was a paranormal investigator. I didn't know he was into cryptozoology. So, you know, it's been pretty cool watching him go and give that a go. You know, his first experience.
Yes, exactly. And he's pretty much crypto, and this is pretty much his first, you know, foray into the paranormal. And I am very blessed, if you will, that it happened to be on my stream that he did it. Now, I'm also very paranoid at the fact that he did this because I feel responsible if anything happens to him. So I'm kind of in my anxiety level right now is going through the roof, and I'm trying very hard not to have a wee panic attack.
It's okay to care, though, isn't it? You know, you care and you're an empathic person, and that comes across every time you come on stream. Everybody sees that, the way you interact with people. It's plain for anybody to see. So there's nothing wrong with being like that. You know, you are what you are. You care.
It's just I'm trying very hard because I have such horrific social anxiety disorder and such terrible agoraphobia that I don't react with people well at all. Period. End of sentence. The fact that I'm going to Lake Shawnee with 20 other people and I have to deal with them by myself alone on a daily basis for 2 days, I'm freaking out about that. But my friends, I will do anything for the people that I care about and who care about me. And Matthew is one of them, and he's an amazing man, and I love him dearly. And I'm just a little bit concerned right now, a little bit meaning majorly, but I'm just trying to calm myself down. So I'm trying to dumb it down to a nominal level. But look at Jose. We got all sorts of nostril cam going on Jose. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Nostril cam.
We've got all the Jose space happening right now. Look at that. It's all of it. And so sorry, I'm being silly. I apologize.
If I can interrupt, I'm sorry. That's interesting now that's going on, that you're seeing faces and I'm, because I'm up on my keyboard and stuff in this.
No, you're fine, sweetheart. I'm just being silly with you. You know that.
You're talking and we're talking about this. I just wanted to go in this general, again, I'm not going to find specifics, but I remember shark teeth at times having double meaning in this because my uncle wore shark teeth for protection. But I do know in the opposite end, it's very much for hexing and stuff in it, in general. But in this, for this being what it is, and now, you know, sugar skull and stuff like that, I don't think that is a family intention.
No.
That great. That's someone else disturbing the grape for theirs. And the fact that he and that smell that was all bait. It's all bait. But I'm more concerned that he actually made contact. That he actually touched the object, because that's what a lot is done. If you go to Mexico, that one famous grave that even Ghost Adventures did, where they were looking for serial killers in Ramirez, that one cemetery. That's the first thing the guy said there. They bait you with hexes to then attach and extract, and it says like spiritual vampires and stuff. That's what they do with graves. And stuff, and they desecrate the graves and bait with it, and that's what I'm concerned. But I was looking, just for my own sake, trying to look up on the site for Santeria and stuff, and the relation of teeth, trying to see if there's any specific. My screen, I tried 2 different sites, kept blacking out. I could hear you talking, but there was no picture.
Right.
I've never had this issue with my computer. This is what I've run into when it comes into this. When you start looking into not just Santeria, but usually things start failing, and it's a preventative thing. Like, we don't need you to know and find out or tell our business. It's all in one. I very much grew that in, specifically associated with that family member. My own loving grandmother tell me, if you ask again, like, kind of thing, like, you don't ever ask me anything, kind of. This loving woman that, I love to this day. When it came to this subject, it was a big no. It is what it is. You don't ask me of it unless I tell you. And she was,
right.
I fear my grandmother in general, because if she had to whoop her ass, we really got it picked up. But this was on a whole other level. The look on her was like, no.
Mm-hmm.
No, not, my grandmother meant this. No, this was beyond one of those. So that's why it puts enough fear in me of like, concerning that, for him at now, especially his first experience, that the next couple of days, he's going to have to be kind of checked on, just to be sure. Especially, I don't know how long he searched, how much he went into, what he touched, I just hope I want to make sure he put it back and didn't like just drop it, even though he was attacked, didn't carry it with him, just out of curiosity, nothing. That the other thing I'm concerned about that is used sometimes, that hole looked like it was, I don't know if it was pressed down or dirt's missing. I'm hoping that it wasn't, in the essence of gray dirt was taken too.
Sorry, I was distracted by Rev's on-camera tit shift.
Shut your face, Biscuit.
Yeah.
And there we go. Then another one for the boys. That'll send the subscriber count through the roof.
There you go.
Hey, you gotta represent the 40 double Ds here. Come on.
He was becoming possessed in another way. He was. I'm feeling something.
I'm repping. I'm trying to rep as best I can. Family Business Brewing Company, or right now. So.
No advertisement.
Not subscribed. Not sponsored.
Not sponsored.
Hey, not sponsored.
Just saying. Check out the Family Business right here.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But
not sponsored. Like and subscribe. Hey.
So yeah, for as far as what Matt,
smack that like button in the ass, everybody. Smack it. Smack it in the ass.
Actually, check out
like a rooster.
How many likes you've actually had is 21 there, Rev. So you're in the big league there. 21.
Well, you think, likes. Okay, let's think of this over the amount of time that I've actually been live. I have been live for 8 hours and 31 minutes. So
Matthew's
21
back.
likes it.
Oh, Matthew's
over.
back.
Matthew's back.
Matthew, darling, love of my life, beacon of hope. Thank you. Okay.
Thanks for that past life. I actually think you've got a good voice when you're on air.
See, to me, everyone else has a good voice. I don't like my voice, and being from Jersey, New York, it's not the sexiest accent or speech in the world.
Elvis, don't you leave. Do not leave, Elvis.
Elvis, in the UK,
do not leave.
When you get Jersey, New York, it's hard to be sexy when you sound like a cast member.
Elvis.
I call him Elvis because of there's a thing, and he's Elvis, and that's what I'm going to call him from here on out.
I thought
I
it was
don't
because he
care
was
if I
always
ever
leaving
learn
the
his real
building.
name.
Yeah,
No, I don't care if I ever learn his real name. His name is Elvis from here on out.
He's a good
Right,
guy.
Matthew.
As long as, yeah, it's not
Matthew.
because you're leaving the building or that you are perpetually sitting on the bowl. You know,
Matthew, are you good?
it's because she knows you wear those jumpsuits, right? Those one pieces. Yeah. Is that it?
There's plenty of room for sexy peeps up in here. Come on, get up on my stream. Get up, get your sexy effing butt on my damn stream, bitches.
At
Come
least,
on.
at least
There's
allow me
I
the
dare
privilege
you.
of saying hello. Yeah, I
I
agree.
dare you. I triple dog dare you. Come on.
So I can at least say hello to you in person. Well, as it were, past life, you know.
Matthew,
Amen.
darling,
There he is.
are you
What's
okay?
up? Yeah, I'm going back
Back
You're going
where?
back where?
to the cemetery.
No.
Why?
Why?
Why? Why?
I don't know. I got
No, Matt. That's not a good idea.
It's okay. If you want to go back, if you feel like you're compelled to go back, that's okay. And I understand completely. Trust me.
no. I
I
just
get
want
it.
to punch this thing in the face.
But that might be what it wants to feed off of, that aggression.
Just be smart, be kind, be you. Just don't overreact, honey. Please, darling.
Your best bet, if you're going back there and you want to beat it, give it the love that you had from Abigail. That's how you beat it. Because this thing's not going to want love around you.
Right.
You know, you go back. You go back. And Abigail, you show every other one that you met and made you friends with. That's how you beat this. Because it's going to want you to be aggressive. It's antagonizing you.
Just don't provoke it, okay?
And
Don't provoke it.
And don't go back to that grave. Don't touch nothing else, because, it's someone getting you in a fight. It's someone saying, come on, hit me. And it's waiting to an excuse. That's someone telling you from experience. It's looking to get you enough. You're empowering it, and then it's going to want you to push back. So it has every reason now, free reign to do that. But you go back and you can, if you feel like, jumping up and protecting yourself and saying, hey, you got that one up. But you know what? I was here. I did this. I have this. I have love. I have positivity. You're not robbing that. I'm back here to face you, but I'm not here for you. You know what I'm saying? I'm here. I made my little friend here. This is a birthday celebration. Her mom can't, That's how you got to approach. But be careful, brother, because it will want you to.
It's just it.
And I know you want to make.
It brought a feeling I haven't had in a long time.
That's what it's going to try to do. It's gonna.
Don't give in to the negativity, sweetheart.
No, it's trying to goat you. It will try to goat you into those memories because those are difficult memories.
I don't see a problem with you coming up, Cara. I'm sure Rev would be fine with that.
I'm perfectly fine with that. Please.
I haven't had this much anger and want to kill something in a long time.
Mm-hmm. It's going to drum that up.
There's a difference between killing something and banishing it.
Yeah.
Okay? If you want to banish it, great. If you want to kill it, then we need to have a chat offline. Banishment is fantastic. I dig it.
Yeah.
Go for it. Mazel tov. Have all the fun you want. Banish the crap and shit out of it. Pardon my language. However,
with that. But to get interactive on its level, no, that's what it wants, brother. Don't do it.
Like it hit me so hard because I always carry
Hey, PLE.
a carbon steel knife with me, and it hit me so hard and knocked my cell phone out of my hand and knocked my knife out of its sheath.
I understand that. However, please understand, this shit is stronger than you know. Okay,
Yeah.
darling, you're not used to paranormal. Okay,
Yeah.
you're used to corporeal. You're not used to paranormal. Paranormal is a completely different animal. Okay,
Right.
be very, very effing careful with what you do. Okay, I'm not saying don't go back. I'm just saying be very careful with what you do.
The only
Okay.
reason I said don't go back is because you're new to this, and if you're going out with that, yeah, you're pissed off. You're not used to it. You got knocked. It happens to us, and that's a natural reaction. But like she said, it's a new animal. How would you approach a new animal in the wilderness? You're not gonna go just. You need to
Sit back and
know.
watch.
Yeah, even if it's coming at you, yeah, you're being defensive, but you're not. Once it scurries away, you're not running back at it. You go, okay, this is something new. What do I need to know? That way,
Okay,
you can.
so
You're good.
there you
You're
go.
good.
Now, PLE, as somebody who is new to the whole quote unquote paranormal realm, do you have anything that you want to say to Second Star as he's going in to attack this frickin' whatever?
I got to think about that.
Yes, no. Let me think about it, he said.
Just if you got an omelet or something like that, you use it for protection. Make sure you always tell them you're not allowed to come with me. You're not invited to come alone. Yeah, I guess you already know the simple stuff. So
Yeah. I just,
My instinct
I don't
is
know.
it's going to try to keep drawing you in because you made the contact, and it's going to get you riled up. And if you're saying the first thing is a feeling you haven't had and you went back to that place, that's what
Yeah.
it's to do. It's trying to trigger that to elicit that connection, to get you to feed it in so many ways. And unfortunately, that's what I was worried about. Those type of graves and stuff like that, that's what they are. They're traps. And
I've got a suggestion for you, Matthew, that I think's better. Is go and get a beer, buddy. Go and get yourself a beer. Go and chill out. Go and relax. You know what I mean?
You got better things, and you leave with the memory that, hey, this sucks. I got, not this is the round, but I'm new. You can't go in a boxing match your first time out and expect to just, when you get hit, you're going to be like, oh shit, okay, I got knocked. But you can't come back. You come back skilled and trained that, okay, you got that one off. But guess what? I have my trainers. I got people around me that know you're not going to do it again. But sometimes you do have to forget it. But go have a beer. Go. You had a slice. It's draining. You need to rest too. You got to be in tip-top shape if you want to really banish this thing. It's all right. There's nothing wrong. You're not defeated. You just were taken by surprise. That's not a defeat. So don't let any of that, well up and try to get you. It's going to try to mess with you. But look, you did something more powerful in it. And that's probably why it doesn't like you either. You reunited mother and child. Now, if this thing was around and trying to do no good in that place and you kind of corrected that, well, you know what? It shows it's trying to get you out of the way, which is more likely what it's doing.
I think I think anybody wearing a Nirvana t-shirt's got a very relevant opinion in mind. What you rocking there, brother?
Nirvana,
Come on.
Like it.
So
All right,
you know what?
I'm gonna eat my Little Caesars and
Do that. And you know what? Are you religious? Are you a religious man at all?
Right.
You are?
Hey,
Go eat that in a parking lot of a church. Refocus. Get yourself. It'll give you clarity while you eat and stuff. And if you still choose to go back to not confront it and fight it, But to stand your ground and go, hey, you got that, but it ain't happening again. You're not taking away today. You're not taking away my joy. You need to stay here, and you're not welcome. That's, in my opinion, something to do. Get yourself a little grounded first before you just jump back at it, if that's what you decide. And all. If not, you know what you do? You want to beat it? You said you want to make a tombstone for that beautiful friend you just made.
Yeah.
That's when you come back
Hey.
and you confront it by that motion that you got
Hey,
me, but I'm
Matthew.
beating you out that way.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Matthew, I just texted you on Instagram my cell phone, my number. If you need me, you let me know.
Okay.
So in other words, you can't, if you go disappearing, you can be tracked, young man. That's what she's saying. We can, we can find you. We will find you.
Hey,
Yeah, she's getting
very,
low,
very few people have my cell phone number. I just want you to know that.
She's low jacking you.
Thank you,
Be ready.
Oh, there you go.
Let me take a minute and think on this.
Yeah,
Just chill
the
on
evil,
it.
the
Just chill on
evil
it,
cell
baby.
phone. There you go. Past life's going to
Chill on
destroy you, so you can't track him.
Right? That's right. Look at the face. Look. Oh, he's got a phone and a bat. Oh shit! Look at him. He's getting violent.
So, don't
ma'am.
worry. Remember, your first time out. But the thing that trumps this is, look, again, you remember, you got a gift today, several gifts,
Yeah.
and all. So it's probably ticked off that something good's happening, but you're better than that. You did an amazing thing. I've never reunited two spirits, a mother and child, like that. So you've outdone times I've tried, and your first shot. That is highly amazing.
I mean, even after that thing hit me, my leg is still not hurting.
Really?
And that's what you go by. That's the reminder. So what's that telling you? It wasn't enough to take that away. So what's the stronger part of it? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Remember what I said before, thinking, the thoughts, perspective. That little girl could have been there too.
You know what it tells me? It tells me it didn't hit him hard enough.
Yeah.
I'm only joking. I'm joking. I'm joking, Matthew. I'm
It
joking. I'm
didn't knock
joking.
any sense into me.
I'm only joking. God bless you.
You know what? It should tell you too. Then
All good, brother.
it's really a punk. It sucker punched you.
Yeah.
Why? Because it knows.
Because I saw it. I saw it out of the corner of my eye, but something wouldn't let me move.
Yeah.
That's it sucker punched you. So right there, So it's a chicken shit thing. You already won it. Right there. They had to reverse it. So go rest. Eat, sit in a church parking lot if you want to, and you just, regroup. And you want to get it? Wait till the next round. Bring back that headstone and laugh in its face like, guess what? I'm back.
I think PLE just made a good thing there, is to say hello to Cara to the panel. By the way,
and did something for that little girl.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Cara.
I'm trying to get my
Cara.
damn chat to work correctly. Hello, darling.
All right. Thank y'all.
I'll be right
I love
back.
y'all. And
Love you too,
If
sweetheart.
Rev
You call me
still-
if you need me, okay?
Be safe, Matthew.
Oh, I
Love you too,
will. I
honey
promise
bun.
you.
Yeah, well,
Yay! Thank
I'd
you.
be a lot happier if you'd have come in this chat offering other people chocolate cake, but no, you want to keep it all to yourself.
Hey, I don't have any more now. I gave the last piece to her.
Yeah, man.
You know what? Just because Dave's busting your ball, make sure it's devil's food cake. No angel cake.
Right?
There you go.
Hey, next time, Dave. Next time I'll have her make you one and send it.
Yeah, send it over to Manchester, fella. I'd be massively appreciative of that. It might be a little bit mouldy and covered in fungus, but
He might
You
be
can
all
send
right.
some over to London,
it's
too.
okay.
you got to send it to London
I'll do
too.
it.
Cara just said.
Okay, there you go.
Yes.
Come get them from.
Hey, I'll probably airmail myself to y'all. It's all good because I want to go over there.
There you go.
Yeah, you come here. We'll do some investigations.
Mm.
Sounds good. All right. I love y'all.
All
See you later, Matt.
Love you, Matthew.
Good.
Bye bye, man.
Take care, baby.
Bye.
Now that I know he's into cryptids, I got to get him to Jersey. Look out for the Jersey Devil. You know.
Goddamn stressful situation. I swear to Jesus, I'm just about to have a heart attack. My God.
Hey, PLE, you can jump out of a cake for me anytime.
Nope. Nope.
And get this mask all iced up? I don't think so.
I'll clean it off.
Unless I'm dead inside.
Yeah. How many licks does it take to get the icing off of a PLE? Let's find out.
It's going to be a long ass. Going to be a long ass
Hey,
thing
Rev,
to
you
type
and I,
in chat.
we'll
innit?
try that. We'll figure it out.
I lost count at 1. Oops.
You're like, where did this one go? Oh, well, yeah.
Long ass thing to type in
Okay.
chat. Past Life Explorer, aka the walking sex machine.
He's such a love machine. He just walks around with a mask.
And I ain't working for nobody but you.
Yeah, man.
Did anybody else catch karaoke this morning, or is it just me?
Karaoke.
Yes,
On
we
your
had
live?
karaoke. No,
That Japanese singing disease, yeah.
No, it wasn't that one.
because I distinctly remember hearing the dulcet tones of Past Life Explorer singing, and it is
Oh, really?
a memory that I will relish forever.
Oh, stop.
Wait,
What's
now
all that?
you guys are picturing him covered in
Past
red?
life, the sexy must, Wonder Boy.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah, now they're
it
hot.
was the cocaine I sniffed in these 2 snort holes.
What was it?
Whatever.
Thrash metal.
Thrash,
Slipknot.
yes.
No, it was what was it? Rush that
Slayer.
you were singing?
No, that
Slayer.
was.
There you go.
No, that was the one song I was singing. Yeah, that was Def Leppard.
All right.
Believe it or not, yeah. I had to get a little soft for the ladies.
Soft for the ladies. Ladies prefer it hard, though, PLA,
Well,
don't they? I mean,
Physically, you
Not
gotta
all
go
the
become
time.
soft with them with your voice, but you go hard on them in person.
yeah, man. Yeah.
What are we going Tenacious D here?
Good sometimes.
Don't stop there. Well,
Don't
No,
stop
We're
halfway.
not going. No, we're not going Tenacious D here. No, not on my stream, kids. Although I do think that I might match you, PLA. I might even beat you. What?
so you actually going for it, huh?
Challenge.
Are you going for it then? Are you going for it, Rev? Really? Yeah.
Challenge. Might as well. I mean, shit, why not?
Ooh.
Right?
Ooh.
Because we all know
I
that I don't sleep.
Right.
Hey, sweetheart. Hey, Paralyzed. How are you doing, my love?
What's up, Para?
Para had to change her name because she got hacked. So she is now Diana Channel. So anybody who knew Para beforehand, this is her new channel. So please make sure that you make note of that. So
That's crazy.
Diana Channel is Paralife, and we love her and adore her and support her no matter what, don't we? Yeah. Oh, anywho, sorry, having a moment. I apologize. What? Shut up.
Hello, David S. Vingman.
Anybody wants to hear? Go for it.
Hello, David,
Yeah.
my darling.
I do
My
PLE, yeah.
wonderful.
Look at that. That's
The
a weird
only
looking.
Look at that. That's a proper ghost
The only
storytelling
David
face.
that I will tolerate, because every other David on the planet is fucking evil.
Well, that's a bit harsh.
Maybe, yeah.
No,
well,
because
What about that?
because
Not bad.
both of my ex-husbands are named David. So evil. So Vingman is the only David I like.
If he had a soul, it'd be hurt.
I don't have a soul.
Behave, you big softy.
I sold it a long time ago. Who did we lose? Who did we just lose? Oh, we lost Kara. Okay. Hello, John. Gentlemen, how are you?
Was it something we said?
I don't know. Perhaps she'll be back. Keeping an eye.
No, her net must always go down, and that's what it used to be. That was with me. Being in and out situation. Calm down, that guy's out there.
It's just what you need as a YouTuber is shit internet.
Right.
I swear, half the time mine is at night. Crackles and.
Well, it doesn't help the fact that I've been awake for more than 28 hours. So I'm just like, what? Huh? What? Yeah.
So you're tripping then now. You kind of like you feel you've been on mushrooms.
No, not particularly. It's just that I really need to stop drinking wine.
I know I did on the 15th hour, and you saw that, Rev. I was starting to freak out. We had that little ghost voice thing going on, and all of a sudden I felt like there's something behind me, and I jumped. I literally jumped.
Right. Wait, where'd she go? I tried to put Kara back in the stream, but she disappeared. Where'd she go? Kara.
So at some point, Rev, the auditory and visual hallucinations, you won't really be able to tell if it's spiritual or it's a sleep device. I'm hearing people call my name.
Right.
No.
I will start hearing things as well, my friend. It is
Kara
not
says she's
a,
backstage.
where? I don't see anybody backstage. There's no. Okay, wait. Click. Boom. Fucking ad. Son of a
Just
bitch.
seeing it
God bless America.
in the private chat. There we go.
Go. Okay. Did it go? Yes.
I noticed her
There
in the
she is.
privates. She was lurking around in
Sorry.
the privates.
Sorry, darling. StreamYard would not let me add you for some reason. I'm so sorry.
She was
That's
in
all right.
the back area.
I was just hanging out in the dungeon. It's all good.
The dungeon, yeah.
Yes, but you're here now, so.
I am.
We're from dungeon to front of house.
Because I am whatever you say I am.
I've already told you what you are. Sexy, moss, Wonder Boy.
I'm just a Whopper Junior.
No, you're the full Whopper. Come on now.
Secret sauce and all.
Without the tomato and onion.
Special sauce and all.
But does he have cheese?
I do.
Yeah.
Ah,
Do you do
complete with cheese. What more could you ask for?
Whopper with cheese? That's exactly what girls dig right there is the cheese.
Whole vitamin C. Or D.
Word.
Whichever one it is.
It's always going to be the D. It's
Yeah,
always going to be the D. It's always going to be the D, man.
Why is it every time I always show up or something on someone's stream, it always goes south? That's great.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I love it.
It's a good thing.
It's because we love you.
Wait, where'd I go?
Remember,
I go.
ladies,
Okay, man.
the meat is
Okay,
grade
now
D.
we're cooking.
Emphasis on the D.
I think when you've done 6 hours of paranormal, like or 7, 8, maybe 7.5, 8 hours of paranormal, a little bit of levity is a good thing.
It's almost been 9 hours actually, and that's perfectly fine because honestly, we have had one hell of an amazing chat, and I am so pleased with everything that we have been talking about this entire time. Honestly, I cannot think of any part of this conversation that has been bad or normal or whatever. You know, we have had a great chat this entire time, and I am thrilled.
You'd
So,
change your
thank
name
you,
to Rev
everybody.
Addict.
Right. I'm going to have to change the name of the stream from Your Daily Dose of Critter to, just like Grinch said, Your Overdose of Critter.
Yeah, you're
So-
overdose, yeah.
Yeah, overdose to hangover.
yeah.
Overdose and hangover.
Telling you.
Hey,
And
Nubs.
let's see where we are. Dude, people, come on. I am at 94. Can we please somebody please help me out with getting me to 100. I am at 94.
Hang on a minute, Rev. I'm going to share you on a few
Ladies and
Facebook
germs,
pages.
I do not pimp myself out very often, but right now I am totally pimping ain't easy.
Yeah, let's get Rev up to 100. Let's go.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
Let's try. I mean, come on. And
Hang on a minute, we're on
you
it.
know, I know that my content is shite, but you know, hey, at least I'm entertaining on live streams because I'm drinking. So that's
My content is shite.
Look at the 3 videos that I did today, and thank you, by the way, Past Life, on your comment on the photography montage that I did. I do appreciate that.
I was
Thank
being
you very
honest.
much. I thank you for that. I do my best, and I appreciate it more than you know, babe. And now the other 2. The first one I had nothing to do with. I was just videotaping my neighbors who were fucking crazy. The second one, the cemetery, was pretty boring, but just a fun explore nonetheless. And wait, what, Red? Unsub, and don't you dare unsub. I will beat you like a redheaded stepchild. Irony.
Not that anybody on the panel has got anything against red-headed stepchildren, of course.
No, not at all, because my daughter is a redhead, so, you know, technically, with my husband, she's a redheaded stepchild. David, thank you for your comment. I appreciate that, and it is, thank you. It is very well received. And Nubs, my darling, my angel, my sweetheart, Nubs. I have not even been paying attention. I am so sorry. Hello, my darling. If you would like to join us, please, please join us, Nubs.
What's up, Nubs?
If you would like to. If not, it's cool. But if you would like to, please join us. I would love to have you. So, yes, I can have up to what, 10? Is it?
10.
Past Life? 10? 10? Okay. Yeah, we can have up to 10 little nuggets of love up here. So I can have
Nuggets of
5
love.
more people.
5 more nuggets.
That's it, because you are all my nuggets of love.
Okay,
How do you feel about being nuggets?
I'm a tamale.
The phone is charging at the moment, but definitely next time we're recovering. Oh, okay. So I got it. You had a big explore last night. Nubs. I remember that. Okay. I got you. This is the international symbol for I got you.
There you go. Second star saying, get on up there, Nubs.
Right. Get on up there. You get on up here, thingy majigger, whatever your name is. I can't believe you're still live, Rev Grinch. I can't believe I'm still live either. However, one of us has got to show up past it. And that's me.
That was for about an hour, and I think you coughed and you walked. You look up, you coughed, and you looked right at the camera, and you mumbled something. You went right back.
Shut your face. I did
fun.
not fall asleep
Yes, you
the
did.
entire time. No, I did
Last
not.
night?
The entire 15 some odd hours that
Oh,
you were
not
live,
that.
I did
Not
not
that
fall
one.
asleep
Not
once.
that one. No, you didn't. No. I was talking about last night. It was
Last
cute.
night.
Yeah, it was cute. Or this morning,
your
or whatever you
face.
call it.
I don't even want to talk about that because I don't remember. And so, therefore, since I don't remember, it didn't happen. So,
Oh,
do I need to bring up the underwear?
it already has.
Oh,
Like,
hey, oh.
many times.
I love you, sweetheart. I hope you know that. I seriously, you know what? All the respect, every single piece and niblet of respect that there is, you have it. So there you
Yeah,
go.
Grinch says, yeah, go 15 hours and 16 minutes. Beat me by a minute.
That's right. 15 hours, 16 minutes. That's it. Absolutely. I
plan on doing a
because we know
24-hour stream, and I want to do it 12 to 12, but not today, not anytime very soon. But
not today. So, what are we gonna just like have this battle on who can go long?
no, because Boots is planning on beating the record for that. I mean, let's be real. Like the real record is what, 32 days or something.
It's just like 32 days, which is
Yeah, 32
completely
days, yeah.
inconceivable to me. Yeah.
I ain't gonna
I
try
think
that.
if you've got multiple people that are willing to act as the host to carry it, so you can like have periods of rest.
Well, was that before YouTube decided to ban the sleep streams?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
That was
because
done
I mean,
2 or 3 years ago.
Okay, yeah, because sleep streams totally counted then, and now it doesn't. So, I mean, I'm more than happy to let you guys watch me sleep in Critter Corner. Don't get me wrong, but no, that doesn't count anymore. So, unless there's people in here chatting without me, being here and everything, it doesn't count. So.
Well, that's what I mean. You
I'm
can
here.
keep it going. You can mute. You can say turn off your camera, mute your mic, but leave the broadcast open and let other people carry it. Like people on the panel.
I believe
but
YouTube
isn't
catches
that
on.
technically cheating?
Yeah,
Nah.
but I believe YouTube catches on if they see that or whatever. If you're gone more than 15 minutes, they'll end it.
Oh, I see. Okay, I didn't know that.
That's at least what I've heard.
Yeah. See, I think that would be cheating. So that's why I am really trying to keep my brains together right now because I want to take a nap, but I can't. So it's okay.
Right.
Welcome to Critter Chat. I'm your host. Hi. I'm a moose. Yeah. See, this is how tired I am. People, just shut up. PLE, I got a question for you, Past Life. Are you coming to Lake Shawnee?
Yeah.
Okay, so you get to witness this in person. Okay, awesome. I just wanted to check. Yeah.
Can he offer my condolences in advance, PLE?
You know what, Dave?
For many
I'm
people.
joking.
I resend, Dave, I resend my resume to be you and Mrs. Dave's personal chef, period.
Oh, God, what have I done? What have I done?
You.
Good job,
Dave
Dave.
has been with me for quite a few hours now, and there is nothing but love. You know this. I have nothing but love for anybody. And if you don't know me, you will learn. If you do know me, you already know. I have nothing but love for everybody. And I thank everybody for being here.
We all support one another, don't we? That's sort of how it works. We all look out for one another.
I sure as hell hope so, because you know what? We're awesome people. And I want everybody to know that no matter what happens, they have at least one level of support with this, crazy ass bitch from Texas, I got you. And it's cool.
And
we're good.
For Redhead's question, yes, I am. I do it all the time. Well, not all the time, but I do it most of the time.
He does. He's even going to do it at Lake Shawnee. We're never going to see him without the mask. So, believe me, it's, and if I ever do see him without the mask, it will never be photographed, ever.
Cara just said something interesting. Did you say you have, Cara?
No, she hasn't.
Oh, I
yet.
said I wouldn't.
Oh, okay.
I have to because I'm making him a custom mask and I have to get a mold of his face.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Well, but on my end, if I do ever happen to have the grace of the presence of PLE without his mask, I will not ever expose.
I had a dream about that actually last night. I had
Did you?
I didn't expose anything, but I had shown off a picture of me when I was like in my teens. Like, here, this is as good as it gets. And yeah, and I look up and I'm like, what the fuck?
Not that anybody gives a shit what I think, but I
Right.
think if you did remove your mask, you'd have to change your channel. It'd have to be a totally different thing, wouldn't it? It'd be the end of it, really.
Right.
Do you think? You don't think?
Indeed.
It's becoming that
Absolutely.
way. It's becoming that way. It started out as a gimmick, and now it's like became a real thing. So what the hell is it?
It's a thing.
It's a thing now.
But I just want everybody to know that if by some freak chance of nature at Lake Shawnee, I happen to catch him without his mask, no, I will not expose him.
Like, I like the idea. It makes me feel like I'm like some kind of superhero, you know? Like, I got two characters to me. I got my personal life, which I just, you know, I'm your everyday average dude that goes to work or whatever, drives
Okay, Clark Kent.
an average car.
I was
And
just
then
going to
when I-
say Superman and Clark Kent.
Yeah, pretty much. And I got this mask, what I call in the Bat Cave. So when I need to go get it, I got it right in a certain kind of closet that I open up. Oh, there's, you know, well, soon will be tons of masks, whatever. You know, the same copies of them. Well, I might as well start wearing a cape. Why not? Be larger than
I
life.
think that would be absolutely awesome.
And I have to make a video on that to show that off. So, oh yeah, I got things in the works. So yeah, if which I see someone in the background. Hey, get down. Yeah, I'm talking to you.
What?
You.
You've got goopies in your eyes again.
Hold on. Give me a second.
Sorry, talking to my dog.
I had someone peek around the corner there. All right. Okay.
Sorry. I was talking to Jeff. He woke up for a second.
Get off me!
Well, I'll try to.
Being attacked by the pooch.
Yeah,
Being
he
grabbed.
thinks he's that dog.
Being grabbed by the pooch, as they say.
He thinks he's a lap dog, but he's not. Aye.
He says, "I."
Is that what you think? You're a lap dog. Get off me!
So what's up, Jorge?
Not much. I'm just
You need to talk.
yeah. I'm always quiet. Us New Yorkers. we're
Jose,
quiet.
you're amazing.
Oh no,
Love
you are.
Jose.
You know,
I was just reading and researching on Matthew. He updated that some girl and her mom gave him 7 straws of honey, and in chat. And I'm just reading because honey can mean different things, but it's just odd that if they didn't say anything and just the girl. He's saying the girl said hello. You seem to like honey here, and they are our homemade sour honey straws. That wasn't a dream. He didn't have a car, but walked down the street. I'm not going back to the graveyard today. The shoulder hurts so much. But yeah, that they just, a mother and daughter, gave him honey straws. And honey, in lots of ways, as with anything, but it's usually, a good sign. It's just, I'm saying it could be coincidence, but it's a mother and daughter. Didn't say much. And seemed like honey. Here's our homemade, sour honey straws and stuff, getting the name out there. But that might be just affirmation for him, that look what you did. That he's now seeing that mother-daughter symbol and stuff in the honey and stuff. So, and honey is actually, in spiritual terms, used very much in medicinal spiritual terms for healing. So maybe for him, that's what's needed. He's getting, what had just happened. It's a healing thing too. The spirits may be kind of like, you need this and motivate and make you approach you in that sense. So, but otherwise, I'm okay. I'm good.
Okay.
Long day.
Well, all right then.
Been a long night to answer PLE.
He's
been,
He's been with me for quite some time, so that is just
not
a
quite the
taxing
beginning, but
ability.
almost the beginning. Kind of. Not too long after, I think. Sort of. So.
That's just Oh, that's just, oh my gracious, that's just so taxing.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I'm feeling it soon. I gotta come on because my son's fed, but I haven't eaten anything all day, and I gotta even get my drink in my protein shake or some vitamin, and I get a shake because I'm itching like crazy and swallowing. But I'm
do
good.
your
How are you,
healthy
Kelly?
choice thing.
Pretty
How are you?
well. Ever since talking to you, and we had this like karaoke thing or whatever going on last night on my live stream. Afterwards, I just want to rock out to some freaking New York music, man. I just want to get the punk scene in me, again. And
Yeah, after
I'm
we
still
spoke,
craving.
I was going to looking up stuff, old CBG, music and
Right.
CBGB music and stuff, and I'm like, oh, this weekend I know if my son, is doing his thing and stuff, I'm gonna look for. There's a couple documentaries out there for that, and I've been and then a friend of mine that went to high school contacted me, and we both went to school with Michael Graves,
Sweet.
and so that brought up, I'm like, wow, okay, maybe I got to listen to music. If that isn't a sign. And we were discussing because he's in South Jersey, but he didn't know where I lived. And the first thing when he came up, he was in the area and stuff. He's like, oh, I've never been to where you live. And he's like, the first thing he said, you're around the corner from where Danzig grew up. I said, I know, and stuff. And so it got into that whole thing. Ever since talking to you, it's been popping up a lot. And I'm like, yeah, I need to watch some movies and documentaries and stuff on it. So it's been cool that way. So I would love. Then that's the thing. Living so in the same town, I have yet to run across any of them. That's the funny thing. Like I've not seen them in passing. Any band members, none like that. Like really, after all this time, like not once. So it's all right.
I love it.
Yeah.
Because this place needs a freaking change. Come on, guys.
What?
Cara says his phone is hot, so she'll be right back.
Oh, what's up, Hensley? Hope you're doing well, brother.
The phone
Holy
is
crap.
hot because
Nubs is here. Hensley's here.
Hensley, mommy kitten, hola chica. How are you?
Oh, what's up,
Telling
Dave
you.
Dickman? Sorry, brother.
What? What? People are showing up. I'm not even paying attention. Hello, I love you. I am sorry for not paying attention
Grinch
to the
is
chat.
back. Hey.
Grinch, hello, my darling, my angel, hello.
Freaking Mass is drooling again.
And
You're never
he's
going to sleep. It's a new stream. Don't let Rev go to bed.
Ever.
What?
That's what this is. It's a conspiracy. You pop in as things.
No, please let Rev go to
know
bed
the title of that
eventually
should be?
because
Let's put her in a Santa
Shit.
song.
what the title should be shit.
If look, what how many more subs do you need? How many more?
6.
Like 6 more.
If you get 6 more,
Come on, guys.
she's down for another 6 hours. 1 hour for every sub. No.
That'd be an
That's
epic
right.
stream, that.
This is your marathon get credit to 100 subscriber stream, ladies and gentlemen.
To 6 more
I
subs,
will.
that puts it all
There will be a giveaway at 100 subs. I don't know what it'll be, but it'll be, some stuff.
JB
So,
D's coffee mug.
Right?
Make her an
that's
Indian
on its
giver.
way.
Indian giver.
Regifting. He's going to regift you.
No, his coffee mug is totally on its way. Of
you know
course,
what
because
I
I had it shipped directly to him.
One thing I've been wanting to say to Grinch, you, Grinch, to me, when I first saw it, I thought was Dave Tango from Ghost Hunters. With the hat, the cap, and the facial hair, I was like, is that Dave Tango? Because the first picture I've seen other than live was you with the glasses. I'm like, is that Dave Tango under another alias or something? Like trying to play off? I'm not. It's not me. I'm not part of Ghost Hunters. But Grinch, you very much have me convinced.
What's this guy's name?
Dave Tango. He's on Ghost
Ghost
Hunters,
Hunters.
the thing, but the original Ghost Hunters, and now I forgot the new show with Jason Hawes, but he's one of the look at a picture of Dave Tango and tell me that's not you.
He can't be because Grinch has got a personality.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
I think he's a little bit better looking now,
biscuits.
but that's cool.
Excuse me.
So there you go. If you want another side gig and you want to con people, you can say, I'm Dave Tango. I go by this, just to stay low key.
Oh, hell no.
And then go to
No,
like
because-
you could go to conventions under him, and stuff.
I have enough trouble keeping up my own persona.
I would love to see you though get like your glasses and look like him and just go up to meet him wearing like a shirt with his logo and face on, just like saying, "Hi, I'm Dave," and just see what he does.
There you are.
He's a
Like
good
that?
lad, Dave Tango.
There he is. There he is.
I wish we could do a side by.
See,
Oh,
ladies and gentlemen, I am surrounded by handsome men right now, and I'm the luckiest girl in the world. I swear to God. Look
So I
at
see
this.
one in boxers, two it seems right now.
yeah. Grinch left. He's like,
I am
"Oh,
the
I'm sorry,
luckiest
Greg,
girl
I
in
didn't
the
mean to
world.
scare you off."
I swear, I am surrounded by absolutely handsome men and intelligent, wonderful, amazing men that know exactly what they're talking about, and they are truly wonderful
Oh, I
human
never know
beings,
what
and
they're
I'm
talking
very
about.
blessed.
Look up.
I'm very blessed.
Oh.
Thank you for being here, guys.
And for what it's worth, Rev has just described both Jose and past life there.
Oh, no,
I've
I'm
described,
passing that to y'all.
I've
I'm
described
just-
all of you, Dave. Not
And
only
Davy
you, but
Crockett.
Jose, Past Life, Grinch, everybody. Everybody I have
There's a secret.
described,
I
and
just
I
talked
am
out of
I
my
am
brain.
truly very blessed to be surrounded by you guys, and thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I just talk
All-
out
in
of my
all
butt
honesty.
so something makes sense. At least to everyone.
You guys are amazing, and I thank you for being here. So
It's always
Well,
nice to be here, isn't it? Though.
Grinch is backstage again. He's breaking.
Yeah, it's
up.
actually
I
nice.
don't see him backstage.
It's actually nice not having the pressure of being the host.
There you go.
Yeah. There are times when you're like, how do I keep this going? What do I do?
Right.
I
Grinch,
used
come
to
back
like. I like entertaining people and having company, but sometimes the pressure of always constantly hosting is like, even in real life, when I've had people for dinner, it's like, is everything
Grinch,
okay?
come
You
back.
guys okay?
Please.
You enjoying yourselves? And
There
it's
he
like, I'm done. You burn yourself out more, hosting than you do actually enjoying it.
There he is.
Yeah.
Okay, now I got you. Sorry, StreamYard
you're
is
back.
giving me
Hey.
some shit. StreamYard is
back.
giving me shit today, and I'm
The
so
other day.
sorry, guys. I really am. I am
It's
so
giving
sorry
you-
that StreamYard is giving me such crap.
It's given you 9 hours so far today. What more do you expect?
It.
I can't
You know
believe
what?
you're still on, really.
Remember, only 12
It's
going to count.
it's 9 hours with
That's
you,
right.
my love. That's all there is to it.
Only 12 will count.
Yeah, only 12 get counted, yeah.
But still, that means that I have what 3 go.
No. If she gets 6, she goes to midnight. 6 hours more.
That's it. I'm
To the
telling
witching
you.
hour to make it official. So remember, let's get her 6 more. So
Thank you so much, sweetheart. Diana, I love you. Thank you, Para. I love you. Thank you so much for being here.
Who are those sexy
I-
beasts? Who is Second Star
I
talking
can't.
about?
I don't know who's the sexy. What sexy beast? You guys. I think they're talking. He's talking about you guys. You're the sexy beast.
Well,
I would be.
it can't be me.
I
I'm
would
not
be.
sexy. I'm a beast, yeah, but I'm not sexy.
Telling you, I'm talking about. I'm surrounded by damn sexy beasts right now. Shit. Hello.
Yeah, what
Look at
everybody
Look
what
at
everybody on
what I'm
YouTube
surrounded by.
What everybody on YouTube is seeing right now is visual sexual chocolate.
Visual sexual chocolate.
Oh, no, I consider myself dulce de leche, a little bit of caramel kind of.
Yeah.
You got to have that caramel. I'm that nougat center. Yes.
Everybody right now is Randy
Mocha
Watson.
latte.
And there you go.
The only reason people
are
are making that comment is because I'm hiding behind an avatar.
Shit. Everybody is but me, basically. And, well, me and Grinch. And Jose is sort of blurry. I don't know.
Yeah, everybody
I
but
have
like
a
most
lot
of us.
I mean, if I want to join, then okay. Yeah, so, yeah, okay. Put on the better one.
But if anybody wants to come up, P.S. And by the way, hold still. There it is. If anybody wants to come up and say howdy, wants to come up and say hello, wants to come up and be surrounded by, if they want to come up and be surrounded by gorgeous men like I am, please feel free. So
I know I love being surrounded by gorgeous men and Rev.
I do too. I love being surrounded by beautiful men. That's all there is to it.
Which one's Kirk Douglas?
Who do we have here? Oh, there's Kitten Girl. Darling. My darling. Hello, darling. How are you? How's school?
Good. Just finished my last class, vocational class.
Yeah? Right on.
So what's 2 times 2?
4.
Damn it. She learned something I didn't.
Well, I'm in math class. We're gonna do solving equations or stuff like that.
Equations or stuff? Really?
Yeah. Well,
So
then
take the square root of pi, times it by or divide it by x.
well, I need a calculator for that because I'm modified in every class.
No.
Can't you?
Not
Did you pay
fair.
for the-
When I was in school,
Do
we
you?
didn't get calculators. We had to do everything by hand in my day.
Well, for me, I have dyslexia, like have trouble with solving it in my head. So I use
That's what long division was made for. Do you remember long division? Does anybody remember long division?
No, I always
Always short.
I always learned take the square root of pi and shove it up your ass.
Mm-hmm. Build your own damn house.
There you go. Yeah.
Shove the
Yourself.
square root of pi in my face.
What's 4 times 4?
That sounds good.
4 times 4?
4 times 4? 16?
You're just showing off now.
It's 16.
I don't
You're a
think we can
musician.
have.
You don't need
What's
to know
that?
You're a musician. You don't need to know that.
That's right.
That's a bit harsh. I'm a musician too, and I know that it was. What was it again? I forgot.
Well, actually, you do because of if 4 to 4 was that because there's 4 beats to a measure. If you wanted a 16th of a measure.
Not if you're a jazz musician, in which case it's just light up another doob and hope for the best.
Or
God, really? You're going to disrespect Miles Davis like that? Oh, my Jesus.
Hey, if Ozzy did it, we don't need to do it.
Ain't that the
No.
truth?
No. There is so much.
I want to become as
Yeah, but-
dumb as he is.
Ozzy used to count in 1, 2, 3. Sharon. He never made it to 4.
You guys.
Sharon!
Sharon!
Bow down at
Chet
the altar
Baker.
of Ozzy.
Couple on.
Hey, all I got to say is Chet Baker. What?
Yeah. Oh,
I want to get trapped in that vortex behind Grinch there.
yeah,
I just want
absolutely.
to jump right in that screen.
On the screen to the left of Grinch. Kara's in the dungeon, apparently, Rev.
Is she? One moment,
Yes.
please. Click.
You have the paid
and
version?
Click.
You can only have
Click.
6.
And
Oh, you do?
she's not in the dungeon anymore, ladies and gentlemen. Kara.
That dungeon is so dark.
Woohoo! Sorry about that.
Well, that's the
You
point.
have to tell me. I don't pay attention. You have to tell me, hey, Shannon, I'm in the dungeon. Okay, I got
And
you.
Grinch,
Click.
you are unblocked.
I am.
You are.
There we
All
go. See, we're starting to make amends. Thank you,
Yes.
Kara.
Been for like a
Thank
week.
you. Thank you.
For a week? Oh, I didn't even
the
know.
love. All
haven't
the
checked.
love. Everybody, I just want to say right now on this channel,
Mhm.
all the love. There is nothing doing on this channel. If you are on this channel, it is all the love all the time. Okay?
Same here. Same here.
Happiness.
Hell
Yay,
yeah.
love. We're all
All the
good.
love
Wait,
all
I
the
can-
time.
We're all good, aren't we?
So we are amazing. We are amazing people, and it is all the love all the time on my channel as far as I'm concerned. Okay?
Right. Nothing but good, hot,
So-
steamy paranormal love up in here.
Hot, steamy, paranormal love. There is
But-
hot, steamy, paranormal monkey love going on.
But ghosts can't touch each other.
It
so-
is.
You had to throw the monkey in there, didn't you?
It is brown chicken, brown cow, as far as I'm concerned. So
Feel the liquid paranormal Funkabus.
that's
Yes,
it.
sorry, I
man.
have to pee
Brown chicken,
somewhere.
brown cow. I'm
Hey,
telling you, right
would you
here
like some of my ectoplasm?
in the Critterverse, the Critter channel, the Critterverse, it is nothing but love. I do not tolerate anything but absolute and total complete. Just be happy, and that's all I want. That's all I want. That's all I ask for my channel.
I don't
Okay?
tolerate anything at all. That's why I don't let people speak on my live streams. Now you know that's a lie.
I thought about that.
You know that's a lie. You know that's a lie.
I love people talking on my live streams. I really do, because I get really sick and tired of hearing myself talk.
Yeah, some people
So,
feel so bad when they talk, right? And they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I went on for 15 minutes." Like, dude, please go on another 15, please.
Right.
I don't care.
Right. It's
Well,
like,
do
if
that.
you want to talk for 45 minutes straight, just go get you some. Just do your thing, baby. I'm good. And, I just want people to know that everybody, regardless of whatever is happening in your lives or anybody else's, everybody is welcome here. That's what I'm trying to say, is everybody is welcome here. And I just want everybody to know that if you have issues, if you have problems, if you have you just want to just ramble shitless, ad nauseum for an hour and a half, that's fine. You're welcome here. And I just want everybody to know that. So that's all there is to it.
Nice, because there are days I had diarrhea of the mouth, so okay with
That's
me.
right. If you have verbal diarrhea, you are welcome at Critter Channel. I swear.
You not watch Turd Cats?
Oh.
I'll
You know,
flow like the mighty Mississippi at flood season. I have no
All
problem
I
saying
ask is that you be, the only thing that I ask is that you be respectful, and that you be tolerant, and that you be non-judgmental. Those are my requests. Tolerant, patient, and non-judgmental towards anybody. And that is all I ask. And you are more than welcome to be here on Critter Channel, no
And-
matter what, 24 hours a day.
And speaking of that, Rev, second star, you're not welcome here. Go home. Go home.
Don't
Go
listen to
somewhere else.
PLE.
Second
Don't
star.
you listen to him.
Whoa, I can't hear what?
Yeah, exactly.
I was just going to say,
That's
what
like
about
what?
self-depreciation?
Okay,
What if
no,
you're
wait.
like
Past
disrespectful
life.
to yourself?
Hush, shut up. Past life. What?
I didn't say anything.
Yes, you did. What
Kid
were
girl
you
said
saying?
something.
He was
What? No, I didn't.
talking to
Yes,
Second
it was.
Star.
Do you know what I like?
No,
I
it
like
wasn't.
I like the everybody's
no, it
free to
wasn't.
speak. Everybody's free to speak on my channel. You can say whatever you want now. Shush and shut up.
Yeah, I like that.
No,
She said,
it's just
shut
when
up.
everybody tries to talk over each other. That's
I know,
the
it's like
thing,
when everybody's
you know?
talking and you're just trying to talk and you can't. And then nobody
That's
talks.
my thing.
You're the best, you, Rev.
If somebody's if somebody is talking, please be respectful and don't try to talk over other people. That's my thing. Is that if somebody tries to talk over me, I'm just like, oh, you rude asshole fucker. And so,
Rev. Well, hey,
You know what, Rev, though?
Second Star wants to come up.
Oh God.
You know what, Rev, though? What you do is when you get upset when someone's talking over you, you'll mute yourself. Just mute them.
Yeah.
You're in control.
You got
Just
the-
mute
yeah.
them. I'm serious.
You do have that power, yeah.
You have the power.
wait.
I've
Boom.
been mute-
There
I've
you
been
go.
muting Kyle all
Sorry.
the time.
Sorry, Star. Sorry, I was not paying attention. I apologize, Star. Please do. Please. Matthew, please.
He went home after I told him to. Oh,
I
I'm sorry,
caught
after
the
Katie
very-
told him to.
I caught the very tail end of he got attacked on his shoulder. I was working and I was like, I had you on all day. I just had to turn it down sometimes.
Yeah, in the
He
cemetery.
did.
Yeah.
He did. Apparently, he had some issues and got cut off in the middle of an Explorer. And but I will let you, as soon as Matthew decides to grace us with his presence. Please, darling, light of my life, beacon of hope. Get your buns up here, buns. We've got
Says
buns.
no second is not backstage.
No, I don't have any buns yet. What? Buns. Jefferson, go to bed. Christ Jesus.
He says he'll be
Jefferson.
right back. So
I told you to go to bed. I'm on an epic live stream right now. And I love you. And you're amazing and you're beautiful and you're the most wonderful man I've ever known in my entire life. Give me a kiss.
So sit down and talk to us.
Oh God. You gotta love it, haven't you? Hey, you gotta love it.
I think yesterday was the most I ever saw him on the panel, and it was like 30 seconds.
I know.
That was
right?
awesome.
He was on mine for
And that's
about a
only
half
because
hour.
I was in the
Oh, really?
bathroom.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, we had to
missed
get a
it.
little talk with him. I think JBD and him are clicking.
Cool.
Yeah, he's not very sociable, if you will. But if you get him talking, he'll talk your ear off. And I love him so much. And I'm not going to expand on that. Just don't get him started on magic tricks or living in Australia, and we're good.
Still want to know what the pi root of 5 is.
That's not a thing.
The what?
It's got to be now.
The
Don't
pi
say
root
Pi
of
is the root of all evil.
it's the root of all fatness, but it's delicious.
What? Oh my Jesus! No, there is no pie root.
There's root pie.
Yeah, I was
There
gonna
is
say,
root pie.
isn't
There is
rhubarb and
Where root?
apple and all
There's
that starts
pie.
with root? So,
There's an apple pie. There's a cherry pie. There's a
but they all come from
Cheese
rooted plants, so
Mhm.
technically it's fire. There's one rooted.
What? I'm sorry. Did I burp? I'm sorry. Wait, who was trying to come up here and I missed it? Goddamn Star, come up here.
He says
Oh
he'll
my
be back.
God.
For the love of Jesus, come on.
He'll be back,
Oh
Red.
God. I have the
Now it
hiccup.
starts.
No, it's
What? Now what starts, you shit? What starts?
I love pie, period. That's right. I
Jack.
like
I heard you.
But to be fair,
What?
That's
I thought
disgusting.
that I love PLE, period.
Yeah, yeah. I thought, yeah. I was going to say that about
Oh,
female.
there he
For
is.
one-
There's Jack. Jax, come up here. I need backup.
For one, I'm not a female, and for two, I don't bleed like that. Only on the inside.
Jack,
So,
please.
someone wants PLE's cherry pie.
Jack, please help me. I need help. They're attacking me.
Jax is
Nobody's
another.
attacking you.
Jax is a testosterone-fueled beast, like apart from you two
Sure,
good ladies.
isn't
You
he?
three good ladies, I beg your pardon.
Jax
like
is my
this Eric
sensei in
Clapton.
paranormal investigation.
Ah, there you go. Yeah.
He's amazing.
I love Jax.
Although I would say that I would pick Nicole over him any day.
Well, see,
Although-
here's the thing. Nicole is my sensei with the medium stuff. Jax is my
Nicole is
sensei.
my spirit animal. Who is this? Who is coming up? Oh, there he is. Okay, there's second star. Hello, add to stream. Frickin' click. You damn biscuit.
Jax is your sensei in the paranormal. Is that what you was going to say?
Investigation.
Hey,
Yeah,
hi Matthew. Hi, honey.
Hi, Matthew.
It looks like
Chocolate
you're-
cake face.
Wonderful family.
Hey. Hey, look, Matt, you look like you're experiencing the spiritual hangover. That's what it looks like.
I am
You hung
tired. I
Yeah,
am
that
wore out.
hangover. It's like, wow, that was a nice.
Welcome to the stream where I'm a biscuit and past life is a shit.
Well, I'm
That's right.
I thought
I'm going to
that was-
rename the chat. I am
thought
going to
that
rename
was
the chat Biscuits and Shit. That's what I'm going to rename
No.
everything right now. Biscuits and Shit.
You know, for your next church function, you should call it that.
Past life is pi now.
Shit.
And PLE was,
Well, apparently PLE has a period once a month.
yeah, paranormal underworld
You do.
loves PLE's pi.
You're a bitchy little shit, you are. Telling you.
We've made our mark. Past life. I'm an happy man.
And I'm a dirty, dirty man.
Oh my Jesus, you guys are amazing.
What was
I love
that?
you.
Was that a hiccup, a
Reached the life
scream,
goal.
a tickle?
I don't. We'll have
What
to do
was
a
it?
live stream together. We can be shit biscuit.
Shit biscuit.
Yes.
But is that going to be a
Because
parody?
you know,
Like,
Well, the
Olympus?
chocolate
The
starfish.
biscuit.
The chocolate starfish.
Limp Bizkit.
because you know, in college I was Critter Biscuit for quite some time in college. So, hey, I have a thing for biscuits.
Now coming to the stage.
Come on, 3. There we go. Now we have the humidifier of doom going on right now.
This chat's full of lunatics.
David,
We
have
are
you
all
been here the whole time?
Absolutely.
Welcome to the paranormal asylum.
Yeah, that's the one.
Welcome to the paranormal shits.
The shits with a Z.
The shit storm.
Past
Right,
life
we are
activity.
insane.
The shits.
Here's a story about a name named Shit.
Okay, wait, shh, everybody hush. He just came back inside.
You're on headphones. You can't hear us
Hey,
anyway.
you.
Only in her head.
That is a very.
Come here.
The
Don't
voices
wave
of the
at
brain.
me like you don't know I'm here.
It's all in her head. All in her head.
It was like catcalling him. Like,
there, would I wait?
"Thanks, my man." Like,
Everybody start yelling at Red.
Everybody cover their ears real fast. Captain Kangaroo!
Good night, baby.
Get ready for the slurping sounds as they start hockeying one another.
There's a cat behind her.
Oh, we can see whatever we want. She don't have her earphones in.
Good point. Well made.
Oh, wait a minute. She does. Oh, I didn't say it. I didn't say nothing. Nothing at all.
And past life
Who
gets
doesn't
caught out
have
again.
their earphones? Who doesn't have their earphones in?
Kitten girl.
You see,
Headphones in.
you suffer from the same thing as me. Past life, foot
Halfway
and mouth
doesn't have his
disease.
headphones in.
Yeah. Foot and mouth. Leads to a lot of fungi in the mouth.
You like fun guys in your
I
mouth?
always have these in.
Well, we want to put a
You see
foot in
these?
mouth. I'll be sucking on it for a while. Might as well.
See these?
it's a big toe.
This is my ammo versus past life explorer right here. My Bluetooth headphones.
What the heck?
So I can see what you're
Oh
saying.
my God! What? Shh. Hush! Oh my
Have you-
Jesus! Oh my
Have you got
God!
to the, have
It
you
is
got to the stage
5:30.
yet, Rev? Have you got to the stage yet
You
where when you turn
people-
off the computer, everybody's still there in your head? We're still there talking to you. Rev.
What?
Hey,
What?
hey, kitty, kitty
What?
cat.
I'm sorry. How can I help you?
Love
It's too
it.
sunny outside.
I just want you to know that Captain Critter has gone to bed, so I am totally alone and able to say whatever the fuck I want.
Shit.
Wait,
got
wait.
some
How's
bad
it? He's
thoughts.
gone to bed at 5:30 in the afternoon or in the evening, and you have not
He's
slept.
been no, he has not slept, but or no, wait.
Oh,
Hold
look at
still.
this.
I have
Those really rad sunglasses.
I have not slept, but he woke up at about 6:30 this morning and has been at work until about 1:30 in the afternoon, and he was home. And I still have not slept in about 36 hours. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mazel Tov.
You're drinking.
Good job.
So if we don't hear from you for
Of
like
course
a
I'm
week,
drinking. Jesus. Of course I'm drinking. Who the hell do you think I am?
Who?
Come
My
on.
mistake. My mistake.
Anywho, yeah. So no, I'm very tired. I am very tired. So I am going to give the chat over to whoever wants it at this point because I'm
Hey,
about
you're
to
at
just
that
fucking
10
pass
minute
out.
mark. You better stay on for another 15 minutes.
So there I was,
Why?
with an ostrich
The
wearing
10-hour mark.
So no, you have to do it this way. So there I was, stranded in the Serengeti. You know, you have to do it that way.
Oh no, my story's different. It's almost to the point. There I was with an ostrich wearing chaps. Not me, the ostrich was wearing chaps. And I was dressed in my best Abe Lincoln outfit at the Drive-Thru Safari. People were asking, what are you doing with that jar of Vaseline? I said, I'm waiting for its head in its hand. And then that happened. You should have seen it. All pandemonium. Anyway.
Boom, boom. Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah. Because when ostrich hides in
insert
the
rim shot here.
Hey. Watch out for them rim
Blah.
Oh, God.
Oh my goodness.
And I
Oh,
put
so
a
drink.
50-euro rim shot.
Anyway, I'm
Red,
just
the answer to your
amazingly.
question, yes, but only on
What?
Tuesday.
Wait, what?
Huh?
Red's
What?
question there
What?
in the
What is
chat.
this question?
I said,
I'm
the answer is
looking.
yes, but only on Tuesday.
Is that the alphabetic question that we're looking at?
Yes, apparently.
Okay. Well,
You can't read
my answer to that is squirrel.
Squirrel.
I wasn't sure if that was more along the lines of who is John Jacob Jinglehorn the Schmidt, or if that was the translation for supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Hey, Trevin, what's going on, buddy? We are just having a good time here.
What's up, Trevor?
It is all love and affection here right now in this particular chat. We are all being stupid and acting like complete idiots and not like adults like we are.
Beautiful.
There are no adults. There are no adults in this chat right now, as far as I'm concerned. None.
We are unsupervised. Yay! And we ran out of meds. Yay!
Hey, guess what?
Yay!
With the lights out, it's dangerous.
The supervision has left. They gave up. They're on strike, and we are left to roam freely.
Yes. So, I give my critters permission to roam freely. Goodbye, my critters. Go.
Well,
Victor, did you have to share your map with
What?
who? Victor
I'm
has to
just, you
share
know,
her
being-
map.
I'm being silly. I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
apologize. Can you even see? Oh, there I am. Hello. Hello.
You're here.
Hello.
Is it me you're looking for?
Hello. What?
Now hits the sleep deprivation time.
You singing Lionel Richie over there, Rev? Hello.
Is it me you're looking for?
Good old gerbil cheeks.
See it in your eyes.
I remember
see it in your
my
heart.
brother got me a
Are
Lionel
you
Richie
somewhere
cheetah.
feeling lonely? Is there someone loving you?
He's definitely our most favourite hamster-faced Commodore.
Hamster. So if anybody doesn't know what a hamster is, it's a ham operator, ham radio operator. And so I call them hamsters because that's what they are. They're hamsters. So there you go. If you hear me say anything about a hamster, ta-da! You have a ham radio operator.
Red likes
And-
for a different reason.
What?
I said Red likes hamsters too, but for a different reason.
I like hamsters. Oh, brown chicken, brown cow. Oh,
So, Victrix, the answer to her question is, who does she share her man with? Another girl. Who's supposed to be my husband?
Wait.
Now we can't get married. Oh, man.
who does he share? What? What?
I wasn't sure if she was kidding
What?
at first. I don't think she is.
Hold on. Wait, what?
was
What did I
right.
miss? What?
I think she's actually serious.
I think she is too.
Who shares who with who?
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. That's
What?
awful.
Victrix.
I
She
beg
said
to differ.
Men are assholes.
Go.
That's why I'm straight. I
Wait
hate men.
a minute. I missed something. Who's sharing who with where with what?
We don't have the details, but
I don't share anybody with anything unless there's like,
Hell no.
you know.
I'm not sharing my Kit
Nothing.
Kat.
there's two of them. Come
no.
on, man.
No.
Break me off a
No.
piece.
Nobody eats my ham
No.
sandwich but me.
Nobody
throwing
shares
a finger on
my
the
Is that a
anything
Friends reference?
except me.
Right?
I
My sandwich.
share Captain Critter with me.
You ate
Mine.
my
Mine.
sandwich?
Everybody
cat.
else can just piss off.
And the cat.
Yeah. My wife's Hispanic, so she'll cut a bit.
Yep.
I love it. I love it.
She said that to me plenty of times. And to other girls.
You get them things that make your crotch rot. Yeah.
I mean, maybe if she was like really
God.
stinking cute, maybe. But maybe I doubt it.
Jealous?
Anyway,
Dump his ass.
anywho. What?
Dump his
Hold
ass.
on.
Victrix.
Hold on, Vic. Yeah, don't know. Yeah.
Let another girl have his stupid ass. If he, you know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? He ain't worth it.
For real.
Nope.
Really?
That just draws more drama, honestly.
Mhm.
That's
1, 2, 3. Moment, please. Sorry.
So he's stuck with her too. Well, good for him. He's stuck with her. Sorry, I missed one of your. Yeah. Yep. He'll learn. He'll realize it'll be too late for him, and you'll find somebody who cares about you for you.
Right.
there you go.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. Sorry. Just got a wee bit distracted there. I apologize.
Oh.
Big smile.
Yeah.
That's not entirely true, though, Victrix.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
I know lots of people that got something from an ex and are in wonderful, happy, loving relationships.
As I am.
Yeah.
I trust and believe this is the most amazingly stable relationship that I've ever been in my life. And it's scary as hell, but you know,
If he puts
that's
up
what
with
it
your
is.
crazy ass, Rev, for this long.
Right.
Keep him.
Yes.
He deserves a medal.
Yeah.
Yes. Exactly. If anybody can put up with my ass for this long, they deserve the fucking Congressional Medal of Honor. I swear to God.
Peace prize.
It's like, okay,
PIECE.
oh Christ, you've put up with Shannon this long. Oh God. You know? It's like, wait a minute.
You get
No,
all
really.
the war medals.
He gets every medal ever, and it's a thing. It really is. I'm telling you, anybody that can put up with me
I will
for
go.
more
I will go
than
to
a
the
couple of
to
months
the little.
deserves. Yeah, it's a thing. It really is.
I'll go to the little league trophy making place down the street, Rev, and I'll have one of those like bowling turkeys made for you.
That
And I'll
would
send it to you to give to him.
right. Exactly. Thank you for putting up with me for the past 3.5 years, you son of a bitch. I love you, Shannon. You know, no. That would be so funny. Holy crap! I think I might do that next year. Who knows? I just, you know, it's one of those stupid things. And by the way, if anybody has not figured it out, I have called myself out on my real name so many times. If you have not figured it out by now, what my name is, please feel free to call me by my name. It is totally okay. I do not
Just call her
mind
Critter.
at all. Or you can just call me Critter if you don't remember. Just
Now,
call
Shannon.
me fucking Critter.
Shannon,
What?
what is the J
So we're
stand?
allowed to call you by your name?
Okay, Karen.
Hmm?
Karen.
What was the original question?
I said, what does the J stand for?
That is not disclosed at this time.
You have to wait for a 600 subscriber count.
Ah, I like that. Yeah.
If I get to 200, I will tell you what my first name is.
200.
300
Hear that,
people
Kat?
address.
200.
I already know your name. Not your first
What?
name, I don't think. I already know your name.
Not my first name.
No. But I know your name.
But my middle name is Shannon. And
Yeah.
I'm perfectly fine with saying that. Yeah, that's what everybody calls me is Shannon. That's what I've been my entire life. But very, very few people know my actual first name.
Josephine.
Nope.
Janet.
So when
There is only
when I hit
one person on this whole group that I think knows my first name.
yeah, so if
He probably doesn't remember it. though.
hiccups, oh God, hiccups! If we get 200 subscribers, I'll tell you my first name. So there we go.
200?
Chatting.
And if I get another 50, I'll tell everybody your first name.
You don't even know it, you stupid bastard.
Yeah,
Another
yeah, yeah.
5.
I do, actually.
I like how the beats are going down. Someone's going, well, I'll do it at 35. Well, I'll do it at 10.
What were you actually paying attention during that chat then?
No, I stepped away with my son. I missed the whole convo.
No. I'm talking to Dave. Dave,
Yes,
were you paying
yes.
attention to that chat that you actually called my first name?
Yes, I did, yes.
Okay,
Is it
well
already
then Dave knows my first name. If he gets to X number, whatever it is, what?
Well, another 50 will put me at 653.
Okay, so if Dave gets to 700 subscribers, then he can disclose my first name.
No, I think you should take the glory in that one. If you get to
No,
200, like you
that's
said.
all you. That's all you, babe. If you get to 650, you get to disclose my first name.
There's a few that know.
Let's do it, people. Hurry up.
Yeah, fair
It's
enough.
not like it's not like people give a shit because I am small potatoes. I am so small potatoes. I am like red potatoes. I am like the tiniest potatoes on the planet. I'm like
You're a
minute
Yukon
potatoes.
Gold. Get it right, Rev.
Don't say
I am
that.
like, I am potato flakes. You know? I'm
you're
the
the
flakes
Idaho
of potatoes.
I know
You're the
somebody
shit.
with 10,000
Nobody
subs.
gives a fucking crap about me. Come on.
You say that.
We
You
do.
say that, but I know a guy with 10,000 subs, and when he does a live stream, nobody is there. Just tumbleweed. Nothing. No thing. No video views.
Still, I mean, regardless of that, nobody gives a crap what my fucking name is. I mean, shit, come on. I mean, who the fuck cares? Nobody. It's, and I can say all of these lovely curse words because it's my goddamn motherfucking channel.
PLE knows your name as well.
No, he knows my middle name, but not my first name.
Rev, I'm still going to call you sis. I don't care.
There you go.
Right on.
There you go.
I told him my name, my real first name, but he probably doesn't remember what it is.
I mean, everybody knows my middle name because I say it all the time. That's what I go by. My middle name is what I go by. It's what I've gone by my entire life. My first name, very few people know, and I absolutely effing hate it. I hate my first name. It's horrible, and I just don't like it.
Is it Buttercup?
It's Buttercup. That's exactly
There
what it
we
is right
go.
there.
It's Bertha.
Buttercup.
Jolie.
I freaking hate it. And it's awful. It's just, it's ridiculous.
Do you know what? It is actually a nice name. That's the big sin of it. She doesn't like her own name, but it's actually a beautiful name.
It's actually horrible. Here's the reason. Do you want to know the reason why I hate my first name?
There's nothing wrong with Esmeralda.
I will, if you want to know, I will tell you the reason why I hate my first name on a different stream. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
What is it, Ivan?
So I get to 100 subscribers, I tell you why I hate my first name. Period. End of sentence.
And then
I'm sharing the shit out of this channel right now.
What? I'm sorry. What did you just say, Dave?
I said I'm going to share the shit out of this channel right now. Then
share the shit out of it.
Mazel tov. Share the shit out of it, because if I get to 100, I will share the reason why I hate my first name, and I will be more than happy to do it. Okay?
I'll give you a shout out on my channel too.
At 100
blah,
Hangman to start.
Blah, 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 blah. Nobody fucking cares about me, okay? I am drunken YouTube fodder. That's
Hey,
pretty
look
much
how
it.
many
She's
people's
like,
on your
oh,
channel,
hey,
girl.
let's see if we can get Rev drunk. That's the most amusing part of the whole thing. Blah, blah, blah. No.
No, that's past life's goal.
Is it just Joe? Like, if it's not Josephine?
Nope.
What else starts with?
Is it
Look,
Dolly? Is it
well,
Dolly?
With my name, I
If
can
it's
call everything
Hey,
but
that
my.
could be anything. Jennifer, Jenny,
I'm
Jocelyn.
I'm not saying a word.
No,
I'm
you
not
gotta
saying a word until I hit
you gotta
100.
think like a
Not
Texan.
saying a word. Not saying
You gotta
a word
think like a
until I
Texan.
hit. Nope. Not
Is it
saying
Daisy?
a word until I hit
Is
100.
it Daisy from Daisy Duke?
Then you better make me hit 100 real effing quick if you want me to say
Come on,
it.
guys.
It's Ashley Simpson.
Oh, see, I'm still at 94. Sorry.
Kara's been very quiet about her real name.
Still needs to be 6 people, and then I will tell you why I hate my first name.
Right, come on, guys. Let's make another Google account.
Right?
Yeah.
Don't you dare, because I will beat you within an inch of your life if that's what you
Do you know, for the sake of getting you up to 100 subscribers and you having to come to the UK, I'm willing to take that chance.
Yes, but what happens when you delete the account and then you drop down and you're like no longer a subscriber, and then I'm like down to like 98? Oh,
Never.
Boo. What? Boo.
He loves you too.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Is it like John or Jeremy or something?
What?
Victor
Do I look like a Jeremy? Really? I look like a Jeremy? Thank you so much.
You look like a Zachary. There you go.
There you go.
Or Chad.
Chad.
Nope. I will tell you that it matches my tattoo.
Which
Chad?
one?
Eggplant?
If you pay attention, if you have paid attention to my past streams, you will see what my tattoo is on my wrist, and you will know what my monogram is.
God, you slaughter me.
Kitty cat.
Hey, Rev, high five. High five. No, other hand. Sorry, wrong hand.
What?
Wrong
Wait. Oh.
Oh, God.
Damn it. Never mind.
Good try,
I'm
Greg.
giving you my right hand. Jesus
All right, everybody.
Christ. This is
Hand
my...
check.
Wait, no, that's my left. Okay, boom. Right.
Let me see that watch real quick. Can you slide it up a little bit? I want to see what.
Why do you want to know what my watch is?
It's the wrong hand. It's on the right
Okay, close
arm.
that Rolex.
It's on the
We wanna-
right wrist.
We want to
forearm.
see it. We want to see
We want
that
to see the
sparkle.
tattoo.
I wear a Rolex Daytona chronograph.
Let's see it closer.
Maybe we want to see that sparkle.
Without the hand.
There you go.
Show us the
Oh,
bling. Show us the bling.
oh, that's so nice.
She has an anchor.
Rolex Daytona chronograph. What? You want to see the tattoo?
Olive
It
oil.
looks like that elbow needs an itch.
You have to ask me nicely if you want to see the tattoo.
May I please see the tattoo?
Think of the subscribers. Think
Looks
of the
like you're-
subs. Don't do it.
Looks like you're fisting.
Okay, if you want to see the tattoo, here you go. Boom. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Okay. Gone.
It looks like a Pokemon or something. What is that?
Look like an
Gotta catch them
apple.
all.
Look like an apple.
Oh.
What? I'm sorry. You know,
Is
you
it
didn't tell me
Japple?
how long I had to show it.
Wait, what is that My Little Pony called? Crap.
Applejack?
True.
It's not
Yes.
Jack.
Pinkie Pie is my
Jack-
personal favorite.
Jack?
So,
Jackson?
yeah, Pinkie Pie is my personal favorite. I love me some Pinkie Pie because she's got the shotgun cannon that goes off every single time that there's a party. I love it.
You know, I could kind of get it if your middle name was Hyacinth or your name was Hyacinth or something like that, you know.
I know. I will tell you right now, my middle name is what I go by.
Shannon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's my middle name. My first name is what I hate.
You're up to 97 now, Rev.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, ma'am.
You are too.
No, ma'am.
Really? What?
Yep. Yep. 97.
Shit. No.
Royal Marines don't lie.
No. No. Oh, mother of pearl, Jesus Christ. Okay, so if you guys get me 3 more subs, I'll tell you what my first name is, and it's really not that exciting, okay?
Good work on the other Google accounts there, PLE. That was fast
It's
typing.
not exciting. It is not exciting at all, kids. I am telling you right now, it is not exciting at all. It is not worth the subs. It is not exciting.
The unknown
It's
is
not
always.
worth it.
It is. Then you drop
It
the
is
subs.
not worth it.
It becomes
not
like
worth
a
it.
Grinch stain. You get
Shannon,
over
it's
it,
not worth
and
it.
50 of them disappear.
I was just going to say, for the next 100, we got to do Kara's.
Shit. No, it's not worth it. It is not worth it. I'm going to tell you right now, it is not worth knowing what my first name is because it is something totally stupid and inane, and it's not worth it. So
Shannon,
I'm just telling you. I'm telling you now, it's not worth it. Yes, dear.
I DM'd you my first name.
Did you?
I did.
When? When?
Like,
Hold still. One moment, please. Oh, okay. I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. But mine is totally stupid. Think of the most ridiculously inane name that you could possibly think of, and that is what my first name is.
Who said what?
Hildegard? No.
Damn, David, you're fast.
And in this particular case, Hebrew does not apply. J is not started with an I. So Hebrew is not an option here. Because, in Hebrew, Jehovah starts with an I.
So are you taking more of Spanish where it's an H sound?
What?
Well, it sounds
What
like
crack smoking shit are you talking about? What?
Jimmy.
Starts with a J, but the J is silent, like Juanita.
It's a J. It's a.
Yeah. Because I look so fucking Hispanic. Look at me, Jesus, people, come on.
You're really super to the pancakes.
I am so fucking fair. I'm clear.
Wouldn't that be something
See
of
straight through me?
Wouldn't that be something of Captain Critter just walks right past and says her name?
Oh, that would be epic.
What? Wait, whoa, what? Captain
If he
Critter
just
walks by and
comes in-
says what?
Yeah, if he walks by and says, "I'm going to the store," and says your name. Wouldn't that be
Yeah, like,
something?
hey, Jolene,
He calls me Shannon, which is my name, which is what I go by. My name is Shannon. For
Well, we
crying
all
out
don't
loud.
know that.
Okay, the name that I go by, everybody who's paying attention right now, if you happen to be watching or whatever, the name that I go by is my middle name, which is Shannon. Okay, I go by Shannon.
What's your last name?
So please feel free to call me that at any particular moment in time when you want to. My name is Shannon. Okay? Ta-da!
So I
There you
take it
go.
I was the only person on that live stream that night then with you.
Right, exactly. Exactly, Dave. You are the only one that knew or paid attention to the fact that my name is Shannon. So,
Hey, I knew.
yeah, that's my name. My name is Shannon. I mean, shit, that's what I go by on a daily basis. That's what my parents decided to call me, and that's my name is Shannon. So, ta-da!
For anybody
If you can
listening on the
figure out
live
my-
stream,
What?
on the live stream, I am a slut. I will divulge the name for pieces of cake. Just direct message me or find me. It's true.
He will divulge you for pieces of cake. I love you.
Hey,
I have no moral
Hey,
fiber
Oh my
whatsoever.
God. No, if anybody can figure out what my first name is, I will give them a T-shirt or whatever they want. I
Jeanette.
sexual favors, whatever. I don't care. Whatever.
Josephine,
Uh,
Jolene, Julia,
Oh, dear Jesus.
Jesus,
What,
Is it Jesus.
Jesus? No, my name is not Jesus.
I really want that
Crying out
T-shirt.
loud. Oh my God.
I've told you, Grinch, direct message me, brother. I've got you covered.
Like that T-shirt's about to have me covered. I'm getting that shirt.
No, I've said it before on live stream, and I just don't think that anybody paid attention.
Yes, they did.
So that's all I have to say.
You know, if I do direct message Jose and he tells me, I have to keep it in confidence, though. I don't want that secret. I don't want that power. So
It's me you'd have to direct message.
If you happen to know what it is, I really don't care.
Oh wait, who said it? Was
I
it
don't.
Dave or Jose?
No,
It's me.
Okay. Like, sorry, I
Dave
couldn't.
probably knows because he pays attention. But if anybody else knows,
honestly, I really don't care. Honestly, it's whatever, you know. You already know my last name because if you pay attention to my Twitter, you already know my last name. So fuck it, you know, whatever.
Jasmine. Jane.
So,
Julie.
I honestly, I really don't give a crap.
Juliet.
Kind of wish it was eggplant now because that's pretty funny.
Joel.
I said I kind of wish it was eggplant because I think that was past life's attempt at describing your tattoo.
Jolene.
The eggplant.
Which one?
Joel.
Well, the cabbage.
Oh, the eggplant
Yeah, the
tattoo?
Yeah, when he's on about Maleficent.
Yeah.
That's Maleficent. Yeah, she's been there since I was 19. She was a gift from the guy that actually did the tattoo, which took about 7.5 hours, which was incredibly painful to drive back to Austin from Dallas with that 7.5 hour old tattoo, like raw effing meat. Oh, God.
It can't be Gail because that starts with a J, so it would be jail, maybe. Is it jail?
No.
Jacinta.
Male.
Jacinia.
Male.
Jacinto? Really? People?
Jacinta. Jacinia. Jacoba.
No.
JC.
Jehovah.
Jehovah.
What? Yes, my first name is Jehovah.
No, it's clitoris.
Doesn't even start with J.
Or chlamydia.
Okay, Elvis.
Which one sounds better?
Wacky.
Neither sounds well. Clitoris.
Wacky.
I'll say this: if anybody says it, I will say if you've got it right.
Jaffa.
Say
I
it
guess
again.
Jolene already.
No.
Jael.
No.
No.
Chewy.
We're just reading down lists right now.
Jalen.
Chewy.
Oh my Jesus. Hey, Dave, don't even entertain them. Just let them guess. Dave, don't even entertain them. Don't tell them if they're right or not. Just let them guess. Okay.
Janae.
I will determine whether or not they're right.
Nebula.
Yeah, if you don't care, just say it, right? Right?
Janicia.
You're just making shit up, aren't you?
No, these are names.
Are they really?
Wait.
Oh man.
Yanka,
Why is this so important?
You're from
Why
Ghana.
the hell is this so important? That's what I want to know.
Because you are the star of the show. It's
Yeah.
your channel, you're the star.
No.
Jacqueline? What are you even saying?
I'm
Right.
reading off names, just girl names that are maybe popular. Girl names. So.
I do not understand why. I do not understand
Janelle.
why it is so
Janelle.
important to know what my first name is.
Jamila.
How many
My-
subs are you on now?
you-
Let's check.
You know what to call me.
Genevieve.
You know to call me Shannon or Rev or Critter. One of those three is perfectly fantastic. I do not understand why you need to know what my first name is.
Why not?
You have three perfectly feasible names to call me.
Jocasta?
Is it just the challenge of it or what? I don't get it.
Curiosity. Challenges.
Well, somebody's already got it. Somebody's already got it right, but I can't say who.
Look, even a cat's trying to guess.
Yeah, is
Hold
it
on.
me?
Is it kitty? Is it? Oh no, we have a kitty. Okay, is it cat?
No.
Duchess?
Joel.
And it's not meow. It's not meow. I can tell you
Kibble
that.
Harmon Smith.
Meow? No.
Kibbles and bits?
Kibbles and bits. Thank you
Nipples
so
and
much,
shit.
Fast Life.
Bianca.
I do not get why this is so important to know. I do not understand it.
It's the
It's
stigma
Why is
around
it so
Yeah, it's the mystique.
why is this so important to know?
Someone's trying to get you, we're all trying to get you to break in.
Now you
Accidentally.
know how I felt.
Nope. Somebody in the
Exactly. I don't get it. I do not understand why this is so
Okay,
important.
let's narrow it down. Dave, was it someone on panel or someone in chat?
Somebody in the chat got it right earlier.
What? I don't understand. Why is this important to know? Just explain it to me. Why
tried
in the
explaining it
world is it important to know what the hell my name is? I mean, Jesus, I don't get it.
Because
Because with Jesus, it's Jesus.
I'm looking up in the chat.
I bet you are.
Juno? Joy?
Julia.
Jade? Jade's a good name.
Juno. Juanice.
Blanket. You're not one of
Blanket.
You're not one of. Yeah, you're not one of
Blanket.
Michael Jackson's kids, are you?
No.
Yo.
For
I'm
the love of
telling you,
Jesus,
it's
what?
Jemima. She's secret heir to the syrup.
Baby
Where
Blanky.
did you see it, Dave? Because I'm not seeing it.
It is in the chat. It is further up, but if I give out too much information, then all the
Okay,
parameters will be
I
on
got
it.
you.
That's surrounding it.
I got you. I
Tell
got
us
you.
which ones it's between.
But it's after the
Now you
last
got
drink,
Jesse?
last link that I dropped.
Gemma.
Yeah, further back in the chat.
Seth.
Is it after the last link that I dropped?
Hang on, I'm just double checking now.
Oh,
Is
that's
it
a
after
cool in about links.
Yeah, it is after the last link you dropped. If you mean a link to join this chat, yeah.
Right.
Probably
Okay.
was
So I'm
Victor.
checking from there down. Okay.
Because somebody's after somebody wants that T-shirt.
Mm-hmm.
I'm checking.
Might be a clue, Grinch. You might have been onto something because you really want that T-shirt. Did you go anywhere and drop a name in chat?
Did I?
I don't know,
Was it
man.
me? I don't know. No, I don't
I
think
thought
did.
it was a subtle clue, like towards, well, you really want a T-shirt, and Dave's way of saying Grinch, you might have gone, but I don't think you dropped any names in this.
I didn't.
I've been prohibited from saying if anybody gets it right, giving out names.
Well,
Unfortunately,
I see that somebody has gotten very close. Somebody has gotten very close, but not exactly.
yeah, they have.
Bob Ross.
The spelling, Jezebel? No?
No, they have got it right.
Okay.
Yeah, there
I
you go.
see it.
There
I
you go.
see it. I
There
see
you
it.
go.
Yes. Okay.
Yep.
I see it. Yes.
I think I
Okay.
know what it is.
I see it. Yes, I do. I see it.
There you go.
And I am not saying an effing thing. I see it though. Okay. Okay.
It
I
is in
see
the
it.
chat.
I got it.
It is in the chat. I do see it.
I'm not saying anything next. I don't care. But I'm
Yeah.
not gonna say a word. I do see it.
It is in the chat.
You don't even know what I'm looking at, Past Life.
You don't even know what I'm looking at. So how do you know?
StreamYard. I think I know it.
Okay.
I won't say it, but I think I know it.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Past Life. What do you think it is?
What do I think? It's what I see.
What do you think?
No, I'm gonna be entertained now.
Just,
In other words, I don't know
what do you
shit,
think it is?
so-
What do you
I don't
think
know
it is?
shit. I'm kidding with you.
What do you think it is?
No,
Yeah, that's right. They get a shirt. Jax is saying.
Come on.
Somebody has won somebody already has won a T-shirt. Yeah.
All right.
Congrats, Victrix.
Hens.
Was it?
What do you think? What do you think it is? Come on.
Should I say what I think it is?
No, I want
You want
PLE to
Past
tell me what he
Okay.
thinks it is.
Okay.
I don't know. I was the class clown. I was the one who, ooh. I don't know a thing.
All right. Oh my God, Horseshat, come on.
Back up.
All right.
Kara
Well,
needs a link.
Let me say this. Let me say this then. Do you think anybody in panel should be able to win it? Because if you don't, how about whoever thinks they might know it, type it on the private chat.
Honestly, of all, I mean, I'm being
Joe,
real.
Ina.
I'm being real right now, but of all people, I should be the one that knows because I think I heard her say something about it before when she was just kind of being sarcastic one night, but
Yeah.
I totally
Blah, blah,
forgot.
blah. Come on. Spit it out.
It just went in one ear out the other.
Yeah.
Spit it out. Spit it out. Come on.
Yeah, she knows. She thinks I know, but I don't. I've forgotten. Because you're kind of somewhat whispering to yourself one night.
Oh,
Okay. Anybody else?
I
Anybody else thinks that they know?
just to change the subject for a second, that I want to give an update from some on my end, if that's okay. My son's mom is now home. She just got out of the hospital a half hour ago.
That's
she's gonna
amazing.
go home fast, but them putting
Thank
the
God.
tube in the new place actually went quicker this time around, but he didn't, you know, as good as can be for having to go through surgery again, and she's going to go home and pass out because obviously, you know, in a hospital, you don't get full rest because they're always checking something every half hour, and so she's going to go home, pass out, and then, you know, she could get back to dealing with the fire issue tomorrow. But at least she says that she's relieved that everything went smoothly on that end, so that helps her.
Right.
out.
Yes.
Bring her
Exactly. Thank
So that-
God.
So
Thank you, God.
I'm putting my anxiety down too. I don't want to stress because, you know, like I said, we're still
No.
good, and also
I
for
am.
my
I
sake,
thank God that there is an amazing, beautiful, wonderful remembrance in the sky that that keeps its wondrous look over all of us. And thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, and just keep checking out. That's all I have to say. Just keep looking out.
Oh, and
Thank
Kara's getting scared of the dark in the basement or the dungeon. So you know.
You've got Jax and Kara, I believe, in your basement.
Who,
Rev.
me?
Yeah.
Oh crap! I'm not even paying attention. Jesus Christ! You people have to
Hey, man.
tell me if I've got somebody in my goddamn fucking basement.
We just
You have
did.
people up the stairs.
Hang on!
Matrix.
Oh, for the love of Jesus! Hang on!
People under the
Christ.
stairs waiting.
Ah! Hang on. Okay.
Hey,
Here's kitten. I have
Kitten.
kitten. Do I have kitten? I've got kitten.
Oh no, Kitten
Okay,
just left.
and Jax. Here's Jax. Fucking.
Where's Kitten Girl at? No, Kitten.
There we go.
Okay, there we
There we
go. Now we're cooking. Sorry. People
Where's
have to
Jax?
tell me. You have to tell me if you were in my basement. I
Well, we
don't.
were
Jax still in the basement there, Rev?
I
said he
love
was.
you. I
Rev.
love you so much. I'm so sorry. You're so amazing. I love you so much. I love you. I love you. I love you.
Rev,
Yes.
is Jax in the basement as well?
Je ne sais pas. I do not have anybody else in the basement at this particular moment in time.
Jax, you escaped. You got out.
That's it.
Or did he mean he was actually in the basement in his own house? Because he was.
You
saying that
have to
before.
tell me. People,
I don't know.
I have told you this in the past. If you are in the basement, you have to verbalize that you are in the basement to tell
They
me
can't.
that you
They
are.
can't.
Otherwise, I will not see it because I
I
don't
did say I was in the
pay
dungeon,
attention.
but you weren't paying attention.
Yeah, to be
Oh
fair,
my God.
Kara did say it twice, both times.
Yeah, she said it's so cold and dark down there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I'm in the middle of a conversation, I'm sorry, people. Jesus Christ, what do you want from me?
And it's
Oh
hard
my God.
to hear someone when they're yelling through floors of a basement sometimes, especially if you're soundproofing or you have that.
So where are my mods? Where?
If
Mods
you're
can't-
hiding people and bodies in there, yeah, you're soundproofing. See?
Yeah,
So-
she's been in the basement that long. She's come up as an albino with mushrooms on her head.
Mm-mm. Where? Where are my damn mods?
Mods can't
That's
let
what I
you
have to
run
say.
the basement.
Not on StreamYards. There's no mod.
Hello.
thing.
Come here.
Yeah, I tried that, and no. Not unless they have your sign-in credentials, and that's it.
Excuse me, I have to kiss my husband.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was borderline porn.
Yeah. This stream is.
That was
yeah.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, that's how you do it.
Skinemax.
I've been doing it wrong. I don't know why I'm still married.
I haven't.
Shit.
Yeah.
I'm not married yet, though.
It's been
Where
so
are
long, I don't even know.
where are my people? Where are my people? Where's my people? I'm waiting for
We're
my
here.
people.
What people? We're your people.
No, I mean the like
Chocolate.
ultra like step up peoples and oh shit, she ain't gonna be able to put people on thing because she's got too much clout. And we're just gonna have to put them up against anybody else in the whole wide world universe and blah 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 blah. But no.
I know exactly what you mean.
So do I,
No,
'cause
you don't. You have
thankfully I've been
no
sniffing
idea
glue.
what I'm talking about.
I'm surprised you called my bluff.
Okay, let me explain. Shit,
Okay.
motherfucker.
This is going to be good.
What I'm
This.
talking about is, you know, if you buy a advanced ticket, you get the doodlebug that gets you like advanced seatment and all that stuff, all the good shit, right? Yes. So you get the seat, and then you get the guy that comes by and he buckles you in and all that stuff, and you're safe and sound and all this fabulousness and everything, and you are set to go. And then all of a sudden you get jet rocketed through the bowels of hell, and you come back and you see me and you're like, oh my god, what? Wait a minute, meow, 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 meow. And I'm like, okay, can you disconnect your headset, please? And it's a thing. I can't give you an accurate representation
That's okay.
of everything because of the COVID. And there's just not a representative adaptation as to what I am supposed to be looking at.
In other words, everybody use glue responsibly.
Right?
I have a lot of questions.
Right? Yes.
Who's the dude that's
exactly. However,
in my way?
right. But
Wow.
you'd think that people would figure it out eventually, you know? I mean, try as hard as you can to get the ceiling fan out of the shop. You know,
And
it's
here
like,
we have officially hit high altitude sleep deprivation.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Exactly.
What are you talking about?
I'm losing.
What?
It's me.
Apparently, because I have no idea what you're talking about.
I have no idea what I'm talking about. I make no sense.
I'm confused, and that's not necessarily a normal thing because
That's what
it's
we're
a
talking
thing.
about.
Okay.
No, we're talking about confusion. But sorry that it confused you. We're talking about confusion.
Whoa, what?
I'm lost.
It's okay.
What
I'm
in the hell
fairly
is
lost.
going on? What's happening here? What is going on? Hold on. I need to reassess here real quick because my my channel is going a little bit freaking crazy. And 1, 2, 3, click. And where's the fishing? Rescante. Conservar. See, I'm still 3 away. Ha!
If y'all don't subscribe after this kind of dedication, there's something wrong with you. Epic.
I am still 3
I don't know how
away
you're
from
still
100, ladies and germs.
Come on,
So
get it.
if you decide you want to, please subscribe, like and subscribe, whatever. Like and subscribe, like and subscribe.
There
And
it is.
your girl has not been drinking at all, period. End of sentence. Ladies and gentlemen, Red
Just to
Critter.
recap, she has been
Whatever.
up 37 hours now, consistently. So those of you who are viewing and who do not know, now you know. So
There you go.
I'm amazed she is even
Yeah.
communicating with us at all at this point.
Rev Critter has been up for over 36 hours, kids. And we need your assistance, please. So, travel down the big tube of doom. Doom, 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 bow, bow.
What are you seeing right now, Rev?
Are there gerbils in that too?
What do I see right now?
What are you
Is
seeing
that
right
what
now
the question was? What was the question?
in this tube of doom you're traveling down? What are you seeing?
The end of it,
The end of it?
honestly, is what I am seeing, is the end of the tube of doom. And it is either all or nothing. So it's kind of funny, but at the end of it all, it's like people understand that, oh crap, I'm about to hit the giant pit of water. And it's kind of funny, the look that's on their face. So yeah, it's kind of amusing, honestly.
To me, you sound like you're describing the log flume at like Red Venture and stuff, and that can be kind of fun hitting the bottom. You get splashed and wee.
Yeah.
You know, it's like part of the Temple of Doom attraction, but the Tube of Doom. Where you go over, slide down, you hit the water, get splashed. There you go.
This is the same concept. Absolutely. Same concept. So just go down 70 feet, about 100 yards, and you will get the total effects of the big, huge, massive wheel at Six Flags.
Does that answer your question, Grinch?
Yes, actually. I don't even remember what my question was.
Yeah,
what do
now
you
enter
see?
Red Critter's action part. Amusement park. First ride.
And gee whiz, I was hoping that all of you would at least try it once.
Yeah, Critter World. There you go.
Oh, what a bummer. Oh my goodness. Such a bummer. Hey, Rev Trimmer, would you want to go through a whole pedicure for things for me once? I mean, come on. No, I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to either. And anybody else? Get out. You guys, honestly, you can stay for as long as you want. Just have a good time and just share, if you don't mind, the information that you get. That's basically it. So, yeah, take care. Have fun with
somebody
it.
else in the dungeon, Rev.
No, nobody else is in the dungeon. Nobody else is in the realm. Nobody else is anything. It is basically purple versus yellow. Okay.
Sorry, Super Nerdy Geek. Tried to get you in there, but
Someone is Rev. I think she's gonna take a little nappy nap.
okay.
Yeah. We can't very well carry on a conversation though because we're in her ear.
All the more reason to do it.
To do it.
But you can try.
Oh, you're still
can
up.
Definitely try.
Rev, you can end. You know, you've crossed 10
wait.
and a half hours.
You're at 100, Rev.
And she's at 100. There you go.
You're at 100, Rev.
Yeah.
Hold on. Oh, yeah.
You refresh here.
Yep. It's
All
official.
right. You guys are
Yay.
awesome. 100
Nice.
even.
Thank you, everyone. Nice.
We lost.
Good.
I'm out, guys. Oh, all right. Later, Kara. 100. Critter needs to pass out. Yes, she does.
Hold the conversation in creepy whisper, or are we gonna just say weird things and see what takes hold? Because I know what my weakness is, just try to say the weirdest stuff in their ear when see if it takes hold. That's just me.
I just came out of my nap.
Did you take a nap too?
I did. I kept dazing in and out. I think I did.
Oh, you missed. Rev was telling us all about her theme park.
Yeah.
It didn't start
days.
that way.
It ended up, Critter World.
Critter World, yeah.
You missed the ride, brother. The tunnel ride, Tunnel of Doom. It's like the Temple of Doom, but they just couldn't,
So it
because
wasn't
of
the Tunnel of Love this time around, huh?
Yeah.
a very fast moving Tunnel of Love, but yeah. What it was described, it's a ride.
So does that mean that we get booted soon?
I believe
If
it keeps going, but
Yeah, and I think the host of StreamYard has to officially hit end broadcast.
Okay.
Otherwise, it keeps going.
yeah, because when I passed out on mine and she was on, she kept going with her own.
Yeah.
She made a new one. Kept going.
Braden, I think you're stuck in the dungeon because Rev is passed out.
Yeah, unless you have sign-in credentials to her specific StreamYard, you can't. No one can let in and stuff. It's not like where you could assign a co-host like in Zoom or something. You just, that's the only thing. Unless you have the sign-in credentials and stuff.
Yeah, try to get you in here, man.
Wait, is it her name? Is the pass into it her name? That's the password. That's the password.
That's it.
Victory. That's how we got in.
Yeah, we need a couple of more subs for that safety buffer above 100.
Yeah. Yeah, guys, it doesn't stop here, so.
You can call me Dave. Is good. Super Nerdy Geek. That's okay to call me that.
Davey, when you call me out. So, did you nap well past life? Was it a good nap?
What'd I do?
Was it a good nap? Did you feel better?
I feel like I got my second wind.
Oh, there you go.
It wasn't like a deep sleep. I wasn't dreaming. It was just like that first.
That recharge.
Yeah.
Just feel like, ooh, okay. Just need to check the back of my eyes, make sure they're there, study them.
Which they weren't.
Ooh, what's in chat? I'm in the
Third
dungeon.
eye was kicking in.
Morning, Rev from Perth, Australia. Well, we'll certainly give her a message, Debbie. But welcome.
Yeah, we'll say this on behalf of Rev from the stream. Welcome, Debbie.
Where's the rest of the crew while she's tending to business?
Carrying the torch.
Yeah. It's just a matter of if one of us is a pyro with the torch or clumsy with the torch or a juggler, and stuff.
Or pass the baton.
Yeah. Yeah, it may be turned into a game of literal hot potato on his head too. No, here you go. No, here you go.
Hot potato, hot potato.
But I wish what's his name was still up here about the cryptid thing, because I didn't know Matt was into cryptids. You know, and being from New Jersey, you know, the Jersey Devil's considered one of the like granddaddies of cryptids other than Bigfoot, you know, and stuff like that. So I would love to see with that. I have a question for you guys to investigate. What do you stand as far as cryptids and certain things like that? Because some circles believe that in some cases, like the Jersey Devil, the legend, you know, and how even Bigfoot and stuff, there's the alien tying conspiracy to, you know, Native American, that it's a spiritual creature, and same has gone for, well, I don't think alien, but like Jersey Devil and certain cryptids that might be, it's a spiritual thing, you know, like skinwalkers and stuff.
I think a lot of people sort of lean towards, not everybody, and I realize that's a sweeping statement, but a lot of people lean towards the fact that, you know, like Yahweh, Sasquatch, Alma, Bigfoot, things like that, interdimensional beings, and that's why they're not seen as often, even though human habitation, is encroaching upon their natural environment. What do I think about it? I think you know, you'd be silly to blink yourself into thinking that there's absolutely nothing behind it whatsoever. But again, it's definitive proof. As more and more people have the ability to carry cameras around, like I said before, because they've got a phone, more and more footage is coming out, isn't it? You know, more and more people are seeing Grinch is a relative of Sasquatch.
Yeah, I still think though that even though we're encroaching on environment, this still in a lot of these places, still in the Pacific Northwest into Canada, and some things as showing in real life what were once thought as, you know, imaginary animals that we're finding still exist, you know, from legend and stuff, and all that. As we encroach, they become more visible, obviously, in technology, but that when you start looking into, you know, parts of Canada and that part of North America, that it's still dense. There are no roads. You would, to really get into maybe their habitat, you're talking about, you know, 50, 100 miles into some places that there are places out in Canada and parts of the world that you only go in by a seaplane. You know, there's no other way in. So there's not a lot out there. But I think like bears and stuff over the last few years, even here in Jersey, we're not close enough to wilderness, but we're seeing it's forcing bear and deer and stuff into our habitat more because they don't have any place to go. Right by me, there's a radio tower for ABC Sports and or radio outside, you know, the transmitting antenna outside New York City. And around it is, you know, for protection around the tower, but kind of still what's considered almost that like marsh woodland area. And deer have migrate here every year to take over that little parcel of land, you know, as opposed to way up in the mountain because people have encroached. So I don't know. I think that it's still, I like to keep an open mind that it is still possibly an, you know, unknown bipedal creature.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that there's a version across the world, lots of other cultures have their version of the same thing. You know, in Nepal and in Russia, Siberia, in Mongolia, that there is a similar creature.
Parts of North American Native Americans, you know, other than Sasquatch, have talked even about race of like giants and stuff, and they're not too far. You know, I think, how do these cultures, before they really interacted, all talk of the same thing? You know, cultures that never met each other till way after these stories had started of similar creatures. So there has to be, at some point in history, something to it. You know? And I still think, I mean, look at, what is it? Is it Vietnam or Cambodia? Relatively small place, but still dense in tropical environment, that they're still discovering fairly, you know, large mammals that were thought of by the, you know, science community and world that, oh, these are just legends and blah, blah, blah. What, that one animal, I forgot the name, but looks like a deer with little flap on the bridge of its nose.
Yeah.
The world of science said, well, no, we went through Vietnam. We've been in this area. There's no way that exists. But yet, one came up, and then more than one, they found out, oh, no, it's true. So to say, even with technology, even technology we had, no one has spent the time and money to use all that technology to thoroughly discover the dense forest of the North American continent, especially in the Northwest Pacific area. It's dense. You could go look at the redwood trees. You go in, and because of the canopy, you can't really detect from that high up, but you could go in 30, 50 yards, and it's pretty much always like it's, like it's morning. It's dark, and there's ravines. What looks like the top of, bushes are really the tops of certain type of plants and trees that go deeper. A friend of mine went hiking just in the Catskills years ago and thought, hey, this is a bush, and it was actually a drop, and they almost broke their leg. And when they hit bottom, you couldn't tell he was there. If it wasn't for him screaming like bloody heck and hikers hearing him, never would have seen him or known he's down there. He said it was, as soon as he went down there, it was almost like nighttime. So, I don't think, even with the technology we have, we still haven't fully gotten into places. But you bring up the point of interdimensional. Who's to say that it's not possible with that either? Who's to say that's not a form of their evolution? They hit some type of spiritual point that they can do that, to camouflage and stuff. Native Americans, lots of them talk about them in an interdimensional way, included to the physical well-being. They talk about the power that when you see one, how you suddenly, no matter how brave of a person, whatever, it's like you're frozen in your tracks. All thoughts and everything leave when you see, one of them.
Yeah, for a lot of Native American tribes and indigenous populations, a lot of the cryptids that we discuss, it's not even open to suggestion or conjecture for them. It's an absolute. It's not even up for discussion whether they exist or not.
And the thing is, where did this come from? That it's not like it's something that just, let's say, for instance, like Slender Man is a new thing. You're talking about tens of thousands of years of oral tradition to, some type of painting or some speaking of these creatures. So it's, for me, it's like, well, you can't really simply just brush it off. It's blah, blah, blah. It's something really strongly persistent. And as you said, like across many cultures. So there's a higher probability. It's not a newer concept. Maybe it got more well known, but by history, historical documentation of some kind, oral tradition, whatever, it's been a persistent telling.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. This you'd think there's something in it just because of that alone,
Well, I mean, you have what do you call? We just realized, what was it in Japan a decade or so ago? The giant squid that was thought of an old tale of the sea, and lo and behold, what happened? They finally got it on film. So that I don't always like where people say, "Oh, wow, we would have." How do you know? No one spent that amount of time and resources strictly to really get to even disproving, Sorry. I had to take medicine and choose something so I could take it. Some cryptids, I think, like in cases where maybe Mothman or Jersey Devil, could possibly be a spiritual manifestation, possibly. If you want to go into a demonic sense and stuff, that who's to say that it wasn't? There's some credence that, to the legend that, she wished it to be a devil. And maybe at a time that, back in the day that, that there were still strong beliefs in power into witchcraft and things like that, that her just, you know, uttering it and harboring so much, depending on the legend and stuff, for so many kids and whatever, that it was a demon. You know, she gave birth, but I don't think physically like gave birth to a demon itself, but it, in that manifestation sense, that it became that. You know.
Yeah, if anybody's in the side chat there that's hoping to be able to get on here with us, we do not have that technology. Critter has left the building.
Yeah, she stole the technology with her. So apologize if you can't get in, but we just don't have access. Sorry.
Sup, Boots?
Bootsy Collins.
What's going on, Bootsy?
Boots. But yeah, cryptids, you know, now it's funny that if you look and read what the initial things way back of like the Chupacabra and look at the Jersey Devil, a lot of the original description of the Chupacabra being this like somewhat bipedal creature is very much, it would be like the Spanish cousin, you know, to the Jersey Devil. You know, so the first thing they say, well, is that a known creature that could be in, you know, two different parts of the world, like that natural thing, the what is it, the horsehead bat or something like that. And it's similar, but they're just not found in those locations, you know, as adjoining locations. But it makes me wonder, is it then an entity, living flesh and blood, or are people seeing even elemental or spiritual type of creature? But you know, it could be interdimensional. What if it is jumping around place to place, making appearances? You know?
Hey there, Boots.
Booty. But it's interesting. Like my thing with Sasquatch is I do think it came from like the Yeti. North America migrated with man, and when there was a land bridge and stuff that, you know, like other species, they're different bears to different environments along that line. You know, people say, oh, wow, but how did a polar bear become a bear? They all are bears, but they just, you know, changed over time. They adapted and their physiology to the environment. And I think that's where you have Bigfoot, why Bigfoot still is more so seen in that part of the country in the U.S., up towards Asia, you know, if you were to backtrack. And yeah, you know, the Yeti, because of its environment, eventually grew in lighter colors and stuff. But not all Yetis are white either. Everyone thinks of the abominable snowman, but a lot of them still describe the same type of hair, the same smell and stuff. And this was decades ago, before the internet. You were hearing the same stories. Now, yeah, it's harder, because everyone has a story of it, you know. But I mean, you said you've been, you know, doing paranormal and stuff for quite a while, right, Dave?
Yeah.
So you've seen the changes in the progress and how, you know, yeah, the game has changed lots of times and all. I mean, what's your opinion as opposed to investigating now to back then? How do you think, you know, it is with technology? Is it completely helping, or do you think that it's been, you know, in some ways it kind of hurt investigating?
I think that's a really good question. But I would say, and this is coming from somebody who's got a cupboard full of equipment. I've got a lot of equipment, and it's going to sound like I'm you know, being contradictory of myself here. But I feel people do get wrapped up in the equipment a bit too much too, because we can't, you know, empirically prove that any one piece of equipment is responsible for being able to prove paranormal activity in one way or the other. All most of it does is debunk paranormal activity in a way. And when I started out, we would use things like flour or talcum powder on the floor or on surfaces to pick up. We would use sources of water for ground vibrations. We would use the bubbles that you can blow to find drafts in windows and doors. You know, with the plastic loop thing, and you can blow them and bubbles come out. We would use radios, detuned radios into white static to listen for bursts of electromagnetic energy, because there wasn't the equipment that we've got available to us now. And we would use our senses. Our audio recorders would be reel to reel or cassette tape, mono cassette tape recorders, you know. So it's a bit of a tough one, because I always think, you know, that contradictorily again, that the best piece of equipment you can take with you is your mind, your ability to formulate an opinion as best as you possibly can upon the experience that you're having, your ability to debunk yourself and your own experience.
Yeah, I feel that way in general with technology. When like Y2K, that whole threat came about, it made me realize, like, wow, how overly dependent we are on technology too. And that's just a basic human survival. Like, you know, part of the joke that me and friends were making, like, well, Y2K happened, the only ones that are going to make it are like the Amish, you know, because they haven't relied and made that so dependent on that. I think sometimes that, you lose, the further we progress, the more separated we become, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
And we whether you want to say almost desensitized to something, whatever, we don't trust ourselves, and we rely on us, the most important tool.
Yeah, I mean, there's a statement in the chat which I also agree with. Well, two, actually. It's not the equipment, it's the person that is using it. We had a discussion about this earlier, David, actually, me and Jose and a couple of others. And Haunted Avenue agreed, but I do love when my senses go and then my equipment confirms it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if it's that aspect where you feel it first, you're documenting, and then you get that, you know, validation from it. That's when I think it's great. But sometimes I think people, don't get back to trusting themselves, their own instinct, and knowing. You know, you're just saying, well, the equipment says, but then what happens if the equipment is faulty or it's debunked? Then you kind of say, well, now what? Well, what did, stay connected enough to realize, well, how'd you get there? How'd you get led there? How'd you, and all. And I'm like that with technology. Yeah, it's great. We use it, but I see it even with my son, the simplest life things. And it's like, well, where's the technology to kind of guide me? And then it's like, son, no, you got to use your brain. You got to do this for you. And sometimes there are moments when I see, an investigator just so much on technology. It's like, but yet they miss a ton of evidence audibly, visually, because it's just based for them on the equipment. It's like you're missing the basic foundation, and I don't know. I like the technology in a sense, but I think sometimes, you just have to go pretty much what would be like old school and just really get in it.
Yeah, I can see a lot of reasons and validation in wanting to do that. As you've said, you can rely heavily upon the equipment, go to a location, and then the equipment fails, and all of a sudden, for a lot of people, there is no longer an investigation.
Yeah, and then you're just giving up, and it's like, no, there's still something there, Yeah.
I still need one. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's the thing, is there's still something going on. There's still something happening just because your technology's gone down, but the ability to capture it is taken away from you, and what you're left with is just personal experience, which is the same as a witness. If somebody comes to you and they're saying, there's activity at my house, I need you to check it out because I've experienced X, Y, or Z. then you are in the same boat. All you're capable of doing is experiencing X, Y, and Z. But at least you can corroborate what that person is saying. You can give them some kind of comfort in saying, look, you know, you're not going mad. We do believe you. What you're experiencing, we've experienced too, and it, you know, that can give some kind of comfort.
Too, but yeah, you gotta go in. But if you're going in, with the equipment and say, well, the equipment didn't work, it's not showing anything, and that's it. Yeah, it doesn't help that person, you know, feel any better. Like, okay, you're still making me think I'm crazy. You're still, you know. Yes.
Guys, I'm gonna go get some dinner, so I'll let y'all chit chat.
Soon I gotta go too.
All right then, Grinch.
And David brought up something before. All right, Grinch.
All right, I'll see you again.
Tango. I'm gonna call you Tango when I see you.
Nice.
Tango.
Tango with
Take
a
it easy, Grinch.
Yeah,
Take it easy, man. Bye. Bye.
David brought up something in chat. He said, cryptid is just a new name for creatures that have been around for centuries that sometimes get lumped in with UFOs and the paranormal sometimes. Yeah, sometimes I feel like, again, we had, you know, where things get blanketed, and sometimes I think, no, some of these need to be individual categories rather than just blanketed across in general, lies in the same category, because some of these things are very specific, you know, and it's just an easier way, and even sometimes I feel lazy way of just, oh, well, treat it as this, and, you know, it's just 1, 2, 3, rather than doing the research. See, that's the other thing with technology. Back then, you were forced to use your brain and really do the research into a case. Now with technology, sometimes a lot of that is skipped. What got me into the paranormal and stuff too, back in the day, was I had to read and, you know, learn about it that way. And, you know, there was a lot more care in being as accurate or detailed as possible, where, great, you're using the equipment, but that's not keeping record of it. You know, that's not telling the little details and stuff that make it important or the experience, you know, really stand out. You know, that you know, sometimes it's the human mind and stuff we could go into when it's in written form. You know, you could delve deeper. Some people are just, quick, well, we got to record it, it's on video, and that's it. No, you still have to write it down on top of that to you know, keep it, because again, technology fails, things fail, and vice versa. So I'm bad, but I think back in the day, there was a little more care and dedication into the investigation, you know, and in some ways that type of technology forced it. You know, if you had a reel to reel, you want to make sure that thing was really safe when you're done, you know, and stuff like that. So, but the research, you had to go do the footwork. It's not like a computer. What'd you do? You go to a Rolodex, you know, and called in the library and looked it all up, and, you know, physically went into the research of it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is we do paranormal research and paranormal investigations because people have experiences, and fundamentally it's down to the personal. It becomes a personal thing. People think or see that or hear things or think that they do. And we investigate that. So if you take the equipment aside, that human element is still there. The ability for the researcher in the feel, think, and hear and see things is still there. That isn't removed. So it can become diluted by the equipment. It can become a self-reciprocating type of self-fulfilling prophecy in a way. It sort of negates itself because the true element within it, which is the fact that it's a personal experience, can be masked by the need to find evidence using equipment that becomes impersonal.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too. Sometimes I think with the equipment, it becomes an impersonal experience. You lose that human connection to the happening, to the experience too. You know, that a lot of people, and it's kind of evident by the way they act and investigate, that it's all about the evidence, but you lose the human side. Well, why were you there in the first place? Or why are you, you know, with that client? and stuff, and that's just as important. That experience, has an effect for them. If again, to take the risk of sounding crazy, they're taking that risk because it's really happening for them. And when you just go looking, well, here's evidence, but what are you doing? Are you doing it for your own glory? Are you doing it just to get popular? Are you doing it to really help them and let them know you're not crazy? This is how we do. This is what we do next. What do you want to do? Because the first step is, okay, you have the validation, you confirm, but there's more to it. You gotta then go, well, what do we go from here?
Yeah.
And that's an important. We said earlier about that, the aftermath, the after effect. Even look at Matt today. It's the after effect of experience, and that goes on, continues. But I think in some ways, there's a lot of research that's missing nowadays. People are just, again, a lot of tourists. Almost every day they had a haunted location. It's like, well, how much research did you put into the background of, even if it's not a direct client individual, but a location? Like,
yeah.
How much have you really tried separating fact from hearsay and lore and stuff,
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's separating actuality from folklore and from legend and from suburban myth. And that can be difficult for people. I mean, especially if you're an outdoor location or what's an historical, well-known location for so-called paranormal activity, of course, it becomes a little bit different when you do residentials to a certain extent. There isn't as much of a crossover. But then media fills in instead of local folklore. You get media hysteria, if you like. You get portrayals or auto-suggestion of what is supposed to be haunted activity. Now, in a lot of true investigations, there will be certain events that happen and not others. And you tend to find that you can go to a residential property and every single thing that appears on TV is happening in that house. It doesn't matter what it is. All of it is happening, the one step away from Bigfoot flying past you in a flying saucer kind of thing, every single thing on TV is happening in the house. And straight away you think, I'm on for a bit of a pony ride with this one.
Yeah, it's like, okay, there's a list, but you never hit quite the list. Sometimes I find that almost in a weird way, but in my brain, like, wow, you have just become the WebMD of paranormal. Like,
there you go.
And it's like, no, that's not how it is. A cough does not equate to, you're on your deathbed. Like, it's just jump. There's so much in between that. Wait, hold on, slow it down. But people are over anxious to quickly label, get it, and done. And it's like, no, that's not how it works. That's why I with other groups and stuff, and a lot of the smaller channels that are going into, like, Investigators Unite and stuff, where it's showing that, investigation, this is what it is. There's time, you're investing, you're looking to help, there's more behind the scenes than just TV, Hollywood, and, and stuff that it's not Hollywood like they portray it. Even the ones that are based on true, there's a lot of Hollywood element, because why? To them, it doesn't sell because it's considered boring. It's not gonna, there's so much that time in between. So they're like, no, let's just get to the big parts. But there's a lot of in between that to get 2 points of that, even for the people it's affecting, if it's residential. They didn't just, it's more rare that they just woke up and all of a sudden it was off the chart. There was a build. There were things that led somehow to it, at times. It's not to say it wasn't there, but it wasn't just instantaneous as now it's almost great.
Yeah.
And that's the part that drives me nuts, I guess. Sometimes when I watch it, it's like, oh, you found another blah, blah, blah location again. Like, and, and then people throw out, in their titles and stuff as real. And it's like, no. Because to me, you're creating more of an insult to not just the investigator, to the people that are really going through it. That these people are finally coming out, taking the risk of being called crazy, and you're just putting them back even worse because of how you're making it seem, in the Hollywood method. And that gets me because it's like, well, when this person does the experience, it's like they're almost, making light of a victim in any sense, in any category. If someone's a violence, you're putting them where they're not going to speak up now. They're not going to ever say when it happens again. And that's, to me, more devastating in the long run.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if there's a 25-point checklist, say, if the paranormal community could narrow down a 25-point checklist, if you like, for what would be considered the full remit of what's supposed to go on regarding hauntings, spiritual attachment, possession, down to poltergeistic activity, down to psychological trauma and all sorts of mental illnesses being responsible. Obviously, it would be more than 25, but let's use 25 as an arbitrary number. If you go into a location and it's 25 out of 25, it's bullshit. It isn't like that. It doesn't work like that. It seems to me for instant bullshit, just add media, just add TV.
Yeah. And now is there a chance that you can get quite a bit at one point? Yeah, but not each and every single time.
No.
And that's the part I argue, and I've gone, and I don't care if you like it too or not or whatever. If I see and they're really portraying and then arguing the fact, no, it's true, it's really. No, I'm sorry, it's not, because that's not how it works. No situation is like that. It's like you go to social services, you get help. They have like the cookie cutter method and stuff across the board, how to measure, if you're in this income bracket, this is what you get. This is what blah. But it's still individual cases that they don't take into account for in situations that change it a little bit. And for me, it's like when, you have 10 out of 10 each and every single time I call BS, because you have people that have been doing this. You have the victims that have been experiencing this, and it's never been that clear cut.
Mm-hmm.
Again, growing up in Santeria and around it, there was when activity wanted to amp up. Oh, did it ever amp up to even strangers that never knew what was going on, never knew about Santeria, never mentioned. They've been in an apartment, and all of a sudden, holy crap, what the all hell breaks it. But then it can go weeks, sometimes months, nothing. And then when your guard is down, it's back up for then weeks or every other day. It's never the same. So there is no cookie cutter, form that goes. You're talking about a world that doesn't adhere to the physical laws anymore.
Yeah.
So how is it that only you, but yet now 100 others have unlocked that key? Well, if you've unlocked that key, you've solved it for us. But yet you can't make that claim because it's BS. But it takes away from you that put the time and work, blood, sweat, and tears, and helping others in that, while trying to get your own answers and trying to achieve and help. It now damages everything that you work for in that sense. But I think that it should be where the smaller investigators who need to show the truth behind it, kind of say, hey, this isn't all Hollywood. This is not what it's really like. Even TV shows, lots of shows, they'll spend sometimes what now the new ghost hunters say. We're here for a week, and that's how it's been. We're here for several days, but for TV, they edited down as if we were on one night. What they were making them do was, well, to make it look like it's one night, even though they filmed over, next night you come, wear the same outfit you wore yesterday for continuity to give it was one night. Meanwhile, they've been there for a week. But it didn't put the truth. And people like Jason Hawes got sick of that and like, oh, but you keep aiding us for evidence when I can't give you evidence that's not there. And he said, you know what, I can't do it like this anymore. I'm here to put as it is. If it's bupkis and I think someone's faking, I'm putting it out. Yes. But even he will go, he's even said, look, I can't say it's officially haunted. You have some things going on, but it needs more time to be looked into. He's not saying yay or nay, but there is some to be curiosity to say, but it needs time. And I think he's done that when clients expected an answer too, right then and spot. It's like it doesn't work that way either. You know, this has been happening for 3 years. You're not going to get that answer overnight. You got to find out why over 3 years or prior, you know, as well. And I think the so-called victims and stuff get just as caught up in the Hollywood aspect of it, whether it's money making or attention or whatever. You know, they embellish, they overdo the mundane.
Yeah.
You know, it could be, you have some paranormal activity. Stuff I wouldn't classify as a haunting, just strange occurrences, but they want it hyped up as well. You know?
They like the dramatized, you know, romanticism of it, you know?
Yeah, and it's, I don't know. But I think now is a time that, you know, a little more, I'm not saying call out channels, don't, you know, that's their gig, but for the ones that are really into it to show, you know, that it's not an easy romance that you're going to be looking at. You know, a relationship, even a romantic one, takes work. At times, you know, you got to put effort into it, and it's got to go, because there's a lot of fly-by-night ones, you know, that go in thinking about blah, but yeah, you're doing the wrong things, you know, from the ones that are calling out. Heck, there are two was just for evidence are now grasping at, let's recreate rituals that they have no idea what they're doing. And really, not even Pandora's box, you're opening up a storage house. You know, you're opening up a warehouse of stuff just for what? Not knowing that there are serious dangers and things behind that. You know?
That's the danger with it, isn't it? Well, I'm gonna have to scoot off me because I've been here for nearly 12 hours now. So
yeah, and yeah, it's 8 o'clock. My son's been a good boy, and he's kind of enjoyed that. You know, he's had the tablet all day and stuff, but you know, he's been circling around me, which is his subtle hint of like, Dad, are we watching something? Are we doing something?
Yeah.
So
hint.
You know, yeah, hint. Like, what you doing, Dad? Can I have this? And lurking, so.
All right. No worries then, Jose. It's been nice speaking to you anyway, sir.
And you know what? I really enjoyed, you know, hearing from you, your intelligence, your expertise and your experience on it. And you've helped me out, you know, understanding a lot, especially the technological end, you know, and stuff, knowing what it is that you know. It gives me, you know, a little more respect for the equipment. You know, and I know if I ever get into it with the equipment, I'll be like, before I buy this, Dave, what do you think? What do you think? You know, because I want it as pure as possible. I want it as honest as possible. You know, that if I go into this like this, that hey, I didn't catch jack. Does it mean it's haunted? No. Does it mean it's not haunted? Still a no. It could have been timing. It could have been whatever, but I want it as real and pure as possible. The way that if there's evidence to give and to question, I will put it out there. But if there's nothing, I'm not making it up either.
That's the right thing to do, though, isn't it?
You know, and like I said, for me, I may visit for novelty and bucket list some famous places, but my beliefs are it's too tainted of a ground. So I'm gonna look for the places that are not as well known. Maybe talked about in writing, but not really checked out, and do it that way.
Yeah.
You know, because I also want to prove to myself, hey, is it me making it happen? Am I willing it in my mind in search of evidence? I don't want to do that either. I don't want to be so gung-ho that, you know, that it's false evidence, you know?
Yeah, because it's not. It doesn't serve a purpose, does it? That, you know, you're not being true to yourself, and that's the most important thing, in my opinion.
I don't want to find out and realize, holy crap, I just made myself crash and burn in a horrible wreck when it wasn't necessary. You know, accident is accident. What's out of my realm, but to then wake up one day and go, oh, I've been living a lie, and I damn well had a good hand in that. I don't want that either. I don't want that kind of blame and responsibility as well. You know?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, then, Jose.
Okay. Richard said, I'm going to stay here until YouTube cuts off the stream or Red Clip writes up. Oh, thank you, Vic. Thank you. Have a good day or night, everyone in chat. You've been amazing. David, always good to see you. And yeah, I hope to get to do a live with you guys again soon. And I hope Rev, it does cut out and she gets good sleep for another 36 hours.
Yeah, absolutely no problem. Speak to you soon, Jose. You take it easy, sir.
All right, you too. Good night, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Until next. Bye-bye.